McBriar, A.M. Fabian Socialism and English Politics, 1884–1918. Contents. Preface page. 1. The origin of the Fabian Society and of its socialist doctrine. 11. Fabian Economics and Sociology. 29. Fabian Historical and Political Theory. 60. 4. Fabian Collectivism. 98. The Fabians, Imperialism, Tariff Reform, and War. 29. V1 Fabian Philosophy and Ideals. 146. VIT Fabian Membership, Tract Distribution, and Lecturing. 163. 6. The Influence of the Fabians in the London County Council. 187. 1x The Influence of the Fabians upon the Liberal Party. 234. XX The Influence of the Fabians upon the Independent Labour Party. 280. 11. The Influence of the Fabians upon the Labour Party. 307. 11. General Conclusions. 346. Preface. This book is concerned mainly with Fabian doctrine and only incidentally with the history of the society or with the Fabians as individuals. Its aim is to expound Fabian socialism in an historical and critical way and then to attempt an estimate of its influence in the politics of London government and the policies of the Liberal Party, the Independent Labour Party and the Labour Party between 1884 and 1918. I have treated the tracts and other official publications of the Fabian Society as the authoritative source of the doctrine, but I have also taken the view that any narrow or exclusive definition of true Fabianism based on these official publications alone would be so minimal as to be futile, and so, while I am aware of the dangers, I have not hesitated to invoke the opinions of individual Fabians at places where they throw light on the ideas accepted by the society as a whole. The method used to determine influence is to discover how far the policies adopted by other organizations resembled those advocated by the Fabians, and where that proves to be the case, to ask again whether the policies were adopted as a result of persuasion by the Fabians or as a result of other, or more general, pressures. This historical method has its limitations in solving the problem of influence, but I believe it can go some way towards solving it. To Professor R. H. Tawney's kind encouragement during his visit to Australia is due the appearance of this study as a book. It was originally completed in December 1948 as an Oxford thesis, and Chapter 8 appeared as one of the essays in the Webbs and Their Work, edited by Margaret Cole. I have to thank so many people for help in writing both versions that I hope they will not believe my gratitude any the less if I do not list their names. I cherish particularly affectionate memories of that merry band of Australians in London who in the last frantic rush of December 1948 helped me to write in footnotes which were left off copies by the typist. To Professor G. D. H. Cole and Mrs. Cole, Dr.S. Jack, and Barbara Tizard and Mr. K. D. Gott I owe thanks even beyond those due to other kind friends, for without their aid and encouragement I should almost certainly not have been able to complete the work. I also want to take this opportunity of expressing my thanks to Associate Professor Kathleen Fitzpatrick and Professor R. M. Crawford for all that their teaching and friendship has meant to me. Grateful acknowledgements are due to the Fabian Society for allowing me to inspect its records and to quote from its publications, and to all authors and publishers who have given me permission to use extracts from their 9. Preface. Chapter I. The Origin of the Fabian Society and of its socialist doctrine. Origin of the Fabian Society. The sturdy old radical, J. Morrison Davidson, in his book The Annals of Toil dealt succinctly with the origin of the Fabian Society. The Fabian Society was founded in London in 1883. Its virtual founder was my brother, Dr. Thomas Davidson of New York, author of The Philosophy of Rosmini Surbatai, Aristotle, and Ancient Educational Ideals, The Parthenon Frieze, etc. He had just returned from Rome where he had discussed affairs with His Holiness the Pope, and was in a frame of mind to regenerate mankind on lines which did not appear to me, who was then doing all I could to prevent the GOM from throttling Ireland, very promising. Dr. Thomas Davidson, if we may judge from the tributes to his memory by those who knew him, must have been a remarkable man. A classical scholar, philosopher, and linguist, with original educational views, He also fancied himself as a medieval wandering scholar who had wandered into the late 19th century. Wherever he went, traveling in Europe or America and enjoying the company of the wise and the great, he gave lectures and often gathered around himself a band of enthusiastic disciples. His general philosophical opinions appear to have changed considerably at different times, but he had been particularly influenced by the ideas of the Italian Roman Catholic philosopher, Antonio Rosmini Cerbetti. Eventually Davidson built a scheme for the regeneration of society on the basis of progressive and at times somewhat extravagant educational theory and practice. It was as a teacher that he was chiefly remembered by those he influenced. Havelock Ellis, who knew him well, has paid tribute to him in these warm, but not uncritical, words. Doubtless he was not a scholar in the scientific sense of the term. He recalls rather those men of the Renaissance of whom Giordano Bruno was the supreme type, wandering philosophers who spent their lives going from one great center of thought to another, devoured by intellectual passion, equally eager to learn and to teach. The enthusiasm with which he advocated more or less unfamiliar and impossible ideals could not fail to exert a stimulating influence on all those who came to hear him. He helped to teach those who listened to him to think, even though it were to think that he was wrong. Few men, indeed, of his time were permitted to play a part so like to that of those early Greek philosophers whom he loved so greatly. Point 1. When Dr. Davidson was in London in September 1882, he gathered around him a number of people, amongst whom were some who were later to become prominent in the Fabian Society: Frank Podmar, Edward R. Pease, William Clark, and Hubert Bland, as well as other less well-known Fabians like Miss Dale Owen, the granddaughter of Robert Owen, some, such as J.L. Joines and H. Champion, who were later to be better known as members of the Social Democratic Federation, and others, including Havelock Ellis, Percival Chubb, and Dr. Burns Gibson, who were to remain in the Davidson group. Altogether, the Fellowship of the New Life seems to have had originally about 30 members, with a general attendance at its meetings of about half that number. In the second month of its existence, Davidson suggested the group should take its name, and constitute itself a society for the purpose of leading a new life. His aim seems to have been a group which would progress gradually to a utopia, by a change taking place in several stages. At first, the members were to meet regularly and were to live lives of simplicity and mutual help in accordance with certain general ethical and religious principles. They were to attempt to realize in their own selves the new life based on unselfishness, love, and wisdom. Ultimately, the members were to draw together into a community where the new life could be lived in common, and by their example encourage others to do the same, and so promote a gradual change in society. The aim was social change, but the fellowship's method was individualistic. The social change was to be brought about by the perfecting of the individual character. It was a utopian group. However, right from the start some of its members were rather skeptical about the practicality of Dr. Davidson's methods and modestly feared that the ideal society would have to wait an unreasonably long time if postponed until they personally had attained perfection. Point 1. Davidson objected to the socialist views put forward by these younger members and held firmly to his opinion that it was only possible to remove the evils of the world by individual change of heart, or, at most, by voluntary cooperation. Dr. Davidson therefore did not, even virtually, found the Fabian Society, nor did he approve of it when it had been founded. The Fabian Society came into existence when the members who disagreed with Davidson separated to form a new group. The fission was decided upon at a meeting of the original body held on January 4, 1884. The old group continued on the lines approved by Dr. Davidson and retained the name of the Fellowship of the New Life, while the new group called itself the Fabian Society, and the two groups were quite separate as organizations, though some members of the Fabian Society remained in the Fellowship. There seems to be no doubt that the members who withdrew to form the Fabian Society were already socialist or socialistically inclined, even though they may not have decided the exact form of their socialism, and even though such later Fabian essayists, who were to play so great a part in formulating Fabian doctrine, as Sidney Webb, Bernard Shaw, Sidney Olivier, Graham Wallas, William Clark, and Annie Besant, were not foundation members of the society. The best known of the original members were Frank Podmar, Edward R. Pease, and Hubert Bland. Podmar, a graduate of Oxford University and a clerk in the post office, played an active part in establishing the society, but did not continue his activity after the first years of its existence. He retired in 1888 from the Fabian executive and devoted himself to literary work, producing penetrating studies of spiritualism and an excellent biography of Robert Owen. His friend, Edward Pease, who had also come to socialism through the radical and positivist movements, was destined to have a longer and closer association than any other person with the organization he had helped to found. Pease, who had served as the Society's honorary secretary in 1886, was appointed as general secretary in 1890. After he had retired from an unsuccessful career as a stockbroker, he held the post until the outbreak of the Great War, and became honorary secretary again after that and continued in office until 1939. Shrewd, hard-headed, sceptical, determinately unimaginative, and Philistine, steadfastly moderate in his politics, Pease made the perfect secretary. Hubert Bland was a complete contrast to the scholarly Podmar and the efficient, self-effacing Pease. Both in his opinions and his private life, he was, indeed, a lustier character than most of his Fabian colleagues. His religious 3. beliefs swung from Roman Catholicism to atheism and back again. His politics were a strange blend of Toryism and Marxism, and he entertained no little scorn for worthy and respectable liberals like Pease and Sidney Webb. As a political observer and commentator he was extraordinarily sharp and perceptive. Assertive, with the bearing, the mustache and monocle of a Prussian military officer and a shrill voice, he made himself the leader in the Fabian society of the group which was antagonistic to the Liberal Party and which wanted the formation of a new, independent socialist party. Many amongst a younger generation of Fabians were influenced by him and enjoyed their visits to the unorthodox household of Bland and his wife, Edith Nesbit, the author of the children's stories. In the 80s Bland was beginning to make his name as a journalist after having abandoned a career in a bank and failing as a businessman. He remained honorary treasurer of the Fabian Society from 1884 to IGII. George Bernard Shaw, then a young Irishman trying unsuccessfully to enter London's literary world as a novelist, joined the Society 9 months after its foundation. He had already met Sidney Webb at a debating society and Sidney Olivier at the meetings of a radical organization, the Land Reform Union, and he persuaded his new friends to join in May 1885. Both Webb and Olivier were upper division clerks in the Colonial Office, which they had entered through the new system of open competitive examinations, Olivier from Oxford, Webb after evening study at London University. These young colleagues and friends were an incongruous pair. Olivier was tall, massively built, with the appearance of a handsome Spanish grandee. There was something spacious, grandiose, and vague in his manner. He was an involved and imprecise speaker, though sometimes profound. Sidney Webb was short and rotund, of the same physical type as the Emperor Napoleon aimed, his peculiar impressiveness owing nothing to physical beauty. It was the quality of his mind which commanded attention, his prodigious learning, his concentration and incisiveness, his systematic, logical, precise exposition. Although he was no orator, he was, in his early days at least, an effective lecturer, and he shone in discussion. In committee work he was brilliant, at once flexible and forceful, abounding in ideas and persuasiveness and excelling in the art of putting the sense of a meeting into words. Olivier was to continue in the Colonial Office and to have a distinguished career in that department, but Webb, after his marriage to Beatrice Potter in 1892, retired from the civil service, at his wife's suggestion, to devote himself to writing and to politics. This decision resulted in the production of a series of superb historical works by the Webb Partnership, but the unpropitious nature of liberal politics confined Webb's political activities to the local government level until after the First World War. Olivier, in May 1886, brought into the society Graham Wallas, who had been his friend since their student days at Oxford. Wallas had become a school teacher, and teaching, in schools, in university extension courses and in the London School of Economics continued to be his primary interest, despite short forays into municipal politics. A tall, languid man, Wallace always seemed more academic than his Fabian colleagues, his mind delighting in problems of an abstract and theoretical nature, but self-doubting, sluggish and deep pondering, sometimes to the point of intellectual entanglement. He was a superb teacher, and he was led, both by his love of his occupation and by his genial and easygoing disposition, into devoting much more time to his students and friends than to his own creative work. Yet his Life of Francis Place and his Human Nature in Politics were pioneer studies which in their respective spheres remain as significant, if not as substantial, as the greatest works of the Webbs do in theirs. Wallace was steeped in the teaching of Bentham and John Stuart Mill, and he retained the strongest affection for the egalitarian, republican, and secularist radicalism in which he had been brought up. He finally left the Fabian Society in 1904, when he disagreed with its views on the tariff question. Annie Besant came to socialism after a notable career as fighter, orator, and publicist in the cause of radicalism and secularism. Her inspiration, as she confessed frankly and honestly in her autobiography, was a religious passion for martyrdom. She devoted herself to helping struggling and unpopular movements to success, and once the fight began to be successful, she took up another cause. By the 1880s Annie had helped to launch Bradlaugh on his parliamentary career. Her interest in secularism was waning and her interest in socialism had been aroused. She was persuaded to join the Fabian Society in May 1885 by Bernard Shaw, the witty young author she had begun to patronize. Annie Besant was the Society's most notable convert up to that time. She belonged to an older generation and, because of her contacts in the radical world, she was able to precipitate the Fabians into the very heart of London's radical politics. Although later Fabians were inclined to be unkind and unappreciative, Annie Besant did a great deal for the Society in its early years, and her part in organizing the Bryant and Mays Match Girls' strike in 1888 gave dramatic impetus to the movement of New Unionism, so significant in its consequences for the labor movement as a whole. Then suddenly, in 1890, she abandoned the Fabians to champion Madame Blavatsky and Theosophy, a cause which took her to India and occupied the remainder of her long life. William Clark, who had been a member of the Fellowship of the New Life but had not originally gone over to the Fabian Society, joined it in February 1886. Clark was a graduate of Cambridge and like Wallace and Olivier and Webb he had been interested 5. in radical politics from his undergraduate days. An Emersonian, greatly interested in America and its literature, personally shy, retiring and scholarly, he was repelled by loud-mouthed and dogmatic socialist propaganda and even by the flamboyance of some of his Fabian associates, particularly Bernard Shaw. His delicate health increased his natural inclination to withdraw from the world and active politics. It also fostered his pessimistic and distrustful attitude towards social progress, which contrasted strongly with the robust optimism of most Fabians in the early days of the Society. Clark was obliged to expend more effort in preparing his material than other leading Fabian speakers and writers, but he made himself a clear and convincing lecturer, and a leading journalist on the staff of The Spectator. He retained his membership but withdrew from active participation in the Fabian Society in the early *90s, and died in 1901, disillusioned and cynical about the course of English politics, but hoping that all would come right in the long run. The leaders of the Fabian Society were not, then, exactly a band of bosom friends untroubled by differences. Bernard Shaw has claimed, with much truth, that it was he who kept them together, by acting as lightning conductor. In the Fabian cabinet, there was considerable strife of temperaments, and in the other socialist societies splits and schisms were frequent, for the English are very quarrelsome. I believe that some of my own usefulness lay in smoothing out these frictions by an Irish sort of tact which in England seemed the most outrageous want of it. Wherever there was a quarrel I betrayed everybody's confidence by analyzing it and stating it lucidly in exaggerated terms. Result, both sides agreed that it was all my fault. I was denounced on all hands as a reckless mischief maker but forgiven as a privileged Irish lunatic asterisk. The early Fabian society was, no doubt, a body of middle-class or bourgeois intellectuals. In the early years the only genuine working man amongst them was W. L. Phillips, a house painter. Most of them were teachers, journalists, and clerks in private and government employment. A number of them had had a university education. Later on, in the early 90s, some working-class leaders joined the society, and there have even been one or two moments when the Fabians dreamt of becoming a mass party degree, but for most of its existence the society has openly acknowledged and even boasted of its middle-class intellectual and exclusive character. The story of the particular circumstances of the founding of the Fabian Society needs to be placed in a wider setting to explain why the society came into existence when it did. The 1880s was a period of economic depression after the golden age of Victorian capitalism, and socialist doctrines of one kind or another, widely current on the continent, were once again finding an audience in England. We shall see presently how deeply concerned the Fabians were with the problems of unemployment and poverty, and how Fabian ideas developed by way of criticism of the socialist doctrine current at the time. The consciousness of sin on the part of the upper and educated classes which Beatrice Webb has described, is partly accounted for by the jolt to Victorian complacency by the depression of the 80s, and by an awareness of possible consequences of the extensions of the franchise to working men which had taken place since the Reform Act of 1867. It does not seem necessary to look for any special degree of unemployment amongst the middle class to help explain the origin of the Fabian Society. The Fabians were a very small group not notably motivated by personal interest. While some of them, like Shaw and Bland and Clark, were struggling journalists at that time, others were successful professional or businessmen. Webb and Olivier were comfortably enough established as civil servants, and Wallace as a teacher. Idealistic considerations, amongst which the lecturing, writing and personal example of William Morris was a powerful element, provided the main inspiration which made socialists of the Fabians. One general aspect of the Great Depression of the 80s, however, may well have had an important and immediate effect upon the socialism of that time. The fact that there were rising real wages for those in employment, but a great deal of unemployment probably helps to explain its separation into the intensely proletarian hunger-marching socialism of the Social Democratic Federation and the very middle-class socialism of the Fabians, and its small intermediate appeal to the comparatively well-fed workers. Fabianism derived from two main streams of thought. The first was the English liberal tradition, transmitted through the later writings of John Stuart Mill, and in the turbulent condition London radicalism had reached in the 1880s. This stream had absorbed a tributary much of positivist doctrine flowing from France. It was disturbed by, but had not yet fully, if absorbed, some of the doctrinal currents from Germany. The other mainstream was the socialist one, especially its most powerful current, Marxism. Fabianism drew from these streams, and endeavored to turn liberalism particularly, as by far the stronger of them in England, to a new course. In the succeeding chapters we will examine in detail what was taken, and what the new direction was. The derivation of Fabian ideas from the liberal tradition has always been stressed by historians, and the Fabians themselves insisted on it, sprinkling their writings plentifully with footnotes and other references to John Stuart Mill, the contemporary liberal economists and other respectable authors. But the influence of Marx on Fabianism has been denied. Many writers have claimed that Fabian socialism was a pure outgrowth of English liberalism, uninfluenced by Marxism. This view has been put forward by Fabians, particularly those of a later generation who came into the English socialist movement through the Fabian Society or through the Independent Labour Party and Labour Party, bypassing the Marxist influence of the Social Democratic Federation. It has been shared by nationalists favourable to English socialism, who do not want it soiled by contact with foreign doctrines. It has even been espoused by Marxists anxious to prove that the Fabians knew not the master registered, but the initial Marxist influence on the Fabian Society is a reason why the Fabians took up a definitely socialist standpoint, why they did not content themselves with a left-wing radical position. And the recognition of this influence helps us to see Fabianism as part of a worldwide tendency in social democracy. It prevents Fabianism from appearing a unique, separate, and insular phenomenon. There were tangible links between the early Fabians and the Democratic Federation, which, founded in 1881 as a left-wing radical body, had adopted a Marxist program by 1883. Well-known SDF names, like J. L. Joines and H. H. Champion, appear in the early Fabian lists of members, and of the first Fabian executive of 3, 2 were members of the Democratic Federation. In the early days, Bernard Shaw, Graham Wallace, and Annie Besant, whether or not they were actually members of the Federation, at least often spoke for it, and we find the names of Olivier Webb and Stuart Headlam among a gathering of those who have taken an interest in the work or were known to be in sympathy with its aim, reported in Justice, the Federation's newspaper, of January 19, 1884.2. The choice of the name Fabian, for the society may be thought in itself to demonstrate their cardinal principle of gradualness. But the point is weakened by the explanatory note attached to the title page of the first pamphlet. For the right moment you must wait, as Fabius did most patiently, when warring against Hannibal, though many censured his delays, but when the time comes you must strike hard, as Fabius did, or your waiting will be in vain, and fruitless. Striking hard appears not to have been ruled out. The Fabian tactic at this stage was for the purpose of taking counsel, discussing, working out their views. The truth seems to be that, in these early years of the socialist revival of the 80s, there was no hard and fast cleavage between the different socialist groups, and the early Fabian society had not yet formulated a body of doctrine peculiar to itself. Not only was there overlap and interchange between the Fabians and the SDF, we find much the same group of people active in the Christian socialist movement. Sidney Olivier, for instance, before he joined the Fabian Society, was one of the managing group of the journal The Christian Socialist. 4 Again, some of the early Fabians were associated with anarchists. Mrs. Charlotte M. Wilson, the wife of a well-to-do stockbroker, who was elected to the Fabian executive in December 1884, was a follower of Prince Kropotkin and for some years edited the anarchist paper Freedom Degree. 1-minute books at Fabian Society's head office, London. It is unfortunately not easy to check which of the original members of the Fabian Society had actually been members of the SDF, for vital SDF records have been destroyed, and at least some of the Fabians were not so ready in later years to admit to their early indiscretions as Hubert Bland was. H. M. Hindman, Further Reminiscences, p. 212. 2 Jock. Cit and C. Generally H. M. Hindman, The Record of an Adventurous Life, pages 295-6, 334. 8 asterisk. As Mr. Podmar explained in allusions to the victorious policy of Fabius Cunctator, it is always taken for granted that the name of the Fabian Society derived from Q. Fabius Maximus. Quite a different view of the early Fabians would emerge if it derived from K. Fabius Vibulinus. The motto is also supposed to have been written by Podmar. Ps. OPCIT p. 25-5 Ibid p. 49. The initial views of the society were not at all clear. The society's first tract, which went to the press in April 1884, and which was drafted by W. L. Phillips, bore the title Why Are the Many Poor? Though it argued that the capitalist system produced inequality, and that the remedy lay in socialism, it said nothing at all of the means of effecting the change to socialism. That topic was then being debated in the earliest of the fortnightly lecture discussions amongst members of the society which were being held on Fridays in each other's houses. The second of these was a lecture on the Democratic Federation, which led to the resolution, that whilst not agreeing with the statements and phrases used in the pamphlets of the Democratic Federation, and in the speeches of Mr. Hindman, the Society considers that the Democratic Federation is doing good and useful work and is worthy of sympathy and support. The Society's Tract No. 2, also issued in 1884, was a manifesto, obviously drafted by Shaw, but the resolutions in it were discussed and passed separately by the Society, and several of them have a decidedly revolutionary flavor, in particular, one declaring that we would rather face a civil war than such another century of suffering as the present one has been. ERPs, for one, could remember objecting to this proposition, but it was carried by a majority of the members. Indeed, if one were to judge merely by the tracts, it would not seem that the situation had altered as late as 1886, when tract number 4, What Socialism Is, was issued. This tract was divided into two parts, setting forth anarchist and collectivist views, for, it was said, these two trends had become clear and distinct in continental socialism, whereas English socialism is not yet anarchist or collectivist, not yet definite enough in point of policy to be classified. Mrs. Wilson wrote the anarchist case for this tract, while the Fabian collectivists contented themselves with reprinting an extract from the writings of the German Marxist. Babel registered. All this does not amount to a demonstration that all the early Fabians were revolutionary and believed in the possibility of a tremendous smash-up of existing society, to be succeeded by complete socialism. Some, like Pease, Olivier, Webb and William Clark, were skeptical of, if not hostile to, the more extreme doctrines of the SDF from the beginning. Others, like Kettle, Bland, and Shaw, were at this time favorably disposed. What is demonstrated, however, is that the Fabian Society was influenced to no small degree by the Marxism of the SDF in its earliest days. The disagreements between the SDF and the Fabian Society were, as Shaw has said, latent and instinctive, rather than positively doctrinal at this stage. The belief that the Fabians were unacquainted with Marxist writings, or ignored them, is also incorrect. This can be illustrated in detail later when the different aspects of Fabian theory and their derivation are considered, but it is worth noticing at this point what Marxist works were read by them, as shown by writings and records of discussions, and by the earliest edition of a reading list for Fabians prepared by Graham Wallace and published in 1891.4. None of Marx and Engels' philosophical writings appear to have been known to them, nor any of their writings which dealt in a purely theoretic way with the problem of historical causation. What were available to them were Volume 1 of Capital, and several of Marx and Engels' actual historical writings and expositions of scientific socialism, namely, the Communist Manifesto, the Civil War in France, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, and the Conditions of the Working Classes in England in 1844. In addition, the interpretations of Marxism given by H. M. Hindmans in his England for All, and historical basis of socialism in England were quite familiar to the members of the Society. The particular kind of Marxist works in currency amongst the Fabians had an effect on the development of their own theory, as will be shown later. What was the basis of the latent and instinctive hostility of the Fabians to the SDF, which Shaw has mentioned? To say that the explanation lies in the fact that the Fabians were a group of middle-class intellectuals while the SDF had pretensions towards being a proletarian organization is partly true, but not perhaps very enlightening until the issues are made clearer. After all, some of the prominent leaders of the SDF at this time might also be described as middle-class intellectuals. Hindman himself, William Morris, and H. H. Champion, to select a few principal names. Why did not the Fabians follow the example of these men and join the SDF instead of founding a separate organization? The answer lies to some extent in the character of Hindman, who appears to have been a difficult leader to work with, but to a still larger extent in the violent and dangerous public reputation of the SDF. To be prominent in the SDF, one needed to possess that revolutionary zeal which overcomes fear of dismissal from employment, or a good private income, or both. Most of the Fabians were less well situated financially than some of the SDF leaders. In the way of social position, they had more to lose than their chains, yet not enough to emancipate them from the fear of loss of face and loss of economic security while the capitalist system endured. Speaking at street corners, taking up collections, organizing public processions and selling radical newspapers in the street were activities that appealed to only a minority of them. Furthermore, the S.D.F.'s pretensions towards being a mass party, caused it to be more passionate and more dogmatic in its written and spoken propaganda. It failed to provide that critical and educated discussion of social theory which the young men who formed the Fabian Society required. Many of the leaders of the SDF who were their intellectual compeers were of an older generation. The difference in the emotional atmosphere of the two groups may be captured in two entertaining fragments of reminiscence. The first by Bernard Shaw. It was at this period we contracted the habit of freely laughing at ourselves which has always distinguished us, and which has saved us from becoming hampered by the gushing enthusiasts who mistake their own emotions for public movements. From the first, such people fled after one glance at us, declaring that we not serious. Our preference for practical suggestions and criticisms, and our impatience of all general expressions of sympathy with working-class aspirations, not to mention our way of chaffing our opponents in preference to denouncing them as enemies of the human race, repelled from us some warm-hearted and eloquent socialists, to whom it seemed callous and cynical to be even commonly self-possessed in the presence of the sufferings upon which socialists make war. But there was far too much equality and personal intimacy among the Fabians to allow of any member presuming to get up and preach at the rest in the fashion which the working classes still tolerate submissively from their leaders. We knew that a certain sort of oratory was useful for stoking up public meetings, but we needed no stoking up, and, when any orator tried the process on us, soon made him understand that he was wasting his time and ours. I, for one, should be very sorry to lower the intellectual standard of the Fabians by making the atmosphere of its public discussions the least bit more congenial to stale declamation than it is at present. If our debates are to be kept wholesome, they cannot be too irreverent or too critical. And the irreverence, which has become traditional with us, comes down from those early days when we often talked such nonsense that we could not help laughing at ourselves. Here now Henry M. Hindman, the S.DFS leader. He writes. -8 A conference on unemployment. MacDonald * opened the discussion. Shaw thought he had closed it with one of his clever, satirical speeches directed towards the destruction of all enthusiasm in the gathering, whether this was intentional on Shaw's part or not. The chairman, whoever he was, thought also that the business of the meeting had concluded with Shaw's speech, and Shaw himself was quite convinced it had. Not so MacDonald. He claimed the right of reply. This was challenged by the chairman and supported by Shaw. Some dissension arose thereupon, but MacDonald very properly insisted upon his right and obtained his hearing. Then Shaw for once in his life had the opportunity of listening to such a rush of conclusive argument, thorough exposure and bitter ridicule turned upon himself, as he has experienced in speech or in writing few times in his life. MacDonald was in no humor to spare a man who brought heartless chaff and fine-chopped literary ribaldry into a discussion upon such a terrible subject to the whole working class as unemployment. As MacDonald spoke, you could see the families starving, and their homes made desolate by the relentless and ruthless system of profit-mongery that Shaw thought a fitting subject for jest. The audience sat at first in breathless silence, and then MacDonald turned on Shaw. He simply ripped up Shaw's middle-class quips, and pseudo-economic fantasies, and threw the fragments at him, one after the other. He laughed heartily at Shaw's assumption of superiority and obvious overrating of himself, and made the whole of those present laugh with him, not with Shaw. Winding up in a serious vein, he showed why, as a member of the working class and a skilled tradesman himself, he knew that the question of unemployment lay at the root of all real change for the better, so long as capitalism and wagedom dominated society. Not the most skilled, thrifty, and sober worker and wage earner present but by a turn of bad trade or a bout of ill health might be reduced to almost hopeless misery, and be forced to join the great army of those whom Shaw's class had sucked wealth out of when toiling and stigmatized as loafers and wastrels when the labor market was overstocked. I have never heard what Shaw thought of the trampling that befell his devoted carcass on this occasion, and I am convinced that his contemptuous attitude and joking were merely a pose. But he has never tried this sort of thing again with a working-class audience since MacDonald thus fell foul of him and offered up his smart witticisms as a sweet-smelling sacrifice on the altar of genuine conviction. The Fabians break with the SDF. This latent and instinctive hostility of the Fabians was sufficient to keep them in a separate organization. But that organization, as we have seen, had some close links with the SDF, and it is doubtful if these would have been so completely severed had it not been for a series of external events. The formulation of a distinctive Fabian doctrine was begun about the time of their break with the SDF. The causes of the breach are therefore interesting. Some historians have put the formulation of Fabian doctrine prior to the final breach with the SDF by suggesting that Sidney Webb, when he joined the Society in May 1885, immediately gave it a new doctrine and a new direction. The minutes of the Fabian Society record that Webb's first lecture to it, given before he joined, on March 20, 1885 was entitled The Way Out, and on this basis it has been assumed that he brought them down to earth from their previous debates mainly upon abstract subjects. This, however, seems unlikely. There is no record of what he said in the Way Out lecture, but there are fairly lengthy reports of two other early lectures given by Webb to the Society in the journal The Practical Socialist, and these reports present a very different picture of Webb from that of the efficient practical man, with his mind already made up, telling his associates not to be silly. In fact, they show him just beginning to find his way as a socialist. The first of these lectures was an account of the positivist social remedy so favorable that Webb was actually obliged to deny in discussion that he himself was a positivist. Point 2. The tone of the second lecture, entitled An Appeal to the Unconverted, is surprisingly ethical and emotional, and is somewhat reminiscent of the speeches of William Morris, except that Webb did not believe that revolution, or force of any kind, would be required in the advent of socialism. He thought a change of opinion would accomplish all, carrying that sentiment very far indeed. As regards objections, he is reported to have said, "We need not trouble to deal with the selfish one of the man who says merely he means to keep what he has got. Dawning conscience and increased social intelligence will bring the sons of such men over to our ranks." But the most remarkable passage is the following one. Socialism is more than any socialist, and its principles more than any system or scheme of reform. The Fabian Society has no such plan or scheme. We preach socialism as a faith, as a scientific theory, as a judgment of morality on the facts of life. Socialism suffers if identified with any particular scheme, or even with collectivism itself. In this, as in many other cases, we find the public are so much concerned with details, that they miss the principle. They cannot see the forest for the trees. Indeed, it is no more fair to identify socialism with collectivism than it would be to identify Christianity with primitive Methodism or with the teachings of the Plymouth Brethren. In this same lecture, Webb was again inclined to treat positivists and anarchists as kinds of socialists while, therefore, it seems clear that Webb, from his earliest Fabian days, was no revolutionist. It is most unlikely that his Fabianism was already worked out and promptly stamped upon the Society as soon as he entered it, nor did any change in the Society's attitude occur immediately after his joining. Fabian theory was worked out after the Fabians had been finally estranged from the SDF by the incident of Tory gold and the unemployed riots of 1886 and 1887. The Fabians were not unaffected by the first split which occurred in the SDF in December 1884, when the group led by William Morris, comprising both anarchists and those directly under the influence of Friedrich Engels, had broken with Hindman and gone to form the Socialist League. This event did not, however, separate the Fabian Society from both bodies, but merely served to divide those Fabians who had kept their membership of the SDF. After it, some Fabians remained members also of the SDF, while others became also members of the Socialist League. But this split soon bore fruit in political action. Much has been made of the personal antagonisms between Hindman on the one side and Morris and the Engels group on the other in explanations that have been given of the split, and these personal antagonisms certainly existed, strongly, but there were real political differences of opinion, too. The SDF was divided in its views on the wisdom of standing candidates for Parliament, and the group that seceded under Morris's leadership included those who regarded such a move as useless and those who regarded the action as premature. In the following year, When the SDF did put up candidates for Hampstead and Kennington in the general election of November 1885, the Socialist League's view about prematurity was sufficiently confirmed. The SDF candidates in London polled respectively 27 and 32 votes. To make matters worse, it became widely known that the expenses of these two SDF candidates had been paid by the Conservative Party to split the vote of the Liberals. Tory gold outraged the London radicals. The Fabian Society and the Socialist League, both seeking to free themselves and socialism generally from the taint, lost no time in passing resolutions condemning the S.DFS action. The Socialist League views with indignation trafficking with the honor of the Socialist Party. Repudiates the tactics of the disreputable gang concerned in the recent proceedings, declared the Socialist League's resolution. Calculated to disgrace the socialist movement in England, said the Fabians. Hindman was not the man to take these resolutions without a retort in kind, and from that time the Federation and Justice, its newspaper, treated the Fabian Society and the League as hostile bodies. A general sorting out followed, so far as the Fabians and the SDF were concerned. Fabians who had preserved their membership of the SDF resigned from it, while Frederick Kettle, who hitherto had been secretary of the Fabian Society, resigned from the society and went entirely over to the D.F. The unwarlike Pease was elected secretary in Kettle's place, while Webb was elected to fill the vacancy on the executive, also caused by his resignation. It was shortly after this affair that the first Fabian journal appeared, in January 1886. The Practical Socialist, edited by Thomas Bolus, gives the fullest accounts of Fabian meetings and forms the chief source of information of their doings in the years 1886 and 1887. In the first number of the Practical Socialist there is a report of a Fabian meeting addressed by Mrs. Annie Besant on how can we nationalize accumulated wealth, where sharp exchange took place on the merits and possibilities of revolutionary methods. Two members of the SDF at the meeting urged revolutionary action, and Mrs. Besant retorted vigorously, "Force indeed. What is your revolutionary strength in London? May we not gauge it by your 50 votes or so, at the late election and bought and paid for with Tory gold?" The Tory gold incident brought home to all the Fabians, even to those of them not naturally inclined to favor slow and peaceful methods, the need for thinking in a realistic and not a romantic way about the actual strength and popularity of socialism in the England of their time. In this, they were greatly helped by Mrs. Annie Besant, whom they acknowledged to know, through her association with left-wing radicalism and Brad Laff, more of the views of the working class than all the other leading socialists put together. The events of 1886 and 1887 completed the conversion of those Fabians who may still have needed converting from revolutionary methods. The unemployed riots of those years were at first encouraging, later disillusioning, to the revolutionists amongst all the socialist groups. Hubert Bland has stated that, although he did not really believe Hindman's confident prediction that the social revolution would occur in 1889, the anniversary of the French Revolution, he more than half hoped it might be true. Personally, he added, I gave the capitalist regime at least 10 years of life. In these years the SDF rehabilitated itself. Tory gold was forgotten in its vigorous and courageous, if largely ineffectual, leadership of the London unemployed. The situation appeared revolutionary enough to the SDF. Engels, who had seen a revolution or two in his time, was cynical and sneered at Hindman and his followers. But less experienced people might be forgiven for thinking that a revolutionary epoch had dawned at the outset of that grim and exciting time, with its hunger marches, the parades of the workless to the churches, the meetings in Hyde Park and Trafalgar Square, culminating in the two major incidents: the window smashing in Pall Mall on Black Monday, which led to the arrest, trial, and acquittal of Hindman, Champion, Burns, and Williams of the SDF, and Bloody Sunday when Burns and Cunningham Graham led the demonstration in Trafalgar Square in defense of the right of public meeting there and were forcibly dealt with by the police. The outcome of these events was to confirm the Fabians in their anti-revolutionary position and their opposition to the SDF. The Fabian society as a whole took practically no part in the unemployed agitation. It was still little more than a drawing room discussion group, and its chief contribution to the unemployment situation was the production of its first typically Fabian document. This was a report, prepared by a committee consisting of Bland, Hughes, Podmar, Stapleton, and Webb on the Government Organization of Unemployed Labor. The report is an interesting document, the work of several hands. It is a hodgepodge of the diverse opinions in the society at this time. A section written by Webb contains economic doctrines so tender of private enterprise that it raises at least some doubt whether the author ought to be classed as a socialist at all at this stage. ERPs in his history admitted that the report showed immature judgment but also claimed that it first pointed the way to higher Fabian things. Registered the society's doubts at the time about its collective attitude were revealed when it was not accepted by the members as a regular Fabian tract, but merely issued as a report printed for the information of members. When people were in so hot a temper on the social question registered, the society had not yet fully made up its mind whether the existing government was a fit body to receive Fabian instruction. Apart from this report, the Fabians as a group did no more than many 17 radical clubs. The society affiliated to the Socialist Defense League and the Law and Liberty League, which took up the tasks of defending freedom of speech and the right of public meeting and of raising contributions for the defense of socialists and others arrested by the police. But a few individual Fabians played a more active part. Mrs. Besant, though she disapproved strongly of revolutionary methods, was in the thick of the fight, leading the radicals in yet another struggle in defense of freedom of speech. Shaw was present at some of the incidents, observing how a relatively small number of trained men scattered a numerous mob like chaff, and himself playing a discreet rather than valorous role. As a result of their observation, even the left-wing Fabians, like Shaw and Bland, had decided about the unemployed that these unhappy people, though not without their importance in any quasi-political movement, are the people to make a political revolution, or even to carry a great reform. The revolt of the empty stomach ends at the baker's shop. Indeed, other socialists less susceptible than the Fabians to conversion from revolutionary methods, were suffering disillusion at this time. All the Fabians definitely abandoned the revolutionary idea, though the degree of reluctance with which they did so varied. Bland, summing up the situation in an article in the Practical Socialist of October 1886, gave his opinion that the hope of revolution arising out of the increasing misery of the working class and a revolt of the unemployed was futile. He still thought it not unlikely that there would be an armed struggle before socialism could finally be established, but such a struggle would be hopeless until the socialists had much greater forces, and had taken at least the outworks of the capitalist citadel. What was necessary, in his opinion, was the abandonment of revolutionary phraseology, a split with those who talked it, and the creation of a party that could win the adherence of the well-fed and educated workers, that could press for socialist measures, build up socialist strength and weaken the conservative position. Socialists, he claimed, should devote themselves to the difficult and detailed thinking out of constructive legislation. Clearly, in Bland's view, the political revolution, the armed clash, had become the final act in a long process of gradual change, the last desperate stand of the possessing class, when its position had become hopeless. Shaw at this time rejected revolutionism even more decisively. He was to put his epitaph on it into his Fabian essay entitled The Transition to Social Democracy. Let me, in conclusion, disavow all admiration for this inevitable, but sordid, slow, reluctant, cowardly path to justice. I venture to claim your respect for those enthusiasts who still refuse to believe that millions of their fellow creatures must be left to sweat and suffer in hopeless toil and degradation, whilst parliaments and vestries grudgingly muddle and grope towards paltry installments of betterment. The right is so clear, the wrong so intolerable, the gospel so convincing, that it seems to them that it must be possible to enlist the whole body of workers, soldiers, policemen, and all under the banner of brotherhood and equality, and at one stroke to set justice on her rightful throne. Unfortunately, Such an army of light is no more to gathered from the human product of the 19th century civilization than grapes are to be gathered from thistles. But if we feel glad of the impossibility, if we feel relieved that the change is to be slow enough to avert personal risk to ourselves, if we feel anything less than acute disappointment and bitter humiliation at the discovery that there is yet between us and the promised land a wilderness in which many must perish miserably of want and despair, then I submit to you that our institutions have corrupted us to the most dastardly degree of selfishness. The socialists need not be ashamed of beginning as they did by proposing militant organization of the working class and general insurrection. The proposal proved impracticable and it has now been abandoned not without some outspoken regrets by English socialists. The more right-wing Fabians probably did not share these regrets, nor did they need to be won away from revolutionary methods. Webb at no time seems to have had much patience with the SDF. Marxists, Ps would not have assented to the proposition that revolution, if possible, would be right. Annie Besant, though she had associated with the SDF in the early days, brought with her strong sympathies with liberal radical ideas and methods into the society, and she had early gone into print recommending evolutionary socialism, and J.C. Folger had, earliest perhaps of all the Fabians, attacked Hindman, in a very able article in the Journal Today, for his advocacy of revolution. A unified, distinctively Fabian view of socialism emerged only after the left-wing group of members had broken with Marxism, but those who most closely maintained their ties with liberal radicalism had already begun to think along evolutionary socialist lines. The Fabians break with the Socialist League. The breach with the SDF and the doctrine of revolution did not solve all differences within the Fabian society. This can be seen in the pages of the Practical Socialist, which properly should be called the Journal of the Right-Wing Group amongst the Fabians rather than a Fabian journal, as it was not issued by the society itself. The Practical Socialist did not take the subtitle A Monthly Review of Evolutionary or Non-Revolutionary Socialism until its 13th number, but its character was plain from the first. In the first number, all the contributors deplored the revolutionism of the SDF, but disagreed sharply in their definition of the true methods of practical socialism. The editor quoted Lord Salisbury and passages from the Conservative Evening News with approval, where socialism was equated with extensions of state interference. Another writer put forward a view popular in the Socialist League, that socialists should content themselves with making the ethical claim that only those who were actual producers should share in the rewards of production, and not worry about ways and means of achieving it. Ways and means, he declared, were bridges provided for those who will not cross by them because they have not been persuaded that they would be better on the other side of the river than this one. Persuade them, and they will cross over if they have to swim for it. This persuasion, then, seems to be the most practical thing that the socialists can, at present, take in hand. The notes column maintained that anyone who exposed an administrative abuse or took any measure to improve public administration prepared the way for socialism, because distrust of the state's administrative efficiency was a great obstacle to the progress of socialist doctrines. Yet, in the same number, Mrs. Charlotte Wilson had an article recommending anarchism. These differences were to be ironed out by the strengthening of the Fabians' ties with the radicals, and a breach with the Socialist League and the anarchists, developments which took place in 1886. In separating from the SDF, the Fabians had repudiated revolution. In separating from the anarchists and the Socialist League, the Fabians were repudiating impossibilism in all its forms. By 1886 the anarchists were already beginning to make progress in the Socialist League, though it was not until 1888 that they had become so strong in it that the Engels Group was expelled and formed the independent Bloomsbury Socialist Society out of one of the League's branches. In 1889 Morris himself was deprived of the editorship of the League's paper Commonweal by the anarchists, and in the following year Morris and his personal followers abandoned the League altogether to the anarchists and went to form their own small Hammersmith Socialist Society. But the beginnings of this development could be discerned already in the latter part of 1886, and the Fabian leaders found themselves meeting sharp criticism from the anarchists both within the Fabian Society and from those in the Socialist League who occasionally attended their meetings. Eventually, the Fabians decided to origin of the Fabian Society. Bring the issue to a public debate. In September 1886 invitations were sent out to all socialist bodies in London, to debate a resolution, that it is advisable that socialists should organize themselves as a political party for the purpose of transferring into the hands of the whole working community full control over the soil and the means of production, as well as over the production and distribution of wealth, together with an amendment proposed by William Morris adding the following words. But whereas the first duty of socialists is to educate the people to understand what their present position is and what the future might be, and to keep the principle of socialism steadily before them, and whereas no parliamentary party can exist without compromise and concession, which would hinder that education and obscure those principles, it would be a false step for socialists to attempt to take part in the parliamentary contest. The issue, as will be seen, was not directly a discussion of anarchism, because Morris's rider was sufficiently wide to find support amongst anti-parliamentarians who were not anarchists. The issue was really, in the socialist jargon of the time, between possibilism and impossibilism. The debate was between the Fabian leaders and the SDF on the one side and the Rutand branch anti-parliamentarian section of the Socialist League on the other. The Fabian leaders claimed that the result of this debate was to convince them of the advisability of setting to work by ordinary political methods and having done with vague exhortations to emancipate the workers*. Nevertheless, the issue with Mrs. Wilson and the Fabian anarchists was not settled at once. It was solved temporarily by a compromise arrangement. At the end of 1886 a Fabian Parliamentary League was formed, which members could join or not join as they chose. The manifesto of this Fabian Parliamentary League, dated February 1887, contained the first clear statement of Fabian tactics as they later came to be understood. Its preamble also suggests another factor which persuaded the Fabians to take an active part in politics, when it pointed to the success of socialist parties abroad. The progress of the Socialist Party in the German Reichstag, in the legislatures of the United States, and in the Paris Municipal Council were said not only to have proved the possibility of parliamentary action by socialists, but to have rendered it imperative for English socialists to do likewise. The manifesto showed a determination to take a full part in politics at all levels, and stressed the importance of work in the municipalities, which was later to become so distinctive a feature of Fabian activity. This compromise arrangement with the Fabian anarchists did not last long. A little over a year later, in April 1888, about the same time as Shaw's Refutation of Anarchism was written, the Parliamentary League was turned into the political committee of the Society, the first move in its reabsorption, as the Society as a whole came to accept its principles. The anarchists became converted, or left the Society. Mrs. Wilson herself retained nominal membership, but for the next 20 years devoted herself to anarchist work outside the Society, returning in 1908 to active membership to found the Fabian Women's Group. Fabian ties with London radicals. The repudiation of anti-parliamentary doctrines and the acceptance of possibilism was partly promoted by, and in turn strengthened, Fabian ties with the radicals. Significantly, the True Radical Program was the name of the sole tract produced by the Parliamentary League in its year of existence. A conference of radical and socialist clubs and societies promoted by the Fabian Society was held over 3 days in June 1886. Its object was to discuss the present commercial system, and the better utilization of national wealth for the benefit of the community. The conference was modeled on the Industrial Remuneration Conference, which had been held a year previously, and in which Shaw and Glode Stapleton had taken part as Fabian delegates, and the hand of Mrs. Annie Besant can be detected in its organization. The powerful support and strenuous activity which Annie Besant devoted to the Fabian Society in its early days registered has hardly been done justice by the Society's official historian. Mrs. Besant came into the Society as a wheelly known figure in radical and secularist circles, and as editor of free thought journals and newspapers, she was able to give the Fabians valuable publicity. She was determined, perhaps a little prematurely, to drag the society from its drawing-room obscurity into the public view, and set it forth as the chief exponent of non-revolutionary socialism. She wrote pamphlets, and articles in the journals registered. She debated the merits of socialism in public against Bradlaugh and Foote and other great platform draws, she proposed the resolution of February 5, 1886, which permitted the setting up of branches of the Fabian Parliamentary League, and subsequent reports in our corner tell of these branches being formed after speeches by Mrs. Besant. The Fabian Conference of June 1886 was part of her campaign to make the Fabians known to a wide circle of radical clubs and secular societies. Mrs. Besant's object was achieved, and the Fabian Conference of 1886 signalized the Society's repudiation of political sectarianism. The SDF refused to take part, but 53 other societies, socialist, secularist, and radical, sent delegates. The Socialist League, the Socialist Union registered, the Guild of St. Matthew, and the Anarchist Group of Freedom were represented, so were the Land Restoration Leagues of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and Land Nationalisation Society, the National Secular Society, the leading radical clubs of London and its environs, and the Socialist Societies of Sheffield, Bristol, and Edinburgh. Many papers were read, mostly devoted to an assault on private property in land. Peasant proprietorship found scant favor, and there was a fairly general insistence on the need for gradual change to a better order. But some were for single tax, and others against it. Most were eventually in favor of full land nationalization, but Bradlaugh thought the problem could be solved by his parliamentary bill to force proprietors to use their land, or give it up to the community. Many favored compensation or some measure of relief for landlords, but the representatives of the Woolwich Radical Club thought the poor not the rich deserved compensation. Sidney Webb presented a survey of the doctrines of economic rent. When, during the next 2 days, socialism was discussed, the divergence of opinion increased. The advantages of socialism and individualism were debated, and profit-sharing devices and cooperation were brought into the argument as alternative schemes. John M. Robertson of the National Secular Society read a paper on taxation, which the Fabians found interesting. Finally, William Morris excited hot controversy by a paper in which he maintained the hopelessness of political action. On the other hand, Dr. Pankhurst from the chair, noting the growing urgency of labor questions, recommended union between Democrats and Socialists. And Annie Besant spoke strongly in favor of the use of political means to obtain the objects of socialism. Bernard Shaw declared that the conference revealed that the Fabians had nothing immediately practical to impart to the radicals, and they had nothing to impart to us. Point 2 That may have been so, if the emphasis is purely upon the practical, although Shaw admitted that the Fabians gained some important ideas from J. M. Robertson's paper on taxation. Most of the Fabians had come to socialism through radicalism, and all were familiar with radical programs. The conference's main use was to make the Fabian Society known. It had little to impart because the Fabians had absorbed so much of radicalism and were only beginning to formulate their own program. Their tracts published after 1887 show that they had definitely adopted radical political methods, and that they had taken up certain specific radical demands with the object of pressing them further in a socialist direction. Fabian propaganda for the next few years was mainly directed towards the radical clubs of London. The True Radical Program is the title of Fabian Tract number 6 of 1887. In short, the Fabian Society by 1887 decided to take up the task which the Democratic Federation had originally set itself but had abandoned after 3 years for the path of extreme socialism, the task of winning the London radical clubs to an advanced progressive program. The first statements of the Fabian program. At the time when the infant society entered properly into the political life of London, radicalism was in ferment. Manhood suffrage had been achieved by the Reform Acts of 1884-5, and there was a general feeling that the radicals would have to look around for new worlds to conquer. Joseph Chamberlain had shown one way with his unauthorized radical program, but the official Liberal Party refused to be moved. The Fabian Tract of 1887 had as its purpose an examination of the official Liberal Radical programme of Nottingham, October 1887, which it declared to be rather less radical than Lord Randolph Churchill's Tory democracy. Consequently, the Fabians put forward certain practical measures as essential to a true radical programme. These measures, amplified and modified by Tracts No. 8 and No. 11, represent the sum and substance of Fabian political demands of the first period. The many other tracts issued between 1887 and 1891 were really nothing but restatements of one or more of these demands, either in the same or more elaborate terms. Almost none of the individual items in their program actually originated with the Fabians. Each of them, taken separately, could be discovered in the programs of one or other of the radical or socialist bodies of the time. What novelty there was rested in their combination into one program, and in the design of bridging the gap between radicalism and socialism. This bridge was provided by their taxation proposals, by their conclusion that taxation of unearned incomes was the way to arrive at socialism without great fuss. Certainly this was merely an extension of the radical proposal for dealing with the landlords. No doubt the Fabians had their attention drawn to the possibility of using taxation as a means of redistribution of incomes by some of the radicals of the extreme left wing. The Democratic Federation in its Socialism Made Plain of 1883 had also demanded progressive taxation on incomes over £200 without, however, attaching any more general importance to it. But the claim that the path to complete socialism lay through taxation provided a degree of novelty lacking in their other practical proposals. Even their municipalization proposals, usually regarded as so distinctive of Fabianism, were, as will be shown later, taken over from a section of the London radicals. The development of Fabian doctrine in each of its aspects will be dealt with in subsequent chapters, and the views expressed in these early programs will provide the starting place of these discussions. Nevertheless, it may be convenient to conclude this chapter with a very brief outline of their main proposals, as set forth in the tracts published between 1887 and 1891. Their proposals may be classified under four headings: extension of democracy and the improvement of the machinery of democratic government, extension of government powers to improve community welfare, positive government action to promote equality. Other miscellaneous items. The Fabians' proposals for the extension and improvement of democracy ranged widely, from the monarchy and parliament down to the lowest local government bodies. A tinge of polite republicanism lay behind the demand for the abolition of all hereditary legislators, while Chartist echoes were awakened by their demand for annual parliaments. Elections for the House of Commons were to be made fully democratic on the basis of universal suffrage, with a second ballot on continental lines to avoid split votes. Right from the outset, the Fabians demanded the extension of the suffrage to women. This was probably one of the Society's most daring proposals at this time. While there was nothing specially new in the demand, the Fabian Society must have been one of the first political societies to make it part of its program. Members of Parliament, indeed the members of all governing bodies, were to be paid, so that working-class people could participate fully, and election expenses too were to be borne by the state. Local government was to be democratized, systematized, and simplified. The Local Government Act of 1888, and subsequent enactments of the 90s, provided many of the local government reforms that the Fabians, along with other radical groups, were seeking. Their proposals for the extension of government powers to improve community welfare were of two kinds: the enlargement of existing powers, and the creation of certain new ones. The Fabians urged the extension of the Factory Acts to prevent sweating, and an increase of government activity in the spheres of housing, health, education, poor relief, etc. At that time the most controversial Fabian proposal along these lines was that for a legal 8 hours day. This proposal, general amongst all socialist bodies and in some labor radical circles, dating back to the Owenite period, and first raised at a trade union congress in 1879 by Adam Weiler, an old Marxist, appears to have commended itself to the Fabians after Tom Mann's first lecture to the Society in April 1886. The Fabians' original and controversial edition was a method for enforcing it, Webb's device of trade option, which will be described later. Additional powers obviously were required for any positive socialist action, even though the action of this kind envisaged by the Fabians in their programs of this period is fairly limited. They called for the nationalization only of railways, canals, and coal mines, and the municipalization of certain main services, such as water supply, gas, docks, markets, and tramways. Apart from these, the Fabian socialism of this early period consisted mainly in calling upon local government to make some provision for the unemployed. With this end in view, local government authorities were to be given power to acquire land compulsorily, to engage in all branches of industry in fullest competition with private industrial enterprise and provide free and honorable municipal employment for the unemployed. The most optimistic view of municipal employment is that in Mrs. Besant's lecture in the famous Fabian Essays volume, which is largely taken up with a scheme for county farms, combining some of the ideas in the early Fabian report on the government organization of unemployed labor with those favored by certain clergymen. The plan was for the county councils to put the unemployed to work in county farms and municipal workshops. The optimistic way in which these concerns were expected to compete with private enterprise and drive it out of business brought a shadow of an older form of socialism, that of Louis Blanc, into Fabian theory. Mrs. Besant's county farms did not long hold favor in the Fabian society, but the idea of municipal enterprise competing with private enterprise and beating it at its own game, persisted much longer. The Fabians hoped for government action to promote equality through education and through taxation. At the lowest level of the educational scale they expressed their approval of compulsory education, demanding that it also be made free, and adding that poor board school children should be provided by the state with one good meal a day. In the higher ranges of education, they urged that the state should provide an adequate scholarship ladder to university level, so that able students should not be hampered by poverty. Educational opportunity would level up, while taxation would level down. Heavy taxation of unearned incomes was envisaged. How high do we want to tax it? 20 shillings in the pound will satisfy us. But we will take an installment to begin. The National Parliament was to impose a steeply progressive income tax and high death duties, while the municipalities were to be allowed to impose land taxes and death duties on land values. There was a form of radical egalitarianism, however, to which the Fabians, as socialists, were unalterably opposed. This was the Chamberlain Collings 3 acres and a cow proposal. The Fabians expressed their hostility to any plans for creating a class of peasant proprietors in England. As an alternative, they proposed municipal ownership of land, and its lease in small holdings and allotments. The Fabians also opposed the Leasehold Enfranchisement Bill of 1891, which was intended to empower leaseholders of houses built on land let for 99 years to purchase the freehold at a valuation. They looked on this proposal as the urban equivalent of the 3 acres and a cow. A couple of other miscellaneous items of Fabian policy of this period also need to be mentioned. These are their attitude to Irish Home Rule and to the army. Home Rule for Ireland was a major demand of the radicals. The Fabians supported it, giving as a reason that Irish affairs were being used by politicians as an excuse for neglecting or avoiding measures of social reform in England. Amongst the series of questions to parliamentary candidates attached to Tract 11 was one asking the candidate whether he would oppose any settlement of the Irish land question which did not leave the matter to be dealt with by an Irish parliament. The Fabian attitude to the army was expressed not in any of the publicly issued tracts of this time, but in their report on government organization of unemployed labor. Like the Social Democratic Federation, they favored a national militia, recruited by compulsory service, to replace the standing army. The idea behind the S.DFS demand was simply to replace the forces of the state by the citizens in arms. The Fabians, however, justified their plea for the same measure on the somewhat vaguer ground that compulsory military service would promote the growth of social consciousness. Later on, after the Boer militia had put up a brave showing against the British regular army, the Fabians were to revive this proposal in a celebrated tract. Such was the Fabian policy of the first period, 1887 to 1891, we have now to see the theory that justified it, and its subsequent development and modification. Chapter 2. Fabian Economics and Sociology. Origin of the Fabian theory of rent. The earliest contribution of the Fabians to social theory was in the field of economics. Consequently we shall begin with it, although it is the most difficult and indigestible part of their doctrine. Discussion of the sources of the doctrine can profitably be interwoven with the exposition and criticism, for, in general terms, its sources are fairly obvious. In its first stages, Fabian thinking derived from the Ricardian Benthamite school, in the state to which it had developed immediately after the death of John Stuart Mill. When the Fabians came to it, that school had been not greatly disturbed by the criticism of Marx, and no more than jolted by the astonishing eruption of Henry George, barging into utilitarian radical circles in England like a dinosaur into Pall Mall. Stanley Jevons, with his final utility theory, was pointing a new way out of the difficulties into which the labor theory of value had led the classical school of economists. At the same time, or soon after, Fabian thought was strongly influenced by the fundamental criticism of theoretical economics deriving from Auguste Comte, expressed by his disciples, the English positivists, and the somewhat similar criticism coming from the English followers of the German historical school. Amongst these influences, that of Henry George was almost certainly of least theoretical importance. His main views were already present, in rather more acceptable theoretic form, in English liberal radicalism, and the natural rights philosophy, in which, as an American, he presented his ideas, was indeed considered as extinct as a dinosaur in English intellectual circles in the 80s. It was as an agitator and propagandist that George was influential. His eloquent writings and lectures brought many young men of the 80s, including some Fabians, to think along lines which were to lead them to socialism. Furthermore, Henry George's picturesque manner of presenting economic theory no doubt influenced the form of some Fabian propaganda. Bernard Shaw's contribution, The Economic Basis, in Fabian essays resembles closely in some of its features a chapter in Progress and Poverty, although, it must be added, Henry George's chapter itself is simply a variation on an older theme. As a starting point in their socialist thinking for some Fabians Henry George cannot be overlooked, but in thinking socialistically they discovered that the person they had then to confront was Karl Marx, either at first hand, or as relayed, rather imperfectly, through Hindman and the stalwarts of the Social Democratic Federation. Edward Pease says, I find that my copy of the French edition of Das Kapital is dated October 8, 1883, but I do not think that any of the original Fabians had read the book or had assimilated its ideas at the time the society was founded. That no doubt is true, of the time of society's founding, but the leaders of the society at least did not long remain in ignorance. The most important time in the working out of a distinctively Fabian point of view was the period when meetings were held of the group which called itself the Hampstead Historic Club. This began as a Marxist reading circle at the house of Mrs. Charlotte Wilson early in 1885 and later met in other places, and finally at the Hampstead Public Library. The meetings were continued for several years. At the club, Capital was read out from the French translation, until the company fell to disputation. And Shaw tells us what their arguments were about. F.Y. Edgeworth as a Jevonian, and Sidney Webb as a Stuart Millite, fought the Marxian value theory tooth and nail, whilst Balfour Bax and I, in a spirit of transcendent Marxism, held the fort recklessly, and laughed at Mill and Jevons. The rest kept an open mind and skirmished on either side as they felt moved. The controversy raged at Hampstead until Bax shook the dust of the heath off his boots, and the historic club, having had enough of impassioned disputes as to whether the Fabian economics and sociology value of Mrs. Wilson's vases was fixed by the labor socially necessary to produce them, by the cost of production on the margin of cultivation, or by the final utility of the existing stock of vases, insisted on passing to the later chapters and dropping the subject. These discussions, continued at the Hampstead Historic Club, had begun earlier for some Fabians, when the Rev. Philip H. Wicksteed, a disciple of Jevons, had contributed an article to the Socialist journal Today of October 1884 in which he had criticized Marx's value theory from the Jevonian point of view. In this article, he argued that Marx had fallen into error in his elimination argument at the beginning of Capital, where he excluded all things but abstract human labor as the possible measure of value. Wicksteed contended that amongst the excluded things was abstract utility, which exchangeable goods also have in common. Following then the Jevonian argument, he suggested, by the law of indifference, the abstract utility of the last available increment of any commodity determines the ratio of exchange of the whole of it. Having substituted this theory for Marx's variation of the classical value theme, Wicksteed went on to attack the Marxist surplus value theory, saying that, if it could be shown that the value of labor force is not determined by the amount of labor required to produce it, then Marx had failed to show any immanent law of capitalistic production by which a man who purchases labor force at its value will extract from its consumption a surplus value. To this article, Shaw had replied in the January 1885 number of Today. His reply was not so much a defense of Marx and the labor theory of value, as a light skirmishing assault on the Jevonian theory which Wicksteed had suggested as an alternative. Unfortunately, Shaw's objections to the use of the utility concept were of a kind that the Jevonians, in formulating their theory, must already have considered, though he did not fail to emphasize the importance of the supply side in the determination of value. Wicksteed's rejoinder was brief and he wound up by recapitulating his main point, only a single word in conclusion, on the importance of this controversy. It is not a mere question of abstract reasoning. It affects the whole system of economics, and more particularly Marx's economics. In admitted contradiction to apparent facts, and without any attempt to remove the apparent contradiction, Marx by sheer logic attempts to force us into the admission that profits, interest, and rent must have their origin in the surplus value that results from purchasing labor force at its value and selling wares at their value. The keystone of the arch is the copyright of value adopted by Marx, and I have tried to show that it is not sound. Wicksteed's criticism raised the question whether the theory of surplus value was necessarily dependent upon the labor theory of value, a most serious problem for socialists. The theory of surplus value was Marx's attempt to prove even in the very Eden of the innate rights of man, the capitalist economist's state of perfect competition, the workers would be cheated of the full fruits of their labor by the capitalists. Point 1. The theory was not invented by Marx, but taken over, together with the labor theory of value, from earlier writers. Marx's special contribution was the removal of a logical difficulty in reconciling the surplus value theory, which was current amongst unorthodox and socialistic economists, with the labor theory of value, which was generally accepted at that time. Marx's economic theory is a rigorously worked out logical system. The labor theory of value and the theory of surplus value are used as a key in his analysis of the laws of motion of capitalist society. They enable him to demonstrate that the contradictions of capitalism, which produce its movement, are to be found in its productive base and relations of production, and are therefore incapable of superficial remedies. From his analysis of these laws of motion follow his predictions concerning the fate of capitalism, recurrent crises, and the increasing misery of the working class, which will eventually lead the system to its doom. Wicksteed claimed that, by bringing forward an entirely different theory of the determinant of value, he had struck away the foundation of Marx's arguments and brought the whole edifice down in ruins. What reply could socialists make to Wicksteed's claim? Some modern writers have argued that the theory of value is not an important or essential part of Marx's theoretical structure, and that the more scientific parts, dealing with the laws of motion of capitalism, may be considered independently of it. Point 2. As we shall see, this view has some affinities with the attitude eventually taken up by the Fabians, though it tends to be more radical than theirs. We may be confident that Marx himself would have repudiated it. In fact, The modern attitude is the product of more than one generation of economic thinking in which the discussion of theories of value has been pushed into the background. In the 80s, when the value theory was very much the center of controversy, such a view would have been almost inconceivable in any full sense, though there are some incidental anticipations of it arising from the discussions amongst the early Fabians. In the circumstances, three courses remained open to the socialists of that time: to ignore the whole thing, to maintain that the Jevonian theory was unsatisfactory, as the orthodox Marxists eventually did, or to create a new theory of surplus value, which the Fabians strove to do. But how far did the Fabians accept Marx's theory of value? And if they did not, should they have been disturbed by Wicksteed's criticism of it? The answer seems to be that some of them were at first attached to the Marxist theory, while some, from the beginning, were not. Of the principal formulators of the Fabian creed, Shaw and Wallace obviously began with some sympathy for the Marxist theory, while Webb preferred Mill's value theory to Marx's. But as socialists, all the Fabian leaders wished to preserve some kind of theory of surplus value, for they realized that socialists are bound to attempt to show that even the ideal capitalist society is unjust, as part of their argument that the remedy for the ills of existing society lies in moving away from it rather than towards it. Consequently, those Fabians who were hostile to the Marxist theory from the first were really in exactly the same position as those who were put into intellectual difficulties by Wicksteed's criticism. This leads to a further question: how far did the Fabians accept the Jevonian theory of value, which Wicksteed thought should replace the labor theory? This question is usually not asked, because it is generally assumed that the Fabians did accept it. But the evidence adduced mostly comes from Shaw, and from the fact that the economic essay in Fabian essays embodied the Jevonian theory. Certainly, there was something wholehearted about Shaw's conversion to it. In 1887 he was using it to belabor Hindman at a Fabian Society lecture, and again for the same purpose in the pages of the Pall Mall Gazette, and then, passing from disciple to master, he wrote a fine review of Capital for the National Reformer of 7, 14, and August 21, 1887, criticizing Marx's work from the Jevonian point of view. Graham Wallace, too, appears to have changed from Marx's theory to Jevons, though there are hints in his writings of an even more radical and modern criticism of the value controversy. Wallace declared, in an article entitled An Economic Irenicon, the great value controversy can really be resolved into the fact that Marx and Jevons are using the same word in different senses, and expound different but quite consistent laws. He went on to suggest that the ambiguous term value might be dropped by economists, as plenty of terms exist for the various meanings which have been attached to value, such as rates of exchange, normal rates of exchange, total utility, final utility, labor cost, and normal labor cost. In reaching this conclusion, Wallace had pointed out that the ratio of exchange had both a demand and a supply side to it, and while Marx, assuming demand, had emphasized the supply side, Jevons and Wicksteed, assuming supply, had fixed their attention on the demand side. It seems to me, therefore, that Marx's essential proposition is in no way inconsistent with that of Jevons and Mr. Wicksteed. Marx, I repeat, states the ratio of exchange between commodities varies with the amount of labor necessary on the average to produce either of them. Wicksteed states that it is also a function of the amount of each commodity already possessed by the parties to the exchange. And not only may these two statements both be true, but any number of other economists might also be right in declaring that the ratio of exchange is a function of any number of other variants which affect all commodities more or less, e.g. their weight, or the season of the year in which they are produced. This still left the question whether one theory was more useful than the other, so Wallace finally gave some reasons for preferring slightly the Jevonian theory where Sidney Webb is concerned. It is not easy to decide how far he found it necessary to change from Mill's theory of value, which he had upheld at the Hampstead Historic Club, to Jevons. He was to some extent influenced by the new doctrine, and made use of the marginalist concepts, but his writings do not appear to touch on the most fundamental aspects of the value question, and what he has to say in them would not be inconsistent with a mere restatement of the Millite value theory in the light of marginalist refinements. In any case, it is not true to say that the Fabians, or at any rate, their leaders, swallowed whole the economics of Jevons and the marginal utility school. At the most, some Fabians adopted Jevons' theory of value, but his theory of value only. Certainly the Fabians did not adopt the marginal utility school's theory of distribution. Instead, they developed their celebrated theory of rent, which, they claimed, was a new theory of surplus value, more accurate and sounder theoretically than Marx's. It could certainly be maintained that the Fabian theory of rent is quite independent of any theory of value, in the sense that it could still stand whether one adopted a labor theory of value, or a cost of production theory, or a marginal utility theory. How far the Fabians realized this, it is difficult to tell. Shaw probably did not, Webb probably, and Wallace almost certainly did. In Shaw's articles in Fabian Essays, the Jevonian theory of value and the Fabian theory of rent are both made part of the one story, whereas in Webb's various expositions of the theory of rent no value theory is specifically mentioned. Wicksteed's criticism of Marx, then, was an important factor in the development of the new Fabian theory. There is every indication that the Fabians were acutely alive to the problem created by his attack. But it is by no means the whole explanation. It is conceivable that the Fabian theory of rent might have been developed in any case by those Fabians who disagreed with Marx's theory from the outset. In this sense we can say only that Wicksteed made the Fabians feel the need for a new argument for socialism, and made those Fabians, whom he persuaded that Marx was wrong, willing to accept it. An important additional factor, of course, was that Fabians had by 1886 repudiated the SDF, and Marx's theories had come to be connected in the public mind with the politics of the SDF. The SDF had failed signally in its attempts to win the London radical clubs, and Marxism was associated with that failure. This also helps to explain why the Fabians chose to repudiate Marx, rather than to interpret him in a moderate direction as the German revisionists did. Marxism would only have been a hindrance to the Fabians in their attempts to permeate the radicals. On the other hand, the doctrines of Ricardo, Mill, and George were well established among these people, while the Fabians' acquaintance with the Jevonian theory gave that up-to-date note which the society always affected in its propaganda. When the Fabian economic doctrine emerged, it appeared as an attempt to create a new theory of surplus value by an extension of the radical theory of rent. The time when the rent theory was formulated. The publications which put forward the Fabian theory of rent date from 1888. The principal one of these was Webb's article in the Quarterly Journal of Economics for January 1888, when the theory was advanced in reply to N. 1 Shaw, Bluffing the Value Theory, in Today, May 1889. 35. Article contributed to the April 1887 number of the journal by Francis A. Walker, the president of the American Economic Association. And so far as the Fabian tracts are concerned, the first to show the changed theory is number 7, Capital and Land, written by Olivier, which was also published in 1888. The two tracts published in the previous year, Facts for Socialists and the True Radical Program, do not raise the value issue. Indeed, Facts for Socialists, that most successful Fabian pamphlet, had in its early editions quite a Marxist tone because of its plentiful quotations from orthodox economists saying that labor is the only source of wealth. But there is reason to believe that the theory was formulated before 1888. It seems most probable that the theory was worked out at the meetings of the Hampstead Historic Circle and of the Society itself in the latter part of 1886 or the early part of 1887. At any rate, Olivier led a discussion on the subject at a meeting of the Society held on 19 November 1886. The credit for thinking out the theory is usually given to Webb, sometimes to Webb and Olivier jointly. The importance of the theory. Before going on to give an outline and criticism of the Fabian theory of rent, a few words may perhaps be said about the importance of this theory in the eyes of its formulators. There can be no doubt that Webb, Shaw, and Wallace considered this theory a great contribution to socialist thought, and not only when they first worked it out. In his introduction to the 1920 reprint of Fabian Essays, written in the light of 30 years of subsequent experience, Webb says, "It is perhaps significant that the part of the book which comes most triumphantly through the ordeal of such an examination is, throughout, the economic analysis. Tested by a whole generation of further experience and criticism, I conclude that, in 1889, we knew our political economy, and that our political economy was sound." Registered Wallace similarly referred, in his later years, to the importance of the theory of rent in Fabian thought *, and Shaw, most recently of all, has written to the same effect. The doctrine has been spoken of as the very cornerstone of collectivist economy, registered and in other terms that can leave no doubt that its originators always considered it of fundamental importance. The theory of rent summarized. The following is an attempt to extract a summary of the Fabian theory of rent, mainly from the writings of Sidney Webb. The return to the labor of the ordinary unskilled worker, employed with the minimum of capital on the worst soil at that time in use, and in the worst natural circumstances, will be the measure of the wages of all unskilled workers. Assuming an unregulated increase in population, economic wages will equal the minimum produce upon which the average unskilled worker will maintain himself sufficiently long to rear a generation to replace him. On the margin of cultivation without skill or capital, the whole of the product is economic wages. Any larger product obtained elsewhere by an equivalent amount of labor must be the result of the employment of more advantageous land, of more effective labor, or of capital. This additional product, or surplus value, may be divided as follows. 37. Economic rent is the extra product due to the greater advantages of the site. Rent of ability is the extra product due to the superior skill or ability of the worker over the unskilled worker. Economic interest is the extra product due to the use of more or superior quality capital. Rent of opportunity or profits is the extra product due to adventitious advantages registered. These rents would arise in any society where land, ability, and capital varied in quality, but the feature of capitalist society is that the main part of the rents is appropriated by the owners of the means of production. The more skilled worker, through his quasi-monopolistic position, may get a share of the rent of ability, but never all of it. 4 In any case, skill is often the result of better education received by the children of landlords and capitalists, and thus also indirectly a result of private ownership of the means of production registered. The nature of Fabian rent theory. What the Fabians have attempted to do is fairly clear. They have extended the Ricardian theory of rent in such a way as to embrace the returns to other factors of production, especially the return to capital, and so have attempted to create a new surplus value theory which, while not necessarily dependent on a marginal utility theory of value, is quite compatible with it. The Ricardian theory had been an effective weapon in the hands of the land nationalizers and Henry Georgites. Could it be extended and used for the same purpose against the capitalist too? To discover whether it could or not, it is necessary to observe how the land reformers made use of the Ricardian theory. According to the theory, rent was a differential return from more fertile land over land at the margin of cultivation. If society's demand made it necessary for worse land to be cultivated, then the price of the product must be sufficiently high for the marginal farmers, those who cultivated under the most unfavorable conditions, to make a living. More fertile land would yield a surplus, at such a price, to its landlord. If the landlord were the farmer himself, he would himself receive the surplus, but if the land were leased by the landlord to others who did the work, then the landlord of the superior land would be able to extort the difference between the marginal land and their more favored piece, as rent. Furthermore, with the increase in population and the pressure to extend to even more inferior land, the difference between the better land and worse would increase, and rents would tend to rise. Continual increments would be added to rent automatically, owing nothing to the action of the landlord, but everything to the expansion of the community. While Ricardo himself, in his principles, did not make any ethical recommendations as a result of his conclusions about rent, his disciples did not let the matter rest there. The conclusion was soon drawn that the landlord's unearned increment ought to be nationalized or confiscated by means of taxation. The argument was stated most bluntly of all by Henry George, and by the time Shaw gave his witty variation on this theme in Fabian Essays, the Ricardian theory was undoubtedly well known in radical circles. One thing needs to be noticed, however, before considering the Fabian extension of this theory. The landlord is particularly vulnerable to the attack along Ricardian lines because it is clear that land is, as a rule, neither produced nor destroyed by the landlord's activities. Rent is therefore not a payment necessary to bring land into existence, and, if the theory is accepted, it would appear that the landlord is being paid for something that he has done nothing to earn. The Fabians were by no means the first theorists to extend the Ricardian rent theory to other factors of production, they merely completed the process. The tendency to extend the theory was common to many of the later economists in the classical school of economic thinking, and to some of the socialist theorists whose doctrines derived from that school. There is certain similarity, for instance, between the extension of the rent concept by the German socialist economist Johann Karl Rodbertus and the Fabian extension of it. Yet there is no evidence that the Fabians were familiar with Rodbertus's works at the time they formulated their doctrine. Indeed, the differences between Rodbertus and the Fabians which passed without comment by them make it certain that their theory was developed quite independently. Of more importance to the Fabians than any of their socialist predecessors were the liberal economists in the Ricardian tradition who were inclined to extend the theory of rent. Alfred Marshall's summing up of this trend of thought was not published in his Principles until after the Fabian theory had been given to the world. The Fabians' immediate predecessor in this line of thought was Francis A. Walker, the president of the American Economic Association. The liberal economists' aim in extending the differential rent theory was of course quite different from that of the Fabians. They had no wish to use it to prove that capital and other factors received an unearned increment. The rent theory seemed theoretically useful to them for quite other purposes. F. A. Walker was no fundamental critic of the capitalist system, but an advocate of high wages and high profits. His purpose in extending the rent theory was to account for high business profits in a perfect economic model. The question of the justification of high business profits had become important for Walker, because he had helped to destroy the wages fund theory which had maintained that the share of the national dividend the workers received could by no means rise. At the end of his article on business profits, which provoked Webb's reply, he observed, "If this be correct, we see how mistaken is that opinion of the wages class, which regards the successful employer of labor men who realize large fortunes in manufactures or trade as having in some way injured or robbed them." In this article in the Quarterly Journal of Economics of April 1887, Walker maintained that business profits were a kind of rent, a differential return going to the better entrepreneur because of his superior ability. It was rooted in human nature, it sprang from natural differences in ability and so would arise even in a perfect system. Walker therefore used the phrase rent of ability. The theory of distribution propounded by Walker thus contained the following propositions. Wages represent the return to the marginal worker, rent is the differential return arising because of a piece of land's superior fertility, interest is the marginal rate paid for hiring capital, and profits are the differential return arising because of an entrepreneur's superior ability. Sidney Webb first put forward the Fabian theory of rent in the Quarterly Journal of Economics * in the discussion which followed the publication of Walker's article. Webb may perhaps be regarded as completing this trend in economics in the way that Marx completed the labor theory of value trend. In his article, Webb quoted approvingly from what he called Mr. George's eloquent but ill-judged onslaught the opinion that the laws of distribution have no common center, and he proceeded to argue that Walker had spoken of interest as a rate, while at the same time speaking of rent, wages, and profit, as a quantity of produce apportioned to the factor of production concerned. If, Webb contended, the theory of distribution were given a common center, and a quantity of produce spoken of in each case, then economic interest should be regarded as a differential return arising as between the factory which works with better machinery and that which works with marginal capital. Webb also made some subsidiary, but vital, changes in other parts of the theory. he retained the concept of rent of ability, but gave it a new meaning. It was applied not only to entrepreneurs but to all skilled workers, with the entrepreneur, qua entrepreneur, treated as a salaried employee, not, as with Walker, an employer. Neither were profits treated by Webb as necessarily connected with rent of ability. By profits he understood also windfalls, resulting from the possession of capital in a certain form at a particular time and similar adventitious advantages, and he suggested the use of the term rent of opportunity to cover them. Thus Webb sought to give a common center to the laws of distribution and to complete the extension of the Ricardian rent theory. Criticism of the extension of the rent theory. In stressing the lack of a common center to the laws of distribution, Webb placed his finger on a problem which has occupied the attention of theoretical economists both before and since his time. Point 1 That the classical theories relating to rent and to the return to capital were based on different assumptions could readily be shown. It was, however, debatable whether they needed to be, or could be, reduced to the same basis, and debatable too, which assumption should be chosen as the basis. Wicksteed's solution was the exact opposite to the Fabian. Wicksteed tended to bring the return to land under the same laws of distribution which applied to interest and the returns to the other factors of production. Other economists have maintained that the Ricardian theory applies uniquely to land, or at least to land under special conditions. It is impossible to enter fully into this much debated problem here. We can only point out a major difficulty for Webb's solution of the problem, as any kind of socialist argument. As socialists, the Fabians had sought to demonstrate by their theory of rent that the capitalist was in the same position as the landlord was claimed to be in by the land reformers. But is this claim substantiated? The punch which the Ricardian theory had in the hands of the land reformers lay in two things. Primarily, in the claim that the landlord's income was unearned, and only secondarily in the claim that it was differential and tending to increase automatically. But the separate character of these two elements was not immediately obvious in the case of land. The two claims became telescoped into one by the theory of rent. It seemed only necessary for the land reformers to show that rent was a differential return to make it apparent that the differential return was also unearned. The actual creation of the original and indestructible qualities of the soil was something the landlord did not do. Even so, the Ricardian argument has been hotly contested. How much of rent in real life, as opposed to the economist's definition, is due to the original and indestructible powers of the soil, and how much to improvements made by the landlord? Is the more recently worked land always, or even often, inferior in quality? These questions become even more forceful when the theory of rent is extended to interest. Admitting that the return on fixed capital may be described in terms of the rent theory, and that there would be a differential return to firms employing better capital equipment. Admitting that the return goes to the shareholders, does it follow that this return is unearned? Is not this better capital itself created by the capitalist saving or by his abstinence from immediate consumption? Does not the shareholder participate somewhat in the functions of risk-bearer, even where the actual decisions are made by a salaried manager? It seems that the basic element in the theory of rent as applied to land becomes extremely doubtful when the theory is extended to interest, and without the unearned aspect, the differential aspect is singularly ineffective as a socialist argument. When Walker extended the theory of rent, and spoke of profits as being a differential rent of ability, he was not seeking to argue that profits were unearned, but just the opposite, that they were earned by superior ability. The real Fabian case. When we search for a less questionable argument for socialism in Fabian writings, we need to turn aside from Sidney Webb's more abstract articles to the Society's popular tracts, and chiefly to the early tract, Capital and Land, which Pease tells us was written by Sidney Olivier. This pamphlet, which was addressed to a radical audience familiar with land nationalization and single tax propaganda, devoted, it is true, the major portion of its space to proving that landlords and capitalists were really in one boat. But towards the end it raised the question whether capital is not productive, and if it is, whether the capitalist is not entitled to interest as his reward for creating capital by saving. The answer made in the tract was quite explicit. It agreed that capital is productive, when used in conjunction with the other factors of production. It admitted further that present capital is brought into existence by capitalists abstaining from taking out a claim which they have upon society and deferring their claim to a future date, and, finally, it admitted that the accumulation of capital is a necessary social activity. But it denied that the existence of capitalists as a class is thereby justified. 13 main reasons were given for this. First, that saving is an activity which could be done by the community collectively, and not by private individuals. Second, that little or no sacrifice is involved for a rich man to save, and the higher proportion of saving is done by the rich. In fact, so far as service is concerned, the greater service may be rendered to the capitalist, for saving really represents a bargain whereby a wealthy person may arrange to consume at a later date what he cannot conveniently consume immediately. Thirdly, that the nature of the bargain made by the capitalist is a peculiarly unjust one. By investing, the capitalist acquires a lien for a perpetual annuity, an enduring tribute from the workers for the use of that which only their using can keep from perishing, while he retains all the time his claim to the original saving undiminished. Such arguments seem more serviceable than the theory of rent in marooning the capitalist in the same boat as the landlord, levelling the charge that, qua capitalist, he is an idle and useless member of the community living on an unearned income at the expense of the other members of the community, who do the work. Qua capitalist is important. This or that capitalist may be doing other work of social utility, but interest is paid to him, as rent is paid to the landlord, in his capacity as an absolutely idle person. His management and control functions are carefully distinguished from his capitalist functions. The exercise of abilities as superintendent or director of agriculture or industry and the administration of capital and the organization of industry are treated as services, and their reward in the nature of salaries for useful work. Indeed, savings out of earned incomes are distinguished from savings out of unearned incomes. Until the socialist state is capable of doing all the saving itself. 43. Persons saving out of earned incomes could be given such reward as we give individualist inventors in their patent rights, providing that which society has maintained and fructified invariably pass to society within a limited period. As for the saving out of unearned incomes, this should be taxed into public hands. In Fabian economic doctrine there are, then, the theory of rent, which claims, amongst other things, that the return to capital is a differential return, increasing by unearned increments, and also other arguments, contending that the capitalist is the recipient of an unearned income. Now, if the theory of rent requires these other arguments to bolster it up as a socialist case, might it not be that the other arguments are sufficient in themselves, and the theory of rent redundant? Has the theory of rent any use at all? At first sight, there seems much to be said for discounting the rent theory altogether as a useful or practical argument for socialism in Fabian doctrine. Although its originators apparently regarded their rent theory of great importance, they only found it necessary to expound it in very few of their publications. Of the 212 tracts published by the Fabian Society up to 1924, not more than 5 actually mention the theory of rent, and in all save one of these the argument turns upon the point that the income is unearned and not at all upon its differential nature. That last remaining tract, however, may reveal that the theory has some practical significance. It is called The Impossibilities of Anarchism, and it is by G. Bernard Shaw. As we have already remarked, socialists have considered it necessary not only to prove that an existing state of affairs is unjust but also to prove that the best possible arrangement, retaining the private ownership of the means of production, would be unjust, and because unjust, unstable too. This is necessary, because very few even of orthodox economists have defended capitalism as it is, but only in some ideal form. Marx's labor theory of value and theory of surplus value, and the Fabian theory of rent were attempts to show both that inequalities would necessarily result even under ideal capitalist conditions and also that these inequalities would necessarily get worse and worse. Marx's theories of movement of capitalism were attempts to explain the course which this getting worse and worse would take, but the Fabians did not feel it necessary to carry their analysis to these lengths. Why, then, was it necessary to go so far in the first place as to construct a theory of rent? On the orthodox economist's own terms, it could easily be shown that the price system measures only effective demand and not necessarily demand that is socially desirable. Shaw, in his article in Fabian Essays, made this point: the moment a price is to be had for a luxury, it acquires exchange value, and labor is employed to produce it. A New York lady, for instance, having a nature of exquisite sensibility, orders an elegant rosewood and silver coffin, upholstered in pink satin, for her dead dog. It is made, and meanwhile a live child is prowling barefooted and hunger-stunted in the frozen gutter outside. Similarly, it could be shown, just as the price system fails to compare the intensity of consumers' needs but only measures their effective demand, it also fails to compare the degree of one producer's sacrifices with another's. Most socialists would maintain firmly, despite sophistical objections to the comparison of sacrifices, that the sacrifice involved in saving out of a large income is almost no sacrifice at all, especially when compared with the sacrifice of a laborer who has to work long hours for a meager wage. Finally, it could be suggested that such a system, which, historically, began with a state of inequality, would at least perpetuate that inequality. One socialist, at any rate, has relied on these arguments alone for his case against ideal capitalism. But, at this stage, the arguments of the individualist anarchists come into play, and the Fabians were acutely alive to the theoretical problem raised by their arguments. This may be seen from Shaw's James Possibilities of Anarchism, first produced in 1888, when the anarchists were active in the Socialist League, and rewritten and issued as a tract by the Society in 1893, when some of the provincial Fabian societies were in need of guidance about their attitude to the anarchists. Shaw's paper contains a criticism both of individualist anarchism and anarchist communism, but it is the first of these only that is of interest here. Shaw began by pointing out the connection between individualist anarchism and orthodox liberalism, that anarchism is a logical extension of the liberal economic creed. Individualist anarchists, he said, admitted the difficulty of having a beginning point of capitalism in inequality, so they declared, destroy the money monopoly, the tariff monopoly, and the patent monopoly. Enforce only those land titles which rest on personal occupancy or cultivation, and the social problem of how to secure to each worker the product of his own labor will be solved simply by everyone minding his own business. Briefly, their contention was that equality should first be established, and then laissez-faire would work justly and properly. Against them, Shaw argued that even if their recommendations were carried out, differential returns would automatically arise and lead to inequality once more, though the system began in a state of equality. If some degree of equality were to be preserved, it would be necessary to have some kind of state machine at least to appropriate and distribute the differential rents. Point 1. Is not the theory of rent useful in this case? Shaw claimed that it is. In fact, he went further and claimed that the theory of rent is the only effective answer to this kind of anarchism, and any sidestepping of the theory of rent leads to a recrudescence of anarchism. There is undoubtedly something in this argument, in the sense that some theory of distribution which demonstrated inequalities of return in the way the theory of rent claimed to do would be a useful counter to individualist anarchism. But it is significant that Shaw manages to state his case without expounding the theory of rent in full. It would seem that the arguments which are effective against the individualist anarchists are not all those contained in the theory of rent, but rather the assumptions upon which that theory is built, the assumptions, particularly, that inequalities are natural, and equality, though desirable, artificial. In general, then, the Fabian theory of rent may be said to have given a certain logical completeness to an abstract theory. In the form in which it was presented by Bernard Shaw in Fabian Essays and by Webb in his articles, it has not interested theoretical economists greatly. His exposition somewhat lacked the rigor that economists demanded if deductive argument were to carry conviction. A favorably disposed critic wrote of Shaw's articles *, and, to a lesser extent, the same might be said of Webb's. The type of theory of distribution propounded by the Fabians, however, influenced J. A. Hobson, and in his formulation it has represented an important minority view in academic circles. The theory is, and has remained, essentially an abstract one. The Fabians regarded it a merit of their surplus value theory, when compared with Marx's, that they had separated out the elements of surplus value into three rents. But when they produce the later editions of their Facts for Socialists, or any other statistical data, they do not seem to find their fine-spun distinctions of much use. In Facts for Socialists, for instance, the total national income is simply divided, fairly roughly, into the amount paid in wages and salaries on the one hand, and this is set against the amount paid in rent and interest on the other. What happened with the Fabian attempt to give a new theory of surplus value as a basis for their socialism seems to be this: they scrapped Marx's theory, which was a claim of right and a logical construction rolled into one, and in its place they put forward a theory which really separated out the claim of right from the logical construction. But the theory of rent, their logical construction, can hardly be said to be a theory having practical usefulness, and, despite claims for it, its real importance in Fabian socialism seems negligible. The Fabians and the law of movement of capitalism. While the Fabians were well acquainted with some of Marx's works, it might be claimed that they ignored the dynamic part of Marx's socialist economics, his law of movement of capitalism, his theory of the trade cycle. And since a few important modern writers have tried to rehabilitate this aspect of Marx's theory, it may perhaps be worthwhile considering how true this claim is. In the first place, it is certain that the Fabians were aware of this feature of Marx's theory. Bernard Shaw wrote in the Review of Capital, which he contributed to the National Reformer: to Marx, capitalism, with its wage slavery, is only a passing phase of social development, following primitive communism, chattel slavery, and feudal serfdom into the past. He never loses consciousness of this movement, and herein lies one of the secrets of the novelty and fascination of his treatment. He wrote of the 19th century as if it were a cloud passing down the wind, changing its shape and fading as it goes, whilst Ricardo, the stockbroker, and De Quincey, the high Tory, sat comfortably down before it in their office and study chairs, as if it were the Great Wall of China, safe to last until the day of judgment, with an occasional coat of whitewash. If the Fabians forgot this aspect of Marx, Hyndman was always there to remind them, with his constant jokes about Jevons' sunspot theory of crises that Shaw, after a while, found rather tiresome. In his article in Today of May 1889, Shaw, in a controversial manner as sharp as Hyndman's own, declared roundly that his acceptance of Jevons' theory of value did not imply that in his view Jevons was better than Marx in other respects, and in particular, he said he did not hold with the sunspot theory of the trade cycle. Unfortunately, Shaw did not enlarge on the subject. Of course, Marx's law of movement of capitalism was a complex of laws, not a single law. It contained elements such as the increasing misery of the proletariat, and the increasing concentration of industrial control in fewer hands, which the Fabians made use of, and which are discussed in a later chapter. But it also contained a theory of the trade cycle, which the Fabians appear to have ignored. They may have discussed his analysis of the causes of cyclical fluctuation in capitalist economy at the meetings of the Hampstead Historic Circle, but there is no record of this, and it seems unlikely, as they were by no means reticent about giving their conclusions to the world. It is perhaps of some significance that even one of the finest analyses of capital published by a latter-day Fabian as late as 1925 gave almost no consideration at all to Marx's attempts at a causal analysis of cyclical fluctuation. And Fabian News of May 1895 virtually confessed that the Society had no definite views on the subject when it made a rather curious remark about J. A. Hobson's Evolution of Modern Capitalism. When the author deals with trusts and combines, and explains his theory of general overproduction and excess of savings, he is traversing new ground. We cannot pretend to sit in judgment on this explanation of the depressions of trade. It is unquestionably an attractive one, and we see no flaw in the author's argument. But we cannot yet venture upon the mental revolution which its acceptance would require, though the Fabians had little to say about the causes of crises, they were not completely without interest in the subject. They had an empirical interest. That is, they were aware from their historical and statistical studies of the recurrence of crises, and they assumed that these would go on occurring. But they also assumed that crises were becoming less frequent and less severe. ERPs, reviewing Professor Edwin Jones' book Economic Crises, wrote, "Earlier in the century crises were more frequent and more intense. Our own view is that the commercial system, as it grows old and well established, gets over the period of crisis which in its youth seriously affected its health. Certainly it appears that the commercially younger countries, France and America, have suffered of late far more than we have." Professor Jones does not put the matter this way, though he suggests it in his final sentence: "The extinguishment of crises will come through the general economic evolution, rather than as a result of the application of specific remedies." An optimistic and comfortable belief, but the Fabians did not fold their hands. If they were not interested in probing causes, they had an interest in remedial measures. This sprang from their practical concern with the unemployment problem and developed gradually. In their earliest publications dealing with unemployment, the Fabians proposed measures to be taken by the government when unemployment had already become severe. But by the time of the Minority Report on the Poor Law, the Webbs, in conjunction with A.L. Bowley, had worked out a plan for the prevention of destitution. Their plan amounted to a counter-cycle policy, and its basis was the recommendation that government investment should increase whenever statisticians observed that the trade cycle was beginning to enter a bad phase. The Minority Report also suggested that the reason why crises had become less frequent and severe in the last 20 years was that the development of municipal enterprise already acted partially in this direction. Point 1. The Fabians thus helped to formulate a principle that was ultimately to have profound effects on economic thought when its full theoretical implications had been worked out. However, they were worked out by professional economists, not by Fabians. A reason may be suggested why the Fabians did not follow up Marx's attempts to give a causal analysis of cyclical fluctuation. Marx was a revolutionist and a Hegelian. As a Hegelian, he was concerned to show how the inner contradictions of capitalism were bringing about its destruction. As a revolutionist, he was interested in periods when revolutionary situations develop, and he believed there was a close correlation between these revolutionary periods and industrial crises. The Fabians' political interest was quite different. They desired a gradual and continuous development towards socialism without catastrophic change, and economic crises were to them a manifestation of the injustice and suffering caused by capitalism, but more a social nuisance than periods when the death knell of capitalism might sound. They concerned themselves with the stabilizing effects of a counter-cycle policy and rejected an analysis which attempted to prove that the contradictions of capitalism could not be overcome save by complete change. All the things which Marx's unifying philosophy had bound closely together fell to bits and pieces at the Fabian touch. Marx had placed his egalitarian ethics in the center of a theory of exploitation and had tried to use that theory of exploitation in an analysis of the way in which the trade cycle was leading capitalism to its doom. The Fabians separated off his theory of value and showed preference, at least, for Jevons, disconnected the theory of surplus value and elaborated it into a theory of rent, thereby unwittingly separating out the ethical demand from the rest of the argument. And finally they ignored Marx's trade cycle theory because it did not interest them. Fabian sociology. When all this has been said, we have still not come to the Fabians' real contribution to social science. It has been necessary to devote so much space to the theory of rent because of the part it played in the development of Fabian doctrine, and because it has been regarded by the Fabian leaders as more one Minority Report on the Poor Law, pages 1195 to 849. Important than it really is. But when we think of the large number of Fabian tracts that never mention it at all, and when we look at the shelves of fat volumes by the Webbs on social and economic matters that we have not yet considered, we may allow that a Fabian could rightly object to any overemphasis of it. Indeed, Professor R. H. Tawney, writing of the Webbs, has declared, they were out of sympathy. both with the tradition of abstract speculation which descended from Ricardo and with the attempt of some socialists to turn its batteries against itself by employing, as in the case of the labor theory of value, analogous methods to create a system of counter-doctrine. Enough has been said to show that this is hardly true of Sidney Webb in the early days of the Fabian Society. Yet it certainly seems true of the Webb's work of a later time and also later of the Society, which, in 1896, could declare that it had no distinctive opinions on abstract economics. How did this change come about, and to whom was it due? According to Bernard Shaw, a series of lectures on the Chartist movement which Graham Wallas gave to the Society in 1888 turned Webb and the Fabians away from the old abstract deductive economics to the modern historical concrete economics. This is plausible. Graham Wallas often made a deep impression as a fertile and original thinker on those who heard him lecture. But it seems unlikely that Wallas's lectures in this case had the effect Shaw claimed for them. Abstract economics were still occupying the Fabians' attention after these lectures had been given, and, so far as we may judge from rather imperfect records of them, the lectures were a straightforward historical account of the Chartist movement, without any methodological novelty about them. The change in Fabian outlook was not the result simply of studying history, it was the consequence of using the historical method specifically upon those problems which economists had previously discussed in terms of their abstract deductive models. Amongst the Fabians, the pioneer of this method was Beatrice Webb. Already in 1886 and 1887, before she had met any of the leaders of the Fabian Society, Beatrice Potter had been studying economics and growing more and more dissatisfied with the abstract and deductive methods of the established economists. She had come under the influence of Charles Booth, who delighted in upsetting generally accepted views, whether the free trade orthodoxy of Manchester capitalism, at that time in the ascendant, or the cut and dried creed of the Marxian socialist. Point 2. Booth was at that time already stating quite clearly his view that, the a priori reasoning of political economy, orthodox and unorthodox alike, fails from want of reality. At its base are a series of assumptions very imperfectly connected with the observed facts of life. We need to begin with a true picture of the modern industrial organism. Booth himself had been powerfully influenced by the positive philosophy of Auguste Comte and by the criticism of orthodox political economy made by the English positivists, and perhaps also by the ideas of the German historical school of Schmaler, that, by the end of the 70s and beginning of the 80s, had begun to find their way into England. Beatrice Potter also became sensitive to the new influences. She sympathized warmly with the new criticism of the abstract economists, and stressed the need for empirical observation of actual social conditions. She joined Booth in his social survey, and later came to criticize him for the purely static nature of his investigation and his neglect of the historical method of analyzing the actual processes of birth, growth, decay, and death of social institutions. Point 4. Already in 1886-7. Beatrice Potter had written 2 papers on the rise and growth of English economics and the economic theory of Karl Marx, which she had submitted to friends for their comments. The paper on Marx is of no great interest, but the other essay is important, as it foreshadows the direction which the whole of the Webb's later studies were to follow. In it she argued that profit-making big business is historically, and even today, only one form of wealth-producing institution, yet Ricardian political economy studied it to the exclusion of other social institutions where motives other than profit-making predominate. What is more, it was studied in an abstract and deductive way, relying on certain assumptions about human behavior and about the way society works that were, to say the least, imperfectly based on actual observation. Going on to give examples of cases where so-called friction was more important than the Ricardian law, she argued that what was needed was a study of the history of social institutions as they actually exist. Not in any assumed perfection of development, but in all the changing phases of health or disease that they have actually passed through. Whether competitive profit-making or capitalism promotes greed and oppression, and depresses public spirit like the analogous accusations that state employment favors slackness and lessens initiative, and that vocational organization furthers exclusiveness and state technique are all alike questions to be investigated. One believe that we have here a most fruitful field for inquiry. We might discover that each type of organization, each social institution, has its own peculiar social diseases, which will lead to senility or death unless arrested, possibly, by the presence or the development of another and complementary social institution. Beatrice Potter at this stage was very far from being a socialist. The only socialists she had met were members of the SDF, and they had inspired in her feelings of distrust and hostility. She regarded herself as an objective, unbiased social scientist, and she reacted strongly to any signs of what she considered political prejudice in others. When her friend and former tutor Herbert Spencer made some perhaps basically sound objections to her criticism of orthodox economics, but expressed his objections in a question-begging way that revealed his political bias, his objections merely served to confirm Beatrice Potter in her own views. Spencer maintained that it was necessary first to have a science of normal economic relations, so that pathological social states could be given a course of treatment to readjust them to normal, and Beatrice committed to her diary some short comments which showed how clearly she recognized the way in which ethical statements were confused with scientific in the use of the word normal. Registered. I have no intention of presenting a course of treatment, and his reference to it proves that his observation and reasoning on social subjects are subordinate to a parti pris on the art of government. The first step surely is to find out what are these relations. But, as I understand Ricardo's economics, he does not attempt to discover, he merely assumes. It is possible that his assumptions may turn out to be an account of normal action, but he does not prove that his assumptions represent fact. But then he does not seem to think that proof is necessary. The object of science is to discover what is, not to tell us according to some social ideal what ought to be *. Fabian Economics and Sociology. How Beatrice Potter served her apprenticeship first with the charity organization Society, then as a rent collector in the East End of London, and finally as one of Booth's collaborators in his great survey, The Life and Labour of the People of London, has been told magnificently by herself and repeated by others. Her apprenticeship complete, it was significant that her first independent research should have been a study of the life history of the British cooperative movement. In 1890, just before she completed her brilliant little work on cooperation, Beatrice Potter had met Sidney Webb. On July 27 of that year, as Beatrice recorded in her diary, Sidney Webb remarked after reading Marshall's new book, "It is a great book, it will supersede Mill. But it will not make an epoch in economics. Economics has still to be remade. Who is to do it? Either you must help me to do it, or I must help you." This determination to refashion economics no doubt sprang from a conjunction of Beatrice's theoretical criticism of the abstract methods of the economists with Sidney Webb's desire to give economics a socialistic slant. But Sidney Webb's interests and capabilities were perhaps also leading him to desert abstract economics for more concrete studies even before he met Beatrice. His historic sense had already been shown in his contribution to Fabian essays and in his Socialism in England, while his ability in collecting effective factual information and his interest in local government had been displayed in Facts for Socialists, Facts for Londoners, and the London Programme. The second great work to which the Webbs turned their history of English local government derives from Sidney Webb's interests. But Beatrice Webb's turning away from abstract economics was more deliberate and reasoned, and the first problems which the Webb partnership investigated were ones she had already begun or projected. Her study of cooperation had led her to the conclusion that trade unions were as necessary a complement to consumers' cooperation as to capitalist production. And so, early in 1889, she had decided to make the British trade union movement her next field of inquiry. May we then ascribe the Fabians' reassessment of the role of trade unionism and cooperation in the labor movement primarily to Beatrice Webb? It is tempting to do so. The Fabian essays, which had been published in 1889, embody the older socialist attitude to trade unionism and cooperation. Both movements were almost completely ignored, and at least one of the passing references was hostile. Their shortcomings on these subjects were fully acknowledged by Sidney Webb in a preface to a later edition registered. The recognition of the importance of these two movements, it might be said, has formed the basis of all later Fabian political recommendations. Was it not after Sidney Webb became acquainted with Beatrice Potter that the Fabian attitude changed so greatly? While Beatrice Webb's investigations, accomplished or planned, were to a considerable extent responsible for the change, other influences were making in the same direction. The new unionism by 1889 was causing socialists to reconsider the significance of trade unionism in the labor movement and in political and economic life generally. In fact, Sidney Webb had already become acquainted with the literature of trade unionism, for it was to him that Beatrice Potter had turned when she wanted advice on the subject. P suggests also that the Fabian essayists had already, early in 1889, modified their uncompromising opinions about cooperation after a meeting with some of the cooperative leaders. But undoubtedly Beatrice Potter's work on cooperation exercised a strong influence upon the Fabians, and the time was obviously ripe for the investigation of trade unionism by the Webb Partnership. The conclusions that Beatrice Potter had arrived at in her paper of 1887 were included in the preface to the Webb/Industrial Democracy, where it was said that no useful conclusions, theoretic or practical, could be arrived at by arguing from common notions about trade unionism, nor even by refining these into a definition of some imaginary form of combination in the abstract. Sociology, like all other sciences, the Webbs continued, can advance only upon the basis of a precise observation of actual facts. Point 2. The view of the Webb Partnership had become influenced by the criticisms of abstract economics made by the followers of Kant and the German historical school. Sociology, the Webbs had come to believe, had to be built up gradually, from the groundwork of a study of the life history of institutions. Since the 80s, the dispute about the relative merits of the historical and deductive methods in economics has produced a library of literature. In the light of later discussions, the Webb's reasons for abandoning that method of economic theorizing which involves drawing logical conclusions from assumptions appear somewhat hasty and inadequate. While it is true that this method loses its interest and importance if the economic models constructed in this way bear little relation to the real world, it is not necessary that economists' assumptions must first be obtained by induction from historical or sociological observation in the strict sense. The relationship between sociology and economics is more complicated than the Webbs allowed, and one cannot avoid the conclusion that they were less concerned to argue the matter out, than to find a reason for escaping to a type of inquiry more congenial to themselves. In the process, they did discover a new and fruitful field of investigation, but we must notice some of the effects which their acceptance of the historical method had upon their own works and also upon those produced by the Fabian Society. First, the completeness of the Webb's rejection of abstract economics needs to be emphasized. A fairly comprehensive modern bibliography of economic theory mentions only two minor works of the Webbs written after 1890. Certainly the Webbs did not hesitate to touch on matters of abstract economics or the pronouncements of economists relevant to the institutions they were studying. Historically, they make masterly use of the opinions of economists to bolster their own social and political arguments. But they obviously did not consider it worthwhile to construct a system or to raise their arguments to an independent theoretic plane. Theoretical economists in return perhaps ignored the Webbs more than they should have done. The flow of discussion upon economic theory did not abate because the Webbs turned away from it. The second important result of the Webbs' espousal of sociology is the extent to which they were led to write history rather than economics, even if their descriptions of the workings of contemporary social institutions are included under the head of economics. Their works which definitely pointed a new way in sociology, as opposed to those which were merely histories, are comparatively few. Industrial Democracy did in fact represent a careful analytical account of trade unions, explaining how they worked and what effects they had upon the community. It was, in short, a superb example of applying historical methods to the study of one of the subjects that had occupied the attention of economists, and applying them in such a way that the work has become one of permanent reference for economists. On the other hand, the web's history of trade unionism is most emphatically a history. So also is their most extensive work, which occupied them from 1898 to 1930, their English local government from the Revolution to the Municipal Corporations Act. It is certainly most important history. It is the history of institutions which had never been so adequately or systematically studied before, institutions, moreover, that were to become more important in people's eyes after the Webbs had written. But for all that, it is history and not economics. And there was perhaps just a small grain of truth in H. G. Wells' taunt that their study of the methods of Dogberry and Shallow was not likely to be of much use for socialists. The Webbs might have retorted to Wells, had they wished, that even history, the importance of the historical development of local government and trade union institutions in that spontaneous undergrowth of social tissue which the Webbs saw as growing, ultimately, into socialism, is difficult to deny. In fact, the Webbs have declared specifically that, setting out with the intention merely of describing the organization and working of the existing local government authorities, with a view to discovering how they could be improved, they found themselves driven to trace their history in order to understand them more fully. Nevertheless, a distinction must be made between the Webbs' work as members of the Fabian Society and the interests they pursued outside the scope of the Society, just such a distinction as must be made in the case of Shaw, Podmar, and many of the other members, even if it is more difficult to make this distinction where the Webbs are concerned. And we observe that the Webbs' excursions into history have not been followed slavishly by the Fabian Society. The need for the Society's propaganda to keep mainly to contemporary issues has been realized, and, apart from a few tracts, professedly of a historical or biographical character, the historical background to the Fabian Society's practical recommendations has usually been dealt with briefly enough. The third result of the Webbs' view of sociology had greater influence upon the Society as a whole. The Webbs believed that a general view of the working of society could only be constructed after a great deal more of their kind of research had been done. With this approach, they tended to see and analyze institutions separately, rather than in terms of a whole system. The abstract economists, with all their faults, had at least avoided this danger, as one of their major purposes in building their models had been to consider the effect upon the system as a whole of a change in one part of it. To say that the Webbs did not consider the system as a whole would be an overstatement *, but perhaps it is an overstatement not without some illumination. The Webbs were the main advocates of piecemeal social engineering, and both their own writing, and the Fabian tracts published between 1890 and 1914, show a preoccupation with the pieces only. Until the outbreak of the First World War had revealed to the Webbs and the Fabians the dangers of concentrating on some aspects of social life and ignoring the influences of other aspects, they produced no overall picture of the condition of England. Nor was it until after the First World War that the Webbs attempted a full sketch of the reorganization of political institutions that socialism in Great Britain might require. As the Webbs themselves remarked, in 1921, they had been investigating and describing democratic institutions for nearly 30 years before they published any volume dealing with the national government or the political state. To the well-known old jeer at the Fabians, that they reduced socialism to a mere matter of gas and water, has something to it, even if the Fabians were able to retort effectively that they achieved results more tangible than mere talk by concentrating on limited and definite objectives. The Webbs did not remake economics. Their industrial democracy did indeed seem to point a new way for economics, but this kind of study was not followed up in any of their subsequent major works, save only the Consumers' Cooperative Movement, which made a similar analysis of the functions of the cooperatives. In the main, their historical interests, already apparent in their history of trade unionism, came to overwhelm their interest in economics. The Webbs' sociology consisted in writing the history of the structure and functions of organized groups within the state, whether these groups were voluntary associations, like trade unions or cooperatives, or compulsory, like local government bodies. But economics has traditionally been concerned only with the structure and functions of the system whereby wealth is produced and distributed, and generally only with contemporary matters. Certainly only a fraction of all the Webb's writings would be considered by most economists as falling within their sphere of interest. The rest would probably be classified as a new and important kind of history. In seeking to widen the scope of economics, the Webbs passed into otherness and became historians. In the Fabian Society, the Webbs' interests had a negative rather than positive effect. That is to say, the Society's publications did not reflect the Webbs' historical interests to any great extent, but the Society followed them in refusing to adopt any general system of economics, and concentrated on piecemeal reforms. A coda, equal incomes under socialism. Some detailed, practical points of Fabian economics will be dealt with in a later chapter. This section will be concluded with one final general issue, which was, however, a personal view of Bernard Shaw's rather than a doctrine of the Fabian Society. This is Shaw's much discussed proposal for equality of incomes. The earlier, and apparently still unrepudiated official Fabian view was that socialism did not involve equality of incomes. It was not until 1910 that Shaw announced his conversion to the contrary opinion, and it is noteworthy that this occurred at a time when the younger Fabians were beginning to claim that the older Fabian collectivism had been practically adopted by the liberal government. There was a need to find a new faith to preach, and Shaw found it in his principle that socialism involved equal incomes. Later, he was to put this point very strongly when he wrote socialism means equality of income and nothing else. After 1910 Shaw made the preaching of this doctrine one of his main tasks, and apparently he was able to make a number of converts among the members of the Society. The most comprehensive statement of Shaw's views on this matter was given in The Intelligent Woman's Guide, where he said of the new doctrine, "As far as I know I was the first socialist writer to whom it occurred to state this explicitly as a necessary postulate of permanent civilization, but as nothing that is true is ever new. I dare say it had been said again and again before I was born." In his last statement at any rate he was quite right. One does not need to go further than the 1895 Annual Conference of the Independent Labour Party to find the idea being put forward by a Dr. G. Rome Hall. Point 4. The difficulty with the new doctrine seems to be that Shaw does not always make it clear whether equality of incomes is an ideal to be attained ultimately by a socialist society or a principle capable of application fairly early in its existence. In the rapid elimination argument at the beginning of the Intelligent Woman's Guide, 6 other possible solutions are rejected as unreasonable or unjust, and we are left with equality as the only acceptable way. The argument is highly entertaining, but not one that would be likely to convince an opponent. Its main merit, as is often the case with Shaw's writing, is that its challenging reasonableness leads one to examine commonly accepted assumptions. It is not true to say that Shaw completely ignored the problem of incentive payments. He does point out that other things besides money are important incentives degree, and in the last analysis, he suggested the socialist state might use an unequal distribution of leisure as an incentive registered, though without inquiring how far the disadvantages produced by an unequal distribution of leisure might parallel those of an unequal distribution of incomes. In his later works Shaw appears to have agreed that equality of incomes is rather an ideal to be worked towards than an easily established principle, or an essential condition of a socialist state. The main interest in the doctrine of equality of incomes lies in the theoretical contradiction which seems to arise between it and the Fabian theory of rent. In one sense, of course, it might be maintained that equality of incomes is a carrying to its logical conclusion of the belief that all rents including rent of ability are unearned. But Shaw gives us 2 main reasons for rejecting alternative schemes and accepting equality: because you can't measure anyone's merit in money, and because it is quite impossible to find out how much each person has produced. Yet the theory of rent, if it means anything at all, means that the contribution of the factors of production is at least theoretically capable of being measured. There also appears to be an element of merit, at least in a negative sense, in the Fabian theory of rent, in that it is suggested that those who live by receiving rent do not really deserve any reward. Chapter 3. Fabian Historical and Political Theory. Origins. The Fabians, in a tract which they issued as a statement of their views to the 1896 meeting of the Second International, denied that the society had any collective views on historic evolution. This did not mean that the subject had not been debated in the society, nor that the Fabian leaders had not approached a measure of agreement on the subject. It merely meant that considerable differences of opinion still existed amongst the society's members. These differences were never finally compounded, and the society's statement can be accepted with reservations. Even the views on historic evolution which were held by some of the leaders were never stated with the precision of their views on economics. Nevertheless, a general tendency in Fabian thinking may be discerned in the publications of the society, and it is too important to be overlooked. Although the outlines of a new theory of history may be seen in the writings of leading Fabians, it was not made explicit as a theory of history. Their views were expressed mainly in a critical and eclectic way. This is not surprising when we reflect that the Fabians grew up in the shadow of the great philosophies of history which had been formulated earlier in the 19th century. The philosophies of history or sociologies of Kant, Spencer, Hegel, and Marx had all become familiar to the Fabians' generation of English intellectuals, and one can hardly blame them if they were somewhat overwhelmed by this outpouring of the cornucopia. Darwin's extension of the evolution theory to the world of nature reinforced a principle which had already been applied to history by Hegel, Marx, and even earlier theorists. Darwin's works came as a revelation to some of his younger contemporaries, as Bernard Shaw has wittily recounted, and the thought of a whole period took reflected glory from the science of biology. At a time when the conceptions of evolution and of the social organism had, as Sidney Webb wrote, penetrated to the minds, even of our professors of political economy, it was only to be expected that the Fabians would avail themselves of these ideas to justify their program. The extent to which they did so may be seen in several theoretical tracts written for the Society at different times by Sidney Webb, and also in Fabian essays, and not only in Webb's contribution to that work. If the views of social development set forth in Fabian essays were not stated systematically enough to be dignified by the name of philosophy of history, they at least imply fairly strong opinions about historical causation, for the advent of socialism was treated as inevitable. An evolutionist outlook was common to all the essays, whether they dealt with economic theory, history, industry, ideas of property, politics, or even morality. And the explanations given in the essays of this evolutionary process show that the Fabians were believers in multiple causation in history. In their explanations of the inevitable coming of socialism, they emphasized, amongst intellectual factors, these: the spirit of the time, the continuing momentum of the ideas which the fall of the Bastille had spread throughout the world, the influence of modern writers in revolt against laissez-faire, and the consciousness of the masses that individualism had failed to provide a decent social life. The political causes they stressed were the irresistible progress of democracy, the competition of the political parties for popular favor, and the practical political needs of a more collectivist type of society. Amongst economic factors, they gave major importance to the growth of trade as a solvent of the feudal synthesis, and to the industrial revolution which had left the laborer a landless stranger in his own country, which had produced the unemployment problem, and was leading ultimately to the separation of capitalist and entrepreneurial functions and to the diminution in numbers of the real controllers of economic power, through the development of combinations and monopoly. This list of explanations reveals the influence, to some extent, of all their great predecessors. They probably borrowed the concept of the Zeitgeist from the neo-Hegelians, but their debt to Hegel does not seem great, as the term is not exclusively Hegelian, and there was nothing specifically Hegelian about the way the Fabians used it. In fact, they used it only as a vague metaphor. The influence of Kant was strongest upon Sidney Olivier. But his essay owed more to Marx than to Kant in the statements about historical causation embedded in its primarily descriptive outline. Webb too was influenced by Kant both directly and through John Stuart Mill. But his historical essay also fails to give as much causal weight to pure science and philosophy as Kant would have required. Indeed, Webb's emphasis suggests that, like Herbert Spencer, he attached more importance to opinion than to philosophical notions as the motive force in historical change. 1. It is through the slow and gradual turning of the popular mind to new principles that social reorganization bit by bit comes, Webb wrote in one place. Other features in the Fabian essays which derived from Spencer's sociology were the view that progress is differentiation and, in part from Spencer also, the questionable analogy between society and an organism and its corollaries. But the whole direction of Spencer's sociological and political thought was too remote from that of the Fabians to allow him to exert any but a very general influence. Point 4. As for the influence of Marx, this was more direct and more pervasive, and requires closer analysis. The clearest example of the influence of Marx's historical theory on Fabian doctrine may be seen in tract number 15, English Progress Towards Social Democracy, written by Sidney Webb. There are striking similarities to the argument of the historical sections of the Communist Manifesto. The sketch given of the course of history emphasized the struggle for the surplus product as the underlying economic characteristic of social evolution. The stages of slavery, serfdom, and proletarian were rapidly reviewed, and the solution was seen in the political evolution of the working class and the termination of private control of the means of production by the gradual progress of collective ownership. Fabian Essays also reveals a number of elements taken over from Marxist theory. In addition to the emphasis on the role of the working class in bringing socialism into existence, the doctrines of the narrowing of the numbers of the capitalist class and the increasing misery of the working class can both be found there, even if the conclusions drawn from them were not Marxist ones. Webb noted the tremendous spread of joint stock organizations and the reduction of the capitalist to a coupon clipper. Both Shaw and Mrs. Besant spoke of the rapidly increasing army of the unemployed. Registered William Clark, drawing mainly on his knowledge of American conditions, anticipated that the growth of great trusts in industry would crush out smaller competitors. When Clark delivered his essay as a lecture to the Fabian Society, he quoted extensively from the Communist Manifesto, but the quotation was deleted when it was published. Both the essays and other tracts show that the Fabians gave considerable weight to the explanation of future social development in terms of the contradiction between the potential power of the working class and its social condition. This view was expressed firmly enough when in 1892 Sidney Webb, cross-examined before the Royal Commission on Labour, was asked why he considered socialism the economic obverse of democracy. He answered, "It appears to me that if you allow a tramway conductor a vote he will not forever be satisfied with exercising that vote over such matters as the appointment of the ambassador to Paris, or even the position of the franchise. He will realize that the forces which keep him at work for 16 hours a day for 3 shillings a day are not the forces of hostile kings, or nobles, or priests, but whatever forces they are he will, it seems to me, seek so far as possible to control them by his vote. That is to say, he will more and more seek to convert his political democracy into what one may roughly term an industrial democracy, so that he may obtain some kind of control as a voter over the conditions under which he lives." Departures from Marx. If the Fabians' debt to Marx's historical writings was considerable, their departures from him were also of great importance. The fact that the Fabians were impressed by Marx's historical writing, and took something from it, does not of course mean that they accepted his historical theory in any full sense. In the early days of the Fabian Society, they were saved from a considerable amount of theoretical controversy and took a more favorable view of Marx as an historian, because they approached him not through his theoretical statements of his conception of history, but through his actual historical writings. When, later, the Fabians were brought into contact with the theoretical expositions of the materialist conception of history, their reactions were distinctly unfavorable. Some of the more eminent Fabian spokesmen believed Marx's meaning to be both rigid and crude. The Webbs thought that Marx was attempting to impose a transcendental pattern on historical facts. They considered his theory of history merely one hypothesis amongst many, which appears to describe some of the phenomena of social evolution, but not others. They apparently believed he was seeking to reduce all causes to economic ones. Graham Wallas went further, and thought that Marx was attempting to reduce all historical motivation to economic motives. Marx's meaning is still a much disputed question, but it seems likely that these are misinterpretations of Marx himself, though perhaps not of some of his followers. These Fabian reactions reveal a common confusion between theories of history, the broadest and most general observations about the hierarchy of importance of historical causes, and what might be called first-level statements about historical causation. However, since the Fabians accepted such interpretations, it was sensible to stress, as they did, the importance of non-economic causes, and to warn practicing historians against the dangers of having only one hypothesis. Point 2. So far as historical method is concerned, any particular theory of history is, as the Webbs point out, only one hypothesis amongst others, and the best advice about method for a person writing the history of a particular period is of the kind given in the Webb's Methods of Social Study, one of the more valuable works written on that subject. But Methods of Social Study does not contain a theory of history. The Webbs and the Fabian Society too believed that they did not need to subscribe to one. They hardly seemed justified in such a belief when they also indulged in prediction of the future development of society. To say that there are many causes, all interacting, is not a very helpful statement, if the generalizations derived from a study of history are to have any predictive value. Historical causes must be capable of being grouped into some order of importance, if a study of the past and present is to provide any assistance in estimating the future. To predict the coming of socialism with any confidence, it is necessary either to list the causes making for socialism and those making against it, and to establish that those making for it are more likely to prevail, or to have some theory of history which, in effect, performs the same operation. In the Fabian essays, the coming of socialism was predicted, and a number of causes given, but the relative importance of the causes, or their relation one to another, was not considered in any systematic way, though some hints were thrown out, and implicitly the Marxist weighting of the importance of the causes was to a considerable extent accepted. Of course, it is only fair to remember that Fabian Essays was a propaganda work, but no more satisfactory treatment of the problem is to be found anywhere else in Fabian writing. They could have extricated themselves from their dilemma by dropping the idea of the inevitability of socialism, but this they were never quite willing to do, although their writings after the First World War show that their faith in progress had been shaken. The Fabians also had objections to the Marxist class war or class conflict doctrine. All of them were concerned to maintain that Marx's revolutionary conclusions were not valid for the democratic age, and, while it was open to them merely to say that the class conflict could now be solved by constitutional means, they usually went further than this, and cast some doubt upon Marx's premises. There always seems to have been a considerable amount of disagreement between individual Fabians about the length to which they would go in criticizing Marx's premises, a disagreement which finally prompted the declaration in Tract 70 that the society as a whole had no views on historic evolution. It is sometimes said that the Fabians denied the existence of a class conflict in society. But this generalization is usually based upon the fact that the Fabians abandoned the use of the Marxist terms class war and class struggle, and abandoning the terms does not necessarily mean denying the thing. By and large, the Fabians did not develop any alternative definition of class, but used the term very much in the same way as Marx, that is to say, they used it sometimes to mean broad groupings defined strictly in terms of the ownership or non-ownership of the means of production, sometimes more loosely to mean occupational groupings within these broad categories. Some Fabians did make minor criticisms of Marx's categories by pointing to the difficulties of drawing precise boundaries between classes, but leading Fabians at any rate were not guilty of the rash argument that classes did not exist because their boundaries were unclear. The only major significant addition to, or revision of, Marx's use of terms made by the Fabians lay in their recognition of the growth of the managerial class of white-collar workers since Marx's time. Furthermore, the Fabians did not deny that there were conflicts of interest between the classes. In fact, a recognition of these conflicts of interest is an essential part of Fabian, as it must be of any socialist theory, and the Fabians at different times have enlarged upon the conflicts caused by capitalist relations of production. What, then, was the point of their renunciation of the Marxist terms? Simply that they wished to deny the Marxist contention that the class struggle was the engine for bringing socialism into existence. The Fabian theorists had recourse to several different arguments to achieve this purpose. The first, and least satisfactory argument was of the "we are all socialists now" type. It perhaps had its uses as a weapon of propaganda, but it met with derision even amongst the Fabians themselves. Nevertheless, some Fabians at times employed it. The impression created in Sidney Webb's contribution to Fabian essays was that everyone, willy-nilly, was being swept along into socialism. Even persons and movements professedly anti-socialist were extending the sphere of state activity, and approving its extension. In a famous page, Webb catalogued first the activities which the state already engaged in, and then the things it registered, from hawkers to places of worship. State intervention and control, Webb implied, was increasing and would continue to do so. Webb has been reproached, not only by later critics, but even at the time by his Fabian colleagues, for his naivete in equating state intervention with collectivism and both with socialism, for believing that any extension of state authority must be a step in the direction of socialism. Perhaps the charge is not quite without foundation, but too much can be, and has been, made of it. After all, Webb did know what he meant by socialism. And if he forgot to apply his touchstone to test if any particular measure of state intervention was socialistic, he had other Fabians, like Hubert Bland, to remind him to do so. The "we are all socialists" type of argument was only useful, as Bland said, as a good method of scoring a point off an individualist opponent in a debate before a middle-class audience. It was designed to free men's minds from laissez-faire panic about making use of state power. The second argument used by the Fabians against the Marxist position might be considered a revision of Marx rather than a complete departure from him. In this argument the Fabians agreed with the Marxists that the chief factor in producing the new society would be the awareness of the working class that socialism served its real interests. They agreed also that the present antagonisms of class interests would do something to promote this class consciousness. But the Fabians denied that this awakening would come simply or automatically, and denied that the expression of these antagonisms in a militant or revolutionary way could assist the advent of socialism. Thus they envisaged a larger role for education, propaganda, and persuasion, and less for the practical experience of the working class struggle. They were also inclined to treat strikes, lockouts, and unemployed unrest as nothing but manifestations of the injustice of capitalism, or a warning of the unpleasantness and chaos that might ensue if Fabian advice were not heeded. A third argument, used by some Fabians, especially Bernard Shaw, was a radical departure from the Marxist class struggle position. Shaw denied that the alignment for and against socialism bore any real relation to the confrontation of classes as seen by Marx. The conflict between bourgeois and proletarian might produce industrial unrest, it would not produce socialism. In the struggle for socialism, it was not true that the bourgeoisie was in one camp and the proletariat in the other. Not only was socialist theory itself the product of middle-class thinkers in revolt against the environment in which they had been brought up, the lines of the struggle for and against socialism did not run between the classes, but cut right through them, from richest to poorest. Bernard Shaw, in elaborating this argument, made lively fun of what he called the crude Marxian melodrama of the class war, or the virtuous worker and the brutal capitalist. Shaw maintained that the anti-socialists could count on the support of large sections in every class who had a stake in the maintenance of the capitalist system quite apart from the support of the stupid, the deceived and the corrupt. If the unearned incomes of the rich disappeared, Shaw wrote, places like Bournemouth would either perish like the cities of Nineveh and Babylon, or else the inhabitants would have, as they would put it, to cater for a different class of people. All three of these arguments are implicit in Fabian criticisms of the Marxist class struggle doctrine from the late 80s, but each of them received different emphasis at different times and by different spokesmen. At the time of Fabian essays the first two of these arguments were emphasized, the third was barely yet noticeable. It was not until about the middle 90s, by which time the Fabians were thoroughly disillusioned with the progress of socialists' attempts to persuade the English working class, that Bernard Shaw advanced the third argument strongly. Even more important in the Fabian essays than the criticism of basic Marxist concepts, was the elaboration of an evolutionary interpretation of history to oppose to Marx's revolutionary interpretation. The account given by several of the essayists of the evolution of capitalism into socialism, which was spoken of many years later as the inevitability of gradualness, had about it something of predeterminism, and all the more so, when some of the moving causes of the zeitgeist were not made as clear as they might have been. It was their version of salvation by faith, and they never quite got rid of it, though in later years they laid more stress on the doctrine of salvation by works. Not that the salvation by faith doctrine ever led the Fabians to sit down and fold their hands while in the essays they saw the progress of socialism as an inevitable tendency. The Fabians thought of themselves as turning the unconscious tendency into a conscious one, because, Webb thought, consciousness of the change would make it come more easily, more tidily, and more quickly. Bland also spoke of turning instinct into self-conscious reason, without being so optimistic about the political effects of doing so. The importance of preaching was also defended on the somewhat more dubious grounds that the zeitgeist is only the sum of individual strivings and aspirations and does not work except through the efforts of individual men. By one or two of the Fabian essayists the evolutionary interpretation of history was carried to considerable lengths. An attempt was made to brush away some of the political revolutions which had occurred in the course of history. The French Revolution of 1789 was spoken of, by William Clark, as a mere incident in a process which had been loosening the fabric of French civilization through several generations. Mrs. Besant in a similar way spoke slightingly of transient riots which merely upset thrones and behead kings. Such remarks of course beg the questions, what was the relation of these political upheavals to the social revolution? Ought the political revolution not to have occurred? Did it not make any difference to the course of history? The only one of the seven essayists who seems clearly to have faced the problem was Hubert Bland, and he, the Tory Marxist among the Fabians, had a peculiar view of evolution and constitutionalism leading up to revolution, which was not shared at that time by his colleagues though it was later adopted also by Bernard Shaw. Bland had earlier, as well as by implication in his contribution to Fabian essays, declared that the barricades were the last ditch of despair, therefore the socialists should use constitutional methods to make sure the people who resorted to the barricades would be the anti-socialists, making their last stand. He might very well have given an interpretation of the English Revolution of the 17th century and of the French Revolution of the 18th century in analogous terms to these, but did not bother to elaborate his view into a theory of history. However, the main point of the evolutionary interpretation and the idea that nature and history do not make jumps, was to emphasize the need for the change to socialism to be peaceful. As a general interpretation of history its validity seems more than doubtful. This appears to be admitted by Webb in another place, for while he insisted that the changes to socialism would necessarily be democratic, gradual, constitutional, and peaceful in England, he made no such prediction about countries where democratic institutions were absent. In the case of Russia, he admitted that the absence of democracy made it impossible for the socialist movement to be other than revolutionary. One suspects that the evolutionary interpretation of history really served to avoid the question whether the Fabians' opposition to revolution was based on moral or on politico-scientific grounds. To say that history is necessarily evolving gradually made it seem that no choice of methods was involved. The question might have been posed in these terms: is your opposition to revolution based on moral grounds, or is it purely on scientific grounds? Had the question been put in this way, the Fabians might have found themselves divided into those revealing themselves as Democrats first and Socialists only second, and those who were Socialists first and Democrats second. Bland and Shaw seem explicitly to have taken the second position, while others, like Edward Pease, would certainly have taken the first. But with the confusion introduced by the avoiding of the moral issue, it was not at all clear where some others of the Fabians stood. Perhaps, however, it is rather harsh to speak thus of avoiding of the moral issue, for it was not deliberate evasion. In the 80s all the Fabians had high hopes of the newly won democracy and thought it would lead straight to socialism, They felt revolution was an outmoded and unnecessary expedient, and even those who would have objected to revolution on moral grounds were equally convinced of its impracticability. The importance of the issue lay in the future. Not until the question of their attitude to the Russian Revolution of 1917 arose did the differences amongst the Fabians become apparent. Other practical reasons against revolutionary methods were given in Fabian essays. To demonstrate the need for slow change, the essayists directed attention away from the political to the technical and social aspects. Shaw in his transition essay ridiculed the idea that socialism could be established in one exciting day by referring to the difficulty of converting first and third-class railway carriages all into second-class ones. Elsewhere, William Clark dwelt on the length of time it took for feudal institutions to be transformed into capitalist ones, and hinted that this change could only be presented in dramatic revolutionary form by an historian who ruthlessly telescoped the length of time it all really took. Such arguments, frequently repeated in later Fabian writing, were no doubt effective answers to young and romantic SDF hotheads, but it is doubtful if they really touched the more serious Marxist points. The second Fabian argument raises once again the whole question of the relation of social change to political revolution. Marx did not deny the first was slow, but insisted that the latter occurred at a nodal point in the process. The other Fabian argument also did not meet squarely the Marxist contention that the seizure of power was the first thing, and railway carriage conversion came after that point. One to a considerable degree, Fabians and Marxists were using words in a different way in the argument. Marxists were inclined to say that socialism is established when socialists come to power. Fabian said socialism is established when all important industries are socialized, and, at least in the 80s, they did not seem extremely impatient about the time it was to take. In another sense, however, there is a real and not merely verbal dispute involved. It arises out of a different placing of optimism and pessimism in Marxist and Fabian theory. Marx, impressed by the extempore administration of the Committee of Public Safety of 1793-4 and of the Paris Commune of 1871, was inclined to treat administrative difficulties with scant respect, while the Fabians, as public servants and practical administrators, made much of these difficulties. The Fabians, on the other hand, were optimistic about the ease with which the opposition to socialism could be overcome, and refused to take seriously the Marxist preoccupation with the dangers of counter-revolution. That the majority of Fabians did not expect opposition to socialism to be formidable, at least in the long run, was revealed in many places in Fabian essays. "We need not seriously anticipate that the landlords will actually fight," said Shaw, speaking of probable municipal action to take over the land, and elsewhere he remarked of the proprietary class successively capitulating. Mrs. Besant spoke of trusts as easy to capture. Clark spoke of power falling from the weak hands of a useless possessing class. The attitude was characteristic of all the essayists, except Bland, who in an article of remarkable political prescience described the stubborn barriers that could be thrown in the path of socialist advance. The reason for the optimism of the majority of the Fabians lay partly in their hopes of the new democracy, and their anticipation of the diminishing numbers of the capitalist class, and partly in their expectation that the moral outlook of socialism would penetrate the whole community. Perhaps, also, they relied on English political traditions. In the essays, the only reference to British national character and parliamentary tradition is a rather satirical one, by Shaw, where he assures everybody that the Fabian proposals bear the stamp of the vestry so congenial to the English mind, and at no point do they involve guillotining, declaring the rights of man, swearing on the altar of the country, or anything else that is supposed to be essentially un-English. But elsewhere, by the Webbs, more serious tribute was paid to the same characteristics. Such were the arguments by which the Fabians sought to supplant in socialist theory a conception of history that had been associated with a catastrophic and revolutionary outlook. Their tentative moves towards the elaboration of a theory of history which would prove both the necessity of socialism and the necessity for its gradual advent cannot be considered satisfactory, but most of the reviews of Fabian essays when it first appeared gave the Fabians credit for having demonstrated the possibility of attaining socialism by democratic means. Their arguments provided important starting points in the criticism of Marxism, and helped to inaugurate the revisionist movement in Germany, for Edward Bernstein, when he was in England, learnt much from the Fabians. Fabian historical theory did not develop greatly. The main subsequent tendency was for the Fabian theorists to become more skeptical of ideas of inevitability, progress, and prediction. Bernard Shaw eventually abandoned these notions almost completely, and most of the other Fabian leaders, even the Webbs, followed to some extent, with more caution and misgiving, in his wake. Their development in this direction can be discussed more adequately in the next section. The Fabians and the democratic state. The Fabian society began with high hopes of the democracy that had been gained by the reform bills of 1884-5. Most of the members of the early Fabian society had been radicals, that is to say, members of the extreme democratic wing of the Liberal Party. One or two individuals, perhaps, had not moved on to socialism from radicalism, but the tone of the society in its early days was certainly set by those who had. Hubert Bland claimed to be an exception. He declared in his Confession of Faith that he became a socialist because, as a Tory, he was disgusted with the triumph of democracy under liberal auspices. Democracy, he said, so far as he was concerned, stood for all that was bumptious, unidealistic, disloyal in the deeper sense of the word, anti-national, and vulgar. If this truly expressed the opinions he held in the 1880s, then it is remarkable that Bland should have remained in a society which had so vigorous a program for extending the very democracy he despised. But even in Bland's case there is reason for discounting the statement, at least a little. No doubt he was an unusual person, and had some odd views judged by general Fabian standards. He was always somewhat given to trampling upon the hooves of his colleagues' golden calves, but this confession of faith was made in 1907 when criticisms of democracy were becoming fashionable amongst one or two other Fabians. Allowing Bland to be a doubtful case, what of Bernard Shaw? Has not Chesterton declared Shaw to be no democrat, but fundamentally an Irish aristocrat? But again, Chesterton was writing in the 20th century, and while his assessment may be true in a deeper sense of Shaw's nature, and true of the Shaw of the 20th century, it is certain that Shaw in the 80s and early 90s of the last century had embraced democracy in no half-hearted fashion. The earliest political programs of the society make clear the extreme character of its democratic outlook. It demanded extensions of the franchise far beyond anything the men who controlled Liberal Party policy were willing to put forward in their Nottingham program of 1887. The Fabians expected the enfranchisement of the working class to force, democratically and gradually, the adoption of collectivist and socialist measures. This enthusiasm for the new democracy of 1884-5, and the hopes built upon it, colored the propaganda of all left-wing groups. Even the Social Democratic Federation, not to be outdone in demanding reforms, put forward claims for complete democracy, including the election of all officers and administrators by universal suffrage, proportional representation, the initiative and referendum, and legislation by the people in such wise that no legislative proposal shall become law until ratified by the majority of the people. Fabian theory of the state. The early Fabians do not appear to have considered it necessary to write an elaborate defense of democracy. Democracy was triumphing. They could, and did, take it for granted. They merely needed to urge its efficacy as a means for bringing about socialism against those, like some anarchists and Marxists, who were disposed to deny it. So far as Webb is concerned, one gets very strongly the impression that if he had been asked for his theory of the state he might have replied in much the same way as he is supposed to have done to Haldane, when the two of them were working out a constitution for the University of London. Haldane is said to have asked Webb, "What is your idea of a university?" and Webb to have replied, "I haven't any idea of a university. Here are the facts. Point 1. Similarly, one feels that the question about the state might have elicited from him a vast amount of factual information about the relation between county councils and central government departments. But not all the Fabians had minds like Webb's, and Shaw particularly was willing to answer the semi-philosophical question about the essential nature of the state in the traditional manner. The Fabians stood at the parting of the ways, at the point where the modern attitude to the state diverged from the liberal radical attitude of the 19th century. To most modern students, coming to the subject for the first time, the anarchist view of the state, or the Marxist view that the state will eventually wither away, seem quite incomprehensible, or at least utopian optimism of the most extravagant kind. Yet these views were a natural and reasonable development from the liberal theory which by the 19th century had become the predominant view in Western Europe. Beginning in the late 17th century, gathering force in the 18th, and triumphing in the 19th, the liberal principles had overthrown conservative views which tried to identify state and society or which allowed the state too large a measure of interference. The liberals had carefully separated the conception of the state, the coercive agent of society, from the conception of civil society. They saw civil society as a self-acting cooperative mechanism, and they sought to reduce interference of the state to a minimum. The liberals believed that the state always would retain a minimal role in defense and in the protection of life and property. The anarchists, with higher immediate hopes, and the Marxists, with higher ultimate hopes, for the development of human nature, envisaged the withering away of the state of central, organized, coercive power altogether. The liberal conception of the state remained plausible so long as the state remained undemocratic with the liberals as an opposition group, or so long as the principles of laissez-faire were, by and large, regarded as desirable. It was, of course, still possible, though difficult, to hold to the liberal view of the state after the advent of a large measure of democracy, so long as one did not abandon a basically laissez-faire position as was demonstrated by John Stuart Mill. But Mill himself was abandoning this position in his later years, and once this had been done, a complete reassessment of the attitude to the state became imperative. Mill's liberal successors turned for help to the works of Hegel and Kant. Hegel was, perhaps, the better choice. Kant, at a time when theorists were still talking of the diminishing power of the state, had brilliantly predicted that the role of the state of the future would be not less, but greater, but both. The practical proposals and the tone of Kant's positive polity repelled many liberals. Hegel, always divided in his loyalties between his youthful enthusiasm for the French Revolution and his later respect for his Prussian masters, had endeavored to bridge the gulf between liberalism and the state worship of the old order, and so the theorist of backward Germany of the early 19th century was discovered to have a political message for the English liberals of the 70s and 80s. The restatement of liberalism by Thomas Hill Green, Bernard Bosanquet, and Edward Caird was a development parallel to, rather than one which promoted, Fabian political thinking. Some leading Fabians, notably Sidney Olivier and Graham Wallace, were at Oxford at the time Th. Green flourished there, but they do not appear to have come under his influence to any extent. The influence of the liberal Hegelians on Fabian thought came rather later, through D. G. Ritchie, who was a member of the Fabian Society from 1889 to 1893, through Sidney Ball, who led the local Fabian Society in Oxford, and through the Webb's contacts with R. B. Haldane. By then, the Fabians had already set their feet on the new path. The first pieces of political philosophizing, which quite explicitly put forward the Fabian view of the state against views which treated the state with distrust and hostility, were Bernard Shaw's articles against the anarchists. These were first published in 1888, and given, in somewhat revised form, as a lecture to the Society in 1891, and published as a Fabian tract with the punning title The Impossibilities of Anarchism in 1893. The anarchists were the particular object of Shaw's attack, and the main point he was making against them was the need for the existence of a central authority, armed with coercive power. But many of his points were also a criticism of the Marxist theory of the state. Though he expressed the warmest sympathy with the view that the state is an organ of class oppression so long as it is undemocratic, and admitted that the democratic state retained this character to some degree while the electors continued to choose capitalists and landlords for ruling positions, and though he described most elaborately the ways in which capitalism and inequality corrupted even the democratic state, Shaw nevertheless argued that a great change had occurred with the advent of democracy. The democratic franchise opened the way for the election of working-class representatives and socialists. As for the coercive aspect of the state, there is, Shaw maintained, a fine impartiality about the policeman and the soldier, who are the cutting edge of the state power. They take their wages and obey their orders without asking questions. If those orders are to demolish the homestead of every peasant who refuses to take the bread out of his children's mouths in order that his landlord may have money to spend as an idle gentleman in London, the soldier obeys. But if his orders were to help the police to pitch his lordship into Holloway jail until he had paid an income tax of 20 shillings on every pound of his unearned income, the soldier would do that with equal devotion to duty, and perhaps with a certain private zest that might be lacking in the other case. Consequently, he claimed that the task of socialists was not to attack the state as such, but to use the constitutional methods, and the democratic machinery, for achieving their ends. It was simply a matter of persuading the people to use the power they already possessed. Bernard Shaw, more versed than some of his colleagues in anarchist and Marxist doctrine, thus put the Fabian case against their critics of the left. It remained for Sidney Webb to make explicit their relation to John Stuart Mill, when he delivered a series of 6 lectures on democracy to the Society, justifying the position taken in Fabian publications against certain extreme forms of democracy: the referendum, the initiative, and the election of public officials by direct popular vote, which were being advocated by the SDF, some members of the ILP, and some left-wing liberals. Webb's 6 lectures on democracy of 1896. The 6 lectures, which were given at fortnightly intervals from October 2 to December 11, 1896, were entitled The Machinery of Democracy. The first dealt with primitive expedients. Webb began it by pointing out how recent a phenomenon democracy was in the modern world. He then dallied briefly with the question whether democracy was based on natural rights, but he preferred to give no decision, merely making some remark to the effect that, whatever the general validity of the natural rights doctrine, it was no help in deciding whether a particular individual should or should not have a vote for a rural district council. He then proceeded to discuss the primitive expedient of government by public meeting, with particular reference to the experiences of Uri and other Swiss cantons, and certain trade unions, like the London Society of Compositors, finally giving his verdict against mass meetings as a method of democracy. Webb claimed that mass meetings resulted in the Swiss cantons being controlled in fact by leading families, and trade unions by the established officials, that mass meetings were at the mercy of orators, that crowds were not aggregates of individuals, but had their own psychology, the study of which was only in its infancy. The utmost function he would allow to a mass meeting in the machinery of democracy was the ratification or rejection of a policy already well prepared for it. The second lecture discussed the appointment of officers. Here Webb used the metaphor of the organic nature of society. Society was an organism, he held, and each cell should be specialized to do its own work. Devices like rotation of office were based on the erroneous assumption that one person could govern as well as another. Rotation of office was a device that had been tried in the United States and in some minor positions in the English trade unions, and it had not been successful. Popular election of executive officials was another device for securing control, but Webb deemed it unsatisfactory because it led to the election of the best-known man rather than the best man. And as the best-known man was often the retiring official, election was not usually an effective means of exercising popular control. Webb contrasted the Amalgamated Society of Engineers method of electing their secretary unfavorably with the cotton operatives' method of selecting officials by examination. He thought the best method of selecting executive officials was selection from a short list of persons who had obtained a certain standard in a competitive examination. In the third lecture he came directly to the main question of the referendum and the initiative. Proposals for direct legislation were relatively new, they were not discussed by Tocqueville or Mill, but derived, he claimed, from the later followers of Saint Simon. Webb discussed the various forms of these methods of direct legislation as they had been used in France and Switzerland, and in the English trade unions, coming to the conclusion that the referendum and initiative, far from giving the people control over the executive, tended in practice rather to give the executive more power over the people, and that in any case they were very unsatisfactory methods of discovering what the people really wanted, as too many extraneous elements could enter into them. The failure of the referendum and the initiative as democratic methods did not reveal popular incapacity for government, Webb maintained, but rather revealed that society requires division of labor. The collective, popular will can only express broad general principles in non-technical language on matters affecting the whole nation. Much modern legislation was technical, detailed, and dealt with matters affecting only a section of the nation. The mass of the electors could only judge such laws by results, and not in anticipation. Legislation is as much a distinct craft as shoemaking. This led on to the fourth lecture in praise of representative democracy. Webb claimed that representative institutions solved the problem of electing people who would devote their time to legislation. The most modern trade unions, like the Cotton Operatives and the Miners' Federation, Webb claimed, had adopted representative institutions very similar to those of the British Parliament. Should the representative be merely a delegate? Webb thought not. The elector knew where the shoe pinched, but often not the right method of relief. The representative, as a specialist, could teach his electors as well as learn from them. The fifth lecture on the sphere of the expert repeated much that had already been said in the second one. The problem was how to secure the services of the expert, yet make him subject to popular control. Examinations and adequate selection committees were the only ways of choosing experts on the basis of their expertness. Their places should be permanent, their pay sufficient, and a socialist state should not neglect the distribution of honors as incentives and rewards. The final lecture dealt with federation. It was a principle to be approved wherever there was dual loyalty, though it usually did involve undue representation of smaller bodies. Webb supported the principle of federation in the trade union world, contrasting the engineers somewhat unfavorably with the cotton operatives. Fabian views on democracy and Mill's representative government. A comparison of the principles embodied in this series of lectures amplified with other statements of Fabian views at that time with J.S. Mill's representative government reveals many similarities and only a few differences. If Webb had written out his political ideas in full on the same lines as Mill's representative government, Webb's book would have approximated remarkably closely to Mill's point. 1. The differences between the Fabians and Mill sprang chiefly from their desire to allow government a positive role in economic affairs, and to foster the supremacy of the working class rather than to balance the interests of worker and capitalist. The question of the franchise was a main point of departure. The Fabians would certainly have disagreed strongly with Mill when he approved a property basis for the franchise in local government. Desiring the full enfranchisement of the working class, they rejected the restrictions that Mill would have placed on the franchise, and strongly upheld, against him, voting by secret ballot and the payment of members of governing bodies. Mill's principle of no representation without taxation, particularly, ran strongly counter to the Fabians' plans to impose taxes mainly on unearned incomes. The Fabians also gave no support to most of Mill's fancy franchise schemes. Their only demand was for a second ballot or some scheme for allotting preferences and avoiding a split vote. While the Fabians would not, perhaps, have objected in principle to Mill's scheme for giving extra weight to the intellectual elite, they were quite opposed to the plural voting methods advocated by Mill. And though the Fabians agreed with Mill about the need for respecting the rights of minorities, they rejected the device of proportional representation after a study of its practical effects. Apart from the franchise question, however, the Fabians' views of the machinery of democracy were those of Mill, except in two matters, where they at first differed from Mill, and later came to agree with him. A short experience in local administration soon convinced them that their earlier demand for annual parliaments was impracticable, and from the 90s onwards we hear no more of it. As for the House of Lords, the Fabians, up to 1918, were in favor of its complete abolition. In 1918, however, Webb produced Fabian Tract 183, which suggested a possible future for the other house as a committee of experts, elected by the parties of the House of Commons in proportion to their strength, and retiring from office when the House of Commons which appointed them was dissolved. This was much akin to one of Mill's suggestions, but with some additional emphasis on the supremacy of the lower house. Later, when the Webbs produced their plan for a constitution for the Socialist Commonwealth of Great Britain with its two parliaments, social and political, the total abolition of the House of Lords was again recommended by them. But the Constitution, unlike Tract 183, was not published as a Fabian Society document. General approval of machinery of government. By 1896 the Fabians expressed themselves as fairly content with the democratic machinery of England. A few more reforms, and they were willing to declare themselves satisfied. When the House of Commons is freed from the veto of the House of Lords and thrown open to candidates from all classes by an effective system of payment of representatives and a more rational method of election, the British parliamentary system will be, in the opinion of the Fabian Society, a first-rate practical instrument of democratic government, they declared in Tract 70. This was after the Liberal Party's Local Government Act of 1894 had created an administrative system for rural England out of the chaos which had existed before. From 1894 the Fabian Society began issuing tracts which explained how the machinery of democracy worked, and which urged the working class to take advantage of it. The Fabian Society set itself up as a voluntary information bureau, and undertook to answer questions connected with the working of democratic institutions. The Fabians were well satisfied with the way the machinery of English government was developing, and were optimistic about its democratic and socialistic possibilities. Revolutionary socialists and anarchists who talked vaguely of the communes of the future were firmly told by the Fabians that these apparently strange and romantic inventions were simply city corporations under the local government board, despite their horrified protests that the Fabians were reading the conditions of the present system into socialism. In fact, the Fabians set themselves to do in politics what Shaw from 1892 had commenced to do for the English stage, to deflate romanticism. The state, to the Fabians, meant simply men in the existing offices, and they refused to envisage any great transformation in human nature or democratic institutions with the coming of socialism. The democratic part of social democracy in England meant the existing machinery of British government, only slightly improved. Industrial democracy meant the functions already performed by trade unions. The romantic socialists were shocked. They felt something had been missed out in this ruthless translation of their dreams into such precise empiricism. The Marxists, the syndicalists, the guild socialists reacted violently to this arid creed, but the Fabian Society as a whole showed little sign of being persuaded they had missed out anything. The Fabians abandoned republicanism. One of the institutions of British government to which the Fabians, from the time of Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, became increasingly reconciled, was the institution of a constitutional monarchy. There is no doubt that most of the early Fabians began as Republican radicals. The majority of the Society's members were probably still Republican at the time of the Jubilee, and when the executive proposed a subscription to the Jubilee decorations, they were stopped by a majority vote at a members' meeting. It is true the Society was never actively or vehemently Republican, but the Fabians, like the other socialists, began in an atmosphere of republicanism, where it was taken for granted that socialism implied republicanism. It is not easy to decide at what stage the majority of the Fabians gave up their republicanism. There was no official pronouncement about it, but from the 90s onward there were no more demands from the Fabians for the abolition of all hereditary institutions. It is difficult to decide how far Shaw and Bland, in a controversy they conducted with Balfour Bax in the Saturday Review of 1900, were expressing a view that was shared by other members of the Society. Certainly there was no correspondence from indignant Fabians repudiating the suggestion in Shaw's letters that the Fabians as a group were in favor of constitutional monarchy in England, and that they, as a group, denied that there was any necessary connection between socialism and republicanism. Why have we been plunged into all this immoderate letter writing, to the confusion of the quiet readers of the Saturday Review? Because a writer therein made the heterodox remark that a man could be a socialist without being a republican. It was true. Mr. Bax owed it to his orthodoxy to contradict it. I owe it to my Fabian heterodoxy to confirm it, Shaw wrote. Bland, more cautiously, refrained from speaking in the name of the Fabian Society, when he declared, to the socialism of Mr. Shaw, of myself, of a growing number of Englishmen who take the trouble to think about these interesting matters, a monarchy will be no obstacle for the next 3 centuries. Therefore on certain fitting occasions, and in festive moods, we are quite willing to sing God Save the Queen. The reasons advanced by Shaw and Bland for their attitudes are worth considering, and so also are Bax's arguments to the contrary, for the controversy was ably conducted on both sides. In the first place, Shaw attempted to argue that socialism always had been anti-republican, because even Marx and Hyndman had had to advance their economic case against republicans and to show that republicanism was no panacea for the present ills of society. Bax had no difficulty in disposing of that. Both Marx and Hyndman obviously were republicans. All that either of them had argued was that republicanism alone was no remedy. Registered Shaw next urged that republicanism, like Cosmoism as opposed to deism or heterodox views on marriage, had nothing to do with the specific doctrine of socialism. There is nothing to prevent a respectable citizen who utterly abhors all these things from joining a socialist society tomorrow. Bax, in reply, thought nothing worthy of the name of socialism which did not represent a movement of the working classes for their own emancipation and which did not express itself in the economic sphere as communism, in the political sphere as republicanism, in the religious sphere as atheism, and in the world political sphere as internationalism. Registered Another reason given by Shaw was that republicanism does not reduce the capacity of the people for idolatry, whereas constitutional monarchy channels off some part of public idolatry that might otherwise be dangerous. Deprived of its queen, it would do what the French nation has done, idolize some British boulanger and worship the honor of the army. For my part, said Shaw, I prefer the Queen, and he then went on to contrast the disastrous political effect arising from the idolatry of Gladstone with the comparative harmlessness of the idolatry of a constitutional monarch. Bax replied to this that monarchy did not channel off public idolatry. I would ask, if monarchy is such a specific against hero worship, how Mr. Shaw explains the Gladstone cult to which he refers, and which certainly had a longer life in England than the Boulangist in France. It is a little surprising, however, that the question, whether constitutional monarchy was in fact any barrier to the advent of socialism, was not argued at length. An assertion on one side was simply met by the contrary assertion on the other. It is well known, of course, that the institution of constitutional monarchy was defended in 2 major works, of a much later date, written by Bernard Shaw and Sidney Webb. The retention of the monarchy was proposed in a constitution for the Socialist Commonwealth of Great Britain, while in the Apple Cart, King Magnus was shown in very favourable contrast with the popularly elected politicians. The older leaders of the Fabian Society certainly accepted constitutional monarchy. What of the society as a whole? It would be going too far to suggest that the support of constitutional monarchy became an article of Fabian faith. It became rather one of those matters on which the society spoke with no collective voice. That republicanism was disappearing in radical circles had been noticed by Hubert Bland as early as 1888, in his contribution to Fabian Essays, ** by the time of the Jubilee its ebb was becoming obvious to all. The Fabians, sensitive to the change in public sentiment, were prepared to cast aside such extraneous beliefs, clinging to the socialist essence. The disappearance of their opposition to hereditary monarchy also coincided in point of time with an interest by leading Fabians in the new imperialism. the stability of Fabian doctrine and later deviations. So far as the majority of Fabians was concerned, the Society's political doctrine remained substantially what it was in the middle 90s. Edward Pease in 1915 observed that the views of democracy set forth in Tract 70 remain those of the Society as a whole, and, judging by the Society's official pronouncements, this seems correct. Prominent Fabians, such as R.C.K. Ensor and A.D. Lindsay, were always active in defense of democracy as it is embodied in British constitutional practices registered. However, individual Fabians, such as Hubert Bland, Bernard Shaw, Mrs. Emily C. Townsend, and a few others, diverged from the orthodox Fabian position into paths of fundamental criticism. As Bernard Shaw and Sidney Webb were always the principal Fabian spokesmen, it may be worthwhile to trace the course of their later development, while remembering that their later views did not commit the Fabian Society as a whole. Shaw as a critic of democracy. In his letters to the Saturday Review on Constitutional Monarchy, Bernard Shaw suggested that even democracy was not an essential part of socialism. This was new, even for Shaw. He had not voiced this opinion in either of the two theoretical tracts that he had written for the Society before 1900. On the contrary, up to 1896, Shaw had been as emphatic as Webb about socialism being the counterpart of democracy. It seems possible to date this tendency in Shaw's writing to the years immediately after 1896. It was the outcome of a certain kind of cynicism, which passed under the name of realism, always present to some extent amongst the Fabians. A little of it was salutary, in an age when the optimism of socialists far outran their powers, and was useful in bringing the romantically inclined down to earth. But in an age of disillusion and pessimism it could prove dangerous. Shaw has always been something of an expert in illusions and disillusioning. What he did not learn of that from his father's paradoxical methods of instruction, he probably got from Ibsen. In the early days of Fabianism, up to about 1896, he chiefly concerned himself with exposing the illusions of the Marxists and anarchists. By 1897 Marxism and anarchism in England were horses too dead or dying to be worth attacking much longer, so Shaw began a gadfly attack on the earlier Fabianism itself. The background to this change of attitude on Shaw's part was both personal and political. From his writings and plays it is apparent that the years 1894–1896 were, for Shaw, years of crisis in his thought and his art. He had taken seriously to playwriting from 1892, when he completed an earlier manuscript which he had begun with William Archer, and gave it to the world as Widowers' Houses. His other two unpleasant plays in the realist style followed in 1893 and 1894. They were not successful. Widowers' Houses had only 2 performances at a small theatre, The Philanderer was not acceptable to any theatre manager, and Mrs. Warren's Profession was banned by the censor. Shaw appeared to be having as unsuccessful a beginning as a playwright as he had had as a novelist. He determined, consequently, to give the public what it wanted, romantic drama but with a difference. The pleasant plays followed, Arms and the Man, Candida, The Man of Destiny, You Never Can Tell. The moral of every one of them was the need to look at the reality behind romantic and conventional illusions, whether in love, family life, or military glory. Gradually, not without checks and disappointments, these plays overcame the prejudices of critics, actor-managers, and the British playgoing public. The process took sufficiently long to confirm Shaw in his contempt for the public taste. More important than Shaw's personal disappointments, probably, was his political disillusionment. Shaw, like many other Fabians, had been swept up by the wave of optimism following the success of the New Unionism in the early 90s, which had culminated in the founding of the ILP. In the 3 succeeding years the optimism was dashed. The trade union movement did not respond to the political situation in the way Shaw had hoped. Even the New Unionism itself seemed unsteady. 1895 saw the sweeping Conservative victory in Parliament and the stalemate of the Progressives on the London County Council. The reforms demanded by the Fabians had made very little headway up to the end of the 19th century, and Shaw was not alone in his disillusionment. William Clark, according to his friend's biographical note, died in 1901, cynical and pessimistic. The slowness of the march of progress seemed almost to chill his blood. The distressing state of affairs in Ireland undoubtedly had its effect upon Shaw more than on other Fabians, and, at the end of the century and in the first years of the new century, the Fabians were to find themselves associated with the conservatives and estranged from their radical and labor allies on the three major issues of metropolitan borough councils, education, and imperialism. To crown all, Shaw became aware that the progress of capitalism in England during the 90s had been far from producing the social effects predicted on the basis of the depression of the 80s. He wrote in 1904, by throwing up fabulous masses of surplus value, and doubling and trebling the incomes of the well-to-do middle classes, who all imitate the imperial luxury and extravagance of the millionaires, capitalism has created, as it formerly did in Rome, an irresistible proletarian bodyguard of laborers whose immediate interests are bound up with those of the capitalists, and who are, like their Roman prototypes, more rapacious, more rancorous in their primrose partisanship, and more hardened against all the larger social considerations, than their masters, simply because they are more needy, ignorant, and irresponsible registered. To a person so susceptible as Shaw to political tendencies, it was not a period favorable to a continued faith in the earlier and simpler Fabian doctrine. Shaw, though basically an optimist, lacked the invincible patience of Webb, Pease, and others amongst his Fabian colleagues. In 1896 and 1897, almost immediately after Shaw had set down the classic, official view of the Fabian Society on democracy, he published a couple of essays in which his criticisms of that view can be seen emerging. In his essay on the illusions of socialism, a brilliant analysis of the uses and abuses of what nowadays pass by the name of myths, he incidentally declared that the wage earners are far more conventional, prejudiced, and bourgeois than the middle class, that there is not a single democratically constituted authority in England which would be more progressive but for fear of the popular vote, and that the main hindrance to socialism was the stupidity of the working class. These observations were soon to be elaborated in his subsequent major works, in the preface to 3 plays for Puritans and, above all, in the Revolutionist's Handbook Epilogue to Man and Superman. Of course, it is necessary to be cautious in assessing the extent to which Shaw abandoned democracy. As we have noted, socialists have always claimed that democratic institutions are to some extent corrupted by capitalist influence. Consequently, not the criticisms Shaw might make of contemporary democracy can be taken as showing a change of attitude from his earlier Fabianism. Only those criticisms are relevant which indicate that he had come to think that democracy was corrupted to such a degree that democratic methods could not change the social system fundamentally. Then, presenting even greater difficulty, is the distinction that must be drawn between the artist Shaw and Shaw as a Fabian. Shaw remained a romantic under his self-imposed puritanical discipline. In his plays he tended to let off some steam that would be checked if he were writing as a responsible pamphleteer. Naturally, Shaw also declined to accept responsibility for the utterances of all his characters. His personal opinions must be sought in his articles, his prefaces and the general purport and moral of his plays. This distinction needs to be noted but not overdone for, in actual fact, a fundamentally consistent point of view was sustained in Shaw's artistic as well as in his purely political works. Even while keeping these cautions in mind, however, it can be shown that Shaw did overstep the limits of the earlier Fabian view of democracy. Not only did he suggest that democracy is impotent before capitalist influence on government, but he even went further, and criticized democracy itself, suggesting methods by which freedom of electoral choice ought to be limited. Shaw's increasing criticism of democracy went along with his particular development of the Superman and life force philosophy, with a flavoring of * decline of the West interpretations of history. It is perhaps a pity that this comes earliest to its fullest fruition in the Revolutionist's Handbook Epilogue to Man and Superman, for the question immediately arises whether Shaw can properly be saddled with the views of John Tanner. No doubt the Revolutionist's Handbook expresses stronger opinions than Shaw would have employed if he had been issuing a political manifesto of his own in 1903, but there is equally little doubt that the substance of the views are consistent with those that he had already begun to put forward in earlier essays and letters, and are also similar to views that he expressed in later works. The ambiguity of authorship merely enabled Shaw to express his doubts more vigorously and shockingly than he might otherwise have done. The chief object of Shaw's attack was the Fabian belief in progress. Point 1. He did not doubt that there was something to progress towards, even if it were no greater millennium than the leveling up of all men to the point attained already by the most highly nourished and cultivated in mind and body. But he doubted if mankind as it was at present could ever get there. The earlier Fabians and Marxists had placed their faith primarily in the might of democracy and the working class. This faith Shaw had lost. The working class in general was ignorant, prejudiced, easily misled. Manhood suffrage had merely substituted election by the incompetent many for appointment by the corrupt few. The coming enfranchisement of women would make things no better. There was no evidence for supposing that the working class would be more favorably disposed to socialism than any other class. The earlier Fabians had placed some hope in permeating the ruling class. This hope also Shaw now pronounced illusory. Why are the Fabians well spoken of in circles where 30 years ago the word socialist was understood as equivalent to cutthroat incendiary? Not because the English have the smallest intention of studying and adopting the Fabian policy, but because they believe that the Fabians, by eliminating the element of intimidation from the socialist agitation, have drawn the teeth of insurgent poverty and saved the existing order from the only method of attack it really fears. Reformers of the Fabian kind could always delude themselves that they were progressing, when they were merely patching up, never satisfactorily enough, the effects of long-continued retrogression of the kind that had brought many an earlier empire to destruction before it had passed beyond the stage of being merely a commercial civilization. What was Shaw's solution? A return to the method of violence? No, he continued to think the method of revolution impossible and futile. The only solution was that man's nature should be changed. If man as he was had proved incapable of governing himself intelligently, it became necessary to produce supermen. How was this to be done? A new religion to change men's mental outlook? Selective breeding? Or the choosing as rulers of the nearest existing beings to supermen by the use of some anthropometric method? From 1903 Shaw investigated the possibilities of all three of these suggestions. One assumes that not all were equally seriously meant, though Shaw's trouble always was that his fantastic humor has prevented him from being taken as seriously as he intended. Selective breeding was the solution chiefly canvassed in the epilogue to Man and Superman. But Shaw was very well aware of the objections to it, and, despite the fanfare, the practical proposals emerging from this startling idea are, as is so often the case with Shaw, moderate enough: a state department to study the problems of human genetics, possibly a public conference on the subject, the removal of economic and class barriers to any person's choice of a mate, the removal of enforced celibacy, perhaps the endowment of motherhood, increased facility of divorce, but for the rest, we shall still have to trust to the guidance of fancy. These recommendations for race improvement became a constant feature of Shaw's propaganda thereafter registered. But has not Shaw defeated his own case by admitting that we do not know what kind of person the Superman is to be? Of what use are the methods for obtaining the Superman if his nature is unknown? The concept higher involves a criterion, and would it not be cosmic optimism, far outrunning the political optimism that Shaw derided, to assume that whatever came later must be higher? Shaw was perhaps not free from this cosmic optimism, but actually his criteria for the Superman can be discovered elsewhere in his writing. Obviously, the Superman must be more intelligent than present-day man, and particularly more intelligent in managing political affairs. Later, when Shaw was older, he suggested in Back to Methuselah that this might be achieved by long life. This was, however, not the end of the process, and the end was left somewhat, though not completely, nebulous, evolution apparently goes on past the long-lifers to whirlpools in pure intelligence. Such remote prospects do not seem very helpful. More immediately important, perhaps, was Shaw's belief that there have been in the past and are in the present men and women with Superman potentialities. 1_ He has given some examples in the characters of his plays. They would be rulers like his Mommsenite Caesar, not like Cleopatra, like Major Barbara, like the brothers Barnabas, not like Burge and Lubin, like Saint Joan, like King Magnus. Even when Shaw shares up Superman qualities amongst different characters in the one play, it is easy to detect the qualities he admires. Thus, in John Bull's Other Island, we are made to appreciate the energy of Broadbent, the clear-sightedness of Larry Doyle, the religious passion for world betterment of Keegan. The clear-sighted intelligence that sees the world as it really is and rejects shams, whether moral, political, or aesthetic, the energy and organizing ability which gets things done and overcomes opposition, the passion for subordinating one's petty and personal interests to the call of a higher purpose, these are the characteristics Shaw obviously wishes to secure in his rulers. There is nobility in the idea and much fine poetry. But how were these qualities to be secured in flesh and blood rulers? Was Hubert Bland right when he wrote, "We know who these rare persons are, they meet on alternate Fridays at 276 Strand, and in a few short weeks, they will offer themselves for re-election to the Fabian executive"? These criteria, vague as they are, perhaps do make it possible to consider Shaw's other methods of producing or discovering the Superman, the religion and the anthropometry. His views on religion developed slowly in the series of minor plays which fell between the three major works of 1903, 1904, and 1905 and the three major works of 1917, 1921, and 1923.3. His first hopes seem to have been of a purged and rationalized Christianity. Shaw was well aware of the difficulties. What he wanted was to separate the essential faith from the barbaric nature myth and the rites associated with it. Christianity without Christianity was the way he put it. In the preface to Androcles and the Lion, Shaw stated at length what in his opinion was the essence of Christianity that should be preserved and what was inessential and ought to be dispensed with. His purging was severe. The divinity of Christ is one of the beliefs which was thrown out, for instance. What remained comprised a set of ethical precepts for social and individual conduct together with a belief in a higher purpose, which apparently is willing and not willing to be called by the name of God. The preface to Androcles is assuredly more rationalist than Christian, and more deist than either. Later, Shaw came to realize that this purging and rationalizing need not confine itself to Christianity, but could be done to any of the advanced religions with satisfactory results, and in his Adventures of the Black Girl in Her Search for God, he specifically pictured himself as an Irishman digging potatoes in Voltaire's garden. Already before that time, he had set forth his own religious and philosophical position at some length in Back to Methuselah, and it is clear that though Shaw was right in including his ideas in the same general category as Voltaire's, yet Voltaire's deism differs in certain important respects from his. Voltaire's deity is a first cause, beneficent, but static and remote. Shaw's life force is certainly a first cause, ultimately beneficent no doubt, but ignorant, entangled in matter, and only slowly evolving through mind to full intelligence and self-knowledge. Following in the footsteps of Samuel Butler, Shaw brought together deism and a Lamarckian evolutionary theory. But he was not a systematic philosopher, and hardly ever went deeply into the awful theoretical problems which would be raised by an attempt to justify his beliefs. It might almost be said that Shaw defeated his own object by his own inner conflict between his rationalism and his mysticism. On the one hand, he appears to have desired to reduce all established systems of religion to a series of ethical precepts of which he approved. In this, of course, he was like Voltaire. But, also like Voltaire, he wanted to retain something of metaphysics. Voltaire wished to do this for two reasons: he wanted a first cause, and he wanted a guarantee that ordinary men like his debtors and solicitor would keep the social rules, and he thought they would not do this unless they believed in a religion. Shaw's reasons were very different. he realized that materialists could find explanations in chance, but he disliked explanations which banished mind from the universe. 3. Shaw wanted things ordered intelligently, and presumably thought one could not get intelligence into the universe unless the universe had an intelligent purpose. Again, Shaw had been an atheist in his earlier days, and he was quite prepared to agree that atheists kept the ordinary social rules as well as religious people. But he came to think that those who were striving to make the world better needed something of religious faith, particularly a faith that convinced them they were helping on a great cause. Ordinary rationalism would encourage people to make terms with the world as it existed, would persuade Major Barbara to succumb to money and gunpowder, or Lavinia to sacrifice to the Roman gods, whereas religion spurred their consciences to do battle with the established state of things and do the will of God, to strive for the God that is not yet. It is interesting that Shaw demanded a metaphysical creed of this sort after he abandoned a scientific salvation by faith in the working class. Shaw's deism in motion was an attempt to satisfy these demands of his mystical nature, and also the demands of his otherwise severely rationalist intellect, but it may be wondered whether the result has not fallen flat between these two stools. There remains still Shaw's third method of obtaining his Superman. It was a method which brought him back in a quite curious way to the ideas of Mill in representative government. Mill would not have liked the talk about Superman, but he was concerned with much the same problem: how to give extra weight to intelligence in a democratic government, and he had a scheme for giving intellectuals extra votes. This method would have been too crude for Shaw, who would certainly have objected to some of the classes of people to whom Mill was ready to grant extra votes. In any case, Shaw, as a political realist, would have recognized that one person one vote was a principle too well established by his time to be easily upset. In a later work, Shaw advised his intelligent woman to cling fast to her vote and this principle, as it was the individual's real protection against abuse of power by the government. Consequently, Shaw tended to devise methods of selecting the candidates for election, rather than to hope for any scheme for differentiating the powers of the electors. This element had been present in Shaw's thought ever since he wrote in the Man and Superman epilogue: if the less mind could measure the greater as a foot rule can measure a pyramid, there would be finality in universal suffrage. As it is, the political problem remains unsolved. Government presents only one problem: the discovery of a trustworthy anthropometric method. It became a more important feature after the First World War. Up to that time, Shaw had been mainly concentrating on the more long-term questions of how to produce more Supermen. After the war, the growing urgency of the political situation brought to the fore the more immediate problem of selecting as rulers the existing persons resembling the Superman most closely. In one of his last works, Shaw estimated that 5% of the total population are capable of some degree of government. He suggested that this 5% should be selected by examinations of various sorts, and empaneled in various degrees, as capable of such and such ruling work. Their empaneling should not entitle them to assume power automatically. This was where election was to come in. Shaw believed that for all ordinary occasions of government, nature would provide his ruling types in sufficient numbers to give the general populace a choice from amongst the empaneled persons. Presumably elections would take place at regular intervals, as at present, to give the electors a chance to change the rulers for others within the panel. Who were to be the examiners, and what were to be the subjects in which the examines were to be proficient? Here Shaw's answers were not nearly so clear-cut. Obviously, he wanted his rulers to be clear-sighted, energetic, and good. This means they must know shades of Plato, elementary mathematics, registered statistics, some economics, some history. Enough science at least to be critical of its pretensions, some appreciation of the social importance of art. These were some of the things Shaw suggested. But that was not all. A person may know all these things and yet be a scoundrel. So Shaw also made the profession of the creed and catechism of his type of religion compulsory for rulers. A person, he wrote, may be qualified intellectually for the top panel, but unless he can not only grasp opportunities but create them without mistaking himself for Jehovah or attain Jesus, he had better be left in private life. As I see the world, the statesman must be religious, but he must discard every element in his religion that is not universal. Above all, he must not look to God to do his work for him. He must regard himself as the fallible servant of a fallible God, acting for God and thinking for God, because God, being unable to effect his purposes without hands and brains, has made us evolve our hands and brains to act and think for him. A ruler must not say helplessly, "Thy will be done." He must divine it, find out how to do it, and have it done. He must face the evil in the world, which apparently reduces the goodness of God to absurdity, as but the survival of errors originally well intended. He must treat life as everlasting, but treat his contemporaries as ephemeral mortals having no life beyond the grave to compensate them for any injustices they may suffer here and now. And the examiners? Are they to be rulers who have already been selected, or specialists in the different subjects who have not qualified in the comprehensive type of examination required of rulers? Shaw, although he had a good deal to say one way and another about examinations, did not make this point clear. Yet is it not vital? Would it not make a world of difference to the possibility of misuse of political power, or is the religion of the rulers assumed to be an adequate safeguard? It is surprising Shaw had nothing to say on this subject, when he went into such details as the need for giving the rulers a power of admitting a few persons to the panel as bona fide practitioners whose competence has been established in the course of events in case the examiners make a mistake. The only other advice about machinery that Shaw had to give the rulers was that they should ruthlessly scrap the party system and heed the advice of the Webbs in the Constitution for the Socialist Commonwealth to conduct the central parliamentary business as in our municipalities. Are Shaw's rather Platonic proposals to be considered anti-democratic? The answer, as Shaw was well aware, depends on one's definition of democracy. For democracy as it exists at present Shaw expressed contempt. But at least there are certain features of Shaw's political requirements that may be spoken of as democratic in the way that those, for instance, of the parallel system of Plato's Republic are not. In the first place, the people are allowed some choice of rulers, within the panel. Again, Shaw contemplated a large state, and consequently gave his general approval to associations within it. Thirdly, although Shaw restricted the governing functions to his selected rulers, he was emphatic that popular criticism must be as free as possible, and to secure this he proposed popular parliaments or congresses consisting of an equal number of men and women with critical, though not legislative, powers. When the law becomes an instrument of oppression, as laws often do, especially before they have been amended in the light of the experience of their working, it is the everymans who know where the shoe pinches. For them there must be congresses in which they can squeal their complaints, agitate for their pet remedies, move resolutions and votes of confidence or the reverse, draft private bills and call on the government to adopt and enact them, and criticize the government to the utmost with impunity. And as such congresses must be attended by the rulers, who could not possibly conduct the business of the country if they had to listen to Mr. E and Mrs. E and Miss E, ventilating their grievance for longer or oftener than a few weeks every 2 years. A day-to-day ventilation must be effected by the newspapers and pamphlets, which should have the same privileges as the congresses. Thus what we call freedom of Congress, freedom of speech, freedom of agitation, freedom of the press, are democratic necessities. As they should be as representative of the everymans as it is possible to make them, congresses should be picked up haphazard like a jury or by some other method that makes party selection impossible. The legislators and rulers should, on the contrary, be as unrepresentative of every man as possible, short of being inhuman. It was, no doubt, not at all necessary that Shaw should have identified his political recommendations with the practice of any existing state. Yet, in the interwar period, he became more and more impatient with the muddling of governments of Western Europe, and after a brief flirtation with fascism, which he later emphatically repudiated, he moved gradually towards an identification of his views with the political practice of the USSR. He eventually claimed that his panel of rulers was achieved by the Russian Communist Party, and his religion by Marxist philosophy, and in other ways he came to approve the existing structure of Soviet government, not as a necessary transitional stage for that country towards democracy in the Western sense, but as a structure which points the way to the new democracy of the future. Registered. The development of Shah's views has been dwelt on at some length, both because of its intrinsic interest, and because it does represent one influential trend in Fabian thought, the trend that tended to repudiate liberalism and become obsessed by the problem of securing expertness in government. Our partnership reveals that this trend was not absent from the minds even of those Fabians who refrained from carrying criticisms of democracy to the lengths Shah has done, but it is at once necessary to point out again that Shah was in this a very untypical member of the Fabian society. Shah, even in his old age, was looked upon as an impish figure, standing well to the left of the main body of Fabian members. The Webbs, more particularly Sidney Webb, were not easily moved from the older Fabian attitude, at least, not until their disillusionment with the Labour Party in 1931 and their subsequent studies in Russia caused them to take a favourable view of the vocation of leadership. Previously Sidney Webb had mocked at Shah's Superman and constantly insisted on the efficacy of parliamentary representative democracy for bringing about socialist change. In their work, A Constitution for the Socialist Commonwealth of Great Britain, the Webbs wrote, "It might be imagined, from the vigour with which we have criticised the machinery of political democracy in Great Britain, that we shared in the reactionary opposition to democratic institutions which is, for the moment, common to plutocratic and academic circles. Quite the contrary. The Webbs' Constitution was an attempt to restate their attitude to the machinery of English democracy at the end of a considerable period of controversy and criticism within the society, and it was produced only shortly after the end of the period covered by this work. It may serve to round off our discussion. The Constitution was of course not a publication which received the endorsement of the Fabian Society as a whole. But, as the Webbs' first general outline of the machinery of their socialist state, it is an important document. The most notable feature of the Constitution was their proposal to divide Parliament into two organizations, the political parliament and the social parliament. Both were to be elected, for a fixed term of years, proportionately to the population, directly by the people and not through any intermediate body on the basis of universal franchise. The political parliament was to retain control over foreign and colonial affairs, and over the powers of order and justice. It was to be the state as envisaged by Marx and the Benthamites. It should retain the trappings and procedure of the present House of Commons, and its affairs would be conducted by means of the cabinet system. The social parliament, on the other hand, can best be described as an enlarged London County Council for all England. It was to have power over economic, social, and cultural activities, including the sole power of levying taxes. It would exercise supervision over the nationalised services. Its business was to be conducted by a system of standing committees, which would elect their own chairman, and these chairmen would not need to agree with each other in policy or accept any responsibility for the work of other committees than their own. The social parliament would therefore dissolve only when its term of office expired, or when decided by a majority vote of its members. The Webbs of course realized the difficulties which would be created by this division of power, and the disputes that were likely to arise, particularly over the allocation of finance. They attempted to devise machinery for coping with those possible deadlocks, by giving power to the judiciary to decide between the two parliaments legal questions of disputed territory and, for solving political disputes, they arranged a whole series of measures, ranging from joint committees and conferences of the two parliaments, through decisions by the aggregate vote of members of the two parliaments in joint session assembled, to as a last resort an appeal to the electorate by a double dissolution. As a revelation of the essentially liberal democratic basis of Fabianism, the importance of the Webbs' Constitution lies less in the actual machinery they proposed, than in their reason for thinking such complicated machinery was necessary. What was their purpose? It is apparent that the Webbs had become alarmed at the tendencies towards an over-centralized state, and their purpose was to devise a system of checks and balances. They declared the division of Parliament into two assemblies would not only be more efficient than the present overloaded Parliament, which was increasingly unable to cope with its new duties, but also that this plan would provide a new safeguard for personal freedom. In the first place, they claimed that the social parliament would enable the representatives of the citizen consumers to exercise a more effective control over nationalized enterprises. Secondly, they thought their scheme would enable the coercive functions of the state to be separated from its economic functions. Where coercive power and economic power is in the hands of the same body, the government is tempted to use state force to break strikes and enforce economic discipline in nationalized enterprises. Under their system of divided control, the social parliament was to have no coercive power without the consent of the political parliament, and a similar check was imposed on the political parliament because, while it would be free to conduct the nation's international relations and to direct its armed forces for the maintenance of law and order, it would have to come to the social parliament for whatever funds it seemed necessary to expend for the duties entrusted to it. The same purpose of protecting the personal liberty of the citizen, which, from the very nature of things, is, in the densely populated, highly organized. 94. Modern community, always in danger, underlay the Webb's plans for a unit bookcase system for combining areas of local government. They were alarmed at the tendency of services to overlap municipal boundaries, and thus require central control. The older Fabianism had relied on municipal socialism to prevent the socialist state from becoming over-centralized. The Webb's new system was an attempt to devise a highly adaptable machinery for coping with boundary problems and so keeping the larger part of socialized enterprise out of the hands even of the social parliament. One other problem which the Webbs faced in their constitution also reveals their democratic outlook: the problem of freedom of the press. They were hostile both to an official press and to individual proprietorship of large and influential newspapers. Whether this difficult problem is really capable of being solved in the way they proposed, the control of newspapers by consumers' cooperatives, with the continuous subscribers electing the managing committee, may be doubted, but at least the Webbs showed themselves deeply appreciative of the problem of liberty involved. It seems a great pity that the Webbs' constitution has so often been dismissed as a utopia, or left altogether unread, because of its rather repellent style. The solutions it proposes are open to much debate, but it shows a constant preoccupation with the danger that if the present powers of the Crown, the Cabinet, the House of Commons, and the civil service were to be applied to the ownership and administration of industrial capital, the individual might easily find himself practically helpless. Political tactics. The word permeation was adopted by the Fabians in the 80s to describe their political tactics. It was a term which had some flexibility of meaning, and one which in the course of Fabian history was used flexibly. In its most general sense, it meant that Fabians should join all organizations where useful socialist work could be done, and influence them. There was nothing especially novel in that. Even the SDF permeated organizations which it considered worth influencing. The thing which distinguished Fabian permeation from that of the SDF, in this broad sense of the term, was that the Fabians took a hopeful view of some organizations which the $.df abandoned as bourgeois and incorrigible. Taking a broad interpretation of the meaning of socialism and having an optimistic belief in their powers of persuasion, the Fabians thought that most organizations would be willing to accept at least a grain or two of socialism. It was mainly a matter of addressing them reasonably, with a strong emphasis on facts, diplomatically, with an eye to the amount of socialism they were prepared to receive, and in a conciliatory spirit. In its general sense, permeation was meant as an antithesis of the S.DF's narrow, uncompromising tactics, and dogmatic, abusive propaganda. The importance of permeation lay less in this general meaning, however, than in its application to party politics. The issue was raised early by a writer in the Practical Socialist of January 1887, one who pointed out that the Fabians were divided about political tactics. He classified them into three groups: first, those who wished for a socialist party entirely distinct from any existing party; second, those who preferred to make use of the existing liberal radical party, forming its left wing; and third, those who wanted to hold aloof from any party, without forming a party of their own, but supporting any party, or any member of parliament, who seemed for the time being to be promoting socialism. The manifesto of the Fabian Parliamentary League of 18,872 embodies all three of these policies and bears out this opinion of divided views in the society. Lip service was still being paid to the third of these views, that the Fabian Society supported any politician advocating socialism indifferently of his party, in the phrasing of the manifesto in which the Society declared its policy to the 1896 Conference of the Second International *. But it had never had any practical application. Perhaps there was little reason in the 80s for regarding the Tory party as any more hostile to socialism than the Liberal Party, but the tone of the Fabians' discussion of Lord Randolph Churchill's programme did not suggest that the Tory Democrats had acquired much merit in the eyes of the Fabians by being more socialistic than the Liberals. In fact, the Fabians had few links with the Conservatives, and the few Fabians like Hubert Bland, who had been conservative before their conversion to socialism, could see little hope for socialism in the Tory party. Most socialists predicted that the Tory party would end by becoming heir to the doctrines and practices of Whiggery. On the other hand, the majority of Fabians, including many of the Society's leading members, had been radicals, and the possibility of capturing the Liberal Radical Party for a socialistic, if not socialist, policy did not appear in the 80s and early 90s so hopeless a venture as later history makes it seem. After the emergence of the Labour Party in English politics, there was a tendency for Fabians to argue that they had always envisaged the emergence of such a party, and permeation had meant pressing the Liberals as far as they would go beforehand, and afterwards influencing the Labour Party with socialist ideas while not neglecting such influence as could still be brought to bear upon the Liberals. In support of this interpretation, Hubert Bland's contribution to Fabian essays was cited as the expression of a common Fabian view in 1888.1. This, however, was not the case. When Bland gave his paper to the Fabian Society, he was acting as spokesman of the official opposition within the Society. The policy being pursued by the majority of the Society is expressed in Sidney Webb's writings of the time, as for example in the last few pages of his Socialism in England, where he hoped that the Liberal Party would suffer a change of heart and really become the party of the workers. Bland attacked this view and, by direct implication if not by name, its principal advocates Webb and Graham Wallace. He gave excellent reasons for thinking that the policy of permeating the Liberals, while necessary so long as a real socialist party did not exist, would prove futile in the long run. He looked forward to the formation of a new socialist party independent of the older parties. He did not, of course, envisage the sort of Labour Party which emerged in 1900, with the socialists submerged by the trade unionists, but neither did he confine himself to Hindman's narrow idea of a socialist party. The view of the opposition group of Fabians was of a broad-based socialist party supported by trade unions, such a one as the ILP failed to become in the early 90s. The antagonism between the permeators and the independents was a permanent feature of the Fabian Society and continued right through its history until the Society moved definitely into the ambit of the Labour Party at the end of the First World War. Chapter 4. Fabian Collectivism. The socialism advocated by the Fabian Society is state socialism exclusively. England now possesses an elaborate democratic state machinery. The opposition which exists in continental monarchies between the state and the people does not hamper English socialists. For example, the distinction made between state socialism and social democracy in Germany has no meaning in England. This statement from Tract 70, so characteristic of the Fabian view of the state, also sums up briefly their collectivist position. It is perhaps best to begin the discussion of Fabian collectivism by considering what was excluded. Rejection of utopianism. Édouard Pfeiffer, a French historian of the Fabian Society, has considered that the rejection of utopian socialism was the first development in the working out of the Society's doctrine. The terms utopian socialism or utopianism are used by socialists in two senses, meaning either the advocacy of the founding of socialist colonies, or the drawing up of detailed blueprints of the future society. So far as the first sense is concerned, there is much to be said for Pfeiffer's view, if we think of the days of the Fellowship of the New Life as part of the history of the Fabian Society. But the breach with the Fellowship, which actually led to the founding of the Society, marked the time when the Fabians put behind them any ideas of gathering together in a small colony, either in Peru or London, to lead the new life in common. In their theoretical works, the Fabians always denounced the founding of socialist colonies as futile as a means of changing society in general, and liable to be disillusioning and disastrous for the enthusiasts who participated in them. Shaw's withering phrase, "the establishment of socialism by private enterprise," epitomized Fabian hostility. But the Fabians were not content with general denunciations. Some of the Society's members made studies of utopian socialist colonies and gave the reasons, psychological and economic, for the failure which seems to have been the general fate of such schemes. They were anxious to demonstrate that the disaster which overtook these enterprises was due to special psychological and economic circumstances which would not arise in the kind of socialist state which they envisaged, and they undoubtedly had some success in this. Podmar and Aylmer Maude took the lead in these investigations. Podmar, on one occasion at least, lectured the Society on the Socialist Communities of America, and in his biography of Robert Owen discussed the Owenite schemes. Aylmer Maude wrote a work on the Doukhobors. The Fabians were inclined to extend the meaning of this first sense of utopianism to include schemes for establishing national workshops or labor colonies as a remedy for the unemployment problem. With such schemes, declared Sidney Webb, the utopia founder comes in more dangerous guise. No doubt these strong words were prompted by the fact that Mrs. Annie Besant and some of the early Fabians had flirted with these ideas. They were repudiated as an extreme instance of utopia founding, because it was unimaginable that a parliament of landlords and capitalists would vote the necessary capital, or, even if it did, that such a scheme would work. The idea that the gathering of a mixed crowd of unemployed into a cooperative enterprise offered a hopeful way of ushering in a socialist state, wrote Sidney Webb, argues a complete misconception of the actual facts of industrial and social life. What of the second kind of utopianism, the 12th edition of the New Jerusalem, as Marx called it? This the Fabians sedulously avoided. They busied themselves with the administrative problems of the here and now and the very immediate tomorrow. But could they avoid altogether the challenge that a utopian might hurl back at his socialist opponents, the challenge that if they were honest, they should give an outline of the just society which was their end? It may be inexpedient to give a detailed picture of the objective, for the more detailed it is the fewer people will agree with it, but is it right to avoid it? Should one persuade people to help along a social change unless one has a fairly precise idea of the objective? The Marxist answer, frequently made, to this question consists in drawing a distinction between general social prediction, which is claimed to be possible, and detailed social prediction, which is not possible. The Fabian answer, in effect, was a more reformist or social engineering one. They merely wanted this institution and that in society changed in this or that way, while they accepted the rest as it was. Rejection of anarchism. After a struggle, which has been described, the Fabians separated themselves from the anarchists. Their main opponents were not the individualist anarchists registered but the communist anarchists of the Socialist League. The fundamental Fabian objection was to the communist anarchists' view of human nature, and their conception of voluntarism as an adequate basis of society. Could the institution of property as we know it ever have come into existence unless nearly every man had been, not merely willing, but openly and shamelessly eager to quarter himself idly on the labor of his fellows and to domineer over them whenever the mysterious workings of the economic law enabled him to do so? Asked Shaw. To be sure, an anarchist might attempt an evolutionary account of the development of morals which would answer this particular question, but asking it reveals the Fabian view that man is not yet good enough for anarchy. The Fabians recognized the need for some external compulsion to labor at least until everyone accepted a social morality. that we have failed as yet to attain? They also stressed the administrative problems which made the continued existence of a central state authority necessary. Anarchism, moreover, was a doctrine appropriate to countries where small-scale production predominated. In England, large-scale enterprise had come to stay registered. Rejection of syndicalism. Syndicalist doctrine in its modern form began emerging from near-anarchist sources in France in the early 90s, and nearly 20 more years were to elapse before it had any considerable influence in England. However, ideas of a syndicalist type were current, though not widespread, in England in the middle 90s and attracted the attention of the Fabians. The name given to these doctrines at that time was trade sectionalism, and, as Sidney Webb showed, registered they had a long history, dating back to one of the schemes propounded by Robert Owen. In their tracts, articles, and books of the middle and late 90s, the Fabians insisted on the need for community control as opposed to control by particular groups of workers over their own industry, the mine for the miners or the sewer for the sewermen, as William Clark satirically phrased it. Beatrice Webb's early study of the history of self-governing cooperative workshops also gave the Webbs and other leading Fabians an ineradicable prejudice against ideas of workers' control in industry. Her survey was taken to have proved that self-governing workshops could provide neither the managerial ability, nor the knowledge of the market, nor the workshop discipline which was necessary to efficient production. This, combined with general Fabian objections to revolutionary methods and Sidney Webb's arguments against trade sectionalism, provided the basis of the Webb's later criticism of syndicalism. Sidney Webb's principal objection to the Owenite scheme was that particular trade unions would become simply the head offices of huge companies owning the entire means of production in their industry, and subject to no control by the community as a whole. Although syndicalism was preached more vigorously in England from 1903, it did not become influential until the years of unrest before the First World War. In I-910 a conference of syndicalists was held at Manchester and the Industrial Syndicalist Education League was formed to propagate their ideas. The new movement found able leaders in Tom Mann and Ben Tillett. Tom Mann had recently returned from Australia, where for some years he had played an active part in a labour movement considerably influenced by the industrial workers of the world. The series of monthly pamphlets which he edited provided the chief syndicalist propaganda of 1910-11. The influential pamphlet The Miners' Next Step, produced by a group of young members of the South Wales Miners' Federation, appeared in 1912, and from 1912 syndicalist views found wider currency through the columns of the Daily Herald and the monthly Syndicalist. The Webb's article on syndicalism was published in August 1912 as a supplement to the periodical The Crusade. It had four main parts: the cause of the rise of syndicalism, an exposition of the essence of syndicalist theory, their objections to syndicalism, and the underlying truth of syndicalism. They attributed the rise of syndicalism to working class and labor intellectual disillusionment with existing institutions which aimed at altering the social order, in particular with trade unionism and the cooperative movement, and with collectivist and reformist methods of reform. They saw the essence of syndicalism in the revival of certain revolutionary beliefs of Marxist and anarchist origin. The theory of the class war had been revived in an absolute form. The working class was declared to be in a continuous state of war with its capitalist employers, and workers were exhorted to organize in one big union for each industry to carry on this war relentlessly, resorting to strikes and other means of increasing wages and decreasing hours of work until all the employer's profits were extracted. How far ordinary moral rules could be set aside in this war of the classes was not altogether clear, but at least some syndicalists advocated deliberate sabotage and wrecking. The culmination of this action was the general strike which would lead to the social revolution. The syndicalists had not given much thought to the organization which was to replace the state. The trade unions were to assume power on the morrow of the social revolution and were to transfer to themselves the few useful functions which create the illusion as to the great utility of government, but there might be a central production board, or even some form of state composed of delegates elected from the trade unions. The trade unions would organize the management of industry on democratic self-governing lines, abolish the wages system, and restore to the worker the full product of his labor. The Webbs argued first that syndicalism was impracticable, and second that, even if practicable, it was not desirable. They predicted that the syndicalists would find difficulty enough in getting the majority of workers enrolled in the new trade unions, and immense difficulty in persuading them all to carry on unrelenting class war over a considerable length of time. They argued that the general strike was less likely to produce a transfer of power than to produce a great deal of misery for the workers themselves and political reaction. Assuming, however, the success of the general strike and the emergence of a syndicalist society, the Webbs refused to believe it would be possible to abolish the wages system or to introduce democracy in industry, in the sense of giving the worker all he produced or of making him not liable to orders from a manager and remoter authorities. 1. Neither would the new society be able to dispense with a state. Something very like wages would need to be paid, just as the great trade union monopolies would need to be brought together by something very like a parliament. The syndicalist society would require a bureaucracy to deal with all the other governmental needs of a complex society besides production, such as foreign affairs, education, police, and sanitation. A particularly shrewd blow was struck by their observation that a syndicalist society would rob the workers of their trade unions, by making them the controlling authority. Possibly those elected to positions of power would be more liberal in their attitude than the present employers, but it was doubtful if the workers would, even then, consider them liberal enough. Unless a new crop of organizations sprang up in place of present trade unions, the workers would be unprotected. The Webbs also had some more general objections. They thought syndicalism, in its abstention from political action, and its contempt for the trade union methods of collective bargaining and legal enactment, futile and wrong. They doubted the right of the syndicalists to attempt to force all workers into trade unions and even doubted the right of industrial unions to crush craft unions out of existence, and they considered some of the methods of class warfare adopted by the syndicalists, and the egotistic materialism of syndicalist doctrine, liable to produce bad citizenship, not auguring well for the future society. The Webbs' final remarks on the underlying truth of syndicalism left the impression that, in their opinion, no truth underlay it which was not the common property of all socialism. The truth was said to be the workers' opposition to being a mere hand or tool in capitalist enterprise. To do justice to syndicalism, the Webbs ought to have added or in collectivist enterprise. But there are signs that they appreciated this point, for, after stressing the importance of the consumer against the syndicalists, they concluded their article by describing the methods of control which the collectivist state of the future would employ to avoid becoming a horrid tyranny, with centralization of power, knowledge, and authority. This could be done by making local authorities more important, perhaps, than the central government itself, and by allowing the individual producer and cooperative enterprise their own spheres outside the state-controlled economy. This article was not issued by the Fabian Society or under its auspices, but there is little doubt that it expressed an attitude to syndicalism which had the approval of all but a minority of the younger members of the society. This was shown when the arguments were repeated, with very little modification. In the report of the Committee of the Fabian Research Department on the Control of Industry, which was published as a supplement to the New Statesman of February 14, 1914. Rejection of Guild Socialism. Guild Socialism was claimed by some of its advocates to occupy a position halfway between syndicalism and collectivism*, but the distance looked to the collectivists more like 3/4 from themselves and only 1/4 from the syndicalists, and it is difficult not to agree with them. In its intellectual aspect, the Guild Socialist movement can be said to have been the product of ex-Fabians. For a number of years it exercised a strong appeal amongst left-wing Fabians who had been influenced by syndicalism, but who were unable to give complete assent to syndicalist doctrines. Feeling ran high in the society. The dispute was characterized by much rudeness on the part of the insurgents, and exasperatingly good manners on the part of the old guard Fabians, until eventually it led to the split in 1915. But relations between the Fabians and Guild Socialists were never completely broken. They cooperated in the Fabian Research Committee, and in 1920 the Fabian Society devoted a week of its summer school to a discussion of Guild Socialism, published a lecture given by G.D.H. Cole on the subject as a Fabian tract, and also published R. H. Tawney's Guild Socialist work The Sickness of an Acquisitive Society. Criticism of Guild Socialism from a collectivist point of view was expressed from time to time in Fabian publications before 1918 *, but it was presented in its most systematic form by the Webbs at the end of their consumers' cooperative movement. The Webbs admitted that Guild Socialism was better informed than syndicalism, and coped with the more obvious objections to the earlier creed. At least the guildsmen had no simple plan of replacing municipal government by trades councils and the national state by the TUC, they were careful to allow a place for national and local government and the consumers' cooperative movement, even if in a changed form. Nor were the majority of the guildsmen revolutionists, most of them sought to achieve their ends by the gradualist method of encroaching control, which involved persuading the trade unions first to reorganize themselves along the lines of industrial unions, and then to convert themselves into guilds by bringing into their ranks the clerical and managerial workers as well as the manual workers. These guilds would have the task of encouraging the workers to win by various means a greater and greater share in the actual control, management, and direction of the workshop, eventually usurping the authority of the capitalists and appointed managers, and achieving self-government in industry. The Webbs did not trouble themselves overmuch with the more philosophic and theoretical aspects of Guild Socialism registered, though they did have something to say about their conception of democracy in the cooperative commonwealth. They seized immediately on the works of G.D.H. Cole, as the ablest exponent of Guild Socialism, and examined his practical proposals, stressing the effect these would have on the consumers' cooperatives. And they refused to dismiss his project lightly as utopian merely because of the intricate elaboration of the machinery he had been led to propose. Anything beyond the most superficial description of social organization, even of the existing social organization amongst which we live, becomes bewilderingly elaborate. Aside from the specific criticisms of Guild Socialism in relation to the cooperative movement, their general objections were on four grounds: that it would weaken the control by the consumer to a degree which was undesirable, that producers' control was impracticable, that Guild Socialism had certain other minor disadvantages when contrasted with a system of democratic collectivism, and that Guild Socialism was not likely to succeed because social development did not appear to be moving in that direction. They began by attempting to demonstrate that in G.D.H. Cole's Guild Socialist state the organizations representing the consumers had merely consultative powers, or a control through a hierarchy of communes so remote and roundabout as to be ineffectual. This state of affairs they considered extremely undesirable. We understand by democracy the principle of the rule of a community according to the will of the majority of the members of the community. In the guild state all the several specialized parts of the mental and physical environment of the community determined by the desires and wills of relatively small fractions of the community instead of by the community itself. This would be government by peculiarly interested oligarchies. Guild socialism they considered to rest basically on producers' control, and a revival of the idea of the self-governing workshops. Even in the consumers' cooperative movement the Guild Socialists envisaged a complete exchange of the positions now occupied in the cooperative movement by the Committee of Management or Board of Directors, and the committee representing the cooperative employees. Consequently, the Webbs elaborated their objections to these ideas. They insisted that, whereas cooperative experience had shown that democracies of consumers had been notably successful in competition with capitalism, even under unfavorable conditions, producers' cooperation, on the other hand, had almost universally failed, although the experiment has been made in literally thousands of instances, extending over nearly a century, in almost every occupation, in various countries, often under apparently most promising conditions. They found the reason primarily in the homely adage that no man can be trusted to be judge in his own case. The function of a vocation is not to be an 105 end in itself, but to serve the community. Goods and services are produced for exchange, but the self-governing workshop almost invariably comes to consider its own function as of more importance than the community thinks it. Producers' cooperatives are always tempted to exact a profit from the consumers like any capitalist concern, yet their members also exact pay above the average, better hours and conditions. Producers' cooperatives develop vested interests, and are constantly tempted for their members' convenience to maintain existing processes unchanged and discourage innovation. They forget the demands of the community. They prefer to increase their members' incomes by restricting membership and limiting output, rather than by increasing efficiency and production. In the self-governing workshop there is a failure of discipline. The direct election of officials of any kind has proved disastrous wherever it has been tried. In trade unions, cooperatives, or local authorities, it is a matter of psychology. The manager needs to have authority behind his orders, and elected managers think more of the producers than of the consumers. There arise endless disputes about who is entitled to jobs. And finally, another practical objection to any simple form of workers' control is that the workers in any workshop are not one homogeneous mass. They are divided into grades in different numbers, and the smaller and more exclusive divisions would object strenuously to having their conditions prescribed for them by the numerically greater lower grades. The Webbs concluded their argument by pointing out that all this did not mean that democracies of producers were not necessary, or that they did not have a proper sphere of activity. But they made it clear they thought the sphere was confined to trade union and professional association functions. They carried their argument to the length of criticizing the industrial unions on which the Guild form organization was based. It is, however, indispensable, in our view, that any such organization should be vocational. The objective of greater quantity and quality of producers' control over a vocation could best be achieved by intensification of this tie of specialized vocation, transcending geographical limits. Whatever arguments may be found, in favor of a large and inclusive organization on the lines of industries and services for the purposes of the class struggle, or in resistance to the capitalist, it does not seem that the essential purpose of vocational organization will be promoted by any form of organization that included, in one and the same body, masses of men and women of different callings, even within a single industry or service. At the end, the Webbs declared they were willing to see some cautious experiments in producers' control, providing that the Consumers' Society should in all cases retain the ownership of the enterprise, with the right to terminate the experiment and resume full control of administration, either at a specified date. 106. Fabian collectivism. Or whenever the resumption seems to be required in the public interest. But we do not ourselves look with much hope to any of these experiments. They added. The difficulties of demarcation between the guilds themselves, and between the guilds and other organizations such as cooperatives, the difficulties of separating ownership from control, and the difficulty of price fixing were further problems. The Webbs remarked that the guild socialists were unlikely to be successful, even in persuading the majority of trade unions to convert themselves into guilds. Most of the guildsmen thought that the Webbs took too gloomy a view of producers' control, and that the complicated guild socialist schemes had made adequate provision for protecting the interests of consumers. Some of them remained unshaken, but the Webbs considered their criticisms were borne out by the failure of the experiment of the building guilds, and by the experiences of the U.S.S.R. degree. Fabian collectivism. It is at first somewhat surprising to discover that there is no detailed plan for the nationalization of a service in Fabian literature until 1910.4. There were, of course, demands for nationalization of certain central services before that date, but no detailed discussion of what, administratively, such nationalization would involve. Why not? Partly because nationalization was hardly practical politics in the pre-war years, but also because the preoccupations of Fabian collectivism for the first 25 years of the Society's existence were first, the extension of existing regulatory and protective functions of the state for the benefit of the working class and the community as a whole, and secondly, municipalization, so far as they envisaged the direct transfer of services to social control. The national minimum. From the mid-90s, the Fabians used the slogan "the national minimum" to describe the political and social policy they were putting forward, a policy they considered to be merely an extension of a long series of state interventions which had regulated factory conditions and public health. It was gradually becoming recognized, they claimed, that the state had a duty to preserve certain standards below which no citizen should be allowed to fall. When they advocated each particular extension of this policy, the Fabians usually entered the theoretical arena to defend their attitude against the champions of the policy of leaving things alone. The national minimum slogan was coined by the Webbs in their Industrial Democracy, the great work in which, besides describing and analyzing the functions of trade unions, they also defended trade unionism against its opponents. Writing in the 90s, the Webbs were traversing a well-fought field in their assault on what remained of earlier attempts to show that trade unions were harmful and contrary to the principles of political economy. But they carried the argument further, maintaining that for the most part trade union practices were positively beneficial, not only to their own members, but to the community in general. In particular, the trade union practice of the common rule stimulated efficiency, it encouraged the employment of the best workmen and the introduction of better machinery and organization, and if it did put an end to parasitic trades, which kept men in employment at standards incompatible with health and vigor, that was a good thing too. And if the common rule was beneficial, would not a minimum wage have similar effects? The case for the minimum wage was argued in Industrial Democracy, and was at the same time presented in tract form by H.W. Macrosti. A very large amount of Fabian propaganda, probably the greater part of it, was devoted to such arguments in favor of items of their national minimum policy. Their advocacy of extensions of the factory acts, their campaign against sweating, their demands for arbitration and the 8 hours day and for the extension of the principle of workers' compensation, their support for old age pensions, for the reform of the poor laws, for improved housing conditions, and for the extension of educational facilities all fitted into this policy of raising the status of the underprivileged. Although the Fabians regarded these demands as socialist in tendency, each one of them had widespread support outside socialist ranks. Propaganda in favor of them could, and usually did, take the form less of inventing new arguments than in marshalling arguments from other sources, an activity in which the Fabians were expert. The degree of novelty and Fabian influence in different aspects of this national minimum policy is discussed in later chapters. Municipal socialism. It was not only considerations of what was practical politics that led the Fabians to concentrate on municipal socialism in the early days. The ideal of Fabian collectivism was never an intensely centralized state. The Fabians prided themselves that they had a proper appreciation of the manifold, rather than unified, nature of the socialist state. Local government was their first discovery, at the time of the establishment of the London County Council, and perhaps in their enthusiasm they overemphasized its socialist possibilities. They admitted, of course, that certain services were essentially national in character, and would need to be under the control of the central government, but they had high hopes of municipal enterprise. Later, they also insisted on the importance of consumers' cooperatives and trade unions, maintaining that both would find a place in the state of the future, and still later allowed the picture to become more complicated, with a fringe of private enterprise around the main block of municipalized and nationalized industry, and, in agriculture, the letting out of small holdings by the municipalities. It is not surprising that Webb indignantly repudiated the accusation that he desired the servile state, and one employer registered the problems which Webb and the Fabians encountered in making their recommendations for improvements in the machinery of local government are described in a later chapter *, but some of the conclusions may be anticipated here insofar as they throw light on their collectivism. Webb and the Fabians eventually came to recommend neither rigid centralization nor complete decentralization in local government, but a balance between them. They favored the simplification of government machinery, by the absorption of ad hoc authorities into the ordinary machinery of local government, but they desired a system which would give the higher authorities supervision over the lower only through a measure of financial control, leaving them otherwise autonomous. The municipalized services would be controlled by council committees. The Fabians also recommended direct employment registered, that is, the use under the local government committee of a manager with power to employ and dismiss workmen, the committee confining itself to the control of general policy, finance, and terms of employment, to see that trade union or model conditions were observed. The consequences of gradualism. The Fabians' acceptance of gradualism set the particular questions: what enterprises should first be socialized? By what means should socialist control be extended? In what form should private enterprise exist alongside state enterprise? Their earliest answer to the first of these problems was determined by their association with radicals and municipal reformers. They hoped much from the development of municipal enterprise. Municipal enterprise and radical finance was declared by Bernard Shaw to be the early Fabian program. Those public utilities vital to the community were destined first for municipal ownership, and the Fabians were willing to confine their demands at the beginning to those backed by a considerable body of radical opinion. Railways, canals, and coal mines by their nature required central control and nationalization. Later the list grew considerably, though there appears to have been no rigid order of priority. Enterprises that had become organized in the form of trusts, and those controlling services which directly affected the health and well-being of the community, had a high place, but some of their demands are not easy to classify in either of these categories. And the Fabians were evidently always ready to press for any widely supported scheme of socialization. Radical taxation meant graduated taxation, falling most heavily on the higher income groups and particularly upon unearned incomes, together with higher, graduated death duties. Indirect taxation, because its incidence was usually regressive, should, they thought, be made as light as possible on necessities, heavy on luxuries. In addition, the Fabians concurred in the radical demand for the taxation of ground values. It became a constant complaint with them that local rates fell only upon the occupiers, and allowed the owners, the ground landlords, who were better able to pay, to escape. The Fabians recognized how municipal progressivism was hampered by the legitimate fear of rising rates on the part of occupiers who could ill afford to pay them. They therefore proposed a separate tax on owners of property in addition to, and at least partly in substitution for, the rate paid by the occupiers. They also supported proposals for a municipal death duty on realty, and the introduction of the principle of betterment. Sidney Webb, in his evidence before the Royal Commission on Labour, showed that the Fabians had in contemplation a time when national and municipal taxation would extinguish unearned incomes. To a hostile question about the lengths to which he would go in taxing occupying owners of property, he blandly replied, "I should contemplate that the amount which that occupying owner would have to pay in rates would become very considerable, might even amount to what one would call the economic rent of that property. If the community wanted those services, and Il 124. If the community was not acting arbitrarily, if the taxation was equal all round, and if it was arrived at gradually, I confess I should view with equanimity the result that the man might have to work for his living." The Fabians believed that the extension of municipal and state enterprise and the increase in taxation of unearned incomes would be a slow and gradual process. Now and again, they even hinted that complete socialism in the sense of a society where every industry is socialized never would come, and perhaps would not be desirable. Ever since the point was put forward in Tract 70, it has been a constant, if a not greatly emphasized, feature of Fabian doctrine that even in a society which was mainly socialist, private enterprise might have a function in pioneering new inventions. Outside the socialized and planned economy of the Fabian state, a fringe of small, new, and speculative ventures carried on by private entrepreneurs for profit might always, apparently, be permitted to exist, at least until they had established themselves sufficiently to be incorporated into the socialist framework registered. Another consequence of gradualism was the matter of compensation. Should the present owners of industry be compensated on its transfer from private to public ownership? The logical conclusion of the socialists' attempts to prove that the incomes of landlords and capitalists were unearned would seem to be that they deserved no compensation. Yet, clearly, if socialization were to come piecemeal and peacefully, compensation would be expedient. The early Fabians endeavored to escape from this dilemma by writing into their first basis that socialization should be carried out without compensation. This compromise appears to have satisfied the first generation of Fabians, but when, after 1906, a new generation began to surge into the society, its amendment was canvassed and the older members found themselves obliged to explain what they had meant. The report of the discussion at a meeting in 1907 throws some light on the subtle distinction between compensation and relief, which at least one recent historian of socialism has found curious. Registered, the mover of the amendment advocating deletion, argued that in every particular case our tracts advocate compensation, and the mention of the extreme principle of non-compensation, which we did not in practice advocate, interfered with our propaganda amongst the middle classes. H. G. Bentley seconded, and urged that the idea of confiscation prevented people from joining socialist societies. Sidney Herbert opposed, arguing that any change would show that we were out of sympathy with other socialists. Cecil Chesterton also opposed, contending that we wanted a bar to keep out those who call themselves socialists because they want to be kind to the poor. Dr. Clark said that even conservative governments in Parliament had passed laws repudiating compensation. Sidney Olivier, on the other side, urged that the basis was objectionable as a whole. Bernard Shaw opposed the amendment, maintaining that payment to expropriated individuals is not compensation to expropriated classes. The phrase proposed to be deleted, allowing relief to expropriated individuals, was the only item in the basis likely to reassure the middle-class doubter. H. G. Wells supported the alteration. Fabianism now meant the slow, humane process of evolution. The basis was drawn up in the old revolutionary days. It should be changed to fit changes of socialist opinion. H. T. Muggeridge was firm for no compensation. Dr. Guest regarded the phrase as a bad one, though he was a revolutionary socialist, which did not mean an advocate of violence. Mrs. Townsend supported the proposal to amend. Gerald Bishop said he had tried his hand at a redraft, and had discovered its difficulties. After a reply by F. W. Hayes, the vote was taken. The supporters of the resolution numbered about 27, while the opponents were several times more numerous. The final defense of the old distinction was given by Sidney Webb in December 1908, at a lecture in Essex Hall. He felt obliged to explain at length how the clause had come to be in the basis, as the minutes of the society were imperfect. It was a compromise that had finally been arrived at by a committee of 15 over a meal in a restaurant. Webb said he had originally opposed the insertion of the sentence, but Mr. Headlam had overborne him, and he had eventually been convinced that Mr. Headlam was right. The term compensation had two associations which it was desirable to avoid: an ethical association with the claim that persons had a moral right to the perpetuation of unearned incomes, and an historical association with payment only for expropriation of, or injury to, interests in land. The Fabian attitude embodied three principles: first, that the state should pay when it took over services, and not haggle too much over the price. Second, that the state should recoup its expenditure by increasing taxes on unearned incomes. Third, that the state should extend consideration and relief, or as it is often termed, compensation, to all persons injuriously affected by changes made for the public benefit. Such relief, where practicable, should take the form merely of life allowances to those whose reasonable expectations had been upset, provision for the aged or for children, and generally the prevention of needless suffering. Webb's speech revealed in a couple of places that he was not particularly wedded to the distinction between compensation and relief, providing that the points he had made were understood. It is not surprising, therefore, that after this time the society soon gave up the distinction. In the following year E.R. Pease's tract Capital and Compensation was published by the society. It declared compensation to be possible and proper at the stage when the state took over the administration of capital, but to be impossible when the ownership was taken over. In the same fashion as Webb, this tract argued that the extinction should be accomplished by increased income tax or death duties *, or by the granting of life annuities rather than perpetual annuities at the time of nationalization. Since the publication of Capital and Compensation, the Fabians have usually made no more bones about using the word compensation, though of course they have continued to make their point about the need for extinguishing this compensation in the long run. Banking and credit policy. Little requires to be said of Fabian views on this topic before 1918. One Fabian tract had been published on the subject, No. 164, Gold and State Banking, a study in the economics of monopoly, written by Pease, and it had been touched on in Sidney Webb's preface to J. Theodore Harris's book on the Guernsey market currency. They show that the Fabians, like most socialists, were profoundly suspicious of any credit schemes that professed to be able to solve the problem of capitalism. In this matter, the Fabians were orthodox, perhaps too much so. On the other hand, they recognized that there was a connection between unorthodox ideas about money and socialist ideas, extending back to Robert Owen, and they were anxious to discover what grain of truth might lie behind the older socialists' claims. Both Webb and Pease declared this grain of truth to be simply the proposition that a correctly managed paper currency could satisfactorily replace gold, because the security of the credit system did not depend on gold but on the total wealth of the community. The Fabians recommended the nationalization of banking, but on grounds much the same as those for the nationalization of any other service. They did not, as post-war socialists tended to do, put the demand for nationalization of banking as one of the first items on their plan for socialization. Nevertheless, they did not fail to urge in a general way that the power as well as the profit of banking should be in the community's hands. Banking, they claimed, was becoming a monopoly. The only special argument, however, was that a state monopoly bank could reduce bank interest charges by supplying its services at cost and through other internal economies which they assumed would be the consequence of unification. But even this argument was merely a special application of a more general Fabian argument about the advantages of socialized enterprise. Nationalization, when it was thought of at all in the early days of the Fabian Society, was seen in fairly simple terms as the purchase of the assets of the undertaking by the state, and the appointment of a minister to conduct it, as the post office is conducted, under civil service control. This is shown by plans for nationalizing the mines, one of their earliest demands for the nationalization of a service. Their full plans did not find expression in tract form until 1913, and the Nationalization of Mines and Minerals Bill became the second of the Society's tracts giving a detailed scheme of nationalization. The tract took the form of a bill drawn up by the Fabian lawyer, Henry Schloesser, for the Executive Council of the Miners' Federation. The bill had been introduced into the House of Commons on July 1913. It provided for the acquisition of ownership by the state and direct management by a Minister of Mines and a staff appointed by him and under his control. No details of organization or management were given, and the only discussion of the status of workers was a provision safeguarding their right to take part in politics and in trade union activities. The uncompromising state socialism of this bill and tract excited the strenuous opposition of the syndicalists' degree, and the progress of syndicalist and guild socialist ideas amongst the trade unions during the war years completely changed the character of the discussion when the question of the nationalization of mines was again raised at the end of the war. At the 1918 annual conference of the Miners' Federation, the resolution calling for state ownership of the coal mining industry also demanded joint control and administration by the workmen and the state. The M.F.G.B.S. bill, which was submitted in 1919 to the Sankey Commission, provided for the control of the nationalized industry by a mining council, consisting of 20 members, 10 appointed by the government and 10 appointed by the MFGB, under the presidency of a Minister of Mines, who was also to be responsible to Parliament for the Council's affairs. In addition, it proposed district councils and pit committees. Thus the miners' plan envisaged a half-share in control of the industry by the union at the highest level, and an increase in the union's influence as the scale of authority went lower, until at the pits something approaching workers' control would be operating. As a concession to the consumers, the government was empowered to appoint a fuel consumers' council, which would have a purely advisory function. Even Webb and other Fabians who had been appointed miners' representatives on the Sankey Commission did not propose so uncompromising a state socialist measure as that in the Tract of 1913. They still proposed that the control of the industry should be in the hands of a Minister of Mines, but he was to have an advisory National Mining Council, consisting of representatives from district mining councils, equally representing the miners, consumers, and experts. At the pit level, executive power was to be in the hands of a manager advised by local mining councils. It must not be thought, however, that the proposals of the Fabians on the Sankey Commission represented the Fabian Society's first venture away from a rigid post office conception of nationalization. The Nationalization of Mines and Minerals Bill Tract of 1913 was, as has been said, the second full-length tract of the Society on nationalization. The Society's first tract of this kind had been Emil Davies' State Purchase of Railways, a practicable scheme. Published in 1910, and in certain respects, the plan of administrative machinery put forward in this tract anticipated the plan for the mines agreed to by the Fabian and Labour members of the Sankey Commission * registered. Davies's outline of management and administration was based on the Swiss system, and was influenced by the structures which had been set up for the Port of London Authority and the Water Board. It differed from the two London authorities, however, in retaining for Parliament control over the annual budget and power to alter the conditions, wages, and terms of employment of the workers. He proposed the appointment of a Minister of Railways to ensure responsibility to the House of Commons, and the actual management of the enterprise by a committee of 5 experts under the general supervision of a Railway Council, 3 to be selected by the Railway Council and 2 nominated by the Minister of Railways. The 5 experts were to be a railway director, a trained business organizer, a lawyer, a financier, and another individual. To be a connecting link between the railway administration and the Minister of Railways. The Railway Council was to be made up of representatives of county councils and county boroughs served by the nationalised railways, together with representatives from chambers of commerce and chambers of agriculture in the area, and representatives of local branches of the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants pro rata the number of employees. Altogether, this plan shows that some Fabians, as early as 1910, appreciated the need of balancing government control with a measure of consumer and employee representation, though the efficiency of this particular scheme, and in particular the relation between the Railway Council and the Expert Managing Committee, would seem to require more discussion than was accorded them in the tract. The disputes concerning the structure of socialized undertakings, which were so much a feature of the post-war years, and which were solved by the conversion of Mr. Herbert Morrison and other Fabians from the view that ad hoc boards were capitalist soviets, to the opinion that they were fit organs of socialism, fall largely outside the period of this work. In these earliest Fabian tracts on nationalization, the problems were implicit, and the Fabians were deeply concerned about them by the end of the war period. Our discussion can perhaps be concluded with some remarks about the suggestions put forward by the Webbs in their Constitution for the Socialist Commonwealth for the control and administration of socialized undertakings. These proposals show them to have been greatly influenced by the Sankey Commission. In their Constitution, the Webbs were still of the opinion that only half a dozen or so will need to be organized and directed nationally. They still hoped that most services could be provided by local government. Nevertheless, they recognized elsewhere that local government had not developed to the extent that was once imagined possible. It was often assumed a generation ago that the bulk of the new work of government would fall, not to Parliament and the Cabinet, but to the local governing bodies, and that the expansion of the function of these local authorities would relieve the congestion of public business at Westminster. The local authorities have indeed grown by leaps and bounds, but their expansion has effected nothing in relief of the national government. Provision was therefore made in the Constitution to cope with the vast expansion of work by the central government. The new social parliament was designed for the purpose of exercising a control which the present House of Commons, with its jumble of activities and congestion of business, could not provide. In form it was to be similar to the London County Council, with separate standing committees for each service, advised by a special civil service research department. The committees were to control general policy, not day-to-day administration of the nationalized services. Administration was to be in the hands of a national board, appointed by the Social Parliament on the advice of the Standing Committee. The board was to have equal tripartite representation of managers, workers, and consumers, under the chairmanship of the Chief Executive Officer, registered where possible. The organization was to be supplemented by district councils, constituted on the same lines as the board and works committees. Selection committees for making appointments, and discipline committees with power of dismissal, both with workers' representation, were also envisaged. Registered trade unions were to be fully recognized, and machinery provided for collective bargaining and wage fixing. The management of the boards was also recommended to encourage the formation of voluntary consumers' committees, and make full use of their suggestions and advice. So keen had the Webbs become for this type of socialized organization that they recommended a miniature copy of it to local government bodies for their municipalized services. Fabian collectivist ideas show that the Webbs and their followers were insistent on the advantages of the large-scale, organized state, and yet that they were by no means unmindful of the problem of liberty under socialism. Their early rejection of visionary and anarchist schemes was matched in later years by their extreme suspicion of producers' control, but in their own way they attempted to avoid the rigidity of extreme centralization, and the danger of one employer through a large measure of considerably decentralized municipalization. Later, the collectivists may be considered to have yielded a little ground before syndicalist and guild socialist criticism, but only a little. There was more of guild socialism in the phraseology of the Constitution for the Socialist Commonwealth than in its practical recommendations. Its bias was still predominantly for consumer democracy, although a certain measure of workers' representation on the higher administrative bodies had been conceded. In assessing the Fabians' concern for liberty under collectivism, it is also necessary to observe that they would allow trade unions to remain unfettered, and that in the Constitution for the Socialist Commonwealth the division of Parliament into political and social parliaments was at least partly designed to separate the political coercive power of the state from its economic power. Finally, the Fabians hoped that a well-organized society would increase freedom outside working hours, by reducing the time spent on necessary social tasks. 118. Chapter V. The Fabians, Imperialism, Tariff Reform, and War. The Boer War, Fabianism and the Empire. The international complications of the years immediately preceding the Boer War took the Fabians by surprise, and in the last years of the 19th century and the first years of the 20th they were forced by the march of events to make a statement of their views on imperialism and tariff policy. Until these issues were positively thrust upon them, the Fabians had simply not bothered about international affairs, even to consider their relation to England's domestic economy. Coming into existence in the atmosphere of optimism, born of a long Victorian peace, the Fabian society had taken a distinctly insular view. It is true that for a while, under Mrs. Besant's regime, a few facts about the progress of socialism in foreign countries had been published in the Fabian Notes column in our corner, but these had ceased to appear long before the Fabian Notes column was discontinued in that journal. In any case, these notes had been about the internal affairs of foreign countries and not about international relations. Before 1895 the only foreign problem in which the Fabians had interested themselves was Irish Home Rule. They had been in favor of Home Rule, but were at first inclined to adopt the rather simple view that the affair could easily be settled, and was merely being used as a means for diverting attention from domestic reform. The Fabians began to consider imperial affairs seriously only after the time of the Jameson Raid. Events in South Africa were briefly referred to in the report on Fabian policy of 1896, and after 1896 Dilke and several other persons were invited to address the Society on Empire problems. Even then the Fabians avoided a full-scale discussion of imperialism until the Boer War was about to break out. According to Edward Pease, the whole of the society, with few exceptions, had scouted the idea of war almost up to the moment when it was declared by President Kruger on October 11, 1899. However, Another potent reason for avoiding the imperialist issue was, no doubt, the fear of it as a dangerous subject, calculated to split the society. The differing sympathies of individual Fabians were already, before the outbreak of war, becoming apparent. William Clark contributed to the Progressive Review in February 1897 * a brilliant, anti-imperialist article under the title The Genesis of Jingoism. Later, he was to become one of the most vehement opponents of the Boer War. On the other hand, Sidney Webb had come closely into contact with Haldane and Rosebery in his work on the LCC, and was thought to be drifting into the camp of the liberal imperialists, and Shaw and Bland with him. Once war had broken out, the issue could no longer be evaded. The division in the society which resulted from it has been described as one in which the left and right wings of the Fabians joined hands in opposition to the center. The left wing comprised old Marxists like Walter Crane, the artist, together with leaders of the ILP who were also Fabians, such as J. Ramsay MacDonald, S. G. Hobson, and G. N. Barnes. The right wing of the Fabian Society were progressive liberals, such as Dr. F. Lawson Dodd, Clement Edwards, Dr. John Clifford, and Will Crooks. Both the imperialist and education controversies at the end of the century were bringing together left-wing socialists and left-wing liberals, despite the differences in their views of political tactics. They found themselves ranged against the old guard Fabians, led by Webb, Shaw, and Bland, no less than against the liberal imperialists. In the first clash of opinion, a members' meeting held on December 8, 1899 showed the society to be completely divided. A lengthy resolution was moved by S. G. Hobson, and an equally long amendment by Shaw on behalf of the executive. Despite their length, it seems worthwhile reproducing both of them in full as a reflection of fundamental points of view in the Fabian Society at the crucial moment. Hobson's motion read that, in view of the character and tendencies of political and economic ideas which have principally conduced to the present South African War, in view, namely, of their antagonism to industrial democracy at home and of the prejudice which their extension threatens to a settlement, acceptable to socialists, of the Transvaal economic situation and of pending commercial problems in other foreign countries and British possessions, this society deems it essential to the furtherance of its own special aims that its attitude in regard to the war should be clearly asserted and that its methods of future attack upon capitalist commercialism should be widened in the light of this incident. That as it was not the franchise quarrel that really made the war, but on the one hand the aim of establishing British supremacy from the Cape to the Zambesi, on the other the set purpose of the republics at all costs to maintain their independence, this society is not called upon to criticize either the Outlanders' political claims or the Boers' policy in regard thereto. That the phase of imperialist passion that has overrun this country of recent years, and is the chief cause of the war, has distracted the attention of the nation from domestic progress, has debased the conscience and lowered the democratic spirit of the English people, has effected a sinister cooperation between professional financiers and the military power, and threatens to involve us in political responsibilities which mean the establishment of militarism as the predominant element in our public life and the paramountcy of the interests that withstand the advance of socialism. The Fabian Society therefore formally dissociates itself from the imperialism of capitalism and vainglorious nationalism, and pledges itself to support the expansion of the empire only in so far as that may be compatible with the expansion of that higher social organization which this society was founded to promote. Shaw's amendment proposed to replace Hobson's motion with the following: that in view of the character claimed for the South African War by the government as a disinterested struggle to secure democratic institutions for the Outlanders of the Transvaal, the Fabian Society ventures to remind the public that the time has gone by for regarding the acquisition of a parliamentary vote alone as worth a war. If it were, about a third of the adult male population of these islands, and all the adult women, would be justified in resorting to armed revolution. That democratic institutions in the modern sense imply the recognition of public rights in the natural resources of the country, and the effective safeguarding of these rights against speculators to whom concessions may be granted for commercial purposes, the protection of the wage workers by legislation making due precautions for their health and safety compulsory. 12. That the country is therefore entitled to expect that in the event of this war being carried to a successful issue, the government will take steps to secure public rights in the valuable mines of the Rand by either placing them in public hands or else exacting in royalties the full economic rent to be expended on public works for the development of the country, after recoupment of a reasonable share of the expenses of the war, insist on a stringent Mines Regulation Act for the protection of miners. That failing the above imperial precautions, the only effect of victory will be to deprive the Transvaal of its present institutions under the Boer Republic, and make it a prey of the commercial speculators of all nations and races whose avowed object is to make private fortunes out of the mines without regard to the public welfare. Such a result would expose the British government to the charge of being the dupes of these speculators, and of having spent the nation's blood and treasure, and outraged humanity by a cruel war, to serve the most sordid interests under the cloak of a lofty and public-spirited imperialism. And finally, since the spokesmen and newspapers of both our political parties, without a single exception, declared before the war that the constitutional grievances of the Outlanders must be remedied in any case, every member of these parties, whether he approves of the war or believes that it might have been avoided by more skillful diplomacy, is bound to insist that the advance in liberty and good government for which we are professedly fighting shall not be lost sight of in the hubbub of party recrimination, theatrical patriotism, and financial agitation. The Fabian Society pledges itself to do its utmost to recall public opinion to the realities of the situation as set forth above, and to press them on both political parties as matters which demand and admit of complete unanimity among disinterested and politically conscientious Englishmen. It may be observed that, in S.G. Hobson's resolution, the word imperialism has the sinister significance that it so often bears today, as a result of liberal and Marxist propaganda. In contrast with imperialism, Hobson speaks of the expansion of the empire, in so far as that may be compatible with the expansion of that higher social organization which the society was founded to promote. In Shaw's amendment, on the other hand, the word imperialism is used in an approving sense, coupled with the adjectives lofty and public-spirited, and contrasted with sordid interests. Usually jingoism was the word of disapprobation with Shaw, and those of his way of thinking the word used to designate the sordid interests of theatrical patriotism and financial agitation. Deep divisions lay beneath this difference in the use of terms. The motives which underlay a whole recent phase of empire expansion, and the questions of approving or disapproving government policy and popular sentiment of the 90s, were in dispute. The Little England liberals, who had been brought up in distrust of the imperialist adventures of Disraeli, and who viewed the later expansion with deep suspicion, were coming together with left-wing socialists to produce that hostile interpretation of imperialism which was eventually to be so brilliantly expressed by J. A. Hobson. The Greater Englanders of all types, whatever they conceded to the criticism of their opponents, wished imperialism to be understood in a favorable sense. They had a distinct bias in favor of large units of government, and they believed in the superiority of British institutions, and felt that European rule could benefit backward peoples. It is unlikely that these differences amongst the Fabians could have been settled by an agreement about the use of terms, though the final paragraph of S.G. Hobson's resolution pointed a way out of the impasse. In their immediate attitude to the war, the two resolutions were in sharp opposition. Hobson's resolution is decidedly pro-Boer, setting aside the question of the Outlanders franchise as unimportant, and declaring the issue to be one between the independence of the Boer republics and the aim of establishing British supremacy from the Cape to the Zambesi, with the implication that the first thing is good, the second bad. In Shaw's amendment, despite his mocking remarks about the Outlanders franchise as a motive for war, the assumption is that the war against the Boers will be carried to a successful issue. His amendment is concerned chiefly with recommending to the British government things it should do after its victory. Neither the resolution nor the amendment was carried at the members' meeting. Shaw's amendment, despite support from Bland and other members of the executive, was decisively rejected by a vote of 58 votes to 27, on a show of hands. But the supporters of the amendment managed to carry a previous question motion by a narrow margin of 59 votes to 50 on a division. Thereupon, the executive agreed to appeal to all members of the society through a postal referendum, which was taken in February 1900. The question submitted was, "Are you in favor of an official pronouncement being made now by the Fabian Society on imperialism in relation to the war?" Arguments were prepared for the yes and no cases. The yes case urged that the society should make a pronouncement on a crisis produced by causes antagonistic to its aims, that the imperial fetish was an invention of aggressive capitalism and militarism, that practically the whole of the international socialist movement was opposed to the war and imperialism, and that social reform would be hindered by the expenditure on war. The no case did not put up any arguments for imperialism, but maintained that no pronouncement should be made by the society because it was a subject outside the special province of the society, that the war, having commenced, could not be solved by a Fabian declaration, and that the only effect of a declaration would be to split and damage the society itself. 1 When the votes were returned, there was a narrow majority for no, 259 against 217. It was said at the time, and has constantly been alleged since, wrote Pease, that the society had voted its approval of the South African War, and had supported imperialist aggression and anti-democratic militarism. No such statement is correct. 2 He was right. Strictly speaking, the society had only voted in favor of not making a pronouncement against imperialism. Very few of those who had urged a yes vote left the society over this issue, about 15 altogether. But it is not difficult to understand why the Fabian Society got the reputation that Pease complained of, not only amongst the public at large, but in the opinion also of an eminent historian. Degree registered in the same month in which the Fabian referendum was taken, Shaw trailed his coat at one of the largest public meetings the Fabians had ever had at Clifford's Inn Hall. In this speech, Shaw attacked Gladstonian liberalism, and boldly claimed that a Fabian must necessarily be an imperialist, because Fabian socialism and imperialism both were based on a sense of the supreme importance of the duties of the community, with state organization, efficient government, industrial civil service, regulation of all private enterprise in the common interest, and dissolution of frontiers through international industrial organization, whereas the older liberalism placed its faith in the rights of the individual, with the central conception of liberty presiding over free trade, competition, nationality, Jeffersonian democracy, peasant proprietary, the small master in trade, and the small state in politics. This correlation of Fabianism with imperialism was bound to remain in people's minds when they forgot that Shaw went on to argue that imperialism did not mean uncritical acceptance of every act of the imperial government, a statement which he attempted to demonstrate by giving 4 different surveys and forecasts of affairs in South Africa, each leading to a different judgment of the war, from frank pro-Boerism to the most enthusiastic patriotism. And all, he declared, consistent with sound Fabianism and imperialism. Those who used the word imperialism in a different way from Shaw were bound to misunderstand him. Despite the referendum vote against making a pronouncement about imperialism, the executive in fact decided to issue a tract, after the most vigorous anti-imperialists had left the society. Fabianism and the Empire was most carefully prepared. It was intended to satisfy as many members as possible. Bernard Shaw prepared the first draft, and proofs were sent out to every member for correction and amendments. The final draft was discussed and voted upon at an open meeting. Pease is full of praise of Shaw's skill in carrying out this supreme feat of Fabian compromise. One's admiration of the skill is increased on observing how much of Shaw's own view was incorporated into this collective tract, in the teeth of the large anti-imperialist minority of Fabians. One of the ways in which Shaw imported his ideas into the tract was through the confusion of ethical recommendations with descriptive statements. In the tract, statements about what ought to happen and the circumstances in which imperialism would be justified are mixed up, often in an extremely confusing way, with statements about what in fact was happening in the world. A few sentences from the beginning of the tract may be taken as an example. The problem before us is how the world can be ordered by great powers of practically international extent. The partition of the greater part of the globe among such powers is, as a matter of fact that must be faced, approvingly or deploringly, now only a question of time. Asterisk in this passage, the second part is certainly a statement of what was happening, but why, an opponent might have asked, should the problem before us be limited merely to the administrative one of how this could be carried out with the least fuss? Many people were considering at the time how this development could be stopped. Should the Fabians be classified as imperialists after the publication of Fabianism and the Empire? A great deal depends on how one interprets the views expressed in the tract, and the way the label is to be used. The Fabians themselves repudiated the term imperialism insofar as it meant that the society supported the policy of the government in the South African War, as was shown in a letter released to the press on behalf of the Executive Committee by the Secretary at the end of January 1902. It ran, "Sir, statements have appeared in the press to the effect that the Fabian Society is in favor of the policy of the government in South Africa, or, as some have put it, of imperialism. Will you permit me to say that the statement, in either form, is incorrect? Every shade of opinion in relation to the war is represented amongst the members, and the Society has therefore, on 2 occasions, by vote of its members, declined to formulate any collective opinion one way or the other. The only authoritative expression of its views is the manifesto entitled Fabianism and the Empire, published in October 1900, which, as stated in the preface, represents the general views of the Society as a whole, but is not binding on any individual members. Yours, etc., EDWRP's, Secretary. 28 January 1902. Nevertheless, the views expressed in Fabianism and the Empire do range the Fabians on the imperialist side and not on the opposite side. Providing certain qualifications are made, it does not seem that at the time they were unfairly labeled imperialists. Their basic criterion emerges in this statement. The value of a state to the world lies in the quality of its civilization, not in the magnitude of its armaments. There is therefore no question of the steamrollering of little states because they are little, any more than of their maintenance in deference to romantic nationalism. The state which obstructs international civilization will have to go, be it big or little. That which advances it should be defended by all the Western powers. Thus huge China and little Monaco may share the same fate, little Switzerland and the vast United States the same fortune. Once again, there is the uncomfortable mixture of is and ought. What does the sentence which begins "there is therefore no question" mean? Little states do get steamrollered because they are little, perhaps they ought not. However, the intention of the passage is clear, especially when it is taken in its context in the pamphlet. The Fabians apparently regarded it as justifiable for a country of higher civilization to take over backward countries, but not for countries of lower civilization to grab countries of higher civilization which are less powerful. This point was made by an instance that Tsarist Russia would not be justified in grabbing Switzerland, but if Switzerland were to annex Russia and liberalize her institutions, the rest of Europe would breathe more freely. The test of a higher civilization is nowhere precisely defined, but it apparently meant Western European countries and the USA as against African and Asiatic countries. In the case of China, the Fabians realized that the question whether its civilization was lower or higher than Western civilization was a debatable one. Consequently, they furnished another argument for Western intervention in this instance, without begging the question as to whether the Chinese civilization is a lower or higher one than ours. We have to face the fact that its effect is to prevent Europeans from trading in China, or from making railway and postal and telegraph routes across it for the convenience of the world in general. Thus the Fabians also relied on the doctrine of the rightfulness of free trade and the progress of Western commercial civilization. Now the notion that a nation has a right to do what it pleases with its own territory without reference to the interests of the rest of the world, is no more tenable from the international socialist point of view, that is from the point of view of the 20th century, than the notion that a landlord has a right to do what he likes with his estate without reference to the interests of his neighbors. We are asserting and enforcing international rights of travel and trade. But the right to trade is a very comprehensive one. It involves a right to insist on a settled government which can keep the peace and enforce agreements. When a native government of this order is impossible, the foreign trading power must set one up. This was said to be the common historical origin of colonies and annexations. The analogy between a state in the international scene and a landlord in a state suffered from the obvious defect that there was no international body with power comparable to the state's rightful authority over landlords and other citizens. And while it is true that the establishment of a government by a trading power has frequently been in fact the origin of colonies and annexations, the Fabians were also justifying such action by using words like right. The Fabians at the time of the publication of Fabianism and the Empire were free traders, and they honestly were thinking in terms of right, because they also recommended that the policy of the open door in China should be balanced by an open door in Australia for Chinese immigrants. Thus the Fabians in their Fabianism and the Empire manifesto not only recognized that the world was being divided up amongst the imperialist powers, but in a general way they approved and justified the tendency. They seem to have been of the opinion that the states of Western Europe could and would benefit less developed communities by taking them over or ruling them, at least for a while. But if the majority of the Fabians were, and some of them admitted themselves to be, imperialists, nevertheless they were always careful to say they were not jingoes. They meant several important things by this distinction. Above all, they meant that their vision was not clouded by hysterical patriotism, and that they were under no romantic illusions about the causes of imperial expansion. The growth of modern empires was recognized by them to be often caused by pressure from interested capitalist groups, though the Fabians did not subscribe to any monistic economic interpretation. They did not deny the anti-imperialists' claims that there were links between commercial adventurers and the press and persons influential in the government, but, the Fabians believed, the press and state were made use of only because they lacked information. As they put it in the pamphlet, a ring can get at the press, not because the press is corrupt, but because it is ignorant. The press can get at the government for exactly the same reason. If the government had an efficient administrative service, if it had imperial institutes on the spot, combining administrative and research functions, to supply the home government and press with accurate information, and perhaps also to exercise some positive control over the traders, these evils could be eliminated. The Fabians entertained no romantic illusions that imperial rule was perfect, or even, in existing circumstances, that it was necessarily beneficial to the ruled. Empire administration, they thought, needed reform, and they were prepared to expose and castigate mistakes in policy. Shaw's withering attack on the British administration for the Denshawi outrage in his preface to John Bull's Other Island is the most outstanding example in all Fabian literature, but Fabianism and the Empire was also outspoken about mistakes of policy, especially those in South Africa. The Fabian analysis of the causes of the Boer War led the society to an attitude hostile both to Kruger and to the British capitalists. Point 2, while Britain was actually at war, the majority of the Fabians recognized the British Empire had to win the war, and that no other conclusion to it was possible. But they recommended that at the conclusion of the war, far-reaching reforms in administration should be introduced, the South African mines should be nationalized or imperialized, but wide powers of self-government should be granted in South Africa. A distinction of another kind was also being made by the Fabians when they claimed that they were not jingoes. When they approved the control of countries of lower civilization by those of higher civilization, they were rating the standard of Western European civilization above that of others, but they did not believe England's was so much higher than that of her other Western neighbors France, Germany, Italy, or America as to justify Englishmen entertaining the chivalrous feeling that it was their highest duty to save the world from the horrible misfortune of being governed by anyone but young men fresh from the public schools of Britain. The Fabian standard of higher civilization was a European standard. Again, the distinction between imperialist and jingo finds some justification in their attitude to nationality and self-government. Though they showed little sympathy for the independence of small and insignificant nations, especially if they were backward socially or politically, they showed great respect for the principle of nationality, and favored decentralized home rule for all national groups which were capable of it, within the large-scale empires. In this, they went far, wide powers of self-government were commended for Australasia, for Canada, and for South Africa, with the one proviso that the interests of the Aboriginal natives should be protected by the imperial government. For this purpose, they approved the retention by the Crown of certain powers of veto over the legislation of colonial governments, until a responsible imperial council should be established in London, to which the powers could be transferred. They did not recommend self-government, however, as a universally valid principle in the existing state of the empire. While they wished for a steady progress for the colonies up a ladder to self-government within the empire, they recognized that different institutions were necessary for the different parts of the empire depending on their degree of development. They did not think India was ready for parliamentary institutions, for instance, but they were in favor of other democratic measures, including the development of education facilities, the Indianization of the civil service in increasing stages, the multiplication of provincial councils with limited powers, and a wise development of the self-government inherent in the village councils. 1. When colonies had progressed to the level of self-government, the Fabians hoped for the development of federal unions of self-governing states, and trusted that moral ties and the bonds of mutual advantage would hold such commonwealths together. 2. Thus the Fabians desired a continuous movement in the British Empire towards what was later to be called a Commonwealth of Nations. The final answer to the question whether the Fabians were imperialists should perhaps be either yes, in the sense used in 1900, but, or no, not in the modern sense of the word, but. It was the left-wing liberal and Marxist use of the word that triumphed in socialist ranks, and the Fabian usage went down before it. When J. A. Hobson's book /Imperialism appeared, a review in Fabian News stoutly maintained that Hobson had confounded imperialism and jingoism, and had attributed to imperialism all the evils which really sprang from jingoism, whereas the Fabians had always been careful to draw a distinction between them. When the pessimism of the Hobsonites appeared to be justified by the outbreak of the First World War, Hobson's usage of the term imperialism became popular amongst socialists, and the Fabian distinction forgotten. Even the Fabians themselves succumbed, as can be seen from Shaw's writings. In his Common Sense about the War of 1914, Shaw, although he adopted a great measure of the Hobsonite analysis, nevertheless continued to call the people he disliked Junkers or militarists or Jingos. In his Peace Conference Hints published in 1919, when he reviewed the happenings of the past, he used the expression Jingo imperialists * in the Intelligent Woman's Guide. The Jingo was dropped, and imperialism used in the Hobson manner. By that time, the Fabians had found Commonwealth of Nations a more fitting term to describe the kind of empire organization they had, throughout, approved. The Fabians had made their general approach to imperialism clear in Fabianism and the Empire, but the pamphlet was, by usual Fabian standards, a slight piece. A booklet of 101 pages could hardly hope to deal satisfactorily with the huge problems it touched, even if every page had been devoted to those problems. In fact, the problems of London crowded out those of Empire as a whole. 42 of its pages dealt with home affairs *, and those consisted mostly of a restatement of the Fabian municipal program. A direct link was made between these home affairs and more general imperial issues only in two matters. First, a warning was given about the emigration of too much capital, leading to the reduction of Britain to a rentier nation with a bought and apathetic working class, thereby inviting the fate of the Roman Empire. Secondly, events in South Africa were said to have demonstrated the superiority of a militia over a professional army, and the Fabians renewed a demand they had made long before for the universal military training of young men without removing them from civil life or requiring them to live for long periods in barracks, thus providing a militia which could be supplemented with specialist forces of volunteer soldiers. Obviously the Fabians did not feel particularly comfortable in their new role of advisors on imperial affairs. They drew the moral that what the British Empire wants most urgently in its government is brains and political _science, but many years were to elapse before the Fabian Society itself was willing to follow up this suggestion and to undertake detailed research into imperial problems. Fabianism and the empire was a piece de circonstance, and the Fabians appear to have been happy to turn away from it and return to their proper business of domestic reform. "We are no longer thinking about jingoism and militarism," wrote Pease in 1908, reviewing the posthumous collection of William Clark's writings, and saying why he found some of the articles a trifle out of date registered. When the Fabians were confronted, in 1903, with Chamberlain's tariff reform issue, their reaction was even more equivocal than their reaction to the imperialist controversy. Again, the drafting of their tract on this difficult subject was left to Bernard Shaw. Again, it was submitted to members and many amendments were incorporated in it. Again, Shaw managed to carry the final draft with practical unanimity, though one prominent dissentient, Graham Wallace, who had been somewhat in disagreement with the other Fabian leaders over their education policy, was led by his opposition to this tract to resign from the society. Fabianism and the fiscal question began by observing, "The ease with which Mr. Chamberlain has reopened a question which for 50 years has been marked off by all parties as closed in English practical politics is perhaps the severest blow the triumphant Whig anti-socialism of the 19th century has yet received." The establishment of free imports seemed as stable and final as the disestablishment of the Irish Church, of purchase in the army, of duelling, and of property qualification for the franchise. But in fairness it must be noted that Whig anti-socialists had by no means been the only adherents of free trade. The Fabian Society, too, had taken free trade for granted, and, like most other labor, radical, and socialist organizations, had treated the earlier fair traders as enemies. Considerable argument about the merits of free trade and protection took place within the society before Fabianism and the fiscal question was accepted. Sidney Webb opened the debate in June 1903 with a cautious speech registered. He defended the older position of the society, and could see nothing in our economic, industrial, or fiscal situation that made it necessary, or even desirable, to revolutionize our fiscal system, but he thought, it might be inferred that the Prime Minister and the Colonial Secretary would not have raised so large an issue, and one likely to be so disruptive of their own party, without information convincing them of the necessity of taking some action in consolidating the empire. The tenor of Webb's speech was against tariffs, but its cautious and tentative character invited rather than stilled criticism. The publication of W. J. Ashley's The Tariff Problem seems to have had a considerable influence in moving the Fabians somewhat from their free trade position. This work was reviewed in Fabian News of November 1903, when it was spoken of as the ablest and most interesting presentment we have seen of the case for preferential tariffs. It found especial favor with the Fabian reviewer, because free trade arguments are recognized to the full and recourse to defensive tariffs is regarded as provisional only. They may be looked upon as the props to a cathedral to prevent collapse while an alteration is being made to the foundations. The reviewer appeared disturbed at the authors taking the incidental references to free trade in our Fabianism and the empire as our final word on the present crisis and our only alternative to preferential tariffs. The full-scale attack on the Fabians' earlier attachment to free trade was launched within the society by Robert Dell. He argued that free trade was historically the counterpart of laissez-faire, in that both placed reliance on the natural working of the economic system. Socialists, who believed in the opposite principle of the conscious control of the economic system, needed to look at the facts, including the character of the country's exports and imports, and to consider whether the most desirable results were being obtained. The fact was, he argued, that English capital was going abroad to build up foreign industry, while the staple trades of the country had been stagnant or declining for 20 years. The restoration of English agriculture was the most immediate need, but in general, Dell urged, import duties ought to be levied with great care and to vary very much, the decision should be vested in a permanent expert body, and the government should consciously control foreign trade and resolve on expert advice what trades to encourage and what not. Cheapness was not the only consideration, the quality of the commodities and the conditions under which they were produced must also be considered. Because there was every fear that if the present tendencies continued unchecked, England would merely become the pleasure ground of the English-speaking peoples, living on tourists and rich men whose fortunes were made and invested in other countries and producing little or nothing. Collectivism would not check the tendency, its remedies were directed to another class of evils, and a collectivist state would find itself face to face with the same difficulties that we had to face at present. Sidney Webb, in replying, pointed out that free trade was not necessarily proved a bad policy because it was established by men who believed in laissez-faire, and that arguments showing that trades were declining did not necessarily prove that protection was the remedy. The debate was continued by Pease, whose bias seemed on the whole towards free trade, and later by Cecil Chesterton, who turned the question towards the allied problem of the free immigration of Chinese labor into the colonies, a proposal which had been favored in Fabianism and the Empire, but which Chesterton opposed. In the circumstances, the difficulties of drafting a tract which would satisfy the majority of Fabians were enormous. At a members' meeting held on January 22, 1904, Shaw explained the troubles they had encountered in trying to formulate the collective opinion of the Society on this long and debatable subject, and said he had endeavored to incorporate as much as possible the whole of the many suggestions already sent in, excepting those which were incompatible with the general lines of the tract. The tract was then discussed page by page. At the end, Graham Wallace, supported by Aylmer Maude, moved that the tract as amended be not printed, but they were defeated by a large majority. Fabianism and the Fiscal Question, considered as a publication designed to bridge the deep divisions amongst the Fabians themselves, is a masterpiece. Considered as a manifesto presenting to the world an easily grasped solution, it is a failure, and it has proved the least popular of all Shaw's pamphlets. Like Fabianism and the Empire, its main weakness lies in a confusion between analyzing what is occurring and recommending a policy. Although the subtitle of the Fiscal Tract is an alternative policy, it is not clear from the text whether the Society's recommendations are an alternative to Chamberlain's policy, or to free trade policy, or to both. The ambiguity was exploited by Shaw to attack both the Chamberlainites and the free traders. A scarified analysis was given of the arguments and appeal of both policies. Neither side emerged unscathed from criticism, but it would be a nice point to decide which got the worst of it. On the whole, the impression was given that the Fabians expected Chamberlain to sweep the country with his policy, bad as it was. The attack on the Liberal Party was a bitter one. Though some of the Conservatives were referred to as nincompoops, the Conservative Party was at least said to have given up conservatism in despair of competing with the Liberals on that score. The working class was upbraided. Its failure to strike out for itself was seen as making it generally an adherent of outmoded liberal doctrines, though particular sections of it would, for selfish reasons, fall a prey to Chamberlain's propaganda. The elements of the Fabians' alternative policy were stated to be nationalized or imperialized merchant shipping to provide cheaper transport rates, railway nationalization for the same purpose, a reformed consular service along the lines suggested in the Fabianism and the Empire Tract, improved facilities for technical education, a system of bounties and research investigations into Britain's resources. But it was no longer suggested, as it had been in Fabianism and the Empire, that Fabian reformers accepted the context of a general policy of free trade. Rather was it hinted now that policies of free trade or protection involved no question of principle for a socialist, that the problems were exceedingly complicated, and that no abstract principle could furnish a guide. This, while eminently sensible in a general way, stopped far short of practical proposals. Their only recommendations directly on the fiscal question were that socialists and labor men should demand a minimum wage varying according to the price level, and see to it that any revenue produced as a result of any tariff that might be imposed would not be used in reduction of taxes on unearned incomes. The Issues Neglected, 1904-11. After they had expressed their collective views in these tracts, the Fabians turned once more to what they considered their proper business of domestic reform. From 1904 to the very end of 1911 the Society's attention was almost entirely absorbed in internal English problems. A list of the topics discussed in the meetings of the Society during these years reveals that the Fabian Society in its official capacity gave almost no further thought to empire or foreign problems. A rare lecture by a visiting Dominions politician, a couple of talks by Fabians who had been on an empire tour, 1 or 2 lectures on India, an occasional vigorous protest at Tsarist tyranny and a somewhat small audience to hear Mr. Spencer Wilkinson advocate compulsory military training in 1909. These were all point to nothing at all on international relations. The pessimists were not only ignored, they were mocked. Pease, reviewing J. A. Hobson's Crisis of Liberalism in May 1910, wrote, Mr. Hobson was born too late to possess the cheerful self-confidence of the Victorian liberals, and he has failed to acquire the robust optimism of the convinced socialist. Hence his outlook on politics is what he himself calls the coldly sceptical spirit of the end of the last century. At every turn the bogey of truculent imperialism stares at us from his pages. Liberalism has reached a crisis, the competitive struggle is fraught with growing hazard. Degree. Bernard Shaw frankly confessed, in a sentence equally applicable to his colleagues, that until 1913, he had been too preoccupied with my colleagues of the Fabian Society in working out the practicalities of English socialism, and establishing a parliamentary Labour Party, to busy myself with foreign policy. The First World War, the Fabian attitude. The first Fabian lecture, which considered the danger of war between England and Germany, was given in December 1911 by William Stephen Sanders, who had made a closer study than most Fabians of German conditions and the German socialist movement. Sanders began by apologizing for his temerity in tackling such an important and difficult problem as that of our relations with another country, because foreign policy as far as England was concerned had always been considered the sacred province of government which should not be interfered with either by the people or Parliament. He approved the demands the Labour Party was making for more parliamentary control over the Foreign Office and for more publicity of its actions. In Sanders' opinion, the strained relations between England and Germany had developed through a variety of causes arising from the remarkable political, commercial, and industrial development of the German Empire during the last 40 years. Trade rivalry had produced hostile feelings amongst the commercial, military, and intellectual circles in both countries. The Boer War, and the German demand for a big navy had inflamed this feeling. And in recent years English diplomacy appeared to the Germans to have been directed to the checking and humiliating of their country, culminating in the Morocco incidents, while other nations had been permitted to acquire territory and influence without earnest protest on our part. This gave the German Anglophobes the opportunity of representing England as an enemy jealous of German power. But opposed to these factors making for war, Sanders saw hopeful signs that peace would be maintained. The German people in the mass were a sober, peace-loving people who had no great love of military glory. The heavy cost of armaments and its burden in taxes was bringing a reaction against the jingoists, and the growing influence of the Social Democratic Party, which desired peaceful relations with England, would restrain the militarists. Sanders concluded that England's foreign policy should be directed less by fear and hostility to Germany and more by the desire to arrive at an understanding with her. The discussion opened by Sanders was not followed up at the time. Not until 1913 did the Fabian Society address itself seriously to socialist responsibilities in the international field. The approach of the Triennial International Socialist Congress made necessary some discussion of the issue, for the Congress held in Copenhagen in 1910 had called for reports by the member nations to the next Congress on the possibility of organizing a general strike against war. The Emergency International Socialist Congress held in Bâle in November 1912 reminded member organizations of their obligations in the matter, and the Fabian executive appointed a small committee of 3 members to consider the policy it should adopt. 2 members of the committee were in direct disagreement with one another and the other was neutral. The executive therefore decided that the 2 with decided opinions, the Australian historian, Dr. Marion Phillips, and the Oxford historian, Mr. R.C.K. Ensor, should address the Society. The character of these 2 important lectures and the positive recommendations embodied in them, were in sharp contrast. Dr. Phillips was short, direct, not theoretical, militant, Mr. Ensor's was carefully prepared, theoretical, long-term, moderate. Dr. Phillips favored the strike against war, while Mr. Ensor was content with a little more publicity for Foreign Office affairs. Dr. Phillips began her lecture by saying that, up to this time, the trade unions had taken very little interest in foreign affairs, and that the same was the case with the Fabian Society. The Labour Party had passed some splendid resolutions, but these had not much affected the indifference of the party's rank and file. Only the ILP and the Women's Labour League, in Dr. Phillips' opinion, had paid serious attention to the problem of international peace. Her main argument in favor of supporting the proposal for a general strike against war at the International Socialist Congress was the paramount need for removing the feeling of apathy and helplessness amongst the rank and file of the labor movement in face of the growing menace of the international situation, by setting before them a definite course of action with which the threat of war could be fought. Peace propaganda which had no practical action to suggest action that provided an outlet for excitement to counteract the fascinating hysteria of war was futile. Before this consideration, objections to the policy went down, though Dr. Phillips admitted some of these to be not unimportant. Difficulties of organization could be overcome provided the miners and transport workers could be brought to support the policy. As for the objection that such a policy would involve a sectional tyranny over society, this supposed that a tyranny of trade unionists would be worse than the present tyranny of the diplomatist. R.C.K. Ensor's lecture began with an historical analysis of the attitude of socialists to foreign policy. He thought it doubtful whether any view of foreign policy could be so far deduced from the principles of socialism that only socialists could hold it. Socialism had grown up as an opposition creed. In countries where the proletariat and its socialist champions had no part in officering the state, or the army, or in administering the colonies. Consequently, all these things had come to be regarded by socialists as essentially linked with capitalism, their enemy. But in democratic countries, the anti-state attitude was being increasingly abandoned by socialists, and their views on imperialism and militarism also required revision in the light of that abandonment. The stage which the conflict between the old and new views had reached could be seen in the International Socialist Congresses and the manifestos of the International Socialist Bureau. These revealed a confusion between two opposite views: cosmopolitanism, the view that nations are unrealities, patriotism absurd, and all wars caused by capitalism, and internationalism, the view that nationality is real and precious, patriotism a duty, and that war, representing in the main genuine conflicts of national interests, can only be abolished by finding a substitute for it. Ensor considered cosmopolitanism, which underlay the idea of international solidarity of labor, to be unsound. It was not an attitude to which anyone who passed from opposition to office could remain loyal, except by becoming disloyal to the interests of our country and of peace. Men of affairs everywhere recognized this fact, and cosmopolitanism rendered a disservice to socialism by repelling them. Modern socialists should adopt the principle of internationalism, first clearly enunciated by Kant, which implied that attachment to one's nation was of supreme human and moral value, but that other people's attachment to theirs was no less, that one should be a true patriot, but rejoice that nations were many, not one. It also implied a recognition that there could be conflicts of national interests. Ensor then went on to describe the four chief attitudes towards conflicts of national interests, which he labeled the pacifist, the pugnacious, the sentimental, and the official. While on different occasions there might be elements of good in all four, nearly all the trouble was caused by the pugnacious and sentimental attitudes, while a judicious blend of the pacifist and the official attitudes supplied most of what was needed for a wise internationalism. Socialists were not commonly entrapped by the faults of the pugnacious school, but they could be by the sentimental, making alliances on the basis of their approval of the Allies' internal political structure, or acting as the armed missionary of social progress. Such a policy had brought disaster to the French revolutionaries, and it would be foolish, Ensor suggested, to estimate the national advantages or disadvantages of England's treaties with Russia and France on the basis that Russia was a tyranny and France republican and progressive. Pacifism in its full sense was incompatible with nationhood, but in its valuable sense it meant an insistence that war should not be entered upon by any nation that could justly avoid it, that no money should 137 be spent on armaments which could be dispensed with, and that no state to which arbitration was open should refuse it. The official attitude was that of diplomats everywhere. It was based on historical observation of the things which had in fact made some powers great and brought others low. It involved making alliances to protect national interests. Ensor advocated, though with caution, more popular interest in, and control of, diplomacy. At present, questions of foreign policy were decided by governments. Popular feeling had little to do with the making either of treaties or wars, though governments regularly whipped it up through the press, so as to look as if it had. The same was true in Britain. The House of Commons did not influence, and it did not deserve to influence, foreign affairs, because it was almost wholly indifferent to and ignorant of them, in this faithfully reflecting the electorate. Cabinet control over the Foreign Secretary also was slight. But in advocating more popular control over foreign policy, socialists should remember that too much popular control could have its disadvantages. They should not forget either the indifference or the peculiar bellicosity of the British masses, nor the proneness of all democracies, through personal irresponsibility, to acts of international bad faith. They should also remember that Cavour had been able to do great things for Italy by secret diplomacy that he could never have done if all his plans had been known. Ensor finally suggested the setting up of a standing committee of the House of Commons on foreign affairs. All parties should be represented on this committee in proportion to their strength, it should meet regularly, and the Foreign Secretary should attend to make statements and answer all questions. Proceedings should be public, except in certain cases where the minister desired them to be private. This committee would keep a check on the Foreign Secretary, and form a nucleus of members in Parliament who would make foreign affairs a special study. The next step would be a policy of home rule all round to set the Imperial Parliament free to consider central and imperial business only, and thus allow problems of foreign policy a degree of attention which their importance deserved. These speeches of Dr. Marion Phillips and Mr. Ensor are useful as marking the extremes of militant dissatisfaction with the existing management of foreign policy on the one hand, and of moderate justification of it on the other, that were to be found in the Fabian Society before the First World War. Between these extremes, a number of intermediate positions were taken up by the Society's members. For instance, Shaw's attitude, as shown in letters he began writing to the newspapers from 1913, resembled Ensor's in that he had no faith in the expedient of the general strike against war, and that he fully accepted Ensor's principle of internationalism as against cosmopolitanism, and demanded no more extensive changes in the Foreign Office. But Shaw had no faith in Sir Edward Grey, and was full of contempt for the policy or lack of policy that England was pursuing, and for the persons responsible for it. Both before the war and later, Shaw persisted in believing that the war might not have broken out if the British government had made it quite clear that if Germany attacked France, England would combine with France against Germany, and if France attacked Germany, then England would combine with Germany against France. In letters to the press from March 1913 he called upon the Foreign Office to announce publicly that this was England's position. Nor was Shaw so willing as Ensor to justify an alliance with Russia. To him, as an old socialist, the Russia of the Tsars was an obsolete and abominable despotism with which no Western state could decently associate. Russia had ever been, in socialist and radical eyes, the center of reaction in Europe registered, and, after the outbreak of war, Shaw deeply offended those who were finding new virtues in Russia by giving a ruthless analysis of the economic and political motives of the English and French alliance with her. To this extent, Shaw fell into Ensor's sentimental category. He was apparently influenced also in his view of international alliances by the concept of higher and lower civilizations which had been embodied in the Fabianism and the Empire Tract. Upon the outbreak of the war, the Fabian Society held a discussion at Essex Hall, which was opened by R.C.K. Ensor. The division of opinion amongst the members was extreme. Ensor, in his opening speech, said that socialism had collapsed before Armageddon, not that anyone conversant with the facts had supposed that the German government would ever have been influenced by socialist meetings. Actually, the German socialists by their tirades against Tsarism had helped on the cause of the German warmongers. They forgot that as soon as you start agitating, not against the sins of your own government, but against the domestic sins of some other country's government, you are sowing the seed of international war. When war broke out, and national existence was placed at stake, the socialists simply had no alternative but to join in the fighting. Socialist slogans about the cause of war were untrue or useless. Non-resistance as a policy was futile. In fact, the socialist parties in each country, though they formed reservoirs of popular pacific feeling, had no way out of the situation that others had not. Their position was analogous to that of the Christian churches. No one could blame socialists for rallying to their nation in time of war, except insofar as they acquiesced in a national guilt. The German socialists had deliberately acquiesced in the crime against Belgium. Ansor saw the hope of peace not in any specific action on the part of socialists, but in a world concert of satisfied great powers. If a victory by the Allies were followed by a reasonable satisfaction of the historic needs of the Russian Empire, this idea would cease to be utopian. The presumable reduction in the number of great powers was to be regretted, but this and many other calamities were inherent in the great calamity of war. A short record which was kept of the ensuing discussion demonstrates, more vividly than any comment or description, the division of opinion within the Fabian Society at that fateful moment. It reads: Clifford Allen defended the action of Germany, and declared that the German policy was a defensive one and that the violation of Belgian neutrality was a necessary part of that policy. The armament mongers created an atmosphere of war. International socialism was not dead, but only temporarily checked. Aylmer Maude agreed with Ensor. He had hoped that an international force would be created to back the decisions of the Hague Tribunal. He contended that England had taken the right course in standing by Belgium. W. Stephen Sanders stated that the policy of Germany was avowedly aggressive and not defensive. Neither the German army nor navy on their present scale were necessary for defense. The Social Democrats in the Reichstag had always voted before the war against the military budget because they were convinced that aggression was the purpose of the government. Babel had informed them in 1907 that the German navy was being built to attack England at the first opportunity. England could not have adopted any course than the one she had taken. A. J. Marriott agreed that England had to go to war, but thought that the reasons for her intervention were not those which the public accepted. C. E. M. Joad held that the only consistent attitude for international social democracy was that of non-resistance. Dr. Clark expressed astonishment that anyone could defend Germany's attack on Belgium. Something might be said for Austria, but German diplomacy was indefensible. S. Salzado argued that Germany had a good case for her action, having regard to the menace of Russia. Dr. O'Brien Harris urged that England should be honest in stating her motive for taking part in the war. She did not believe that we had taken up arms simply for the sake of Belgium. Mrs. Samuel said that the British government may not have been so much concerned about Belgium as they declared, but nevertheless the German treatment of that country was sufficient justification for England going to war. Jack Gibson held that once war was entered upon it was impossible for most people not to accept the position that their own country, right or wrong, must be supported, and the contest fought through. Graham Wallace agreed with the previous speaker. He urged, however, that the present war might end in a long, bitter struggle like that of the 30 Years' War, or a deadlock, neither side being the victor. It would be wise to prepare for this contingency, and men willing to find a way to peace should foregather at some wayside inn, even before the war was at an end. J. C. Squire also held that the various sections of the international socialist movement should get into touch with one another at the earliest opportunity. He defended certain of the proposed terms of peace already put forward by a group of English radicals. R. C. K. Ensor, in his reply, emphasized the crime committed against Belgium by Germany, and the impossibility of trusting the latter country again. He also pointed out the difficulties of compulsory arbitration, unless the deciding factors were satisfied great powers. The Fabian Society as a whole, as might be expected, made no pronouncement and adopted no policy. On the First World War, its members were left free to take up their own attitude. The one attempt, made at a members' meeting on March 12, 1915, to obtain from the Society a pronouncement of policy, was defeated. Aylmer Rose, Herbert Morrison, C.E.M. Joad, and Alan Trangmar proposed a Stop the War resolution, which was met by an executive amendment declaring that, in all the circumstances of the case, the present is not a suitable moment for initiating any international campaign to stop the war. The amendment was declared not carried when the voting for and against was 50 either way, and the resolution proper was overwhelmingly rejected when put to the vote. The reason for the close vote on the amendment was that it was opposed by some Fabians who, like Shaw, thought that its passing might lead to a misunderstanding. The majority of the Fabians followed the Labour Party in supporting the war. Sidney Webb, for instance, declared in his election address to the London University in 1918, "World calamity as I hold war to be, I have never wavered, from Lord Grey's exposition of the case on August 3, 1914, in my conviction that this nation had no alternative, either in honour or in safety, but to take up the challenge, and pursue the struggle resolutely to the end, until aggressive militarism was overthrown." A minority of Fabians, led by Clifford Allen, followed the ILP in its opposition to the war. Those Fabians who felt sufficiently detached, in a time of intense passion, from violent partisanship, no doubt found pleasure in Shaw's coolly rationalist and critical common sense about the war registered, but it hardly found general favor even in the ranks of the Fabian Society. It is easy to see why Shaw's attitude annoyed most people at that time. On the one hand, he claimed that the war having begun, it was necessary to fight until the Germans were defeated. On the other, he ruthlessly rejected all *registered English claims to moral superiority. After an analysis of the causes of the war, and of the events leading up to it, in terms with which Lenin himself would not greatly have disagreed, Shaw dismissed the sort of policy that Lenin was recommending to socialists as hopeless, except, perhaps, in a defeated conscript army if its commanders push it beyond human endurance. Shaw advised Englishmen to fight the war, but to fight it without illusions. He claimed positive advantages for such a policy. The stripping of the British case to its hardcore of national survival and prestige, Shaw claimed, strengthened it. People were saved the mental perplexity of relying on weak reasons for fighting that could easily be refuted by the other side, and, more important still, they would fight and make peace uninfluenced by the foolish and vindictive passions aroused by presenting the war as a crude melodrama in which England was the hero and Germany the villain. Germany ought to be defeated, not smashed or dismembered. Tsarist Russia had to be checked. It was a militarist autocracy far worse than Germany. Measures for extensions of democracy and socialism needed to be pressed even during the war, for only the victory of democracy and socialism would eliminate the most potent causes of war. During the war, many of the older Fabians found their services useful in the War Emergency Workers' National Committee, a national association set up by trade union, cooperative, Labour Party, and socialist bodies. Among the Fabians on it were Arthur Henderson, Sidney Webb, Miss Mary MacArthur, Miss Margaret Bonfield, Dr. Marion Phillips, Miss Susan Lawrence, W. C. Anderson, Ben Cooper, Ben Tillett, W. Stephen Sanders, and J. S. Middleton. Sidney Webb was particularly active on this organization, which brought him even closer in touch with many of the other labor leaders. Also, Sidney Webb replaced W. Stephen Sanders as the Fabian nominee on the Labour Party executive when Sanders took up active war service. Many of the same people were also members of the Cabinet Emergency Committee for the Prevention and Relief of Distress. Beatrice Webb was appointed a member of the Committee for London, Sidney Webb was a member of the Committee for Urban Housing and the Committee for Statistical Inquiry as to Unemployment and Distress in London, Sir Sidney Olivier a member of the Committee on Rural Housing, Miss Mary MacArthur, Miss Susan Lawrence, Miss Margaret Bonfield, and Dr. Marian Phillips were members of the Central Committee for Women's Employment. Arthur Henderson and Miss Mary MacArthur were members of the Executive Committee of the Prince of Wales's Fund. The few Fabian tracts that were produced during the war years were the outcome of activities on these bodies, War and the Workers. A Handbook of Some Immediate Measures to Prevent Unemployment and Relieve Distress by Sidney Webb. The War, Women, and Unemployment, and, also by Sidney Webb, When Peace Comes. The Way of Industrial Reconstructions. The Fabian Society itself also maintained an active life during the war. The standard of its lectures remained high, and the large percentage of them devoted to the study of the history and political conditions of other European countries suggests that the Fabians were making up for their previous neglect. The Fabian Research Department remained active, and 2 of its reports had special reference to the war. The Fabians had lost no time after the outbreak of war in commencing research into the possibilities of a supranational authority for the post-war world. In January 1915 a discussion, led by Miss Mabel Atkinson, was held amongst the Fabian members on the problems of establishing such an authority. In July 1915 2 reports, prepared by Leonard Wolfe for the Research Department, were published as New Statesman supplements, and in the following year were issued in book form under the title International Government. The work consisted of an analysis of all the approximations to international government that actually existed, and some proposals for a future supranational authority. These proposals envisaged an international council consisting of representatives of the governments of sovereign and independent states, together with an international high court for dealing with legal or justiciable disputes, and a permanent board of conciliators for mediation of issues that were not justiciable, and an international secretariat. It involved an undertaking by the member nations that all disputes would be submitted to the Council through one or other of its subordinate bodies, and an undertaking that in no circumstances would they proceed to aggression within a period of 12 months of making their submission. All the member nations were to agree to make common cause, even to the extent of war, against any nation breaking the covenant. Such was one of the earliest foreshadowings of post-war international authorities. The other publication of the Research Department was How to Pay for the War, edited by Sidney Webb. It consisted of 4 fairly detailed schemes for the nationalization of 3 main industries and the expansion of one already under public control, together with a scheme for the reform of taxation. It has been a matter of reproach, declared a review in Fabian News, that the Society has busied itself too exclusively in working out projects of social amelioration along the line of establishing and enforcing a national minimum of civilized life, to the neglect of projects of nationalization. This volume to some extent relieves us from the reproach. The proposals in the volume were for an extension of the activities of the Post Office, for the development of wartime control over railways into full-scale nationalization of railways and canals, and the nationalization of coal mines and the insurance companies. The section entitled A Revolution in Income Tax proposed a better graduation of the tax in favor of lower incomes, and the revolutionary suggestion that tax should be assessed upon family not individual incomes. In August 1916, in response to a request from the International Socialist Bureau, the Fabian Society drew up a short report on peace terms, which reveals a further development of their views. The first item in the report was a demand for a supranational authority on the lines suggested in their International Government book. The prevention of future war, the report declared, will not be obtained merely by any increase in the democratic control over the foreign policy or treaty arrangements of the various state governments, desirable as such democratic control would be. It will not be secured by any restriction of national armaments, or by a government monopoly of the manufacture of guns, munitions, or ships of war, however advantageous such proposals may be. Nor will war be prevented by the adoption of universal freedom of trade, freedom of commercial enterprise, or freedom of the seas. It will only be prevented by the deliberate establishment of some way of settling disputes among states, or conflicts among peoples, other than that of resorting to armed force. Other proposals in the report were that the territorial mutilation of Germany should be opposed, that Germany and Austria should be compulsorily disarmed, as a prelude to limitation of armaments by the Allies, that territorial changes should be determined on national grounds, save in the few instances where the geographical and strategic requirements of other states needed to take precedence of nationalist aspirations, that each country should be allowed to choose its own economic policy, registered. That all governments should prepare against a post-war depression by providing public works of various kinds not as relief works for unemployed workmen, but as accessions to the ordinary capitalist demand for labor, these public enterprises being set going from time to time in exact correspondence with the capitalist demand, so as to maintain at an unvarying level the aggregate demand for wage labor in the country as a whole, and, finally, that an international commission should be appointed to distribute an indemnity fund amongst those who had suffered in the war. Though the Fabian Society as a whole favored the establishment of a supranational authority, there were divisions of opinion among Fabians on its nature. Should the new League of Nations include all the nations of the earth, or should it be a smaller body of politically homogeneous constituents? International government envisaged an almost full international body, comprising at least the 8 great powers of Britain, USA, France, Germany, Italy, Austria, Japan, and Russia, 15 other states of Europe and 18 other American states, China, Persia, and Siam, with provision for the admission of others. Bernard Shaw, however, favored the other view. He did not think a League of all nations would work. He declared the League's constituents must be either republics or constitutional monarchies in which the monarch has much less personal power than an American president would have if he were elected for life. It must have a well-developed labor movement, socialist movement, and science movement. And it would have to be prepared for the formation of other leagues of nations in the Yellow World, the Indian world, perhaps in the Slav world and the Spanish Indian world. 3. Briefly, Shaw wanted a league consisting only of the countries of higher civilization, principally, the United States, Great Britain, France, and Germany. This was a curious projection of Shaw's European consciousness into the post-war world, but that world was to be more suddenly changed than he anticipated. Needless to say, the League of Nations, in the form it was established, was not as the Fabians had desired. Their attitude to it, consequently, was one of support mixed with criticism registered. Chapter 6. Fabian Philosophy and Ideals. Is there a philosophy of Fabianism? As a general rule, it was the practice of the Fabian Society to disavow any distinctive philosophy. One of the chapters in Fabian Essays and a couple of the Fabian tracts are concerned with philosophical problems, but these, like the few other tracts dealing with religion and art, are signed by their authors. The attitude of the Society always has been that these matters were the private concern of its individual members. At first sight, therefore, it seems impossible to speak of a Fabian philosophy. It is necessary to speak of the philosophy of Bernard Shaw, of Stuart Headlam, of Hubert Bland, or of the other individual members. And certainly a very wide range of belief and disbelief was to be found in the Society, where atheists cooperated on practical political issues with ardent churchmen, materialists with idealists, all varieties of Christian denominations with militant rationalists. It might seem therefore that no more can be said about Fabian philosophy than about the Society's views on the marriage question, on which subject, as Shaw once remarked, the Society was as open to the strictest Roman Catholic as it was to the most conscientiously polygamous Mahometan. Yet some problems would remain, even if it were completely true that no general Fabian philosophical views could be discovered. Did the Fabians attempt to justify their position on theoretical grounds, or did they simply find it worked as a practical policy? Clearly, if the Fabians could have justified the argument that it was not necessary for a socialist to subscribe to any particular philosophic system, or to have any philosophic views at all, this would be a matter of first importance. Nor is this all. The term philosophy is a wide one, and while it is true that members of the Fabian Society could, and did, differ profoundly about religion and the nature of ultimate reality, it is by no means so certain that there were not philosophical views of a less metaphysical kind widely accepted in Fabian circles. At least, it may be possible, despite their differences, to make a few cautious generalizations about some philosophic views which influenced the Fabians and more particularly the early Fabians. No views on philosophy? It has frequently been claimed, especially by the followers of Marx, that the acceptance of socialism logically involves the acceptance of a particular worldview. And Fabian philosophy and ideals in general, it has frequently been the opinion of persons interested in metaphysics that the acceptance of certain political principles involves the acceptance of certain metaphysical principles, or, conversely, that the acceptance of a particular metaphysical system leads to certain definite political conclusions. The degree of abstraction or generality of the metaphysical views which are claimed to lead to such political conclusions may vary, for example, from the Marxist argument that idealism leads to non-revolutionary or anti-revolutionary politics to, say, the contention of Dr. Popper that historicism is in philosophic opposition to the open society. There seems little doubt that the Fabian Society's avoidance of philosophy was intended primarily as a matter of convenience. As such, the attitude was accepted by many members who might have objected strenuously if it had been taken as denying that there were connections between particular political and particular philosophical views. From their own experience, the Fabians observed that people holding the most diverse philosophical views could combine in their society in a specific political program. Further, they noticed as a matter of practical experience English political societies do good work and present a dignified appearance whilst they attend seriously to their proper political business, but, to put it bluntly, they make themselves ridiculous and attract undesirables when they affect art and philosophy. 1 Another practical reason for the exclusion of metaphysics from the Fabian Creed was undoubtedly their desire to avoid creating barriers to the circulation of their propaganda. The Fabian view was expounded by Shaw many years later in his advice to the intelligent woman: even as a professional reformer you had better be content to preach one form of unconventionality at a time. For instance, if you rebel against high-heeled shoes, take care to do it in a very smart hat. These practical reasons for the Society's attitude were supplemented by the feeling of many of the early Fabians that metaphysical arguments were not of great importance. Though a number of the leading Fabians later changed their opinions, in the 80s many of them were, in their attitude to religion, either agnostics or atheists, and most of them had been influenced in philosophic outlook by the anti-metaphysical views of positivism, either directly through the writings of Comte, or as relayed through Mill and the writings and lectures of Comte's English followers. Most of the free-thinking men of that period, one of the Fabians has written of the 80s, read the Positive Polity and the other writings of the founder, and spent some Sunday mornings at the little conventicle in Lamb's Conduit Street, or attended on Sunday evenings the Newton Hall lectures of Frederick Harrison. The Fabian leaders rejected both Comte's political recommendations and his religion of humanity, but much of the influence of his empiricism and of his scientific outlook remained to reinforce similar influences deriving from the English philosophic tradition. In the circles in which the early Fabians moved, positive science, supported by Darwin, Huxley, and Spencer, was enthroned, and metaphysics rather in disgrace. Thus we come across such statements as the following, in a review in Fabian News of a work in which an attempt to define justice was made. The author sets himself to define justice as a prelude to forming a philosophy of government. In our view he has undertaken a somewhat thankless task. We are content to leave that excellent word to the tender mercies of parliamentary orators and newspaper leader writers. It is a useful word, no doubt, in daily casual talk, but for serious thinking we prefer to leave it alone as an abstraction which belongs to what Comte would call the metaphysical stage of human evolution registered. Positivist intellectual influences fostered the Society's neutrality in metaphysical questions, though they were not its main cause. No attempt was made in any of the Fabian tracts, nor in the writings of the principal Fabian spokesman, to justify by formal theoretical argument on positivist lines a renunciation of metaphysical views. From time to time there have been denials directed both against the Marxists and the anti-socialist alliance, and prompted by the Fabian policy to make it easy for any churchwarden to be a socialist, that there is any necessary connection between socialism and materialism or atheism. But always, the argument was simply that as a matter of practical experience the Fabian society had churchgoers and theists within it, whilst some avowed atheists like Charles Bradlaugh or agnostics like Herbert Spencer had led the attack upon socialism. It was easy for the Fabians to take up the attitude they did. They were not wholly in revolt against the liberal radical doctrine in which they had been nurtured. Even Bernard Shaw's more flamboyant utterances have a way of exploding in a laugh and dissolving into very moderate proposals. As direct heirs of the Enlightenment in its English utilitarian branch, the Fabians were fairly satisfied with their philosophical inheritance. They did not, as a group, need to invent a fundamentally new system, but were content to work within the framework of the old, for it opposed no insuperable barriers to their aims. Furthermore, the Fabians were not proposing to behave in a revolutionary or violent manner. They were constitutional, orderly, and almost, if not wholly, respectable, and this sort of conduct does not seem to call for special justification. Marxism probably needs a philosophy in a way that Fabianism does not, because Marxists propose to do something that calls much more for justification. There appears to be a certain feeling of badness about revolution in general that seems to demand justification for it of a peculiar kind. While the Marxists need to appeal to moral courage reinforced by a philosophic worldview, the Fabians could appeal simply to common sense of a practical sort. Were the Fabians utilitarians? It is sometimes said that the Fabians themselves were utilitarians. This seems to be an overstatement. In the first place, it is in conflict with the Society's refusal to adopt a collective view, and it would certainly be possible to find some Fabians who were not utilitarians. But even if it is meant to be a description only of the leading Fabians, it still seems doubtful of some of them, though true of others. Consider, for example, 4 Fabians whose views on this subject are easily discovered: Sidney and Beatrice Webb, D.G. Ritchie and Bernard Shaw. Certainly, Sidney Webb was a utilitarian, not only in the general sense that he would have defined rightness as conduciveness to the greatest common good, but also, perhaps, in the sense that he was an altruistic hedonist utilitarian, a Benthamite, defining good again as the greatest happiness of the greatest number. There are some passages in his writings which lend themselves to that interpretation. On the other hand, there are passages which would lead one to think that he was, like his wife, a utilitarian in the first sense, but not in the second. In an illuminating reflection, Beatrice Webb observed, "Bentham was certainly Sidney's intellectual godfather, and though I have never read a word of him, his teaching was transmitted through Herbert Spencer's very utilitarian system of ethics. We agree that human action must be judged by its results in bringing about certain defined ends. There is no other sanction we care to accept but results, though we should be inclined to give, perhaps, a wider meaning to results, for instance, the formation of a noble character, the increase of intellectual faculty, stimulus to sense of beauty, sense of conduct, even sense of humor, are all ends that we should regard as sanctioning action, quite apart from whether they produce happiness of one or all, or none. We altogether reject the happiness of the greatest number as a definition of our own end, though other persons are perfectly at liberty to adopt it as theirs. I reject it, because I have no clear vision of what I mean by happiness, or what other people mean by it. If happiness means physical enjoyment, it is an end which does not commend itself to me, certainly not as the sole end. I prefer to define my end as the increase in the community of certain faculties and desires which I happen to like: love, truth, beauty, and humor. Again, I have a certain vision of the sort of human relationships that I like, and those I dislike. But we differ from the Benthamites in thinking that it is necessary that we should all agree as to ends, or that these can be determined by any science. We believe that ends, ideals, are all what may be called in a larger way questions of taste, and we like a society in which there is a considerable variety in these tastes. Beatrice Webb thus carried forward John Stuart Mill's modification of utilitarianism. While Mill introduced the notion of quality in types of happiness, Beatrice Webb dropped the generalized objective of happiness altogether and promoted the qualities to the status of ends. It would have been interesting to know how far Beatrice Webb would have accepted the conclusions of the modern school of non-naturalistic utilitarians, but she does not appear to have been acquainted with them. One could foresee difficulties arising out of the apparent incompleteness of her list of ends and also out of the introduction of the notion of questions of taste, if these arguments were pressed, although the latter obviously arises out of a laudable desire to preserve individual freedom. Professor David G. Ritchie in 1891 gave a paper to the Fabian Society on Natural Rights, one of the first sketches for his standard work on that subject. Ritchie in general accepted the utilitarian criticism of natural rights doctrine, but he was not in agreement with the Benthamite position, even as reformulated by John Stuart Mill. Mill's objection that it was better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a pig satisfied to the simple Benthamite position seemed decisive to Ritchie. But he sought his solution not in Mill's way, nor in Beatrice Webb's way, but rather in an inclination towards German idealism. Good conduct consists in the development in oneself and others of universal reason, of which the particular self or ego is an imperfect realization registered. Bernard Shaw showed considerable unwillingness to allow himself to be classified as even a modified utilitarian in the days before he developed his life force philosophy. At the Fabian meeting where Professor Ritchie gave his lecture, Shaw attempted to defend natural rights against Ritchie's attack, and statements recur in Shaw's later writings in defense of the doctrine. However, it appears that the natural rights defended by Shaw were of a very general kind, and they were defended more on the sophisticated ground that people believed in them, and acted and spoke as if they were possessed of natural rights, than that natural rights could be proved to exist. In fact, registered they fell into Shaw's category of necessary illusions. In addition, Shaw always opposed a hedonistic ethic, particularly an egotistic hedonist ethic. His aphorisms on this subject are numerous: happiness and beauty are byproducts, folly is the direct pursuit of happiness and beauty. Registered. His discussion of the motives of the Devil's Disciple in the preface to 3 Plays for Pearl Tans allows no misunderstanding of his denial of hedonism. Of course, this alone would not necessarily exclude him from being a utilitarian of Beatrice Webb's variety. But when Shaw had finally worked out his life force theory, the question became still more complicated. It is true that Beatrice Webb, whose diaries show that she was facing the same problems as Shaw, had also come to a mystic belief in a power working for good in the universe, but she appears to have been content for it to remain remote and undefined. Shaw, on the other hand, was more explicit about the life force and made some attempt to work out its relation with his ethical system. Something has already been said of this. Shaw appears to have thought there was a higher and a lower morality, each with a certain validity. The lower morality consists of conventional rules for social and individual conduct, which may very well be justified on some utilitarian grounds, even such grounds as the greatest convenience of the greatest number. The higher morality springs from the natural right of that small minority of men and women, who have momentarily apprehended the purposes of the life force, to break through or ignore the rules of conventional morality. This proceeding is often a cause of inconvenience or unhappiness in society, though really for its good in the end. There is sometimes difficulty in distinguishing supermen saints from criminals, who also break the social rules. Consequently, society often treats its saints cruelly, and Shaw, as his play Saint Joan reveals, was not unsympathetic with the men who have to guard the lower morality. Was Shaw a utilitarian, then? Up to a point he was, but a mighty unusual one. College of the Sequoias. Library. Yet another leading Fabian should be considered, Sidney Olivier, who contributed the essay on the moral basis of socialism to Fabian Essays, the first of the only 3 articles of a philosophical nature ever published by the Society. The moral basis of socialism is written in a smoothly voluble style, and contains some shrewd and useful observations, but the argument is somewhat confused. Olivier began by insisting that his subject was the moral basis of socialism, not the socialist view of the basis of morals. He claimed to resort only to the unpretentious methods of empiricism and positive ethical science, renouncing the right to appeal to that theologic habit of mind common to socialists with other pious persons. He recognized the difficulty of arguing on this basis against those persons who for religious or metaphysical reasons contend that poverty is inevitable or good. But he considered that all schools of ethical thought were coming to approve socialism, with its objectives of doing away with poverty and ensuring the worker an adequate return for his labor. Now, it would seem at this point that Olivier should have established his claim that all schools of ethical thought were coming to approve socialism, and shown what ethical reasons they gave for their approval. But he did not do this. He was not content simply with the phenomena of current opinion on morality. He considered that we must follow the explanations of ethical speculations into the causes and history of the development of these opinions. By examining the genesis of convictions that this or that kind of action is good or bad, moral or immoral, we shall be helped to form a judgment as to which appears likely to persist and be strengthened, and which to be modified, weakened, or forgotten. If the claim of socialism rests on judgments of the latter class, we may know that it is moribund bantling. If they preponderate amongst the obstacles to its credit, we may prophesy encouragingly of it. If it is supported by those judgments whose persistence seems essential to the survival of the individual and society, we may be assured of its realization in the future. This is the prelude to a sociological account, not only of the evolution of morals, but also of their origin. Morality is said to spring from social relations. In the first place, it is those rules which tend to preserve the existence of society and the cohesion and convenience of its members, and moral progress is said to consist in two developments: socially, in the extension of a common morality to ever-widening groups, from the family to the horde, from the tribe to the nation, finally to the world, and in the breaking down of barriers of class, race, etc., to the recognition that moral rules apply to all alike without distinction, individually, by the extension of sympathy to greater numbers of one's fellow men, and by progress through the restraints of law and convention to the position where one perceives it is reasonable to act morally. Moral progress is linked with social progress, and at each new stage of social development there are groups and classes of persons whose interests are bound up with the institutions of the old order. The institution of private property in the means of production was once useful and received the sanctions of moral convention, religion, and law, but now it has become destructive of the conditions in which alone the common morality is possible. The essay concludes with an account of the ways in which present-day capitalism favors an injurious class morality against the common morality necessary to the well-being of society, but with the increase of cooperative production, the moral ideas appropriate to socialism are developing. Oliver's essay shows the influence of a number of schools of ethical thought. It is indeed the eclecticism of Oliver's thought that is most striking. Positivism, Benthamism, evolutionism, Kantianism all contribute something to his argument, but he does not really synthesize them to produce a new ethical theory. And although his sketch of the genesis and development of morals has some interest, it is doubtful if any part of it but the last few pages, where details are given of the actual evils caused by capitalism, would have had much value in convincing an opponent. Is he a utilitarian? When he defines morality as rules which tend to preserve society and the cohesion and convenience of its members, he is not only a utilitarian, but an extremely rigid one. It is almost reminiscent of Godwin's definition in Political Justice of morality as a system of public advantage. But it is noteworthy that Olivier was not content simply with this definition, and endeavored to bring in a personal element with his notion of the extension of sympathy. He is another Fabian who cannot be classified simply as a Benthamite, though he certainly has not broken away from the utilitarian tradition. It seems fair to conclude that there was a notable variety of ethical opinion to be found amongst the members of the Fabian Society, even if we consider only this small selection of people, who have not been specially chosen to illustrate differences in views. The Fabians here reflected the predominant movement of ideas of their times. They cannot be said to have made any original or important contribution. The attention of the most prominent English writers on ethics from the 70s to the 90s was occupied with attempts to reconcile aspects of the English utilitarian tradition with ideas deriving from the theory of biological evolution, or alternatively, with attempts to criticize this whole naturalistic and hedonistic position with arguments inspired by Hegelian idealism. The Fabians were drawn only into the fringes of the controversy, but their writing and thinking were colored by it. The tendency to break away from the utilitarian school, or at least to modify its basic teachings, was characteristic of the age, and the Fabians were content to follow the lead of other thinkers. This may be observed not only in Oliver's heroic but unsuccessful attempt to unite the jarring elements in Fabian essays, but also in the only other tract of the period which dealt specifically with ethical questions. Sidney Ball's The Moral Aspects of Socialism was mainly concerned to refute the objections that socialism was incompatible with social selection and that socialism substituted machinery for character, but it incidentally reflected the main currents of contemporary ethical speculation. The Fabian Society did not publish another tract of a primarily philosophical nature until 1917, 21 years after the publication of The Moral Aspects of Socialism. This pamphlet by A. Clutton Brock, entitled The Philosophy of Socialism Registered, may be taken as confirmation that the Fabian Society was not committed to any one school of ethical or philosophical opinion, and as further evidence that it was inclined to follow the philosophical fashions. The tract advanced the standard of deontism, absolute moral values, and religion against utilitarianism, relativism, and agnosticism, at a time when these latter opinions were suspected by some people of having had something to do with the misfortunes that had befallen Europe. It was plainly intended to counterbalance the philosophic views which had found expression in earlier Fabian publications, and it is that fact, rather than the originality of the views or the quality of the argument, which gives it its interest. In conclusion, it is worth observing that the Fabian Society, which repudiated any collective views on religious matters even more explicitly and emphatically, nevertheless published 6 tracts on Christian socialism in the period up to the First World War, compared with its 2 tracts and 1 essay of a philosophical nature. What is more, these tracts on Christian socialism proved to be amongst the tracts with the best and steadiest sale over a long period registered. All of them were signed by their authors, and with the exception of one, which was an historical study of Charles Kingsley and the Christian Socialist movement, they were all intended to prove to Christians that Christianity and socialism or collectivism were compatible. 2 of them were reprints of addresses given by the Rev. Dr. John Clifford, 1 a lecture by the Rev. Stuart Headlam, degree 1 by the Rev. Percy Dearmer, and 1 a reprint of extracts from the pamphlet of John Woolman, the 18th-century New Jersey Quaker, a word of remembrance and caution to the rich, registered. Thus the Fabian Society collectively avoided the responsibility but, nevertheless, reaped the advantages of issuing tracts on religion. It did not take upon itself the functions of a secularist society, and attempt to persuade religious people to renounce their faith. It contented itself with persuading them to become socialists, through the words of their co-religionists. Moral aspects of Fabian socialism. Mere nationalization, or mere municipalization, of any industry is not socialism or collectivism, wrote Sidney Ball. It may be only the substitution of corporate for private administration. The social idea and purpose with which collectivism is concerned may be completely absent. What then were the social ideas that were to inspire the changes in machinery which the Fabians proposed? At the most general level, the dispute between liberals and socialists is really a dispute about means rather than ends. The socialist is as likely as the liberal to state his ends to be liberty, equality, and fraternity, the freest and fullest development of human quality and power that is possible in a community. The socialist merely claims that the means proposed by laissez-faire liberalism are unlikely to achieve these ends, and puts forward alternative means to them. However, it is not only the history of religion which shows that there may be importantly different emphases on the 3 elements of a trinity. Critics have frequently argued that socialists in general have emphasized equality and fraternity at the expense of liberty. It may at least be allowed that equality is of the very essence of socialism. Equality of service, or rather, an equal obligation of all able-bodied members to serve the community by labor of hand and brain, is a moral duty implicit in socialists' denunciations of those who live by owning. This moral claim has lent a powerful driving force to socialist propaganda. it can be illustrated by almost any of the theoretical tracts of the Fabian Society, from its very first tract, which asked indignantly, what can be said in favor of a system which breeds and tolerates the leisured masher, who lives without a stroke of useful work, to the much later one, which in a lighter, but no less deadly vein defined in 1 Tract 174, 2 Tracts 78 and 139, Tract 42, Tract 133, 5 Tract 79, Registered Tract 72, Ibid. 155. Independent income as an abject and total dependence on the labor of others. Equality of service, in this sense, does not imply that socialists, Fabian, or other, considered that the services contributed to society by individuals would be equal in value, nor that they agreed that individuals should be rewarded equally. Point 2. Furthermore, the ideal principle of socialism, the rejection of the right to individual proprietorship of the means of production and of the right to receive rent and interest as a consequence of such proprietorship, is, as we have seen earlier, modified quite seriously when it comes to practical application. But, despite these qualifications, socialism remains basically a claim for the removal of inequalities caused by private ownership of the means of production. Behind this narrower ideal of equality looms the vaguer and larger vision of the classless society. Some Fabians questioned the possibility of attaining it, and were content to envisage a socialist society as one in which classes would be based on status or function and not ownership of land or capital. But however cynical Bernard Shaw and other leading Fabians were prepared to be about the inessentials of socialism, this piece of disillusionment did not appeal to them. The disenchanting prospect of a class-divided socialist society drove Shaw to advocate incomes that were absolutely equal, and to propose the intermarriageability test as the criterion for deciding whether a satisfactory degree of equality had been attained. The Webb's writings, and particularly the denunciations of snobbery and class distinction in Beatrice Webb's diaries, also leave no doubt that their ideal was some form of classless society, although they shrank from Shaw's extreme proposals. As a body, the Fabian Society did not come to the point of making a choice between the alternative ideals of a socialist society, one of which, so to speak, institutionalized the carrier overt auxiliary talents, while the other sought the eventual abolition of all classes, but the leading Fabian spokesmen seem to have preferred the latter. Equality was probably more important in the hierarchy of Fabian ideals than fraternity, insofar as fraternity may be distinguished from equality. Fraternity, or the spirit of comradeship and general participation, was an ideal rather too romantic and, in its late 19th and early 20th century manifestations, too working class to dominate Fabian thinking. This is not to say that they lacked it. Collectivist qualities were displayed both in their ameliorative measures to assist the weak and underprivileged in present society, and also in their vision of the future socialist society, and the members of their own group also shared a sense of common mission with the labor movement. But fraternity was an ideal much more emphasized by the Independent Labor Party and the Clarion Clubs, and those Fabians who wished to share fully in the comradely spirit became members of these organizations as well. The Fabian Society for its own part remained resolutely middle class and rationalistic. What, then, of liberty? Did the Fabians, in their emphasis on equality, slip unconsciously towards authoritarianism in their ultimate ideals, and fail to keep the delicate balance between equality and liberty? Prominent writers have hinted that they did. Halavy suggested they were influenced by the Prussian model of social organization and social philosophy. Well-oiled samurai, remarked O. D. Skelton. Is this the deceitful harmony of fascism? The law of the beehive, asked Sir Alexander Gray of a passage in Sidney Webb's Fabian essay. Something has already been said of the political aspects of these charges, and it remains here to discover the extent to which they were inspired by ideals or ways of thinking which had totalitarian tendencies. At the outset, it seems necessary to say that there is no difficulty in discovering passages in Fabian literature which show the influence of Hegelian and Platonic philosophy, which imply the acceptance of an organic conception of society and fall without doubt into the category of theories which Dr. Popper in his works * has labeled historicism. Again, it is easy to choose from Fabian writing passages which show an almost Kantian emphasis on planning, neatness, efficiency, economy, and hygiene. But how strong must these tendencies be for a school of thought to be labeled totalitarian? And are such ideas always totalitarian, or is their historical association with it largely fortuitous? The organic theory of society, the metaphors of organism, were employed in several of the Fabian Society's theoretical tracts, but they were used less lavishly by the Fabians than by other left-wing writers of that period. J. Ramsay MacDonald's works are full of them. That they were less a feature of the writings of the Webbs and the Fabians was due partly, perhaps, to their early anti-metaphysical bias, and partly to the fact that Sidney Webb's natural tendency in metaphor seems to have been towards the clanking mechanical machines, ladders, and conduit pipes. The biologic analogy was, moreover, not confined to theorists of the left at the end of the 19th century. It had come into general fashion in political philosophy at that time and was being put to use equally by those who wished to draw from it radical and conservative conclusions. Nowadays, after a form of the organic conception of society has been associated with fascism, the idea is very much out of favor, but it is fairly easy to see what attracted the Fabians to it in the 80s and 90s. It stressed the claims of society against the untrammeled individualism of laissez-faire, which had obvious analogies, and consequently some theoretic connections, with atomism. Thus Webb wrote, "The trouble with Gladstonian liberalism is that, by instinct, by tradition, and by the positive precepts of its past exponents, it thinks in individuals. It visualizes the world as a world of independent roundheads. Conception of freedom means only breaking somebody's bonds asunder. When the higher freedom of corporate life is in question, they become angrily reactionary and denounce and obstruct every new development of common action. If we seek for the greatest enemy of municipal enterprise, we find him in Sir Henry Fowler. If we ask who is the most successful opponent of any extension of the common rule of factory legislation to wider fields of usefulness, the answer is Mr. John Morley." A similar purpose was served by a Platonizing tendency, which the Fabians had derived from the English followers of the German philosophers. In what is probably his most extreme utterance of this nature, Sidney Webb speaks of the part played by efficiency in the national struggle for the survival of the fittest, and says, "If we desire to hand on to the afterworld our direct influence, and not merely the memory of our excellence, we must take even more care to improve the social organism of which we form part than to perfect our own individual developments. Or rather, the perfect and fitting development of each individual is not necessarily the utmost and highest cultivation of his own personality, but the filling, in the best possible way, of his humble function in the great social machine." Such a passage would today sound surprising in a left-wing writer with its heavy overtones of conservatism. Yet at the time it was written, it was being used as a justification for an extreme radical position. The chief recommendation which Webb intended should be derived from it was that people should not assume that social good automatically followed their striving after their own welfare, but should pay great attention to the social good. He was far from any intention to justify the existing state of affairs. Organism, under Darwinian and Lamarckian influence, was thought of as an evolving thing. In the phrase filling, in the best possible way, his humble function in the great social machine, great emphasis was given to the words the best possible way, and Webb and the Fabians contended, first, that this was not being achieved at the present, and, secondly, that it would not be achieved until everyone was placed according to his ability, which in turn involved much social reorganization and, in particular, greatly improved educational opportunities. This example brings out the danger of attempting a political classification of people merely upon the basis of their metaphysical or semi-metaphysical views about society. It seems unfair to hint that Fabians should be classed with fascists merely because both have held to an organic conception of society. With such general concepts, so much depends upon those intermediate steps which bring them into contact with positive recommendations about contemporary politics, that, by varying these intermediate steps, it is possible to combine the same general concept with quite dissimilar political views. The organic analogy, by itself, seems to be too vague to do much more than to create a feeling of togetherness, and the importance of the whole. It would, of course, be possible, with a slight emphasis, to use the conception to suggest the individual was unimportant in comparison with the community. But the Fabians would certainly have denied that they had any intention of making such an addition. Point 1. The historical situation must be taken into account. The Fabians were making use of the organic concept and were stressing the importance of the community because the Benthamites had stressed the importance of the individual at the expense of the community. The organic concept provided a counter to the philosophies of laissez-faire individualism and of Marxism. Against both, it emphasized social unity. That is why the Fabians in their early days espoused it so warmly, without, so far as can be seen, inquiring whether it, too, might be dispensable on the ground that it belonged to what Comte would call the metaphysical stage of human evolution. Emphasis on planning, neatness, efficiency, economy, and hygiene. Much the same can be said of this aspect of Fabian writing. Few today would deny that some planning and a great deal of neatness, efficiency, economy, and hygiene are necessary to civilized life, and still fewer that late 19th century England was greatly improved by their increase. It is once again a question of how much. We may find the dreadful limits on one side described in the Blue Books on the state of the early factory towns and on the other in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. But the conflict between the planners and the anti-planners in England has usually taken place well within the bounds of these extremes. Certainly, the Fabians seem well within these bounds, though once again their chief enemy was the laissez-faire ideal of their liberal predecessors, so their tendency was rather to emphasize its opposite. One could be reluctant to go as far as the Fabians in state regulation. One could even find isolated passages in their works where a rather naive approval seems to be given to regulation in general. But in looking over their work as a whole, it would be unjust to accuse them of being unaware that the problem of liberty was involved. Not only was the Fabian society as a whole, for the greater part of its existence, engaged in urging hardly more than the national minimum of planning, much of which nowadays finds approval far outside the ranks of socialists, but the more subtle theoretical aspects of the paradox of freedom were recognized by individual Fabians. I entirely agree with the old position that a law is an evil which should be avoided where it can be avoided without greater evil, said Webb, in answer to a question before the Royal Commission on Labor, but of course the case of those who ask for a legal shortening of the hours of labor is that the evil which will result without the law is greater than the evil which the law would cause. Nor can the Fabians be accused of taking a naive view of socialism as the New Jerusalem where the problem of liberty and all the other problems are automatically solved. The Fabian society puts forward socialism not as a solution of all evils but only of those arising out of the unequal distribution of wealth, declared Tract 70. Let it be at once admitted, wrote William Clark, that if collectivism makes every human being a mere function of the whole, a mere pin in the wheel, a mere end to others' purposes, then it is impossible, for every strenuous mind will rise in revolt against it. A mechanical uniform civilization, with complete centralization and tremendous intensity of working power, with the general conditions of life very much as they are now, with the exception that no one could starve, would be a very close approximation to hell. Whether closer or not than the present system of society I am not prepared to say. Webb had the same problem in mind when he insisted on the importance of a careful balance of autonomy and centralization in local government. He hoped to avoid over-centralization by an expansion of local government powers through municipal socialism, and he hoped to preserve variety of structure in organization within the socialist state. 1. Fabian philosophy and ideals. Liberty is leisure. There remains yet another way in which the Fabians sought to increase liberty and which is, indeed, central to their whole socialist position. Their belief can best be approached from the concept of nature the taskmaster. Once for all, wrote Shaw, we are not born free, and we never can be free. When all human tyrants are slain or deposed, there will still be the supreme tyrant that can never be slain or deposed, and that tyrant is nature. Point 2. The conflict of man with nature is used as an explanation of the origin of society and of the fact that complete freedom of restraint could involve a natural oppression more intolerable than a social tyranny. The next part of the argument is summed up in Shaw's short and startling question and answer: what is liberty? Leisure. It runs as follows: nature is a taskmaster that requires certain work to be done, and a certain daily routine to be carried out. Work, sleep, feeding, resting, etc. are compulsory. When these daily tasks are done, one has leisure, a time in which one may do as one pleases. The function of society and the purpose of new inventions ought to be to increase leisure and enable it to be equitably distributed. The objection could of course be raised that this does not exhaust the problem of liberty in either a political or industrial sense, as Shaw's aphorism, and some of the argumentation with which he has supported it, might suggest. Certainly the Guild Socialists did not think so, when they advocated democracy in industry. Nor need one suppose the Fabians, even Shaw himself, really imagined it did. The idea, however, is important in Fabianism, particularly in connection with the Guild Socialist controversy, because it shows that the Fabians thought mainly of increasing liberty outside work by shortening working hours. It shows also that they believed that the state should not regulate its citizens' leisure outside their working hours. And, finally, it is important in Shaw's idea of the place of the artist in the socialist state. He insists that the state can do no good by regulating or pampering its artists, and the only solution is to give them some employment that will leave them plenty of leisure. The importance of this idea in Fabian thought is so great that it is worth quoting the Webb's characteristic version of it. At the end of a chapter in which they criticized Guild Socialism, the Webbs concluded: equity demands that every healthy adult without exception should put into the common stock of commodities and services at least the equivalent of what he consumes, in order that the world may not be the poorer for his presence. In any rationally organized community, this price should progressively diminish. With every increase in our knowledge, and therefore of our command over natural forces, the amount of time and effort that needs to be spent in the production of the commodities and services by which the community lives must become steadily less. The time and energy thus set free, in every member of the community, for the life and affections of the family, for social intercourse, for the arts and the sciences, and generally for the spiritual development of the individual must necessarily be left at his own disposal. Here we find the sphere for individual decision, for although the beneficial outcome of this development of individual personality is very far from being of value only to the person concerned, is, indeed, ultimately of enormous value to the community as a whole, yet it is, by its very nature, not a service the community can command or enforce, and for the most part, one which it cannot pay for in cash or commodities. Personal beauty and personal charm, the joy of intellectual comradeship, the consolation of self-sacrificing friendship, the play of wit and humor, the highest realms of art, science, and religion cannot be organized, controlled, or produced, either by democracies of producers or democracies of consumers. They are the priceless gifts of individual genius, above and beyond any social organization. Thus, in our view, in the cooperative commonwealth of the future, the production of all the needful commodities and services, far from affording the fundamental basis of social organization, will assume a continuously decreasing importance in social life. Modern automation fits in well with the Webb's basic conception of social progress. Indeed, it would absolve them from the remaining doubts that their socialist state, with its rejection of workers' control in industry, might not allow any more freedom during working hours than the capitalist system. Automation was perhaps most clearly foreshadowed in the scientific utopias of H. G. Wells, but it is only fair to observe that the Webbs and Shaw and other leading Fabians did not subscribe to the more utopian features of Wells' utopias. Above all, they did not place any faith in the technocrat ruler. Shaw satirized that Welshian technocrat Superman in his character Inri Straker, and he certainly cannot be accused of any naive belief in social salvation through the leadership of engineers or scientists in politics. The Fabians' idea of freedom outside work shows at all events that they were not totalitarian in the sense of believing that the individual could realize his true self only in communal activity. It shows indeed that liberty as well as equality was a principal aim of the Fabians, and that they foresaw and courageously tried to deal with a major problem of the future, even if their faith that people would use their leisure for self-improvement is somewhat redolent of an age before the rise of mass amusements. Chapter 7. Fabian Membership, Tract, Distribution and Lecturing. How far the acquiescence of the public in the enormous extension of state activity and control has been facilitated by the insidious preaching and permeation of the Fabians, wrote Sir Alexander Gray, is a question which it is easy to ask, but which no wise man will venture to answer. Our reputation for wisdom may be preserved by not putting the question in that way. In the 4 subsequent chapters an attempt will be made to assess the influence of the Fabians, not upon the public, but upon some public organizations, the London County Council and the political parties through which the extensions of state activity and control have come. It seems convenient and useful to preface these chapters with one discussing the Society's general propaganda, but, with Sir Alexander Gray's warning in mind, the limits, not to say the limitations, of the inquiry must be made clear. No measurement of the effects of Fabian propaganda on public opinion is possible by ordinary historical methods. Perhaps in the future records of public opinion surveys may add to the material at the historian's disposal. At present, any estimate he makes must be largely guesswork. Some guesses may be good ones, thus, Max Beer was probably quite correct when he declared of Leo Chiazzamonni's riches and poverty, of the many books published on the eve of the labor unrest, none had so notable an effect. Point to such guesswork, however, is best left to contemporaries. Its abandonment does not deprive the historian of all resource. He can make some headway by approaching the problem from the angle of the producer rather than the consumer. Works like de Mornay's Les Origines Intellectuelles de la Révolution Française have shown what diligent research can do in tracing the distribution of literature. Given equal industry, and as many years as Mornay's research took, it would be possible to discover at least the quantity of Fabian books, including those of individual Fabians, distributed to the public. No investigation so full can be attempted here. Still less is it intended to trace the journalistic activities of members of the Society. It is doubtful whether the most painstaking research could track down all these. The articles written by the leading Fabians could, no doubt, be discovered without much difficulty. We know that Bernard Shaw wrote the music criticisms in The World and The Star, contributed notes and controversial articles both under his own name and under the pen name of Fabius to the Workman's Times and the Clarion, wrote articles for such journals as Today, Our Corner, The New Review, The Saturday Review and many others. One day, perhaps, someone may produce a complete bibliography of them. Sidney Webb's weightier writings found their place mostly in the less decidedly left-wing newspapers and journals, The Star, The Speaker, The Contemporary Review, The Pall Mall Gazette, and others. Hubert Bland wrote regularly for the Sunday Chronicle, and William Clark was, under Massingham, leader writer of the Daily Chronicle, and later an editor of the Progressive Review, and he also wrote occasionally for the Contemporary Review and the Spectator, as well as for American journals. But who will ever trace the writings of all those Fabians unknown to fame who put forward the Fabian case in, or even entirely captured, obscure journals and local newspapers such as the Ratepayers Chronicle, or the Croydon Times? The aim of this chapter will be the very modest one of giving, from the Fabian Society's own records, some particulars of the number of its members, and some information concerning the type of propaganda. This may help to give an impression of the importance of the most general side of the Society's activities, before we try to estimate the success of their permeation of particular organizations. Type of Fabian propaganda. The Society's general propaganda, addressed to the public at large, took the form of publishing tracts, and of organizing lectures, debates, and discussions. The Society was not torn, as the SDF was, between the desire to make itself a mass organization and the opposing desire to become a small body of highly trained specialists and organizers. The Fabians, making a virtue of necessity, did not attempt to advance their cause by drawing large numbers of people into their organization. The Fabian Society set out to be primarily a body for the study of socialist problems and the publication of the results of the study. This meant a limited membership, and the Fabians were content if they recruited a number of working-class leaders into their ranks to join in these studies and discussions. If there was a dilemma at all for the society, it was whether to make its principal concern the scientific investigation of social and socialist problems at the higher level, or to devote itself mainly to educating the masses. The society's acceptance of the former role was once again determined more by its composition and character, perhaps, than by careful thought over it. Once only was the problem raised in an acute and explicit manner by H. G. Wells, in 1906-7, at the time he produced his This Misery of Boots pamphlet, but the society soon forgot it, and continued with the kind of work that Webb had launched it upon in the late 80s. In addition to pamphleteering and providing lecturers, the society also maintained a library and circulated book boxes to other organizations. It ran correspondence classes in economics and history, and an information bureau, especially for local government affairs, and it occasionally assisted parliamentary candidates with finance and canvassing. Membership of the Fabian Society. The accompanying chart of the fluctuation of the number of members of the society from 1890 to 1918 is not satisfactory, as it represents only the membership of the London Society. Members of provincial Fabian societies are not included in the figures unless they happened also to be members of the parent society. Unfortunately, it is not possible to obtain from the society's records any satisfactory figures over a continuous period of the total membership of provincial societies. The chart of the figures for the London Society shows a steady increase until 1899, a slight fall until 1904, small increases from then until the beginning of 1906, then a sudden great bound upwards, steadying in 1910, but not reaching its peak until 1913, a considerable fall during the war years reaching its lowest point in 1919, by which time more than half the gain in membership since the beginning of 1906 had been lost, and at that point the numbers steadied again in the immediate post-war years. We must now take considerably more space to set out the evidence concerning the fluctuations in the membership of provincial Fabian societies. Some information can be gained, unsatisfactory as the available records are, and, as we shall see, a noticeable difference would be made to the picture of total numbers if the provincial membership were included. The growth of provincial societies in the early 90s was rapid, from a dozen in 1890 to 42 by May 1892. At that time their total membership was estimated at about 1,500. The number of provincial societies reached its highest for the whole period of the society's history with which we are dealing, about the time of the founding of the ILP. At the beginning of 1893, there were 72 Fabian societies in the United Kingdom, apart from the London Society. From that high point they declined rapidly. The Central Office did not record what happened to them all. But of 15 local societies which disappeared in 1893 to 4 whose fate has been recorded, 11 joined the ILP, 2 transferred to the SDF, and 2 simply dissolved. There consequently seems no reason for doubting Pisa's generalization that the majority of the provincial Fabian societies merged into the besides 4 university societies. 2 years later the number was 9, and 4 university societies. And by March 1900, only 4 provincial societies, with a total membership of 153, still remained, together with the 4 university societies, which had between them 61 members and 26 associates. There was a small recovery during the year 1900, when the loss of 2 local groups at Ramsbottom and Waterhouses was offset by the foundation of 4 other provincial societies and 1 more university society, but the decline continued once again in the following years, reaching its lowest point in 1904-5, when only 3 societies were still active, the other 3 provincial and the 3 remaining university societies being on the point of death registered 1906 saw the beginning of the revival of provincial Fabianism, though the rise in the following years was more gradual and not so great as it had been in the early 90s. Each year new societies were built up, and the peak was not reached until the beginning of 1913, when there were 11 university Fabian societies, affiliated to the University Socialist Federation registered, and 39 provincial societies. The membership at that time was not definitely known to the central office, but it was estimated to be about 970 members for provincial societies *, while the membership of the university societies was declared to be 477, and undoubtedly the majority of the society's total of 323 associates was also connected with the university societies registered a rapid decline in the provincial societies set in once again during the war years, and it was hastened by the dissolution of the university societies of Oxford and Cambridge during the Guild Socialism dispute. The decline was steady and continuous, and by the beginning of 1918 only 8 provincial and 4 university societies remained, and of these only the Liverpool and Glasgow societies were at all active. 1 degree only a very slight revival occurred in the post-war years. The Liverpool Fabian Society was the only provincial society which maintained a continuous existence from the early 90s to 1918. It has had almost as active a career as the London Society itself, but it was always much more closely associated with the I.L.P. 14 Its membership fluctuated between 70 and 80 up to 1904, in 1905 it fell to the low point of 63, from which it steadily rose to 155 in 1918, other provincial societies with continuous existences of some duration and importance were those at Ramsbottom and Tunbridge Wells, founded before the turn of the century, and Glasgow, Edinburgh, Bristol, and Leeds amongst those founded after 1900. Some additional information may be given of the University Fabian Societies, for the parent society paid more attention to them than it did to any of the other groups. The records show that from its earliest days the Fabian Society was scheming to increase its influence in university circles. The University Fabian Societies were not established on a permanent basis, however, until 1895, when the Oxford, Cambridge, Aberystwyth, and Glasgow University Fabian Societies were founded. Considering the necessary fluctuation in the membership of these societies, their continuity of existence deserves notice. The Oxford Fabian Society was the only one which had no break at all in the continuity of its existence. This was probably due to the fact that Sidney Ball remained its permanent president all through the difficult years at the turn of the century *. There was a steady decrease in its members from 30 at the time of its foundation to 6 in 1905 *, after which time there was a rapid revival, until it had 101 members and 55 associates in 1914.5. It split under Guild Socialist influence in 1915. The statistical trend of Cambridge Fabian Society was similar to that of Oxford, but it seems to have been a smaller group. The figures which have been recorded show that it remained approximately 3/4 of the size of the Oxford F.S. registered. It ceased altogether to exist in 1904, and was not reconstituted until 1906. It had 70 members and 58 associates in 1914, and it disaffiliated from the Fabian Society in 1915. Glasgow and Aberystwyth University societies rivaled, and sometimes surpassed Oxford in size during the period between 1896 and the first years of the 20th century. At the beginning of 1899, Glasgow, with 25 members and 21 associates, was the largest university Fabian society. But after that it shared the general tendency to decline, and passed out of existence in 1901, when the few remaining members joined the Town Society, which was formed in December of that year. Aberystwyth, on the other hand, showed a tendency to increase its membership, which at 32 in 1902, made it the largest university society of that year, registered in the following year. However, there was a sudden decline, said to be due to the loss of members leaving college and the failure to recruit more. And the society collapsed at the end of 1904. Glasgow UFS was reconstituted with 30 members in 1905, but Aberystwyth was not revived until 1912.3. Prior to 1900 there was also one other university Fabian Society at Edinburgh. It was founded in 1897, with 14 members and survived for 3 years, finally disappearing in 1901. A new society was formed at Edinburgh University in 1907.5 in the general revival after 1906. Other university Fabian societies were founded: London Degree, Liverpool and Manchester, Birmingham Registered and St Andrews Degree. By 1913 all these societies were affiliated to the University Socialist Federation Degree, but the war and the Guild Socialist heresy played havoc with them. After the war, attempts were made to revive the Fabian societies at Aberystwyth, Edinburgh, Oxford and Cambridge, but in the course of a year or so all of them became absorbed into wider university labour clubs. It may be concluded that the membership of the Fabian societies outside London followed the same general trend as the membership of the London Society itself after the turn of the century, but during the 90s the trend was quite different, showing a rapid increase in the early 90s, with a sudden fall in 1894 and a continuing decrease until 1900. The inclusion of the numbers in provincial societies in the graph of membership would have balanced the peak after 1906 with a peak nearly as great, and more sudden, in the early 90s, and would have emphasized the declining and stagnant condition in the later 90s and the first years of the new century. The rise of provincial Fabianism in the early 90s is connected mainly with the rise of the new unionism and the forces which went to the making of the Independent Labour Party, and its decline was due to the fact that the ILP confronted them with the choice of sinking their identity in the new organization or retaining their own organization and being excluded from the ILP. Most of the provincial societies elected to join the ILP, and the London Fabian Society made no struggle to prevent them. The longer, greater, and more general rise in Fabian membership after 1906 is obviously associated with the surprising success of Labour members at the 1906 election, and the revived energy of the Labour movement for which this event provided the impetus. More will be said of this in later chapters. As the Fabian Society did not really dream of exercising its influence by drawing large numbers into its ranks, the second chart, which shows the total distribution of Fabian tracts and leaflets, is probably more significant as an indication of its general influence. Some explanation is necessary of the considerable fluctuations. It will be observed that leaflet distribution reached its record peak in the year 1891-2. This was the period immediately before the elections for the LCC and the general election in which the Fabians gained their first successes. The immense leaflet distribution is mainly accounted for by the publicity given to the different points of Sidney Webb's London programme, each point covered by a separate leaflet. The Fabian municipal programme was impressed upon London by the distribution of these free leaflets, which laid the foundations of later Fabian influence. This tremendous effort, however, proved a strain on the Society's resources, and the annual report for the year ending March 1893 announced that, for the sake of economy, the gratuitous distribution of leaflets would need to be cut down. Nevertheless, a large number had also been distributed between March 1892 and March 1893, though there was a considerable falling off in the following year. In the April 1894 to March 1895 period, the distribution of leaflets increased once more. The increase was due to propaganda for the elections for the LCC, the London School Board, and Parliament, all of which fell in the 1 year, and for the elections which were impending under the new Parish Councils Act of 1894. During the first years of Conservative rule after 1895 there was a distinct slump in the number of leaflets distributed by the Fabian Society, with a slight revival before the 1898 LCC election, when a number of the old leaflets dealing with the points of the London programme were brought up to date and reprinted. Point 1 After this, there was again a falling off, until the year April 1900 March 1901, when the sharp rise in that year was only partially accounted for by the LCC and Borough Council elections. The Society's local government leaflets on this occasion were devoted mainly to an attempt to persuade the progressives to go beyond the London programme in the direction of municipal socialism, but they did not prove popular. The leaflet with the largest single distribution in this period was not any of those dealing with local government, but the one entitled How Trade Unions Benefit Workmen. This was intended for use by trade unions desirous of extending their membership, and a blank space was left in it to be filled up by the union issuing the leaflet if it desired to insert additional information. There were large orders from trade unions for it. 74,600 copies were distributed in the April 1900 to March 1901 period *, and the demand for it continued to be vigorous in the next year also, when 64,000 copies were issued degree-registered. After 1902 there was again a great drop in the number of leaflets distributed, as the result of a policy decision. The failure of the latest municipal series had been a shock. These publications had involved a great amount of labor and expense, the annual report complained, but they did not circulate freely, and publications are obviously of value only insofar as they are read by the public, so the executive decided that it is undesirable to issue new leaflets unless in special circumstances registered. The fall in leaflet distribution therefore continued unbroken until 1906. There was a continuous but steadily decreasing demand for how trade unions benefit workmen. But in 1906, with the success of the Labour Party at the election and the sudden revival of interest in all things connected with labor and socialism, the demand for this leaflet suddenly revived again, and 37,000 copies of it were distributed in the year April 1906–March 1907, as compared with only 17,000 in the previous year. 1 In the year ending March 1908 the distribution of Fabian leaflets rose still further, although since no new leaflets had been prepared, the distribution consisted entirely of reprints of old ones, and once again how trade unions benefit workmen represented the greater part of the total. After 1908, the demand for this particular leaflet seemed temporarily satisfied, and the distribution graph for Fabian leaflets shows a lamentable decline from 1909, with only a feeble revival in the 1914–16 period. The revival in 1914–15 was due to the circulation by the Society of 17,750 copies of a special 4-page memorandum of suggestions to local citizen committees appointed to deal with distress arising through the war registered, but the continuation of the revival into 1915–16 was once again due to the issue of 33,000 copies of a new revised edition of the perennial How Trade Unions Benefit Workmen. Distribution of Fabian Tracts. The graph showing the distribution of the Fabian tracts differs considerably from that of the distribution of leaflets, for the tract distribution fluctuated with the buyer's demand, whilst the leaflet distribution was dependent largely on the crusading zeal and the internal finance of the society. The total represented by the graph is arrived at merely by adding together the number of tracts sold, whatever their price. It is almost needless to say that the penny tracts sold in thousands, while the number of sixpenny booklets of tracts disposed of each year was to be reckoned only in hundreds. The increase in the sale of Fabian tracts in the early 90s appears to have been part of the generally increasing interest in the society at that time. No individual tract was singled out in the annual reports as having sold exceptionally well, until the year April 1894 March 1895, when Tract 53, explaining the new Parish Councils Act, went through 4 editions and sold 30,225 copies. Few of our penny tracts have had so large, and none so rapid, a sale, commented the executive. After 1895, there was a sharp and rapid fall in the sale of tracts, which continued throughout 1896. In the annual report for the year ending March 1897, the executive felt obliged to explain the decline. A variety of causes has contributed to this result, it said. The year has included no important London or general election, public interest has been largely occupied with foreign politics to the exclusion of social and domestic affairs. From all quarters we hear the same story, that the market for political pamphlets is stagnant. In former years we had a practical monopoly of the publication of socialist tracts. Now a similar work is carried on by the Clarion, the Manchester Labour Press, and other agencies which have advantages over us in the matter of free advertisement. The Fabian societies throughout the country used to be large buyers of our publications, but few of them now remain. Another cause is the diminished number of lectures, and the fact that our lecturers have largely abandoned the practice of selling tracts. While admitting the force of these explanations, it also seems possible that the new tracts of these years were of such an abstract and theoretical nature as to limit their popularity. Of the 7 new tracts published between April 1895 and March 1897, 4 are of major importance in the development of Fabian theory. Apparently socialist theorizing at any rate, at that time attracted attention in only a small circle. In the following year there was a slight increase in tract sales, and the change seems to have been brought about chiefly by 3 new tracts, 2 of a practical kind and 1 of a religious complexion. The tract on housing registered was designed to assist the movement which has sprung up in various places all over the country for making use of the powers provided by the Housing of the Working Classes Act 1890. The tract entitled Shop Life and its Reform * was purchased for distribution by the Shop Assistants Union, and the Society's republication of a pamphlet by the 18th-century New Jersey Quaker, John Woolman, was quickly sold out to the Society of Friends. 5 But the record year for tract sales was April 1898, March 1899, and the main cause of it was the publication of the Workmen's Compensation Act, what it means, and how to make use of it. 2 Here was a tract dealing immediately with basic economic issues, and which consequently appealed strongly to the British working men and their trade union secretaries. The large trade unions ordered supplies for their members, and it was also distributed by the ILP. In 6 months, 13 editions had been issued, and by March 31, 1899 no less than 120,163 copies of it had been sold. After 1899, there was a decline which continued until 1905. The apparent recoveries of the 1901-2 period and the 1903-4 period were not caused by an increase in sales, but by a gratis distribution. In 1901 the Hutchinson trustees agreed to finance a special distribution of Sidney Webb's 2 tracts of that year, The Education Muddle and The Way Out and 20th Century Politics, a Policy of National Efficiency. Amongst the graduates of the Universities of London, Glasgow, St Andrews, Manchester, and Wales, and amongst town councillors, some county councillors, and trade union secretaries. 35,000 tracts were circulated in this way. In 1903, this policy was adopted once again, and 20,000 tracts were distributed, this time to county councillors, urban district councillors, and county borough councillors. The tracts sent out comprised 10,000 copies of Sidney Webb's The Education Act 1902, How to Make the Best of It, and the other 10,000 were made up partly of 20th century politics and partly of tracts selected from the Society's accumulated stocks registered from 1906. Another boom in the tract sale commenced, reaching its peak in the April 1907-March 1908 period, though sales continued at a fairly high level until 1914. This boom in its early stages seems to have been created by a general middle-class interest in socialism after the 1906 election, as there was no longer a Hutchinson distribution scheme in 1907, and the largest sale of 30,000 copies of the Workmen's Compensation Act tract is not sufficient in itself to account for the increase. The decline shown in the April 1908-March 1909 period would have been somewhat greater had it not been for the free distribution of 10,000 copies of Parish Councils and Village Life to chairmen of parish councils and meetings and of rural district councils. Nevertheless, tract sales continued remarkably high. The minor boom of the April 1911-March 1912 period appears to have been caused solely by the fact that the number of tracts of 16 pages and upwards published during the year has only once been equalled, and has never been exceeded in the history of the Society. 8 With the outbreak of the 1914 war, the tract sales which had been falling during 1912, 1913, and 1914 dropped suddenly to the lowest level since the beginning of the 90s, from which point they climbed, slowly and painfully, during the remaining war years. There was a sudden increase in 1918 at the end of the war, but this was caused chiefly by the purchase of a large Edition of Beatrice Webb's Abolition of the Poor Law by the Committee for the Prevention of Destitution and the Standing Joint Committee of the Fabian Society and the I.L.P*. The post-war sales statistics, like the post-war figures of leaflet distribution, suggest that the Society was not ready to take advantage of the revival of interest in social questions. Very few tracts were published in these years. Distribution of Fabian essays. The most important book issued by the Society was, of course, Fabian Essays. This work, from the time of its first appearance in 1889, had a remarkable sale, which surprised its authors. The first edition of 1,000 copies priced at 6 shillings was disposed of within a month of the book's appearance *, and a second 1,000 copies was issued in March 1890. In September arrangements were made for a shilling edition, which had an extremely lively sale. By March 1892 the total number of Fabian essays issued in all editions had reached the figure of 21,500, by the same month of 1,893 the total was 25,000, by 1894, about 28,000, by 1895, over 30,000, by 1896, 32,000, by 1897, 33,000, and when in the April 1897-March 1898 period the sales dropped to only about 500 for the year, the Society thought that the demand for this most successful book appears to be nearly satisfied. By that time, Dutch, Scandinavian, and German translations had appeared. The number of English copies sold between 1898 and 1905 was small, no more than a few hundred copies a year. But in 1906 there was a sudden increase in the sales. In the April 1906-March 1907 period, 1,383 copies were sold by the publisher, compared with only 398 copies in the previous year, when this number increased to 2,407 between April 1907 and March 1908. The Society decided that the time was opportune for a new edition. Consequently, a sixpenny edition with a new preface by Bernard Shaw was published in 1908, and of the first printing of 10,000, over 8,000 copies were sold in 4 months *. By the time of the outbreak of the First World War a total of some 46,000 copies of Fabian Essays had been sold in English editions. The volume went out of print during the war, but another edition, with a preface by Sidney Webb, was issued in 1920. Conclusion concerning the distribution of written propaganda. The graphs of the distribution of Fabian leaflets and tracts, taken together, confirm the general trend which has emerged from our analysis of total Fabian membership, that is to say, the peaks of Fabian activity came in the early 90s and in the years immediately following the 1906 election. The 2 intervening years of considerable propaganda activity, 1898 and 1901, reflected mainly the publication of 1 tract and 1 leaflet respectively, which caught the attention of the major unions. The low points of the graph are equally significant, 1896, 1902-5, and 1913-8, with the lowest point before 1918, as one would expect, in the middle of the war years. What is unexpected is the even deeper fall in the post-war years, a measure, perhaps, of the old gang's success in maintaining control of the Society. Amongst which sections of the community were the Fabian tracts and leaflets mainly distributed? Unfortunately, no definite answer can be given. As we have seen, there is occasionally a record of a large number of tracts being bought by a trade union for distribution amongst its members, or by a religious organization, or that the Fabian Society itself sent out copies to members of parliament or to local government representatives, or printed a special supply for one of the Society's parliamentary candidates to distribute amongst his constituents. We know also that the Society advertised its tracts on the covers of the annual conference reports of the ILP and Labour Party, and no doubt had a considerable sale amongst the members of those organizations. But the task of settling this question in any precise way seems hopeless. Fabian lecturing. The situation is different with the other main avenue of Fabian propaganda: public lectures. Some lists of the lectures given in London and throughout England have been preserved, and it is possible to make some useful generalizations about the kind of organizations and audiences to which they were addressed. It is less easy to say how many lectures were given each year, as attempts were rarely made by the Society to keep a record of the total number. In the first printed annual report of the Fabian Society that for the year ending March 1888 the number of 324 lectures by members of the Society was mentioned, although it was suggested that more had probably been given. A footnote to Fabian Essays claims that in the next year the number of lectures was upwards of 700, in the year ending March 1892, when an attempt was made to keep a record, the total was claimed to have grown to 3,339, and in the next year, when no record was kept, it was thought to have probably exceeded the number recorded in our last report. The lecture lists which exist make clear the kind of organizations to which the Fabians addressed their lectures. Here is a sample from a list issued in March I-89 GI, Melvin Road Board School Evening Class, J.F. Oakes Hot on the Factory System. This is typical. The early London lecture lists show that, while the Fabians were prepared to lecture to any group which was willing to hear them, the majority of the lectures were in fact delivered to liberal associations, radical clubs, secular societies, cooperatives, working men's colleges, debating clubs, trades councils, in short, mainly to organized associations of radical working men. There was little that was haphazard about the Fabians' arrangements for their lecturers. They tried to organize as scientifically as possible. Fabian News, the Society's internal news sheet, originally established to give guidance to the secretaries of local branches, explained carefully, in one of its early issues, the technique of publicity for lectures. The secretaries were advised to prepare and keep a register of all local organizations, working men's clubs, cooperative societies, political organizations, socialist societies or branches, trade union branches, church or chapel young men's associations, debating societies that might arrange for lectures. Together with this they should have a full list of local newspapers, a list of addresses of all socialists and sympathizers in the neighborhood, as well as the addresses of a dozen or so of the most influential political workers in the main political parties, and a list of all representatives on local governing bodies. The local Fabian branch should then endeavor to 1. Fabian News, March 1891. 177. Obtain invitations to speak to these other associations, and invite their speakers to address the Fabian branch. Whenever a Fabian was lecturing, a notice of the lecture was to be sent to the local press, the Daily Chronicle, Star, Echo, Labor World and Sunday World, Justice, Workers' Cry, The Club, and Institute Journal, to parliamentary and county council representatives and candidates for the district, as well as to any other influential persons likely to attend, and handbills were to be sent to other clubs and organizations in the neighborhood. No doubt these excellent rules were not always followed, but the instructions from the Fabian headquarters left little to be desired in point of thoroughness. The first heyday of Fabian lecturing occurred in the early 90s. By that time the Fabians had been fairly launched into the radical and secularist circles. They had worked out in some detail their message for the world in general, and London in particular, and the upsurge of the new unionism had caused a questioning of older assumptions, and a mental ferment, in which the solutions propounded by the Fabians were eagerly discussed. There was an enthusiasm about the activities of the Fabians in the early 90s, springing from a feeling that they were helping in a quickly moving but peaceful and beneficent change. From about 1893, however, there were signs of a slackening of interest in the Society's lectures in London. In London the lecturing at clubs and associations has been steadily continued. A large part of this work is now only preaching to the converted, and not unfrequently small and apathetic audiences discourage the lecturer, declared the executive in the 1893 report. In the following year the Society paid a considerable amount of its attention to the radical clubs and political associations of the outlying suburbs of London, which had not yet been fully exploited. The demand for our lectures in the London clubs is less than it was a few years ago, and hitherto we have failed to find any equivalent new field for our propaganda, said the 1895 report. By 1896 the position had become worse. A new list of lectures was prepared and printed in September, and with the object of reaching a section of the population hitherto neglected, it was posted to the Secretary of the Debating or Mutual Improvement Society of every church and chapel in the London district, and to a large number of trade union branches in London. From the latter a few applications and replies were received, and probably many lectures were arranged by direct communication with the lecturers. But, notwithstanding these efforts, the demand for our lecturers in London seems to be falling off, and the number given, through no fault, so far as we are aware, on our part, is less than it was some years ago. In part, this no doubt is due to the general acceptance by the Progressive Party of the principal practical planks in our program, and in part to membership, tract distribution, lecturing, the general wave of reaction which has affected London even more than other parts of the country. From 1896, the Fabians are shown to be experimenting with new means of attracting attention to their lectures. A special committee was set up to make a collection of lantern slides for illustrated lectures, and a series called The White Slaves of England was said to be a success. But these efforts were defeated by another invention, the bicycle, which completed the decline of the Radical Club's interest in political lectures, by removing the audiences entirely. The Fabians do not appear to have been as alive to the possibility of exploiting the invention, by organizing cycling clubs, as were the Clarionettes group in the Independent Labour Party. From this time lectures had frequently to be abandoned because no one came to hear them. By 1900, a phase of Fabian propaganda had come to an end. In London, the demand for our lectures so far as known to the officers of the society has almost ceased. The London Liberal and Radical clubs, once centres of so much intellectual activity, and constant applicants for our assistance, appear to have in most cases abandoned politics altogether. From the late 90s the Fabian lecturers in London had to fall back on literary and social societies which, a report grimly remarked, attract a class of persons not readily accessible to political education. Registered the decline was not so great in the provinces, where the ILP branches opened up a new field for Fabian activity. Nevertheless, the Lancashire campaign of 1890 was looked back upon as the great time of Fabian lecturing propaganda outside London. This campaign had been financed by Henry Hutchinson, from whom the society received so much financial assistance in its early days, and most of the leading Fabians took part. Annie Besant played a vigorous role both in lecturing and in organizing provincial branches, and Shaw, Webb, Wallace, Bland, Clark, Headlam, D'Amatos, and Dell were the other lecturers. Careful preparations were made beforehand for organization and publicity, and within the space of a month, some 60 lectures were delivered in the main cities of the North, mostly at liberal and radical clubs and cooperative societies. The reports of the campaign make it clear that ground had been to some extent prepared for the Fabians by the propaganda of the SDF and the Socialist League in the North, although the Fabians addressed themselves to a rather different audience. The vigorous propaganda in the manufacturing districts of the SDF branches has been carried on by means of outdoor meetings. Its effects upon working-class opinion, especially among unskilled laborers, has been marked and important, but it has entirely failed to reach the working-men politicians who form the rank and file of the liberal associations and clubs, or the well-dressed liberals who vaguely desire social reform, but who have been encouraged by their leaders to avoid all exact thought on the subject. In the following year, W.S. D'Amatos, who continued as a touring Fabian lecturer in the cities of the North, also referred in his report to the fact that the older trade unionists, because of their opposition to the revolutionary socialists, were showing a willingness to invite and encourage the Fabians, and were gradually adopting an advanced labor policy, which is scarcely to be distinguished from constitutional socialism. Point 2 The Lancashire campaign of 1890 was considered to have been such a success that arrangements were made to put Fabian lecturing in the north of England on a more or less permanent footing. At first D'Amatos was given charge of it, later W. H. Utley, in 1893 Hubert Bland, J. R. MacDonald and Halliday Sparling made lecturing tours of the northern cities, and finally, In 1894, when the Hutchinson Trust money became available to the society, paid lecturers were employed to tour the provinces. Enid Stacy and J.R. MacDonald were the first two Hutchinson lecturers engaged, and in later years the lecturers included Joseph Clayton, H. Snell, S. D. Shullard, J. Bruce Glacier, and W. S. Sanders. The main reason why Fabian provincial lecturing did not fall off as the London lecturing did, at least not until the early years of the 20th century, seems to be that after 1893 the Society's activities were carried on largely under ILP auspices. The constant demand for lectures in the north of England was acknowledged in the Society's 1894 annual report to be due to the growth of the ILP movement and the foundation of a large number of labour clubs. During the year from April 1896 to March 1897, about 50 different towns were visited by the Hutchinson lecturers and 180 lectures were delivered, mostly in courses of 4 connected lectures, and of those 180 lectures 91 were delivered under the auspices of ILP branches and clubs, 18 of cooperative societies, only 14 of liberal associations and clubs, 13 of trade unions, 11 of local Fabian societies, 9 of local SDF branches, and the other 24 under the auspices of a miscellaneous assortment of organizations registered at the time when the Society's London lecturers were finding difficulty in obtaining an audience. The attendance at the Hutchinson lectures was said to have varied from 50 to as many as 500.4. This work continued successfully up to the end of the 90s. In the year April 1898 March 1899, the provincial lecturers of the Hutchinson Trust delivered 180 lectures to audiences estimated to total between 15,000 and 20,000 persons, no small number of whom are town and district councillors, magistrates, trade union officials, teachers, and other persons in positions of authority and influence. 1 From 1899, the Fabian provincial lecturing decreased, until in 1904 it fell almost to nothing. The immediate reason for this was that in 1899 the executive decided to use the Hutchinson lecturers and funds in a vain attempt to evangelize Ireland for Fabianism. This attempt was prompted by the creation in 1898 of district and county councils for Ireland, and it occupied a large part of the last years of the Hutchinson Trust lecturers' work. Although encouraging reports were sent back by Bruce Glacier and other lecturers, the secretary historian of the Fabian Society admitted later that there was no sign that the Irish venture had any very obvious results. The Irish nationalists regarded local government on the English pattern as a concession designed to avoid the granting of full home rule. They were mainly interested in capturing the new bodies in order to pass nationalist resolutions. The Fabians' sensible advice on economic and administrative problems, coupled with their silence or temporizing attitude on what appeared to the nationalists to be the main issue registered, were not tactics capable of making an impression in the Irish political scene. Why did they try? Several reasons may be suggested. First, their genuine enthusiasm for local government. County councils had become their main preoccupation in the *90s, and they believed that their English experience would be helpful to Ireland. Second, Ireland was new territory for Fabian lecturing. In the English provinces at the turn of the century, the ILP, because of growing antagonism to the Fabians on important issues, was becoming less willing to be a channel for Fabian influence. Finally, it is possible that leading Fabians had moved so far into the imperialist camp at this time that they had come to believe that if a system of local government in Ireland could be made to work efficiently, it would undermine the support for extreme nationalism. At all events, the Fabians' efforts, and their money, were wasted. In England, the years between 1900 and 1905 were not a period of intense Fabian propaganda by the spoken word. The regular meetings of the Society continued to be held in London, and the lectures of these years were, in fact, an exceptionally brilliant series, which attracted crowded audiences to Clifford's Inn. On the other hand, many of these lectures at the headquarters of the Society were given by invited notables from outside the Society's ranks. Of the 15 lectures given between April 1902 and March 1903, for instance, 10 were by guest speakers. They were years in which fundamental problems of imperialism, Free trade versus protection, Catholic social policy, Neo-Darwinism and the social tendency of the drama were being debated, and it seems that Fabian members were so concerned in finding a new way for themselves that they had lost much of the energy for propagandizing the old. The revival came in 1905-6, with the general stir which occurred in the society when H. G. Wells led the attack on the old gang. London groups were organized, suburban lectures were undertaken in conjunction with the ILP, provincial Fabian societies revived and demanded lecturers, and W. S. Sanders was appointed provincial organizer. Such was the growth of the society that a large proportion of the lecturing needed to be internal. The Fabian Nursery was founded in April 1906, and the Fabian Summer School in July 1907. But a list of lecturers, containing the names of over 200 members in London and the provinces who were willing to address meetings, was prepared and advertised in newspapers and resulted in a large demand from all kinds of organizations, social, political, and religious, which were anxious to hear of Labourism and socialism. Between 1908 and 1914, the Fabians devoted special attention to provincial lecturing. Bernard Shaw took a very prominent part in the speaking both in the provinces and in London. There is not an annual report of the Society between 1909 and 1914 which does not make special mention of the number and importance of the lectures he gave, and he also engaged in a series of brilliant debates with Chesterton and Belloc. An announcement that Shaw was lecturing was a sure draw, and could usually be relied upon to swell both the finances and the membership of the groups he addressed. After 1909, the Webbs also toured the provinces lecturing mainly upon the Minority Report on the Poor Law. Other Fabians who took a main share in provincial lecturing were W. S. Sanders, H. H. Schlosser, Clifford Sharp, Holbrook Jackson, and H. Beaumont. It is significant that the majority of these lectures were now given to local Fabian societies but many were addressed to ILP branches 5 and more than ever before to literary and debating societies. While no complete estimate of Fabian lecturing is possible for these years, it seems almost certain that the quantity was greater than ever before. The reports for the years ending March 1907 and March 1908 speak of unprecedented activity and operations of the society without precedent in its annals. During 1908, the first enthusiasm had faded somewhat. Political, like commercial, growth does not proceed with a uniform steadiness of advance. It has its periods of activity and depression, began the next report, rather sententiously. At present popular attention appears to have turned to other topics. In 1910, the Society's lecturing was considerably disturbed by the general election campaign, and the exhaustion of public interest in political and social subjects which resulted therefrom. A large number of engagements had to be cancelled. But the decline in the quantity of lecturing seems to have been from a high level, and though the fall apparently continued during 1910-11, there was no real slump in the Society's activity. In any case, there seems little evidence of diminished lecturing activity in the remaining pre-war years. If anything, there was probably an increase from the time of the formation in 1911 of the Joint Standing Committee for coordinating the activities of the Fabian Society and the I.L.P.2 during the war years. The Society's lecturing, like its other propaganda activities, necessarily declined, and the emphasis was placed instead on research, though the Fabian Research Department, both before and after its transformation into the Labor Research Department, organized lectures and conferences for the discussion of current problems, and these were attended by trade unionists and other delegates. An interesting series of lectures was also continued throughout the war at the Fabian headquarters in London, but the provincial lecturing faded away, the local societies themselves tended to dissolve, and even at the end of the war the revival was slow. The survey of Fabian lecturing also tends to confirm the general pattern shown by the fluctuations in total membership and in the distribution of written propaganda, namely, a phase of intense activity in the early 90s, followed by a stationary period in the late 90s, then a period of sharp decline, or slump, in the years to 1905. This was succeeded by another phase of intense activity which carried on until the war years, then another sharp decline during the war. The nature of Fabian propaganda. The most striking and obvious quality of the Fabian tracts is their factual and practical character. This was their great virtue. The Fabians undertook the hard work of detailed research, which other socialist bodies did not have the time, the patience, nor perhaps the ability to do. Even the Fabians' rivals admitted that, on this side, the Fabian propaganda was the best produced in England. It is very noticeable that the more popular propaganda works, Blatchford's Merry England for example, drew upon Fabian sources for such detailed social facts as their authors chose to include in them. Facts for Socialists in its various editions, and later more elaborate investigations by individual economists along the same lines, such as Sir Leo Kayasa Money's Riches and Poverty and Colin Clark's National Income and Outlay, formed the permanent armories of English socialists. This care for facts, even those of the drabbest kind, is displayed in all the Fabian publications, whether they deal with the city guilds, or explain the powers under the Parish Councils Act or suggest what a health committee can do. The influence of Sidney Webb, encouraging his fellow members to pursue this dull but useful work, is everywhere apparent. More than that, he even inspired some of the younger members, like the young Cambridge graduate Keeling, with an enthusiasm for it, the kind of enthusiasm which moved him to write, "By God, if only we could capture a borough council or a board of guardians we would shift something." If it were objected that a certain amount of this work seemed far removed from the great changes of socialism, Shaw was ready to explain to the impatient young members how necessary it was for Fabians to show that socialists could do more than spout impracticable generalizations, how necessary it was to prove themselves safe for all sorts of progressive work. When we go to a radical club to inveigh against the monopolies of land and capital, he would say, we know perfectly that we are preaching no new doctrine, and that the old hands were listening to such denunciations 25 years before we were born, and are only curious to know whether we have anything new in the way of a practical remedy. The Fabians did not confine their task merely to the discovery of facts. They were determined to make the facts available. This aim, so much stressed in the early 90s, was in later times perhaps obscured by a greater emphasis on research. It can be illustrated by contrasting the early editions of Facts for Socialists with those of the present day. While the recent editions are no doubt even more accurate than those of the 80s and 90s, they are certainly much less readable. Great care was taken in the drafting of the tracts in the early days, and in many cases they had the benefit of a literary revision by Bernard Shaw. But whether Shaw revised the pamphlets or not, and he performed this function not for all, but only for the more important ones, the Society insisted above all on clarity of presentation. The collective nature of the early unsigned tracts is often overlooked. The technique of their preparation allowed for a criticism by members of their style as well as of their content. In most cases, the original drafts of the tracts have been preserved, and the comparison of the draft proof with the published tract is often instructive. After 1900 the number of unsigned tracts issued by the Society diminished, and after 1905 the vast majority of tracts were the work of individual members, having only the general approval of the Society. Their emphasis on the clear presentation of facts helped to lend a cool and rational quality to Fabian propaganda. But other things contributed to it. The Fabians usually avoided emotional appeals, especially those of a sentimental kind. Even where emotion was purified into art, the Fabians took the view that it should go into print on the responsibility of the individual author, not of the Society. H. G. Wells. This misery of boots, together with a selection of ballads and lyrics of socialism and a collection of songs for socialists, remain the exceptions amongst Fabian tracts. In their desire to avoid highly metaphorical, poetic, or oracular utterance, the Fabians tended to develop a precise, empirical prose, with a certain deliberate coldness about it. Light, not heat, was the Fabian motto, and it was a source both of strength and weakness in their propaganda. Of strength, because it gave their works an air of authority, and made them formidable in intellectual circles. Of weakness, because H. G. Wells was probably right when he pointed out to the Fabians that literature having a more emotional appeal would secure a wider circulation amongst the working class and lower paid salariate. What is the explanation of the Fabians' avoidance of the emotional appeal? It is true, as Peace says, that the ability to write such pamphlets as This Misery of Boots is a vastly rarer accomplishment than the ability to collect detailed social information, and therefore was less capable of being made the basis of the Society's work. No doubt, too, the Fabians in general were more grieved by the world's mess than hurt by the world's wrongs. But it was to some extent a policy deliberately adopted to catch the attention of that class which would dismiss emotional appeals as mere propaganda. The Fabians were very conscious of the importance of the professional and administrative classes in the community. Teachers, managers, civil servants, were the groups which the Fabians wished above all to permeate, registered in addition to trade union secretaries, working-class politicians, and leaders. For the same reason, the emphasis of Fabian propaganda tended to be on the unity of society, not on class conflict, on common sense, not the division of interests, on the injustice of the system, not the wickedness of individuals or classes. They avoided dogmatic phrases and slogan type of writing, and took care to express in novel words the ideas which they knew would be familiar to their audience. By adopting a common-sense standpoint, they placed themselves in a strong position for attacking those parts of the earlier social ideology which had become outmoded, and Bernard Shaw, with his consuming wit, his superb eye for contradictions between theory and practice, was here in his element. The Fabians also succeeded, to a remarkable degree, in keeping their literature free from bitter polemics. In this, they were assisted in the early days by the divisions of opinion in their ranks, and a number of attacks which could have given rise to personal bitterness were deleted from draft proofs of tracts when they were presented for approval of the Society as a whole. But the absence of personal abuse and moral indignation from Fabian writing must be attributed in part to the fundamentally good-natured and optimistic outlook of Webb and Shaw, more particularly of Webb, for Shaw did occasionally allow his pen and tongue to wander from a theoretical criticism to a somewhat personal attack. Sidney Webb, however, was steadfast in his refusal to indulge in personal abuse of others, and in his determination to ignore personal attacks against himself. These qualities were in the main a source of strength in Fabian propaganda. But their attitude was not always without defects. Their optimism, their ignoring of divisions of interest in society, sometimes led them to adopt the tone of school teachers reproving the stupidity of those who declined to accept their advice, and perhaps it also led them occasionally to overrate the amount of goodwill and to ignore the quantity of positive evil will in the world. 186. Chapter 8. The influence of the Fabians. In the London County Council. The background to Fabian municipal reform. The Fabian Society was the chief propagandist of the reforms that came to be called municipal socialism for at least 2 decades after the early 90s. And within the Society, Sidney Webb was recognized as the man who had first turned his colleagues' attention to the importance of local politics. The tract Facts for Londoners, published in 1889, which was substantially Webb's work, and the influential booklet The London Programme, which appeared in 1891 under Webb's own name, formed the basis of a series of leaflets issued by the Society and distributed widely. Sidney Webb had opened the eyes of his fellow members of the Fabian Society to what was for them a whole new field for propaganda and activity. As a result, the Fabians and those who became influenced by them have been inclined to overrate the originality of Webb's proposals for London reform. The liberal radicals of London in the early 90s, however, were not inclined to admit the novelty of the Fabian proposals. The liberal journal, The Speaker, reviewing the London programme in its issue of October 3, 1891 declared, "On this occasion Mr. Webb writes more as a radical than as a Fabian, and, except on one subject registered, every reform he advocates is certainly included in the programme of every liberal and radical in London." The basic point of this criticism was that the movement for London reform had a long history before the Fabians joined in the campaign. In order to appreciate the role of the Fabians, it is necessary to glance briefly at that history and to observe the point at which they entered. The movement for municipal reform in London with which we are concerned may be dated back to the time when London had been excluded from the Municipal Corporations Act of 1835, which had reformed the government of the other cities of England. London had been omitted from the schedule of that act because the Royal Commission on whose report the legislation had been based took a further 2 years to complete its researches and present its report on London. The complexity of London government made necessary a special report and a separate bill, though the commissioners concluded in the 1835 report that they could not find any argument on which the course pursued with regard to the towns could be justified which does not apply with the same force to London. The report was to stand, unimplemented, as the point of appeal for London reformers for 50 years. The delay in giving London the municipal government enjoyed since 1835 by the other cities of England must be explained to a large extent by the opposition of the city corporation. Jealous of its privileges and estate, the city corporation has managed to sustain to this day a largely successful opposition to all attacks upon them, and for 53 years after 1835 it resisted any large-scale reform of the government of Outer London which seemed likely to diminish its authority. The Metropolis Local Management Act of 1855, which established a Metropolitan Board of Works composed of representatives of the local vestries and district boards and of the city corporation, gave very limited powers to this central body, and evidently intended to keep the board as far as possible subordinate to its constituent authorities. Though it did good work in drainage, slum clearance, and other matters that fell within its competence, the Metropolitan Board of Works could do little more to satisfy reformers than to show how a more powerful central body might terminate an era of anarchy and private enterprise in London government. In general, the local authorities of the metropolis remained limited in size and power, inefficient, undemocratic, sometimes corrupt. The public utility undertakings were necessarily left in the hands of profit-making companies, the administration of the poor law, and later, of asylums and education were in London, as elsewhere in the kingdom, in the hands of specially elected authorities, the poor law guardians, the asylums board, and the schools boards. A consequence of this lag in reform of London government behind that of the other cities of England was that demands for reform had become general by the 1880s. Naturally the radicals had carried their demands furthest, but by the 70s the need for reform was so great that many conservatives, even the August Times itself, lent approval to many of the demands. By the time the Fabians entered the scene, the question of London reform had become to some extent a non-party issue, and plenty of ammunition for the reformers had been furnished by reports of royal commissions, official committees of inquiry, derelict bills, and pamphlets and articles by the dozen. A main division in the ranks of the reformers had also appeared by that time on the question of centralization or decentralization. Should London government be concentrated in the hands of a central authority which would delegate its powers to lesser authorities strictly subordinate to it, or should it be entrusted to several boroughs federated in a weak central body? The division on this issue ran through the whole history of the reform movement. Whereas the Royal Commission report of 1834 had recommended centralization, a later Royal Commission report of 1854 favored a decentralized scheme. The Metropolitan Board of Works may be said to have embodied the decentralized principle in its extreme form. In 1867, the year when the parliamentary franchise was given to the urban workers, a select committee of the House of Commons set forth in its recommendations the minimum demands of all London reformers, that the Metropolitan Board of Works should be enlarged to include justices and directly elected representatives as well as the representatives of the vestries, that the powers of the Board of Works should be increased and its name changed to the Municipal Council of London, that the vestries should be turned into directly elected district governing bodies to be called the Common Councils of the Districts, that the functions of the boards of guardians should be absorbed into the new machinery of government, and that the two police forces should be under one control. Nothing was done by the government about these recommendations, and the private bills introduced by members of Parliament were of no avail. John Stuart Mill in 1867-8 introduced bills for reform along decentralized lines, which were defeated. In 1869 to 70 Sidney Buxton's bills, which were substantially those of J.S. Mill, were referred to a select committee and shelved. The vigorous support of the Times in 1874 did not enable the bills on similar lines of Lord Elcho and Sir Ughtred K. Shuttleworth to reach a second reading. The last attempt by private members to force the issue was made in 1880 when a group of radicals J.F.B. Firth, Thorold Rogers, T.B. Potter, W.H. James, and H.R. Brand brought in a measure, which differed from the earlier bills chiefly in the increased powers it sought to give to the central authority. Their bill was prevented by the shortness of the session and lack of parliamentary time from reaching its second reading, and the reformers decided that their experiences proved that London reform could not be carried through Parliament by private members. As a result, the campaign was transferred outside the House of Commons and transformed into a public radical agitation intended to force the government to take up the matter. The London Municipal Reform League was founded in 1881 with J.F.B. Firth as its chairman. It absorbed the earlier Metropolitan Municipal Association of James Beale, which had not achieved much influence. It attracted into its ranks such prominent men as Sir Charles Dilke, Sir Arthur Hobhouse, Lord Shuttleworth, and Sidney Buxton, and it speedily developed an extensive campaign of propaganda and agitation. The pamphlets and books of J.F.B. Firth stated in clear and persuasive terms its main demands. The campaign of the League led up to Sir William Harcourt's Bill of 1884, which followed closely the lines of reform advocated by Firth with some concessions to the Metropolitan Board and the City Corporation. The corporation was not conciliated, and fought the bill fiercely both inside and outside the House of Commons. When the government discovered this opposition to be formidable, and the municipal reformers in the House at odds over the question of centralization or decentralization, Harcourt's bill went the way of its predecessors. The Local Government Act of 1888, which set up the London County Council, was passed by a Conservative government. The Municipal Reform League claimed it as its victory registered, but it was in every way a compromise measure brought about more by pressure of general circumstances than the activity of any one group. Two things in particular had precipitated the act. In the first place, grave charges of corruption had been made against the Metropolitan Board of Works, and these were to a certain extent substantiated by investigations made by a royal commission. This provided the justification and the occasion for abolishing the board. In the second place, the Local Government Act had the more general purpose of setting up county councils throughout England, and, if separate provision had not been made for London, it would have meant that London would have been divided up between the three counties of Middlesex, Surrey, and Kent, and the confusion of London government increased. The provision for London in the Local Government Act of 1888 was far from being the carefully thought-out reform demanded by the radical reformers. It dealt only with the most pressing requirements of the situation. This act setting up councils throughout England made London as it were incidentally into a separate county, and gave it a county council in place of the Metropolitan Board of Works, but otherwise made no change. The city corporation remained untouched, in control of the city proper, and no alteration was made to the smaller authorities, the 25 vestries and the 14 district boards. The influence of Fabians in London County Council. Difficult problem of reorganizing these smaller authorities and establishing their formal relationship with the London County Council was avoided, on the ground that the bill was a general one, dealing with the whole of England, and that detailed provision for London would overload it. The government promised to bring in a more detailed bill at a later date. The Society's relation to earlier municipal reformers. It was at this stage that the Fabian Society entered the municipal arena. Their tract of 1889 was their first real contribution to the struggle for London reform. The Fabian Society as a group had had no share in bringing the LCC into existence, and no member of the Fabian Society was elected to the first LCC. The socialist on the LCC was John Burns of the Social Democratic Federation. The emergence of the Progressive Party in the LCC also owed nothing initially to the Fabians. Those who wished to keep party politics out of the LCC accused J.F.B. Firth of having created it. though in fact the party had created itself. A majority of members of the first LCC had been members of the London Municipal Reform League, or were known to be in sympathy with its aims. These members recognized Firth as their theorist and leader, and elected him to the post of deputy chairman of the LCC. Those who did not wish to go so far as the Municipal Reform League's program were labeled moderates and thought of as the opposition. At all events, the Progressive Party had emerged in the lifetime of the first LCC. Where then did the Fabians stand in relation to the municipal reformers who had preceded them, and what did Fabianism add that was new? Their predecessors were not only the London radicals, but also the practical administrators of other cities in England, who had virtually half a century's start on the Londoners. The Fabians, like other London reformers, made it a feature of their propaganda to declare that the reforms they were advocating were neither new nor untried. They took up the attitude that they were demanding for London institutions which had been successful elsewhere, where provincial cities had already introduced them for purely practical reasons and in many cases had gone to the trouble of extending their powers by special acts of Parliament in order to do so. When they recommended the municipal supply of gas in London, the Fabians did not fail to remark that 170 different towns in England already owned their own gasworks to save the cost of shareholders. Similarly, urging municipal trams for London, they were careful to say that 31 towns already owned their own trams, and one worked them without any contractor, and was the only tramway working with an 8-hour day for its employees. When they spoke of the need for an improvement in London's housing situation, they gave instances of what had been done by the local authorities of Liverpool, Greenock, and Glasgow. They contrasted the situation at the London docks in the 80s with the already successful control of the Mersey Docks and Harbour Board of Liverpool, and they went on to declare the Clyde, the Mersey, the Tyne, the Wear, the Severn, and the Avon are in the hands of representative public authorities, and Liverpool, Glasgow, Dublin, Bristol, Swansea, as well as most other great ports, have their docks free from private control. Point 2. With their demand for the municipalisation of London's water supply, the Fabians strengthened their case by showing, not only the example of other places, but also that the Conservative government had actually decided upon the policy in 1879, and that it was only abandoned because of the public outcry which followed the government's decision to pay an outrageous sum in compensation to the shareholders. Their lesser demands were no more original. The abolition of the guilds of the city and the transfer of their property to the representatives of the people of London, the control by the London County Council over the markets of London, the provision of other amenities, more baths, wash-houses, libraries, parks, all these things amounted to a claim that London should enjoy the freedom and social activity of the most progressive provincial cities. Their demands for the simplification of government machinery of London, and for a measure of centralisation under the London County Council also followed along the traditional radical lines in seeking to obtain for London the advantages that other cities of the kingdom had obtained in 1835. The Fabians' forerunners as theorists of municipal reform were, principally, J.F.B. Firth and Joseph Chamberlain. A comparison of the works of Sidney Webb and the Fabians with those of Firth make their debt to him quite plain, both in their proposals for reorganizing the machinery of London government, and in their proposals for the control of public monopolies. Firth anticipated the Fabians in demanding the abolition of the rights of liverymen of the city guilds. He wanted the two police forces of London amalgamated and placed under the control of the elected representatives of London. He recommended that London's central authority should purchase the assets of the water and gas companies, and have control of the markets and tramways and give full consideration to the question of acquiring them, as other cities had done in one of Firth's pamphlets, The Gas Supply of London. There is an examination, more comprehensive than anything in the Fabian writings, of the different conditions under which the company's assets had been acquired from the shareholders by other municipalities, leading to some conclusions about the best methods of municipalization. The only major service about which Firth made no recommendation, and the Fabians did, was the London docks, and the reason for this was that the condition of the docks was only brought to the attention of reformers by the agitation of the dockers in the late 80s. Wherein lay the novelty of the Fabian proposals? There were some differences, which can best be demonstrated by mentioning Joseph Chamberlain's disagreement with the kind of reforms advocated by Firth. In his unauthorized radical program of 1885, Chamberlain had attacked Harcourt's Bill of 1884, which was based on Firth's ideas. The difference between these two radical reformers lay in the old conflict between centralization and decentralization. Firth wanted a centralized system for the metropolis, with extensive powers in the hands of the central authority and district councils strictly subordinate to it. Chamberlain, on the other hand, thinking he had learned from practical experience as mayor of Birmingham that Birmingham was the ideal size for local administration, wanted London split into several cities of that size, federated merely for common purposes in a central body. Sidney Webb led the Fabians to take, on the whole, a middle position between these champions of centralization and decentralization. This position they maintained, though there were some shifts of emphasis, for Webb tended on different items of policy now towards one side and now towards the other, and he occasionally changed his ground as the result of his experience of London government. Thus at the time he wrote Facts for Londoners, Webb was more a disciple of Firth than he was later when he wrote the London Programme. In Facts for Londoners he recommended that the smaller authorities should be under the control, supervision, and audit of the LCC, while in the London Programme he anticipated that the new district councils would undoubtedly be bodies of independent authority, having power to raise their own rates, expend their own funds and settle their own questions in their own way. In the latter work Webb had made his discovery that the principle embodied in grants in aid provided a very satisfactory relationship between higher and lower authorities, giving the necessary degree of central control for ensuring efficiency while also permitting a large measure of local autonomy *, registered even in Facts for Londoners. However, Webb was much less of a centralizer than Firth. Whereas Firth wanted the functions of the London School Board and the Poor Law Guardians taken over by the new central body, Webb, in his earliest works, showed little objection to the continued existence of these and other ad hoc authorities. At that stage, he said nothing against the machinery of the School Board, and he apparently contemplated with approval the establishment of a new ad hoc Charities Board or Poor Law Council to take over and humanize the functions of the Guardians and the Asylums Board and to administer public hospitals and other charities. Nor did Webb appear greatly concerned whether the docks should be taken over by the LCC or by a special public trust or board. In fact, in the London Programme he expressed a slight preference for a board. In later years, as we shall see, Webb came back to Firth's point of view concerning ad hoc authorities, and came to recommend the transfer to the LCC of the functions of the School Board and the Guardians*, but in his attitude to the smaller authorities, Webb did not return to Firth's centralizing view*, though he remained equally far from Chamberlain's kind of decentralization. The middle position taken by the Fabians chiefly distinguishes them from the two chief theorists of municipal reform who preceded them. But the Fabians were socialists, while Firth and Chamberlain had been liberals, albeit radical liberals. That made some difference to be sure, but less than might at first be supposed. It was a difference more of ultimate goals than of immediate demands. Registered degree. The Fabians, thinking of socialism primarily as a long influence of Fabians in London County Council range administrative task, were willing to begin with those concerns that the radicals were ready to take over. Their socialism was largely an optimism that these experiments would prove a success and would lead on to extensions of municipal and government ownership and trading. Firth and Chamberlain desired no general inroad into the private ownership of the means of production, but they were willing to take into public ownership certain concerns in the interests of efficiency or because they were monopolies. Other liberal members of the Progressive Party sometimes justified extensions of municipal activity on the ground that the reform of a few abuses whose existence could not be denied would deprive the Socialists of much of their support. But the usual progressive attitude was Lord Rosebery's. Those things are not socialism at all. They are a vital necessity for a great city. When Sidney Webb was labeled a dreamer of dreams, it was his vision of the distant socialist future that his opponents had in mind. It was the ultimate objectives, rather than the practical proposals of the Fabian Society, that Lord Hobhouse referred to, when he said, speaking at the 80 Club in 1892, "Mr. Sidney Webb is a gentleman whose ability and uprightness I wish to speak of with every respect, and I have no doubt that when he is returned to the Council he will do excellent work in it. But he does take some very far-reaching views, in which he is not followed by me, and, so far as I know, he is not followed by the majority, or any member of the Progressive Party." In spite of such protests by liberal progressive leaders, the expression municipal socialism caught on with the public, for it was a striking expression, and it was popularized not only by the socialists, but also by the conservatives and moderates who hoped by its use to frighten the electors. The resulting confusion may have worked in Fabian interests, but it is no indication that the progressives were persuaded to go any further along the socialist path than had been marked out by J.F.B. Firth. There was, however, a borderline of immediate practical difference between the Fabians and the radical theorists. The Fabians were confident that the 1. LCC would be able to manage, as well as own, the concerns it took over, whereas Firth in his writings showed the liberal distrust of public management. He appeared to be in favor of the municipality letting out its monopoly to a contractor, under fairly strict conditions, but he was cautious and tentative about it. He seemed willing to be open to conviction, and on this point the Fabians may have had some success in persuading the progressives to their way of thinking. There were, in addition, certain specific labor demands which the Fabians supported enthusiastically and which marked an advance beyond the earlier radicalism. Socialist and labor members of the LCC demanded that the municipality should become a model employer, that it should grant an 8-hour day and fair wages to its employees, and that it should include a clause in all contracts obliging its contractors to do likewise. Another labor demand was that county councillors should be paid, or else council meetings should be held in the evenings so that the working class men could be councillors. Most of the progressives, who relied to a considerable extent on the working class electorate, found that they could agree to these labor demands without melting too many feathers of their faith in private enterprise. To stress the similarity of the practical programs of Fabians and London radicals is not to settle the question how far the Fabians influenced the progressives. Originality is far from being the only important element in political influence. Even more important in politics is he who says it so long and so loud that he compels mankind to hear him. And turning to the propaganda activity of the Fabian Society, we observe that Sidney Webb became in a very real sense the successor of J.F.B. Firth as the Progressive Party's theorist. Firth's influence was paramount in the first year of the LCC, but his death in an accident occurred in 1889, shortly after the first session of the LCC had come to an end, and his organization, the London Municipal Reform League, overconfident that its work was done once the LCC had been established, faded out of existence soon afterwards. Sidney Webb soon came to fill the place left vacant by his death. Perhaps Webb might have supplanted or at least equalled Firth as a theorist of London reform even had Firth lived. As early as 1887, when the United Committee for Advocating the Taxation of Ground Rents and Values had been formed by a combination of the Municipal Reform League and the English Land Restoration League, and it desired a statement of its objectives, it was to Sidney Webb, Bachelor of Laws, Barrister at Law, Lecturer on Economics at the City of London College, that the committee went for the drafting of its pamphlet A Plea for the Taxation of Ground Rents. But Firth's death removed the most influential rival in this field, and left the way clear for the Fabians. Sidney Webb's influence with the progressives really dates from the time of the publication of the London Programme in 1891. In that year the Fabian Society distributed the greatest flood of leaflets it has ever put forth in its whole lifetime, each leaflet dealing with a different point of the London Programme. The Fabians' propaganda had the effect they desired. At the time of the second election for the LCC in 1892, the Progressive Party definitely recognized the London Programme as the most up-to-date statement of its objectives. In October of the same year the Fabians consolidated their position when the London Reform Union was founded, as the main propaganda body of the Progressive Party, on the basis of a programme which reads like a paraphrase of Webb's booklet. Point 1. Lord Rosebery, as its first president, made a graceful figurehead for the London Reform Union, but the organisation was always well staffed with Fabians. Sidney Webb in its early days was a member of its committee, and Tom Mann, who at that time was a member of the Fabian Society and was working closely with the Webbs, became its first secretary. Later, when Tom Mann retired from this position in 1898, his place was taken by F. W. Galton, who up to that time had been the Webb's private secretary. Other Fabian names appeared on the Union's list of public lecturers, and there were Fabians on nearly all its subcommittees. The character and format of the pamphlets issued by the London Reform Union bore a marked resemblance to the Fabian tracts. There can be little doubt that the Fabians were successful in permeating the Progressive Party. But for the most part it was permeation by consent, or at least, without opposition. Their permeation did not amount to taking the Progressives a great deal further than the left-wing radicals were already prepared to go. Indeed, when London had lagged so far behind other cities in municipal reform, many Conservatives were willing to go a great part of the distance measured out by the London programme. Webb himself said that the London programme was designed to ignore the political differences between Liberals and Conservatives and appeal for the support of all good citizens. Lord Rosebery, as first chairman of the LCC, entertained a similar belief that broad agreement on administrative reforms was possible, and that party politics could be kept out of the county council. This hope proved too sanguine, but it at least shows there was initially much common ground. Even the anonymous reactionary who wrote the pleasant little pamphlet called The Doom of the County Council of London did not suggest that the water, gas, and electric supplies should be left uncontrolled in private hands. It was not until the late 90s, when the Fabians began to urge that municipal trading should extend to bakeries, the supply of milk, the selling of intoxicating liquors, to pawn shops, slaughterhouses, and fire insurance, that they began seriously to run ahead of the majority of their progressive colleagues. Fabians on the LCC and the London School Board. The Fabians have always been a comparatively tiny minority amongst the elected representatives of the governing bodies of London. The Society's first electoral successes had been, not surprisingly, on the London School Board where, from 1888, it had 3 representatives: Mrs. Annie Besant, the Rev. Stuart Headlam, and the Reverend A. W. Jeffson. By 1891 the Fabians were reduced from 3 to 1 on the school board. The Rev. Stuart Headlam alone remained on it as representative for Hackney. But by 1891 some Fabians had become members of 1 or 2 of the lesser governing bodies of London. ERPs, the secretary of the Society, had been elected Vest Ryman for Marylebone and Frank Smith Vest Ryman for Chelsea. However, it was not until the 1892 election for the LCC that the Fabians achieved their famous victory. The London County Council. In estimating Fabian influence, it is important to note once again that the Fabian Society had no representative on the first London County Council. The agitation for direct employment of labour, for the 8 hours day for council employees, for a fair wages clause in all council contracts and other so-called socialistic demands had already been initiated by John Burns and others, on the first council. The direct participation of the Fabians in the work of the LCC began with the second election of 1892. Amongst the total of 118 elected councillors, 6 Fabians were then elected: Sidney Webb for Deptford, Frank Smith for North Lambeth, W. C. Stedman for Stepney, Fred Henderson for Clapham, Will Crooks for Poplar, and F. C. Baum for North Kensington. In addition to these 6, Ben Tillett, then a member of the Fabian Society, was elected an alderman by the council itself. Only one of the Fabian candidates preferred to stand independently of the Progressive Party, and he was defeated. The results of the 1892 election were in every way characteristic of the Fabian Society's results in later years at the LCC elections. Taking all the election results from 1892 to 1919 inclusive, the Fabian representation averages about 6, and indeed continues to do so, even if all the elections from 1892 to the end of the 20s are considered. The only serious fluctuations by wealthy American visitors. London woke again to life, with a delightful sense of freedom, as though it had escaped the hideous horrors of a prolonged nightmare. This figure occurred in 1895, when the Fabian representation dropped to 3, and in 1907 when it rose to 8. The steadiness of the figure was largely maintained by the regularity with which certain prominent members of the society were re-elected by the constituencies. Until the 1910 election, all the successful Fabian candidates were members of the Progressive Party, but from 1910 until the last Fabian progressives finally disappeared at the 1925 election, the Fabian representatives on the LCC were equally divided between supporters of the Labour Party and supporters of the Progressives, except in 1913, when the heavy defeat of Labour candidates resulted in only one Fabian Labour but 4 Fabian Progressive members of the council. There was a high proportion of working-class Fabians, prominent in the trade union and labour movement, amongst the successful Fabian candidates. Here are the fortunes of the Fabian Society at the LCC elections in more detail. In the 1895 election, which marked a slight decline in popular support for the Progressives lost some 23 seats and the Progressive and Moderate parties were returned in exactly equal numbers. The Fabians held 3 of their seats. Sidney Webb was returned for Deptford, with the largest vote ever obtained by a Progressive to that date, W. Crooks for Poplar, and W. C. Stedman for Stepney. This meant that every Fabian who stood as a Progressive was elected, and each was elected at the top of the poll. The 4 Fabians who stood as ILP and SDF candidates in opposition to Progressives in no case came near to success. The 1898 election resulted in a Progressive victory. 12 Fabians were candidates, and 6 were elected, 4 of them at the head of their polls. Of the other 6, 3 were fighting for lorn hopes as Progressives, and the other 3 stood in opposition to both main parties and only polled small votes. The successful candidates were, Sidney Webb and R.C. Philimery, both returned for Deptford, Frank Smith for North Lambeth, Will Crooks for Poplar, W. C. Stedman for Stepney, and Ben Cooper for Bow and Bromley. They were joined in 1900 by J. E. Matthews, elected at a by-election for St. George's in the East. In 1901 there was an unexpectedly sweeping victory for the Progressives. The Progressives gained 14 seats, and Independents 2 at the expense of the Moderates, thus establishing a council composed of 84 Progressives, 31 Moderates, and 3 Independents. The Fabians had 7 candidates in the field, but did not manage to keep the recently won seat. However, they held 4 of their seats very easily, and Ben Cooper and Will Crooks were each returned unopposed. Frank Smith stood and was elected for Central Finsbury on this occasion, instead of North Lambeth, which he had previously represented. 199. The Progressives were returned again in 1904 with a scarcely diminished majority, though many, including Webb, were beginning to think that the Progressive program was becoming played out. 1 In the election the Fabians had 4 victories and 3 defeats. Sidney Webb and R.C. Philimery were once more returned at Deptford, Ben Cooper at Bow and Bromley, and W. C. Stedman at Stepney. Among the defeated was Bernard Shaw, who had stood for South St. Pancras. The number of Fabians on the council, however, was maintained, because 2, Isaac Mitchell and William Sanders, were elected aldermen by the council itself. The electoral tide turned in 1907, the 15 years of progressive dominance was to give place to 24 years' rule by the moderates, under their changed name of municipal reformers. The Fabians did not share in the progressive debacle, they even increased their numbers to 6 councillors and 2 aldermen. But the Fabians suffered a major reverse with the defeat of Ben Cooper at Bow and Bromley, where the split vote caused by 2 independent socialist candidatures tipped the scales against him. Sidney Webb and R.C. Philimery were once more elected for Deptford, while Will Crooks and Frank Smith had a triumphant return for their former constituencies of Poplar and Lambeth North. In addition, Stuart Headlam was elected for Bethnal Green, and R. Bray for Camberwell. 2 other Fabians besides Ben Cooper suffered defeat, including one who had stood as SDF. All the other Fabian candidates had stood as progressives. The 1910 election for the LCC revealed that a change had taken place in the tactics of Fabian municipal socialism. It marked the time when some of the older members of the society gave up the unequal struggle against the moderate majority, and it was the first LCC election in which the Fabian candidates were divided between supporters of the old Progressive Party and supporters of the new Labour Party, which was just entering the municipal politics of London. Of the 9 Fabian candidates, 5 were elected, 2 as Progressives, and 3 as Labour members. Webb, Philimery, and Crooks did not stand again. The terms of the 2 Fabian aldermen Sanders and Mitchell expired, and they were not reappointed. Stuart Headlam was again elected as a Progressive for Bethnal Green, and R. Bray again as a Progressive for Camberwell North. Frank Smith was also again returned for Lambeth North, but this time he appeared as a Labour councillor. The other 2 Fabian Labour councillors were George Lansbury, elected for Bow and Bromley, and R.C.K. Ensor for Poplar. The number of Fabians on the LCC stood steady at 5 after the 1913 election, but there had been many more Fabians in the field, and there was a influence of Fabians in London County Council. Heavy defeat of those standing as Labour candidates. Altogether, 13 Fabians had stood for election, 8 as Labour and 5 as Progressives. R.C.K. Ensor did not present himself for re-election, and Susan Lawrence was elected for Poplar, but she was the only Labour candidate to be successful. The successful Fabian Progressives were R. Bray, Stuart Headlam, R.C. Philimery, and Montague Shearman, Jr. No elections were held during the First World War, but an election was held for the LCC in 1919. In it, the London Labour Party succeeded in increasing its membership from 1 to 15, which represented an increase in Fabian Labour councillors from 1 to 3. In addition to Susan Lawrence, who was re-elected, Dr. L. Hayden Guest and Harry Snell were both elected for East Woolwich. Major Italy was amongst the defeated Fabian Labour candidates. 3 Fabian Progressives were also returned, Stuart Headlam, Montague Shearman, and W. J. Pincombe. A. Emile Davies was elected an alderman by the council. Thus, in the period with which this book deals, the Fabians may be reckoned to have always had approximately half a dozen members on the London County Council. Considered in relation to the total membership of the council, this number is minute, but the Fabians contrived to make up in activity and ability what they lacked in numbers. The London School Board from 1888 until its absorption by the LCC. Education Committee in 1903, the Fabians always had at least one representative on the London School Board. In 1888 there were 3 Fabians on the board, but in 1891 the Rev. Stuart Headlam was the Society's only representative amongst the 22 Progressives, who were in a minority against the 33 Diglitas. The 1894 election improved the Progressive position to 26, and increased the Fabian members once again to 3. Stuart Headlam and Graham Wallace were elected for Hackney and the Reverend W.A. Oxford for Westminster. Some other Fabian candidates who ran as Progressives put up a good showing at the polls, though they were not elected, but the few Fabians who presented themselves as SDF or Labour candidates in no case came anywhere near success. In the 2 subsequent elections of 1897 and 1900 the Fabian Society had 4 members on the school board. The 1897 election was a progressive victory. 33 Progressives were elected and 22 moderates. The moderates lost their leader Mr. Diggle, and were divided into opposing factions. Many of the moderates were described as reactionary only politically but progressive educationally by a Fabian spokesman who said, Mr. Diggle had a party of 29 on the last board, on the new one only 9 members would follow him, had he been there to lead? On this occasion Miss Honor Morton joined Stuart Headlam and Graham Wallace as third representative for Hackney, and H. Morgan Brown was elected for Westminster. In 1903 Fabians, Kennedy, Headlam, and Wallace were again returned for Hackney, and another, Mrs. Meal Smith, for Marylebone. The influential place held by the Fabians in the educational world in London was, however, more significant than their numbers on the school board. At one stage in the 90s, When Sidney Webb was chairman of the Technical Education Committee of the LCC, Graham Wallace was the chairman of the School Management Committee of the London School Board, and Stuart Headlam the chairman of the Evening Classes Committee of the School Board. Fabians were holding three of the most important posts in the educational administration of the metropolis. Difficulty of determining Fabian influence. A principal difficulty in determining the influence which these Fabian representatives had in the activities of the LCC must now be recognized. There is no possibility of giving a detailed account of the Fabians' work on all the committees to which they were appointed, because the available historical records do not allow it. Most of those who played an active part in the LCC in its early days are dead, and have not left detailed accounts of their activities. Memories, though they have been helpful at times, have more often proved sketchy and inaccurate. Some of the Fabians who took the lead in local government politics, like Sidney Webb, were reticent about their personal role, and the main official historical sources, the heavy tomes of the minutes of the LCC, also tend to eschew personalities. Full justice therefore cannot be done to all the hard committee work of the Fabians, but perhaps we do not require it. Most of the work of the world consists in the routine activities which simply keep things going, and much of the Fabians' committee work too was of this kind. We want to know how far their activities changed the world substantially, how far they managed to push history gently along the path to municipal socialism. We know the direction in which they wished the LCC to go. Did it go there, and is it possible to make any estimate of the Fabians' share in making it do so? It is often difficult to separate out the influence of the Fabians in reforms which had support from many different quarters. On such issues as the need for better housing facilities, increased provision for public health, more parks and playgrounds, and better provision for London's education, there was a strong body of favourable opinion, much of it of a non-party kind, which the Fabians may have nourished and increased with their facts and statistics, but which they could hardly claim to have created. Two examples may illustrate this aspect of Fabian activity: the issues, namely, of the reform of the machinery of London government and education in London. From the time London was made a county, and the LCC brought into existence, all parties agreed that some reorganisation of the lesser authorities would need to follow. The Gladstone government prepared to tackle the only formidable obstacle in 1893 when it appointed a royal commission to consider the proper conditions under which the amalgamation of the City and County of London can be effected, and to make specific and practical proposals for that purpose. Amalgamation of city and county and abolition of guilds. This royal commission was the nearest any government has come to getting rid of the city corporation and abolishing the city guilds. When the Com. 203 Mission's report was issued in 1894, its general conclusions were hardly unexpected, as the city corporation's representatives amongst the commissioners had withdrawn when the commission had refused to hear evidence that amalgamation was undesirable. The commission had taken the view that the terms of its appointment implied that the amalgamation was desirable if it were possible, and that it was merely the task of the commission to report on the means of accomplishing the amalgamation. Their attitude was appropriately depicted in Punch's cartoon of the LCC cook, knife in hand, calling to the corporation turtle to come and be amalgamated. In their report, the commissioners proposed a new municipal corporation for London which would take over the functions of both the LCC and City Corporation. It was to be elected triennially, by direct vote, upon the same register as that for the LCC, and to consist of councillors, aldermen, and a Lord Mayor. The new body, it seemed, was to be a county council with a Lord Mayor. The commissioners did not have a great deal to say concerning the relations of the new corporation with the lesser authorities, but they appeared wary of over-centralization. They contemplated some reorganization of the vestries and district boards as district councils, but they thought the powers the LCC already exercised over the vestries was sufficient, and ought to be retained, supplemented only by a provision that members of the central corporation should automatically become members of the district council in their electorates. Although some of these recommendations did happen to coincide with some suggestions put forward by the Fabians in their writings, the Commission's proposals would have been the same if the Fabians had never uttered a word on the subject. The Fabians had nothing to do with the Commission, and its report was obviously the conclusion of a long line of recommendations, to which it made reference in its historical sections. The only influence the Fabians may have had was that their preaching and activity provided an excuse for Lord Salisbury to shelve the Commission's report. On November 7, 1894, in the campaign before the LCC election of 1895, Lord Salisbury, calling upon the moderates to act as a party with conservative backing, denounced the LCC as the place where collectivist and socialistic experiments are tried. A place where the new revolutionary spirit finds its instruments and collects its arms. Salisbury came to power in Parliament following the defeat of the Liberals in the election of 1895, and no more was heard of the amalgamation of the city and county. The establishment of the Metropolitan Borough Councils, the reorganizations of the lesser authorities of London thus became a task left for the Conservative government, and Salisbury's famous suicide speech, in which he recommended that fate to the LCC, had left no doubt of his 204 attitude to London's local government. When Chamberlain had gone over to the Conservatives, he found little difficulty in persuading them to adopt his decentralising view of London government, after 2 elections had convinced Lord Salisbury that the LCC was nothing but a hotbed of radicalism and collectivism. The violent reaction of the wealthier vestries to the L.C.C.'s plans for equalising rates provided the opportunity for a Conservative reform bill which, under pretext of reorganising the lesser authorities of London, was really designed to split London into 10 cities and deprive the LCC of most of its power. The Progressives fought the original intentions of the Conservative government at the 1898 LCC election under the slogan Unification versus Tenification, and won a resounding victory. The Fabians found themselves in a difficult middle position in this struggle. On the general unification versus tenification issue, they supported the Progressives, and when the London Government Bill was originally introduced on the February 23, 1899, the Fabians voted their disapproval along with the majority on the LCC. But, the Fabians were alarmed lest the opposition should cause the total loss of a reform measure which had much that was good in it, and which might be suitably amended. In view of the factious opposition to this bill, promoted by partisan liberals and the moribund bumbledom of the vestries, proclaimed the Fabian executive, members are urged to take every opportunity for putting forward the views of the Society as to the value of the measure. After the London Government Act 1899 had been passed, Fabian News in a leading article registered claimed a victory, and maintained that the Fabian attitude of support with amendments as opposed to the early tactics of the Liberals and official Progressives of destruction became the attitude of all parties, with the result that the bill was shorn of most of the bad features. It is true the Fabian Society had made its attitude widely known, that it had found some support for it registered, and that W.C. Stedman as the Fabian M.P. had taken an active part in the parliamentary debates on the bill, but it may be doubted if the result was due to any considerable extent to Fabian persuasion. The outcome in general was a compromise between a strong Conservative government and the Progressive Party, which had had an overwhelming victory in the unification versus tenification issue at the 1898 election. Fabian persuasion was hardly needed to make the Liberals and Progressives take a possibilist attitude to the bill, however reluctant they were to do so. They had no alternative. The government was determined to force the bill through, and the most that could be done by the opposition was to obtain as many satisfactory amendments as possible. The Progressives in general were much less satisfied with their predicament and with the final compromise than the Fabian executive was, and the Fabians, particularly Sidney Webb, fell out of their favor for rejoicing in it. Even some Fabians were more in accord with the official Progressive than with the official Fabian opinion, it seems, for Fabian News was obliged to record a protest from some members at the lack of democracy in the Society. They complained that their point of view on the bill had not been fully stated. The Fabians and education in London. Elementary and secondary education. At the time when the Fabians first played an active part in the London School Board, a majority of the members of that body were political conservatives. But the Rev. Stuart Headlam reported to the Society that the votes of the members of the school board had been constantly swayed by the arguments and eloquence of the progressives, amongst whom Mrs. Besant was a tower of strength. This board was the first important body in England to adopt the principle of a trade union wage clause, and even the present reactionary body had not gone back upon this reform. Headlam listed 7 reforms that had already been accepted in principle by the board, despite its conservative complexion, namely, that elementary education should be free, that special provision should be made for backward children, that the school board should provide education not only for the children of the poor, but for all children, that meals should be provided in schools, that the size of classes should be reduced, that an education ladder right to the university should be secured for able students, that pianos, baths, and other amenities should be provided in all schools registered. If the acceptance of these reforms in principle by the London School Board had led to their immediate adoption, the greater part of Fabian propaganda and activity in the educational field would not have been required. But this did not happen, and the Fabians consequently made a great assault on Digleism. 4 The Rev. Mr. Diggle was the leader of the moderates, and his name had come to signify to the Fabians a policy that was more careful of the pockets of the ratepayers than generous to the children for whom the education was provided. In general, however, the Fabian Society paid tribute to the work of the London School Board during the 34 years of its existence, and usually recognized that the majority of the school board members had the interests of London education sincerely at heart. It was the object of the Fabians to assist and hasten the work the board was already engaged in, and the Fabian program consisted largely in pressing for these 7 reforms already accepted by it in principle. The Fabians believed that education should be treated as an end in itself. They deprecated the use of school board elections as a means to any other purpose than the promotion of education. In 1894, Headlam in a speech to the Society emphasized that the school board had adopted the principle of a trade union wage clause, and he went on, "It is therefore unnecessary for labor men to stand merely or mainly in defense of fair wages. Not 1/50th part of the work of the board has any connection with the matter, and the principle is accepted by all save 1 or 2 out of the 55 members of the board." For again, in 1897, the Society carried Nem. Con. The resolution, that an election on which the educational opportunities of 750,000 children depend is of too vital importance to be used for electioneering campaigns for propagandist purposes, or for any other object than the securing of the board most likely to promote the best possible instruction and training of London's children. With the sectarian issue which occupied so large a place in the history of the school board, the Fabians did not greatly concern themselves, but insofar as they did in the early days, their chief spokesmen appear to have been against the teaching of religion in state schools. For some of them this conclusion followed from a general rationalist attitude that metaphysics should not be forced on any child until it had reached what is called in another connection the age of consent. 2 Gramwallas was opposed, on rationalist grounds, to religious education in the schools. But the same practical policy was supported, for quite different reasons, by clergymen in the Fabian Society. The Rev. Stuart Headlam maintained that it was not the business of board schools to teach religion, that parents should choose the parsons they prefer to teach their children religion, and the state should take no part in the matter, and above all, we must have no tests for teachers. He went on, however, to add that while he was personally opposed to the Forster Compromise because it was illogical to teach the principles of religion without its doctrines, as no intelligible distinction can be drawn between the two, nevertheless he was willing to work heartily, for the present, with the supporters of the compromise in order to secure better education for the people. The Fabian Society, in its collective capacity, made no pronouncement, and the issue caused no division amongst the Fabians until it arose in a new form in the early years of the 20th century. Sidney Webb, in a speech he made in 1903, claimed that collectivist principles had brought a new spirit into the educational field. He said that ideas of the scope and purpose of public education had enormously progressed since 1832, and even since 1870. The first notion was that of charitably bestowing education on the poor man's child for his own good. This led, after 40 years' struggle, to the provision of the 3 Rs for everyone alike. Then there came the idea that the object of government was to promote equality of opportunity in the competitive struggle. This led to attempts to put the clever child of poor parents on the same level as the clever child of those who had means. The inference was that it was enough that scholarships should be provided to give the poor boy or girl a chance to gain the higher education already open to the rich. But the really democratic purpose of public education was not to dole out elementary education to all and sundry, nor yet to develop a race of scholarship winners, but to train up the most efficient and most civilized body of citizens, making the most of the brains of all, and, in the interests of the community as a whole, developing each to the margin of cultivation. We must discard the old notion of education free of cost as a grant of charity to the poor. We no longer think that a free opening of all avenues to individual ability is the true ideal. What collectivists demand is the equipment of the whole body of citizens, each in accordance with his particular aptitudes and capacities, for the service of the community, as far and as freely in each case as the interests of the community require. It may be doubted whether Sidney Webb was really formulating a new principle, or merely translating into typical Fabian language a principle already accepted by progressive educationists. Many educationists of that time and today, with views as advanced as Webb's, would extend the principle of equality of opportunity in such a way as to include the tremendous expansion of educational facilities for all that he desired. Webb preferred to use the language of collectivism to make it clear that he wanted no class distinction in education, not even a class distinction tempered by the provision of equality of opportunity for those of golden metal who were discovered amongst the lower class. He was deeply concerned by the wastage of ability which occurred when economic pressure forced children to abandon their education for employment at too early an age. His strong feelings were shown in 1909 when he was addressing the Association of Technical Institutes and expressed his firm opinion that the proper occupation of youth up to 21 is in education and instruction. The question was asked of him how the community was to get its class of hewers of wood and drawers of water, and Webb angrily replied, "I may be a dreamer of dreams, but I thought that the doctrine that education was only for a part of the nation was buried 100 years ago. It certainly does not consort with 20th century ideas to imagine that there is to be a class of hewers of wood and drawers of water. I want no class of hewers of wood and drawers of water, no class destined to remain there, and prevented from rising, because we do not provide for it. I cannot believe that we are only to provide the means of instruction for a certain limited number of people, who we think will rise, while the rest are to toil for our convenience. For our convenience. Who is to hew? Who is to deliver our bread? Our convenience. Our comfort. Our comfort is to stand in the way of enabling these people, our fellow citizens, to attain anything better than being mere hewers of wood and drawers of water. I must apologize for having been betrayed into a little heat, but I do object to the notion that, for our convenience, we are to keep people as hewers of wood and drawers of water. This little speech may be more unguarded, less reasonable than nearly all the rest of Webb's carefully ordered writing and speaking, but it reveals the passion behind his equalitarian views. It would no doubt be an exaggeration to say that the Fabians formulated a new principle in education, but their propaganda and their activity was designed to assist the general movement for larger and better educational opportunities for all. The Fabians are entitled to their fair share of credit for the services rendered to elementary education by their representatives on the school board, but to no more than other leading members of the board. There do not seem to have been any special ways in which the Fabian Society directed or guided the board's activities. The great change in the organization and control of elementary education, which some Fabians helped to promote, arose rather from their activities in the field of secondary and technical education, where the achievements of Sidney Webb were more spectacular. Sidney Webb devoted his main attention during the 18 years he was a member of the LCC to the development of London's secondary education. Webb may indeed be called the creator of the Technical Education Committee of the LCC, and the Technical Education Board which grew out of it. Here again the achievement was less a matter of overcoming opposition, than of simply getting the thing done, and Webb did it. By the early 90s, opposition to the development of technical education under LCC control was slight. There was, of course, the usual deadweight of apathy and stupidity, but by that time there was sufficient alarm about England's trade and industrial position relative to Germany's, a situation which was freely attributed to the better German system of technical education to make the path of the reformer smoother than it might otherwise have been. In fact, the first steps had already been taken before any Fabians had been elected to the LCC. The Conservative government in 1889 had introduced a bill to provide for technical education, and the bill gave the power of levying the rate and of providing this technical education to the county councils. The London School Board protested, claiming that in London it should have the rating power. But Goskin, a convinced centralizer who took Germany for his model, forced the bill through, and it became the Technical Instruction Act 1889. In the following year, as the result of a conflict between the government and the forces of temperance, the whiskey money was diverted by Goskin from the compensation of decayed publicans to the subsidizing of technical education. Thus both the power and funds for technical education had been placed in the hands of the LCC. However, nothing was done about it during the lifetime of the first LCC. The opportunity was wasted in a feudal squabble with the city corporation, when the LCC tried to wrest from the corporation still more money for educational purposes. The Fabians determined to end this absurd situation. Shortly after his election, Webb moved that a committee be appointed to examine the needs of technical education and the way in which the council could best make use of its powers. He suggested a list of names for a committee of 20, in which he included himself and 3 other Fabian councillors. 2. When the committee was appointed, it unanimously elected Webb its chairman, and he held this position until, early in 1893, the Technical Education Committee was converted into the Technical Education Board, with 15 nominees of other organizations added to the 20 LCC members. Once again this change was made on Webb's advice, to avoid the antagonism of these other bodies to exclusive LCC control, and he became chairman of the board, a position which he continued to hold until 1898. He was vice chairman of it in 1899 and 1900, and became chairman again in 1901 and 1902. Webb's first action as chairman was to engage H. Llewellyn Smith to make a full survey of existing facilities and of London's needs for education above the primary level. Then, with the help of A. H. D. Ackland, he secured the widest possible definition of the meaning of technical education until, as he said himself, it included the teaching of every conceivable subject, other than ancient Greek and theology. He also engaged as secretary of the Technical Education Board a particularly able administrator, Dr. William Garnett. Registered between them, Webb and Garnett directed the board's activities with such vigor and good management that it not only made an important contribution to the development of London's education, it also provided the answer to those who had argued that the London County Council's control would be less efficient than that of the school board. The Technical Education Board's method of dealing with established institutions was almost an object lesson in Fabian permeative tactics. It preferred to subsidize existing educational institutions, encouraging them to improve and extend their teaching and equipment, rather than to set up new establishments, though new organizations, such as the London Day Training College and the Central School of Arts and Crafts, were created where there was clear need for them. But the general policy avoided delay in building up completely new institutions, avoided the friction which the competition of the new with the old would have caused, and established a unity in diversity by introducing a measure of central supervision and control over otherwise autonomous bodies. In the final report of its 10 years' work which the Technical Education Board handed to its successor, the Education Committee, in 1904, it was able to give an impressive list of its work along these lines. Sidney Webb was still prouder of his achievement in making available to a greater number of young Londoners the scholarship ladder to higher education. When Llewellyn Smith reported in 1892, there was an elementary school roll of 680,000 pupils, yet the total number of scholarships available for them was only about 1,000, and many of these had qualifications and obligations attached to them. Webb in 1893 got a resolution passed by the LCC allowing the Technical Education Board to provide scholarships, and shortly afterwards the board agreed to the award of 500 junior county scholarships annually. These scholarships entitled pupils at elementary schools to further education at secondary or higher grade schools, and, as a wise addition, they provided a maintenance grant of £10 a year to compensate parents to some extent for the loss of their children's earnings. In later years, this scholarship ladder was extended, and at the time the Technical Education Board handed over to its successor in 1904, the number of junior county awards had risen to 600, and there had been added to them 100 intermediate scholarships for pupils of 16 to 19 years, 5 senior scholarships, 3 teachers traveling scholarships, 30 art scholarships, some 350 other scholarships for those taking technical, evening, or continued instruction, and 800 odd domestic economy scholarships for women and girls. Administratively, the expansion of the scholarship system had the same result as the board's grants. As Beatrice Webb put it, what had previously been a chaos of isolated institutions, largely unaware of one another's existence, became gradually welded without suppression of local administration by separate bodies of governors into a graded educational system covering every part of London. The administrative success of the Technical Education Board may have helped to convince the officials of the Education Department that the control of education should be transferred from the school boards to the county councils. Beatrice Webb wrote, many years after, that Sidney Webb had decided the step was necessary as early as 1892.1. If so, he did not take the Fabian Society into his confidence until some years later. It seems altogether more probable that Webb was not a prime initiator of this development, but that he was gradually convinced of the need for it by the investigations of the Royal Commission on Secondary Education of 1894-5, by his practical experience of the difficulties of divided control, and by the arguments of the education officials of Whitehall, who had to cope with an education muddle over a wider area than London. Certainly the Fabian Society came only slowly to accept the view that school boards should be abolished. As late as 1897 the Fabian Society, while recognizing that the system of election of the school board for London with its enormous electoral areas and its complicated cumulative vote was costly and troublesome in operation, and failed to secure either satisfactory representation of minorities or genuine popular control, did not propose any greater change than that the election should take place in future on the widest printed register for the time being in force, and in constituencies identical with those for the parliamentary and county council elections. Point 2. This was simply a restatement of their old demand for one register for all elections. A similar resolution had been passed by the Fabian Society in 1895 and had been sent to members of Parliament, of the LCC, and the school board, and the principle had been set forth quite clearly 8 years earlier still in Facts for Londoners. Mr. Morant, then an official of the Education Department in Whitehall, is given the credit by historians of education for preparing and launching the attack on the school board's right to conduct secondary higher grade schools, which led to the Cockerton Judgment in 1900 and eventually to the abolition of the school boards. His action was taken in close collaboration with Dr. William Garnett, who persuaded the auditor Cockerton to disallow the payments made by the school boards registered, and there can be little doubt that Sidney Webb was aware of the plans. By the later 90s the Education Department officials believed that the County Council's administration of technical education had demonstrated adequately that it would be safe to centralize education under their control. Sidney Webb and Dr. Garnett, on their side, had had experience of conflicts between the Technical Education Board and the School Board about their areas of authority in secondary education, which wasted time and money. Before the Cockerton case was decided, the question was raised in the Fabian Society. At a members' meeting held in May 1899 to discuss the publication of a tract to be called The Education Muddle and the Way Out, Sidney Webb proposed as general principles the abolition of the school boards and the transfer of their functions to the ordinary local government bodies. The opposition to his proposal was led by the Rev. Stuart Headlam, who was supported to some extent by Graham Wallas. Headlam was a root and branch opponent of the change, Wallas a less strenuous opponent. Headlam believed that the London School Board was well adapted to its task, that it had done good work, and that the attack on it was unjustified. Wallas agreed with Webb that control of education by the LCC would be better than control by an ad hoc body like the London School Board, but he feared that the LCC might be overworked, and he dreaded the invasion of party politics into the educational field. Wallas's objections increased when it emerged that the Morant-Webb scheme envisaged state aid to church schools, as the bait to persuade the Conservative government to pass a suitable act. Webb's arguments, which carried the majority of the Fabian Society against the opposition of Headlam and the doubts of Wallas, were mainly concerned with administrative efficiency. He pointed out the conflicts which had arisen through the overlapping jurisdiction of the two authorities, but he also argued more generally that the cleavage between elementary and secondary education was bad for both teachers and scholars. It made elementary teachers feel they belonged to a lower grade, and it prevented scholars seeing that there was an organic connection between elementary and higher schooling. School board members, concentrated on elementary education, get to think of elementary education as more important than all the rest of education, and ultimately regard it as all-important, he said. On the other hand, technical education authorities, though they may spell technical education with a very big E and a very small t, suffer from absurd restrictions. They have legal power to teach commercial history but not history, they can teach Latin to chemists' assistants but to no one else. He reinforced his case with considerations of expense. Two separate bodies meant greater cost, with the money being expended on machinery rather than on education itself. Methods of overcoming this were propounded, but Webb considered them unsatisfactory. For instance, it was proposed to hold the school board election on the same day as the LCC election, but Webb thought that this kind of arrangement had not worked well in America and would result in education getting the tail of two tickets. The best way of ensuring democratic election combined with administrative economy, he argued, was to put education under LCC control. The school board should give way because it was the less administratively efficient body. The counterclaim, that the LCC was overworked, he declared to be a moderate bogey. The LCC was capable of doubling its present duties, he said, by the simple expedient of having the size of its committees, which at present were made unnecessarily large, only to satisfy the insatiable demand of its members for more work to do. The controversy within the Fabian Society was a protracted one, and the education muddle and the way out was not published until 1901, after long consideration by a revision committee, in which Graham Wallas played a considerable part. The tract made some concession to the views of the opposition members. It advocated the principle of abolishing the school boards, but it admitted that the school boards of 20 or 30 of the largest cities were efficient and probably would prove too strongly entrenched to abolish, and on opportunistic grounds, the Fabians were willing to accept the position. The majority of Fabians came out in favor of the complete abolition only after the Cockerton appeal judgment in May 1901 had dealt its crippling blow to the activities of the more progressive school boards. After the Cockerton judgment, legislation to mend or end the school boards became necessary, and Fabians eventually decided for ending. The sectarian issue played so great a part in the campaign for the Education Acts of 1902 and 1903 that the Fabians' attitude needs to be made clear. The legislation proposed by the Conservative government tied up the issue of county council control with the support of church schools out of the rates. The Liberal opposition made itself the defender of the school boards in the interests of nonconformity. Sidney Webb managed to persuade the majority of the Fabians to accept the price demanded by the Conservatives in order to achieve the reform, but his attitude cannot be described simply as an opportunistic one, because the consequences for himself were serious, resulting in an estrangement from both the Progressives and the Liberal leaders. The Progressives could not, or would not, understand how the rationalist Sidney Webb could ally himself with clerical reaction. Webb's rationalism was non-militant and completely tolerationist, and he took the view that it was better to have efficient standards even if it involved some subsidy to religious teaching. As he expressed it himself later, "I had seen in the United States and Victoria the consequences of such action. I did not like the policy of crushing out minorities. I thought the imposition of undenominational Christianity as unfair to the Jews, Unitarians, and secularists as the imposition of the Anglican Church Catechism on Roman Catholics and Nonconformists, or of Roman Catholic formularies on Protestants. Moreover, I knew that the result would not be the closing of Roman Catholic schools, but their continuance entirely at private cost at a still lower level of efficiency, which would be calamitous for the very large and perhaps growing number of children who would resort to them. Above all, I wanted to preserve variety in education, rather than an officially prescribed uniformity, variety in methods of teaching, variety in the subjects taught, and variety in atmospheres. I wanted to leave the door open to new and unthought of experiments in schools." It is interesting to observe that the argument for subsidizing the church schools was put to the Fabian Society by a non-militant atheist like Webb, while the strongest opposition came from a Church of England clergyman, the Rev. Stuart Headlam. Did the Fabians have any influence in the Education Acts of 1902 and 1903? No doubt Fabian influence was slight amongst the causes which induced the Conservative government to bring forward its education bills. The main explanation would be found in such factors as the failure of the smaller school boards, the expensiveness of the board system, the desire for centralization on the part of Sir John Gorst and the officials of the Education Department, the pressure from the Church, and the concern of some of the Conservatives about the state of the denominational schools. But once the Conservative government had decided to introduce these bills, it found information useful, and Webb and the Fabians ready to supply what was required. Prominent members of Parliament, from both sides of the House, frequented the Webb's home at 41 Grosvenor Road for instruction. Balfour and Gorst, Haldane, Asquith, and Rosebery. Rosebery was soon to break from the Webb's influence, and join the Nonconformists' assault on the Education Bill, an event which probably confirmed the Fabians in their opinion that the ardor of their hostility to it is due to the fact that it affords an excellent opportunity for uniting the Liberal Party in an effective attack on the Conservative government. But Haldane refused to vote against the second reading of the bill, and made a speech expressing sentiments similar to Webb's. On the other side, Sir John Gorst applied to the Fabian Society for a number of gallipoles of the education muddle and the way out before its publication, for instruction of the permanent officials at Whitehall, and the parliamentary draftsman. The tract, when it was published, had a good circulation amongst M.Ps and other influential persons. When the first bill was actually before the House, the Fabians made some further suggestions for minor amendments and forwarded them to M.Ps. Some of these amendments were ultimately incorporated in the bill before it became law. The later bill dealing with London created more difficulties for the Fabians in their temporary and uneasy alliance with the Conservatives. The whole situation was rather paradoxical. If it had not been for the sectarian issue, the Progressives, nurtured on J.F.B. Firth's centralizing doctrine, should have welcomed the transfer of the school board's powers to the LCC, and the moderates and Conservatives should have opposed it. Lord Salisbury had only shortly before described the LCC as suffering from megalomania, and Joseph Chamberlain also had insisted that the council was overworked. In fact, the government's first proposals for London had been distinctly unfavourable to the LCC. Encouraged by the success it had had in setting up the Metropolitan Water Board, the Conservative government proposed, in its original bill, another such ad hoc authority, using the Metropolitan Borough Councils to offset the power of the LCC. The new Education Authority for London was to have 97 members, 36 appointed by the LCC, an equal number by the Metropolitan Borough Councils, 25 to be co-opted experts, and 5 more to represent the old school board. The proposal raised a storm of protest. The Fabian Society's executive declared that the government bill proposed an administrative machinery which would, in the opinion of the executive, create great friction and be nearly if not quite, unworkable. The provisions of the bill as to the formation of the Education Committee of the LCC, and as to the powers given to the borough councils, would be seriously detrimental to educational efficiency and progress. The Fabian Society thereupon adopted 13 resolutions, suggesting definite amendments to the Education Bill, all designed to secure unified control under the LCC. The substance of 11 of these resolutions was adopted into the bill before it finally became law, and one other was practically adopted, registered, but Fabian persuasion was not the only cause of this result. The original bill pleased nobody. The school board naturally opposed it. The LCC declared that it would prefer the maintenance of the present system to it, and the progressives on the council tacked on a resolution protesting against being required by law to make rates to be applied to the maintenance of denominational schools which are not under public control, and in the payment of salaries to teachers, who, while paid wholly out of public money, are subjected to religious tests. It was plain to the government that it would unite the opposition against its main object by persisting. So the Fabian amendments were adopted, and the LCC became the education authority for London. The results for Webb personally of carrying his policy through to its conclusion were unfortunate. It meant an estrangement from the majority of the progressives on the L.C.2 before the 1904 election. The Webbs, apprehensive of progressive intentions, were secretly hoping for a moderate victory. This did not occur, and the progressives revenged themselves by keeping Sidney Webb out of all positions of importance and turning him off the Progressive Party Committee. When the new Education Committee entered upon its duties in 1904, Webb was no longer chairman. But they did not proceed to the final breach. The Fabians had not abandoned their hopes of influencing the progressives, and some of the progressive leaders were reluctant to lose the Fabians' expert knowledge of educational affairs. Consequently, for Fabian, Sidney Webb, Graham Wallace, W.S. Sanders, and Susan Lawrence were appointed to the first Education Committee. In the subordinate position of chairman of the Scholarships and Higher Education Subcommittee, Webb helped to devise an extension of the scholarship ladder. However, Webb was not happy about the progressives' attitude to the Education Acts, during the years when the nonconformist liberals were agitating for their repeal, and he was not sorry when the position was secured, so far as the LCC was concerned, by the victory of the moderates in 1907, though it must be said that Webb's worst fears were groundless and that the progressives showed great forbearance in refraining from sabotaging the Education Act. The hope Webb expressed in his London Education of 1904, that the new Education Acts would be given a sincere trial for the sake of England's education, proved, when feelings had simmered down, not a vain one. The Fabian Society's next major intervention in the educational field occurred during the campaign to obtain an act for the provision of meals to school children. This demand had been prominent in early Fabian propaganda, as well as in that of the SDF, but for a number of years in the late 90s and in the first years of the 20th century it had not been vigorously pressed. The Society had come to regard it as somewhat impracticable, after 217. Hearing a report from Graham Wallace, who had investigated the problem for the London School Board. For various reasons of organisation, he had concluded that London was not the best place in which to make the experiment. The demand was taken up by the Society again in 1905 when it issued Hubert Bland's tract After Bread, Education. It was significant that Bland should have written this tract, because he, through his journalistic activities, was more in contact with the labour movement in the north of England than many of the other Fabian leaders, and the revival of the campaign for the state feeding of school children owed more to the humanitarian influences from the north than it did to the Fabians. Certainly, the Fabians reinforced it, but the carrying of the Education Act 1906 must be attributed primarily to the ILP men who pressed it upon the Liberals at a favourable moment, during the first flush of victory in 1906. The chief credit must go to F.W. Jowett, who more than any other person was responsible for the Labour Party's bill. In any case, the importance of the Act must not be exaggerated, though it was the best that could be secured at that time. It was an enabling and not a compulsory measure, and a compromise also between private charity and positive state action. It enabled local authorities to put buildings and facilities at the disposal of voluntary associations providing meals for school children unable by reason of lack of food to take full advantage of the education provided for them, and, if the funds of voluntary associations were insufficient, the authority was enabled to expend up to the produce of a halfpenny rate in providing these meals itself. So far as the London County Council was concerned, the municipal reformers' reluctance to take advantage of the Act was not overcome until 1909. Advanced education. The Fabian Society made a more decisive contribution to the provision of advanced education in London. It is today amazing, Sidney Webb wrote in 1929 *. To think how minute was the provision for economic teaching, and how lacking that for economic research, in the London of the last decade of the century. King's College had a nominal professorship which was suspended. Registered Professor Foxwell held a chair at University College, but had only a score of students, reported to be 1/2 colored. A rather elementary course of lectures was annually repeated at the Birkbeck College. That was all that existed in the capital of the British Empire for a population comparable to that of the whole of Scotland, each of them having several universities. Nor was there any dissatisfaction. The pundits solemnly declared that the existing provision met the entire demand, and as they also suggested, amply supplied the whole need. The foundation of the London School of Economics in 1895 by the Fabians opened a new era in the study of the social sciences in London. The AL.S.E. began humbly in 2 small hired rooms in John Street, Adelphi, destitute even of a promise of endowment, without professor or students, and devoid of any visible chance of academic status. It had had its origins when the trustees of the money left under Henry Hutchinson's will for the propaganda and other purposes of the society and its socialism, and towards advancing its objects in any way, had been persuaded by the Webbs to use half the fund to establish a school on the lines of the École Libre de Sciences Politiques in Paris. The use of the money in this way involved some casuistry, as the Webbs were well aware *, but it shows how confident the Webbs were at that time of the results of social science. In addition to their general disposition to believe that a scientific study of society would strengthen the case for socialism, the Webbs at that time were excited by the notion that they had discovered a new approach to economics. There was certainly no attempt to make the LSE an institution for the teaching of specifically socialist economics. The first director of the school was W.A.S. Hewins, who had impressed Webb both by his writings and by the plans he had presented for the reorganization of economic teaching in London on the occasion of his unsuccessful candidature for the professorship of economics at King's College. Registered Hewins was far from being a socialist or a Fabian, but like Webb, he was in revolt against orthodox economics and strongly influenced by the historical school. Later he became a protectionist and a conservative MP. In 1903 he resigned his directorship of the LSE to become secretary to the Tariff Commission, which was to develop and organize Joseph Chamberlain's propaganda. During their association, Webb and Hewins were equally determined to make the LSE the center for teaching a kind of down-to-earth sociological economics very different from the theoretical and philosophical economics taught at the older centers of learning. Registered. If they showed any bias in their selection, it was an academic rather than political one. But the early lecturers were a most distinguished, and sufficiently various collection of men. The LSE was finally put on a firm basis when it became part of the University of London. Until this step was taken, its financial affairs required delicate management on the part of its administrative committee, of which Sidney Webb was the chairman and most active member. Additional financial assistance was required from the Webb's richer friends *, and Webb was able to make small grants from the Technical Education Board's whiskey money. The permanency and the fortunes of the school were not secured until it became part of the University of London. Thereafter the LSE received generous endowments. The incorporation of the LSE into the University of London was again due to the influence of Sidney Webb, for the new constitution of the university, which appeared in 1900, after 2 royal commissions, the Act of 1898, and a statutory commission, was largely the work of Webb and R.B. Haldane. In his autobiography, Haldane has paid handsome tribute to the part played by Webb in the reorganization of the University of London. Sidney Webb later regarded the constitution of the London University as a compromise between those who wanted to establish a new, unified teaching university, and those who wished to join the existing university, which was purely an examining body, with the existing teaching colleges in London, but it is interesting to observe how much of Webb's own views were embodied in the compromise. Webb's views were set forth in 2 articles he contributed to the 19th Century and After and the Cornhill magazine, that were subsequently recast into a chapter of his book London Education. He rejected as impracticable any attempt to organize London University along the lines of Oxford and Cambridge. He did not want for London a residential university capable of taking only an elite, with a bias towards the classics and the leisurely liberal education of an earlier age. He was far from ignoring the importance of the artistic and cultural side in university education, but his own bias was clearly towards a non-residential, democratic university providing for as many students as possible, with the emphasis on science and vocational training. His concept of science was a wide one, however, and it included the application of the scientific method to social studies, to the study of languages and literature, in addition to the subjects more usually labeled scientific, and he emphasized strongly the importance of research as well as of teaching. This involves the revival of the older conception of a university course deliberately framed so as to prepare the undergraduate from the outset for the practical pursuit of his profession, but in such a way as to turn him out equipped, not only as a trained professional, but also as a cultivated citizen. The London University, like the universities of medieval Europe and modern America, will therefore necessarily take on the character of a technical school for all the brain-working professions of its time, not alone law, medicine, and theology, but also every department of science and learning, from engineering and chemistry to pedagogy, banking and commerce and public administration. Some may regret this limitation, but the practical men will see in it a great opportunity. In policy, Webb advocated the organization of the university by faculties, rather than by colleges. This did not mean that there was no place for separately organized institutions and largely autonomous bodies. On the contrary, Webb approved of these and their multiplication, but he insisted that they should all be coordinated through the faculty organization. Webb favored the dispersal of teaching centers as widely as possible through London, but the concentration of postgraduate research students into 1 or 2 of the highest colleges. The teaching and research staff should be graded in different levels, and promotion should be strictly by ability, not seniority. The Senate should have real controlling power, and in particular the power of the purse to make its coordinating authority real. Furthermore, the Senate should be a strong representative body, essentially lay in character, to avoid academic vested interests. Through his collaboration with Haldane and Balfour, Webb's recommendations were largely carried into effect in the reorganization of the University of London. From 1900 to 9, Webb was himself a member of its Senate. The outstanding mark of his influence was the establishment of the Faculty of Economics and Political Science, which included the London School of Economics and appears to have been created expressly for the school to dominate. The school was admitted as one of the schools of the university in 1900, and its lecturers became teachers of the university. After its admission, the constitution of the school was regularized by obtaining incorporation, in June 1901, as a company limited by guarantee and without power of making profits, controlled by a board of governors of which the Bishop of London became the first president and Sidney Webb the chairman. The course for the degree of Bachelors of Science, devoted to the social sciences, introduced in 1901, became the first university degree of such a kind in England. Since that time the London School of Economics has gone from strength to strength under the successive directorships of Sir Halford Mackinder, the Hon. William Pember Reeves, Sidney Webb himself, Sir William Beveridge, and Sir Alexander Carsonders, the presidencies of Lord Rosebery and Lord Rothschild, and the chairmanship of the Board of Governors of Sidney Webb from the beginning to 1911, and his successors the R.T. Hon. Russell R.E.A., Sir Arthur Steele Maitland, and Sir Josiah Stamp. The LSE has become one of the permanent and important colleges of the United Kingdom. But was there, perhaps, an element of defeat in its very success? Has not its successful merging into the educational establishment meant the loss of a good part of the distinctive character that the Webbs originally intended for it? The study of economics at least did not develop in the way that they had hoped, but the rule the Webbs exercised over their creature was light, and perhaps they were satisfied. Municipal socialism. The examples we have considered of the Fabians' influence illustrate their administrative work within the limits of the progressive policy. The Fabians could have done these things if they had been merely radicals, not socialists at all. Of course, when socialists and radicals both desired better educational facilities, more scholarships and better municipal government, the Fabians cannot be criticized as socialists for having pursued these objectives, but are these things really municipal socialism or radicalism? The answer must be that they are both, but that municipal socialism leads one to expect other things as well. In their practical suggestions for municipal ownership and administration, the Fabians, as we have seen, did not at first press too far ahead of radical opinion. In Facts for Londoners, the Fabians confined their demands for socialization to certain specific public services: water, gas, tramways, docks, markets, baths and wash houses, and cemeteries, the last, which involved free burial, being recommended with the tart observation that communism in funerals was not likely to lead to a reckless increase in the demand for graves. The extent to which the progressives had already accepted the idea of bringing these services under LCC control before the Fabians had appeared on the scene may be discovered. There is clear evidence of the opinions of 74 members of the first LCC on the question of municipalizing the 8 water companies, and of them no less than 70 expressed themselves in favor of LCC control, and this number included several who, 222, would be classed as moderates. It is also probable that others whose opinions are not easily traced were also in favor. In the matter of municipalizing the gas companies of London, the opinions of 73 members are recorded, and of them 65 were in favor, while 8 were definitely opposed to the change. A measure of the support for LCC ownership, if not of LCC management, of London's 14 tramway companies can also be given, for this issue was fought out on the first LCC before any Fabians were elected, and the statutory 2/3 of the members of council voted in favor of purchasing them registered. The Fabians could make valid claim to be the originators of the moves for municipal socialism in one only of these services. Their pamphlets had been the earliest and clearest of those demanding a port authority, and the LCC resolution which began the agitation for it was actually moved by a member of the society, Bentillet. The extension of the L.C.C.'s power over the London docks was acceptable to the progressives. But this was the one and only substantial extension of municipal socialism that the progressives did accept at the Fabians' suggestion. When, from the late 90s, the Fabians at last ventured to recommend extensions in the direction of municipal trading in the supply of liquor, milk, and bread, municipal fire insurance and the municipal ownership of pawn shops, they were severely rebuffed. The weakness of the Fabian position was then exposed. In the enthusiasm and high hopes which attended the early days of the LCC, many Fabians, including Sidney Webb, imagined that the first steps in municipalization would be treated as non-party and soon taken. This was an illusion due to the fact that London lagged so far behind the other cities of the kingdom in municipal administration. As London rapidly caught up, party divisions sharpened when some groups wished to press further forward while others thought progress had gone far enough. At first there was a division into a progressive party faced with a weak moderate opposition, then the development of a strong moderate party which soon after took the more appealing name of Municipal Reformers, finally in 1910 the emergence of the Labour Party. The Fabians discovered that they were dependent on obtaining the approval of a party if their measures were to be carried, and, for the period we are considering, this meant the approval of the Progressive Party, as the Labour Party was not strong enough. The reasons why the Fabians did not have much success in persuading the progressives further in the direction of municipal socialism are not far to seek. There was always a certain amount of self-delusion about municipal socialism, insofar as the Fabians were adapting themselves to radical demands, not leading the radicals forward, and the progressives, while they did not disdain the Fabians' help in demands common to them both, were determined not to be led up the socialist path. Moreover, as time went on, friction developed between the partners, and the Fabians offended the progressives not only by their attacks on liberals in national politics, but also by their attitude to the metropolitan borough councils and to the Conservative Party's education acts. When by about 1910 the older generation of progressive leaders who had been brought up on J.F.B. Firth's doctrines had either retired or moved on to the higher sphere of national politics, and the nonconformists under Scott Leggett had come into control of the Progressive Party, Fabian influence was practically at an end. During the 90s the Fabians played a fairly active propaganda role in encouraging the progressives to bring under LCC control the services of water, gas, the markets, the trams, the docks, and in urging or approving such ventures as the LCC Works Department, and the Municipal Thames Steamboat Service. It comes as rather a surprise, however, to observe that the personal role of their representatives in the socializing committees of the LCC was neither as prominent nor as active as was Sidney Webb's on the Technical Education Committee. R.C. Philimery worked hard on the Highways Committee, which controlled the trams, and W.C. Stedman was for a while vice-chairman of the Rivers Committee, but the leadership of the socializing part of the LCC program was taken by non-socialist progressives like John Williams Ben * and W. H. Dickinson. To a certain extent the Fabians may have considered it wise to remain in the background on these committees. The campaign to bring these services under LCC control was a long struggle, ending for the most part in defeat for the progressives or at least, in a result other than the one they or the Fabians had desired and expected. The progressives' attempt to acquire the markets met, as in the Spitalfields case, with the fierce opposition not only of the owners, but also of the city corporation backed by the House of Lords, and was defeated. 4. The demand for the municipalization of gas was dropped by the progressives themselves, in spite of Fabian protests. Because they feared that gas would be entirely superseded by electricity. In 3 services only did the LCC become the controlling authority in a socialist sense: the trams, the Thames steamboats, and the Works Department. 2 of these were ended by the municipal reformers when they came to power, and the trams were eventually absorbed into the London Transport Board. The only instance in which socialization came and remained somewhat in the way the Fabians had advocated was that of the Port of London Authority, and in that case the Fabians had not recommended LCC control but had approved the example of the Mersey Docks and Harbour Board. In the other cases where the services were socialized, the early Fabian progressive plans for LCC control did not eventuate, but ad hoc authorities of a new type were developed: the Water Board, the Joint Electricity Committee, and the Transport Board. In the long run, municipal socialism succumbed to state socialism. However, municipal socialism, if only on a very small scale, did have its day in London. Sidney Webb, in his election address of 1901, claimed that the LCC tramways had proved an unqualified success *, and historians of the enterprise appear to endorse his claim. In 1894 the progressives decided to ask Parliament for power to work the tramways registered, and a bill giving the LCC this power was passed in 1896. Under the direct management of the Highways Committee, the service was made more efficient, projects of electrification were carried out, fares were reduced, and the conditions of employees were improved by higher wages and decreased hours of work. Yet the LCC tramways also became profitable undertakings, and survived until they were superseded by other forms of transport, and were taken over by London Transport Board. The lion's share of the credit for the efficiency of London's municipal tramways has rightly been claimed by his biographer for Sir John Benn, but a share of praise is due to the Fabian, R.C. Philimery. No such unequivocal success story can be told of the other 2 LCC undertakings, but the Works Department was important as the L.C.C's first venture into direct employment. The experiments which led to its formation. and its prosperous beginnings helped to convince some timid progressives that LCC management of the trams would be practicable. Ridiculous as the controversy over it seems at half a century's distance, the Works Department was the very storm centre of the dispute about municipal socialism in London. The establishment of this department was thought to mark the point where radicalism crossed the boundary into socialism, where it passed from mere public ownership to public management and the direct employment of labor. The Fabians advocated and defended the move hotly, for they saw it as the crucial economic heresy, and also as the outcome of the trade unions' fair wages policy. John Burns on the first LCC had been chiefly responsible for persuading the council to include in its contracts a fair wages clause, and when tenders were few and high, moderates claimed that this was a result of the fair wages policy, while progressives retorted that contractors were entering into deliberate combination to force the council to abandon the policy. These disputes led to several experiments in direct employment, which resulted in considerable saving when costs were compared with contractors' tenders. The progressives were convinced, and the council on a party vote decided, in November 1893, to establish a works department with a separate staff under a works committee, which, to ensure probity, was to consist of an equal number of members of both parties. Sidney Webb, ever ready with such facts, defended the principle of eliminating the contractor on the ground that it was not new, and that Birmingham did it, and so did Liverpool. Registered the wretched works department had to carry on its business for 15 years under a ceaseless fire of criticism from the moderates. The position of its successive managers was no easy one, and the record of the department on the whole seems creditable, though there was a scandal over cooked accounts in 1896 to 7.4. The Fabians helped the London Reform Union to defend it during its severest trial in the pamphlet The Truth About the Works Department. But the municipal reformers were implacable, and abolished the department on their accession to power. Registered even though their own auditor reported, "My investigation leads me to the belief that the present position of the department from a commercial point of view indicates sound and careful management, with efficient and accurate recording of the department's transactions." Registered if the municipal reformers' abolition of the works department was inspired by a fanatical anti-socialist attitude, their action in getting rid of the L.C.C's Thames steamboats about the same time could perhaps be justified on the grounds of economy. Yet the establishment of this service had been one of the L.C.C's most popular moves, having the support of some of the riverside boroughs and even of some moderates on the council. 1 Though the project was not in origin a Fabian one, the Fabians took up warmly the proposal for a further extension of municipal enterprise, and while the enabling bill was under consideration by Parliament, the Society produced, in 1900, its Tract No. 97, advocating municipal steamboats. After some delay, caused by difficulties in coming to terms with a private company which operated in the summer months, the L.C.C's service was inaugurated in June 1905, with a fleet of 30 steamboats. When it appeared, after a winter's experience, that the boats were not a paying proposition, and that they were catering mainly for pleasure seekers and not workers or business people, the Fabians and progressives who continued to defend their existence were obliged to change their ground and maintain that it was worth the very small addition to the rates to provide a healthy outing for Londoners. The Times was not amused, and launched a thunderbolt against municipal socialism and extravagance during the 1907 election campaign. The steamboats, along with the works department, were the chosen sacrifices offered up in the municipal reformers' victory. There were two main reasons, one technical, one political, why the other services which were socialized were not placed under LCC control. The Water Board was brought into existence not because of the technical requirements of the service, but because the Conservative government disliked the LCC as a haunt of radicals and socialists, and was therefore ready to lend a sympathetic ear to the claims of other interests. Though the presence of the Fabians on the council may have helped to stiffen the Conservatives in their opposition, the Fabians played no major or independent part in the moves for the expropriation of the water companies. Certainly the Fabian Society supported the Progressive Party by issuing leaflets and calling meetings. Registered, and it is true that Sidney Webb was a member of the Water Committee from 1892 to 1895. but Webb did not hold the chairmanship or vice-chairmanship of that committee, nor is there any evidence that he played a leading part in it. Webb did not serve on the Water Committee after 1895, and no other Fabian was ever a member of it. Special Fabian pressure was not required, because the majority of the committee had always been as convinced of the need for water municipalization as the Fabians themselves were. The committee had been set up by the first LCC with James Beale, a veteran municipal reformer, as its first chairman. So strong was the support for LCC control of the water companies among the members of the first LCC, that doctrinaire objections to the acquisition were treated with scant respect, and even laughed at. 2 Sir John Lubbock, who favored municipal control of the water companies, but not their purchase and management by the LCC, found himself by his own confession in a very small minority on the committee. The municipalization was delayed by a suggestion that the LCC should not bother about the water companies, but should render them obsolete by opening an entirely new source of supply through lengthy aqueducts stretching to Wales and the Wye Valley. The investigation of this problem involved a royal commission, presided over by Lord Balfour of Burleigh, and its findings * led to the decision to proceed with the bills for the expropriation of the water companies. Unfortunately for the Progressives, the Liberal government under Rosebery fell from power when the bills had passed their second reading in the House of Commons, and the Conservative government refused to allow them to proceed unless they were amended in a way that had originally been suggested by spokesmen of the City Corporation and certain vestries, namely by substituting control of a water trust for control by the LCC itself, and by substituting conditions of purchase more favorable to the companies. The Progressives rejected these terms, and a stalemate resulted, which was not broken until there was a threat of a water famine in the East End of London. The government then set up another royal commission in 1897, under the chairmanship of Lord Llandaff, which in 1900 produced a plan for a water board of 30 members, 1/3 to be nominated by the LCC, and the remainder by various other local authorities in and around London. The Progressives were sufficiently indignant at this proposal, but when the government's bill actually provided for a board of 69 members, with a representation for the LCC of 10, they gave vent to their anger in a series of resolutions, one of which read, that the interests of the people of London in the acquisition and administration of the water supply are so vital that they ought not to be entrusted to a water board nominated by 78 authorities and independent of public control. The Fabian Society's attitude was more compliant. Its resolution, passed at the time, ran as follows: while regretting that the government has not made the London County Council the water authority, the executive welcomes the acceptance by the government of the two cardinal principles that the water supply should be under public control and that no special payment should be made for compulsory purchase, and it went on to make some polite suggestions for reducing the size of the board and amending the terms of purchase. The Conservative government did in fact allow a very slight reduction in the size of the board, and a slight increase in the L.C.C's representation. But these did not satisfy the Fabians, who joined in the Progressives' futile last-minute protest against the London Water Act of 1902.4 when the Water Board was established. The merits and defects of control by a board as contrasted with control by the LCC had been extensively debated, but it does not appear that the nature of the service itself made the choice of a board necessary. London's water supply could have been administered by a committee of the LCC if political considerations had not decided the matter. But in the case of the other main service which was socialised before 1918, London's docks and port, it was clear that technical requirements made direct LCC control impossible. No one really disputed the view that the complexity of the organisation of London's docks, their size and their importance to the nation as a whole demanded control by a port authority created expressly for that purpose. The Committee of Investigation set up by the Rivers Committee of the LCC on the motion of Ben Tillett in 1896 found that there were 56 authorities having some measure of control over the Port of London. The subject had not been investigated for a century, and even after 4 years' work, the committee was obliged to complain that only a royal commission could deal with it satisfactorily. The LCC therefore decided to urge the government to take the investigation in hand registered, and shortly afterwards a royal commission was appointed, with Earl Egerton of Tatton registered as its chairman. The report of this royal commission, which appeared in June 1902, met with the general approval of the progressives. It confirmed fears that London was likely to lose its position relatively to other ports, British and foreign, which it has held so long, and it emphasized the general agreement among many sections of the community that a Port of London Authority should be established. It has been shown that there exists in London among ship owners, merchants, and representative bodies a powerful consensus of opinion in favor of the consolidation of powers at present divided, and the creation of a single public authority for the control and improvement of the port. In these circumstances we strongly recommend that such an authority should be constituted. 1. Though the Royal Commission by no means accepted the progressives' proposals about the financial and constitutional arrangements of the Port Authority, its recommendations were sufficiently liberal to be acceptable to them. But when the Conservative government introduced its bill in April 1903, its provisions were much less liberal than those recommended by the Royal Commission, and the progressives immediately took up a more hostile attitude. Once again the bone of contention was the degree of control which the LCC was to exercise. The Conservative government was willing to allow the LCC to appoint only 1/5 of the members of the new authority. The progressives demanded a clear majority representation. The government's bill lapsed because the LCC refused to undertake its financial commitments on the government's terms, and a bill promoted by the progressives was rejected in Parliament when Bonner Law announced that the government objected principally to the large representation of the L.C.C.4. When the matter was taken up again, there had been a change of government both in Parliament and the LCC. The municipal reformers, when they came to power, did not dispute the need for a port authority. On the contrary, they sent a roving commission from the Rivers Committee to visit other ports in England and abroad, which on its return emphasized the need for action registered. But the municipal reformers were determined to reverse the progressives' policy. They wanted to keep the representation of the LCC on the new authority to a minimum, and they wanted correspondingly small financial commitments towards it. 6. They had their way. The Liberal government accepted the situation, and when the Port of London Authority was established in 1908, 18 of its members, apart from the chairman and vice-chairman, were elected by the payers of dues, wharfingers, and owners of river craft, while 10 were appointed by various local government bodies, and of these 10, the LCC appointed only 4, 2 being members of the council and 2 not being members of the council. Thus the Port of London Authority came into being as the Fabians and progressives had urged, but its composition was not such as they desired. Throughout, the Fabians had supported the progressives' actions. The debate over the control of electricity brought home to the Fabians the limitations of their earlier municipal socialism, and set them for the first time on the path to a rethinking of their whole position. The significant debate did not occur until the later 90s, when the question of bulk supply came to be seriously agitated. Electricity used for purposes of power was the novelty of the 80s, and in the infancy of electric lighting it was thought necessary to encourage the creation of many small generating stations. The first Act of Parliament regulating electricity supply was dated 1882, and it gave the Board of Trade power to license either local authorities or companies. The principle of public control was already recognized, for, in the case of companies, the Act granted the local authorities the right of buying them out at the end of 21 years. This period was claimed to be too short to render it profitable to the companies, so the Electricity Act of 1888 extended the time to 42 years. Under these acts, the local authorities of London, which were empowered to set up electricity generating stations, and later to take over the private ones, were the old vestries, and these powers later passed over to the metropolitan borough councils. In general, the vestries left the supply of electricity to private enterprise, though the Fabians on the municipal bodies strove to get them to establish municipal supplies. However, after the creating of borough councils, some municipal plants were established. The interest of the LCC in the electricity supply of London, and the interest of the Fabian Society in it in a more important way than in that of attempting to persuade the minor authorities to make use of the powers which Parliament had allowed them, dates from about 1898, when there was keen competition for the privilege of supplying electricity in bulk to London and the surrounding districts, and a number of companies promoted bills in Parliament. They were hampered, however, not only by the competition amongst themselves, and the antagonism of the smaller concerns, private or municipal, that were threatened with extinction, but by the opposition of the Progressive Party, which demanded that the LCC should become the authority for supplying electricity in bulk. In this demand the LCC won the approval of the lesser municipal authorities of London in conferences of London local authorities which were held Indiana 19017 and 1905. From 1902 the LCC began to introduce bills into Parliament for the purpose of purchasing the assets of the private companies and providing London with bulk supply. On this issue the Progressives had to encounter the fierce opposition of the Moderates and the Industrial Freedom League, registered, whose most substantial argument, probably, was that even the area controlled by the LCC was too small for the proper administration of bulk supplied electricity, whereas a company would not be subject to these limitations. The Fabians were more influenced by this controversy than influential in it. As members of the Progressive Party they voted with their progressive colleagues in favor of making the LCC the body for providing London with bulk supply. 1 But the Fabians had been made aware of the problems of municipal botinderies involved by H. G. Wells' first paper to the Society in March 1903. 2 The Fabian Society postponed issuing a full pamphlet on electricity until 1905 *, and by then, at a time when the Progressives were still pressing forward with their bill in Parliament, the Fabians, inspired by Wells, were talking in terms of the regionalism of the new heptarchy. Bernard Shaw, too, in his Common Sense of Municipal Trading, was using electricity as an example of the difficulties of municipalization. * The fate of electricity before 1918 was determined by politics. In the last year of the Conservative government's rule in 1905, it seemed likely that a bill giving the power of providing bulk supply to a private company would go through. In 1906, when the government was changed, Lloyd George, as president of the Board of Trade, viewed the progressive schemes for LCC control with favor, registered, but before a suitable bill could be passed the municipal reformers came to power in the LCC and refused to proceed with the bill, unless it were amended to allow private enterprise to undertake bulk supply subject merely to the supervision of the council. *. The Liberal government declined to support the bill as amended by the municipal reformers, and the London Electricity Supply Act, which was placed on the statute book in 1908, proved a weak measure that merely permitted suppliers to link up their systems, in the hope that this would lead eventually to a central generating station. The Act, however, transferred from the boroughs to the LCC the right of purchasing companies' undertakings in 1931. Thus the situation remained until 1918, when the Fabians' earlier doubts were confirmed by the Williamson Committee set up by the Board of Trade in that year, which reported that it has been conclusively proved that a municipal or local government area is not necessarily, and in fact is rarely, the most economical area of electrical supply. The Fabians' new heptarchy tracts of 1905, of which the one dealing with electricity was the first, showed that the Fabians had realized that they were living in an age when administrative space was shrinking and the organization of many services was coming to be national or regional rather than municipal. The regionalism of their new heptarchy led eventually to the blessing given by Mr. Herbert Morrison and the newer generation of Fabians to the new ad hoc authorities which had emerged, as we have seen, partly out of the technical needs of the services themselves and partly out of the compromise of political conflict. The Webbs tried to synthesize the old and the new Fabianism in a constitution for the Socialist Commonwealth of Great Britain. Municipal socialism of the older Fabian type had come into being too late. It had been, indeed, a reflection of London's lag behind other cities of the kingdom in its municipal services, not a new beacon lighting the dark path to socialism. The Fabians deserve a place of honor amongst those men who converted London from one of the worst governed cities of the British Commonwealth, which it was in the 1880s, to one of the best governed, which it is today. Their success, however, was greater as administrators within the scope of the Progressive Party's program, than as propagandists for the extension of municipal activity in new, socialist directions. 233. Chapter 9. The influence of the Fabians upon the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party in the late 80s. Tuesday, Fabian Society ceased to be a drawing room discussion group and plunged into metropolitan politics about 1887. It was a propitious moment, for liberal politics were then in a fluid state. The arrival of the Fabians coincided with the end of a period of radical agitation within the Liberal Party. In 1885 and 1886 radicalism had lost its leaders with the political annihilation of Dilke and the departure of Joseph Chamberlain with the Liberal Unionists. The party machinery which these radicals had taken the lead in developing had, by and large, survived the Home Rule split. The question was whether the socialistic tendency which Chamberlain and Dilke had fostered would disappear along with them, or could be given a new impetus. In London, the years 1885 and 1886 saw the completion of the organization of a network of democratic liberal caucuses throughout the metropolis, largely through the efforts of W. S. Kane and Renwick Seeger. These were eventually federated in the London Liberal and Radical Union, an achievement mainly of Professor Stewart and R. K. Costin. The purpose of establishing these liberal and radical associations was to secure the registration of new voters and to draw them into party activity, and, in order to arouse popular interest, it was provided that every association should elect one member to its council for every 25 electors in its constituency. But the drive for creating this extremely democratic organization came from a minority of radical leaders, who soon discovered that their intentions were frustrated by political apathy, and the apathy above all of the working class districts. Sidney Webb, writing in 1888, maintained that hardly any of the associations in London had been able to find sufficient liberals, radicals, or Irish nationalists willing to serve to make up their councils of 4% of the electorate, even though women and non-voters were admitted. He went further, and alleged that most liberal associations in London had not more than a score of active members, and that there was probably not one constituency which had more than 50 people taking an active share in political work, while in at least half a dozen instances the local associations had simply disintegrated and had had to be reconstituted by the central body. Even allowing for some slight exaggeration for propaganda effect, this does provide a background to Bernard Shaw's later remark that, when he became a permeative Fabian in Sidney Webb, wanted a program, an appeal to the Liberal Party, 1888.